Chapter 321 She shocked me. Ouch. What kind of West 8 lineup did Xiaobai choose? Imp's standard loud tongue pronunciation was full of complaints in his live broadcast channel. The anchor does not approve of We's lineup. Bai Yueya knows a lot about Kumba's BP. He's just a Sima bastard who follows top to win the championship. Don't be embarrassed. Xiaobai can at least follow the top stealing routine. How many domestic coaches can't even understand stealing? Domestic coaches are also very talented. You have to understand. I think Xiaobai has done a good job. Hey, Wang Zai actually dared to steal the solo line Lucian. I'm afraid you're not laughing at me. The vast majority of the audience in the Imp Live broadcast room are top fans. And they don't really recognize Bai Yueya's coaching ability. Looper took a look and expressed his opinion. It's okay. If We's lineup doesn't make mistakes and has an advantage in the early stage, it still has the strength to fight. Top's overall lineup is a bit fragile. No. Imp shook his head and curled his lips disdainfully. Kenan of Selling Pair can kill them all. Just watch. The Wii lineup has such short hands. This is definitely a good game for Selling Pair. Is there any? Looper hesitated a little. The ultimate moves of Prince, Virus and Nami had a very obvious limiting effect on Kenan. With these two heroes around, it would be difficult for Kenan to enter the field perfectly. The same goes for top laner Looper. If AP Kenan replenishes his armor, it is indeed not easy to die. But the corresponding damage burst will not be that high if you use pure output equipment. Once it is interfered by Nami and Prince, the terrifying output of the dual shooters in the Wii lineup will instantly melt Kenan. The hero Kenan also has to rush into the crowd to deal tons of damage. Rushing into the crowd means that the opponent can also hit you, and will also be limited by your weakness. What green hair brings is weakness. This is where Kenan is not as good as Rambo in team battles. But Kenan's advantages are also obvious, including a wider range of AoE damage. And the damage is stable enough, and can also provide control, and a little team starting attributes. The panel of Rambo's ultimate move, the damage is indeed high, but it's a bit difficult to hit full damage. The coaches from both sides, who had completed the BP on the court, came to the court to shake hands. Bai Yueya took a deep look at and he had to admit it. Whether it is the improvement of the team's operational capabilities or his ability in BP, he is not as good as But the charm of competition lies in the fighting spirit of never admitting defeat. I may not be as capable as you, but I will never lose the courage to challenge you. Opportunities are often given by hard work. Bai Yueya has confidence in Wii's team members, and he also has confidence in himself. Not long after the coaches from both sides left the table, frequent and urgent signals diverted the attention of the audience to the broadcast screen again. Although the signal sound was very intense, both sides were actually quite restrained and had no intention of invading the other side's jungle area. On the contrary, the stance is very conservative. The junglers of both sides have a completely mirror image of the start. They both open the jungle solo with their respective red buffs. This Shugen's first wave of ganks is going to the bottom lane? Wawa was a little surprised to see such a start. Basically, the starting choice of the jungler determines the choice of the first wave of gank. Unless the blind monk chooses to quickly brush 3 groups of wild monsters in the upper half area to level 3. Otherwise, if he brushes from top to bottom normally, the only area where he can gank is the lower half. It's normal, Miller explained with a smile. In the early stage, it was too difficult for the blind monk to cooperate with Kenan to catch Shin. Brother Leg is not the kind of person who is easily fooled. It's a bit difficult to use him as a breakthrough point. So he might as well think of a way to deal with other lanes, especially the middle lane. Shia's attack is very fierce, and he uses it to ignite. As professional teams further improve their understanding of the game, the skill of igniting has basically disappeared in the middle. The reason is also very simple. Ignite is a purely landing skill, used to increase the damage during battles. In the early stages of the game, the level of professional players is uneven, and there are many opportunities for solo kills. But now, the gap between professional players' personal abilities is getting closer and closer. Everyone's calculation of damage and control of the kill line are very good. At this time, it doesn't make much sense for you to bring an ignition. On the contrary, TP can ensure you have a wave of fault tolerance during the landing phase. If the landing is not done well, and you lose too much health or you are caught to death, TP can allow you to quickly return to the landing and try not to lose troops. In the mid to late period, the tactical value of TP is even higher, far beyond the pure line fighting skills of Ignite. TP takes into account both line laying and operational values. While Ignition can only be used for line laying, professional players naturally prefer TP. But this one? Xia actually chose to light it. which means that his goal is very clear. Defeated Gao Dui in the middle lane. Away! Be careful. If you ignite the opponent's belt, I will probably kill you in the early stages. Li Hansheng reminded his teammates. I know. Gao Dui still had a sultry expression on his face. Sheila has 100 years left to beat me in lane. Li Hansheng just smiled and said nothing more. This time he is indeed taking the AP route, focusing on team fights. So he chose Thunder Lord's Decree for his talent, and his runes were also chosen for double penetration. As for going out, considering that Shin's threat to him was not that great, he simply went out naked to maximize his development speed. Noob is really too confident. Miller couldn't help but praise. Kenan's advantage in fighting Shin in the early stage is indeed advantageous. But once Shin seizes the opportunity to hit E first, Kenan's fragile body cannot withstand it. Noob dares to play like this because he is really confident in his positioning and distance control. 957. Who came online, naturally saw Li Hansheng's going out close, although he felt that Li Hansheng looked down on him. One of the advantages of older players is that they are calm and not as frizzy as younger players, who want to be violent as soon as they take off their clothes. Sprint. In contrast, the 957 is indeed very stable. When Dolan's shield goes out, his talent choice is Power of the Colossus instead of Grip of the Immortal. It can only be triggered a few times in melee and long-range combat, so it is better to obtain a shield to increase one's own tankiness. When the soldiers came online, Li Hansheng immediately occupied the middle grass on the line. Seeing that the 957 position was relatively insignificant, he simply let himself press forward and rushed into the grass on the line closer to Wi's side. 957 in order to prevent himself from being defeated in vain. He can only temporarily distance himself from the opponent. But when he saw Li Hansheng taking a step forward and walking out of the grass, 957 did not continue to retreat. What a hero like Kenan is most afraid of in the early stage is to ignore the opponent's line of troops in order to suppress the opponent. This is also a mistake that rookie Kenan often makes. It is obvious that when I get the opportunity in the landing, I will use the flat A and various skills to consume. But when I look at the blood volume, sometimes I will lose money by exchanging blood. In fact, the impact of the soldier line is ignored. The damage caused by the concentrated fire of the minions in the early stage is no less than that of the hero. Perhaps this is an opportunity? 957 looked at Li Hansheng, who was moving aggressively, thinking about strategies in his mind. As long as we can seize the opportunity to lower Li Hansheng's blood volume, then there will be a greater chance that Kendi will come to the road for a gank later. The shield of Power of the Colossus can be triggered by taunting him enough. With his flat A and the damage of the minions, he will definitely earn the blood exchange. And Kenan is the one who crosses the line of soldiers to suppress. By then, Kenan will attract the hatred of his own soldiers. But his attack on Kenan will not attract the hatred of the red side's long-range soldiers. The red side's long-range soldiers will keep attacking their own melee soldiers. And finally, they will slowly move towards him on the road. Pushed forward, he can control the line of troops in a position that is convenient for the prince to gank. Think of this. 957 stopped running away and took a step towards Kenan. Kenan took advantage of the situation and hit him with a flat A. He found the right moment and took the initiative to hand over E, Secret Truth. Shadowbind. Shinzi has a cast range of 600 yards, while Kenan's basic attack range is only 550 yards. When Kainan leveled himself, it also meant that Shin would definitely be able to E him. However, almost at the same time, Kenan was covered in snow-white thunder and lightning, and at the same time he used Secret Truth, Thunder Armor. Kenan, whose movement speed surged, did not retreat straight back, because retreating could not open a distance of 50 yards at once. Instead, he moved sideways. Shin did come to Kenan's side, but he didn't succeed in taunting him. On the contrary, after Kenan used his E skill to create a certain distance, he used his super fast attack speed to backhand another flat A. Oh my god! Is Noob blocking the minion's A again? Miller's eyes widened, and he looked at everything that happened on the field in disbelief. Every time Kenan draws A, there seems to be a pattern. Almost at the moment when the blue soldier starts drawing A, Kenan will follow the move. We've seen this scene before. Wawa also remembered. In Noob's first game on top last year, he seemed to be playing IG. Right. Against Stance. His Jace performed such a scene for us at that time. At that time, everyone thought it was a bug. It was only last year that the LPL audience learned about this landing technique, which is to draw a minion to draw ace. And thus they learned about the setting that can block the aggro of minions during the landing period. Now that the scene has reappeared, many viewers are even more moved. After all, the last time this technique appeared, Li Hansheng was just an unknown, or even notorious newcomer. But now, LPL's first S-Game champion top laner, and many titles as the world's strongest top laner have been crowned on Li Hansheng. Only a certain lady from the capital in Snake's training room sneezed subconsciously, and then cursed. Are you? What idiot is talking bad about labor and management behind your back? This time, 957 was dumbfounded, as Kennen launched his third basic attack. Thunderlord's decree was instantly triggered. Shen had no choice but to retreat. As a result, Kennen chased A all the way and lost nearly 40% of his health. Is this guy really a monster? 957 was a little helpless. But fortunately, he was careful. And when entering S7, the Dolan Shield received a small-scale rework. The passive effect of the Dolan Shield in the S6 season was to reduce the damage received by a fixed 8 points. In the S7 season, this passive effect was changed to, after receiving damage, will restore a certain amount of health. The previous Dolan Shield was stronger in combat, but the current Dolan Shield is more capable of relying on lanes. He cowered behind for a while, and his blood volume would recover sooner or later. However, this also causes him to inevitably be briefly kicked out of the experience area at level 1, and he may lose 1 to 2 minion experience. Maybe I thought too simply. 957 once again reflected on his previous decision-making and felt that it was his own problem. He thought too simply. For Kennen to play in the lane, level 1 is nothing more than learning Q or E. If you learn E, it will be easier to pull. And if you learn Q, it will be easier to consume. The reason why Li Hansheng dared to cross the line and consume is because he either learned E from the beginning, or he retained the skill click. I plan to make a decision based on the situation. Brother Leg is still a little careless, but fortunately he is cautious, and losing a little blood will not affect him. Miller also develops in this way. It is really difficult for Kennen plus Blind Sin to pose a substantial threat to Shin in the early stage. Not to mention that the commentary from a god's perspective can see that the Blind Sin is going all the way down. The words just fell. The director has already switched the camera to the middle side. Is the prince going to hit level 2? Wow! The two sides are fighting so fiercely in the middle? Wei Shen's health is a bit dangerous. After getting the red buff, Kendi immediately came to the middle. He didn't seem to hide his whereabouts deliberately, and just walked out of the grass in a swagger. When the distance is not enough, I will decisively EQ twice, and then there will be a buzz. Flash extended his displacement distance, successfully knocked Syndra into the air, and then used the red buff slowdown and his own body to block Syndra's retreat. Lucian quickly followed up, preparing to hit AQ. Seeing this, Syndra could only dodge and distance herself. The prince did not linger, and then went straight to the upper half of the wild area. MD Gao Dui cursed. Xiang Renjie is so disgusting. He deliberately came to make me flash. In fact, Syndra is not afraid of the prince's early gank as long as she holds the E skill, the weak retreat. After all, the prince's EQ second company's judgment level is very low, and Syndra's E can interrupt it. But now he is only level 1. Being knocked out of flash and being reduced to a lower state will undoubtedly make Gao Dui very uncomfortable. The next wave made Gao Dui fall into autistic state. After finally recovering a little blood, he moved forward again and tried to reach the limit distance to replenish troops. After all, he still had 2 soldiers' experience and could reach level 2. Just when he used Q Dark Sphere to kill 2 minions with residual health. Lucian also killed the minions, and then decisively used E Cold Pursuit to slide in front of him. Gao Dui calmly learned E in seconds, trying to use the weak retreat to repel Lucian and interrupt the opponent's thoughts of pursuing him. Buzz. Xia was very decisive. He directly flashed to avoid Syndra's E skill and brought himself closer to Syndra. After firing 2 passive shots, he immediately connected with Q, penetrating Holy Light, plus Ignite, and hung it on Syndra. Beautiful flash! Is Xia about to kill alone? Wei Shen is in danger now. Did he run back to the tower smoothly? The baby was triggered by this sudden fight and started to scream. We fans at the scene were also in an uproar, waiting for the exciting scene to happen. Wei Shen was already trying his best to escape, but it was useless. There was no flash, no E. His only life-saving skills were all in the CD. As the Paladin Ranger's bullets hit him one after another, they ignited and ate away the last bit of his health. First blood. A blood. Beautiful. Our perfect midfielder linkage. Miller cheered up and praised. Although Kendi didn't assist, the main credit for this wave of kills was Kendi. It was he who suppressed Syndra's state and returned it, successfully forcing out Syndra's flash. This created an opportunity for Xia to kill alone. That's right. Wei's early offensive was quite effective, and Xia is worthy of being the domestic mid laner that fans have high hopes for. We have a perfect start. Let's see how they take advantage of the mid lane. Wawa added. In the middle, after Lucian killed Syndra, he did not rush to deal with the military line, because judging from the number of military lines on both sides, without external interference, the military line would most likely remain at the center line. Lucian, who had all his skills at CD and was severely disabled, obviously did not have the extra ability to deal with the line of troops with artillery carts. So he simply chose to return to the city where he was. See the scene. Li Hansheng cut the screen and glanced at the center, but found an opportunity. It is impossible to quickly deal with this kind of troop line when Syndra returns it to TP, because the artillery soldiers in the early stage are very weak. If you cannot deal with the artillery soldiers quickly, it will put the troop line into a very embarrassing situation. Away! Can you and Gao Tianyang go to the bottom lane to cause trouble? Sure, Siming and Yuanba's troops have an advantage. I don't have a problem. Just see if the bottom lane can send troops in. Of course you can. Come on! Come on! On the bottom lane, Wei's bottom lane combination is too abstract. Virus is a very strong shooter in the lane, but Nami is the only auxiliary hero among all the soft supports, who does not have the ability to help the shooter push the lane. Nami can make the ADC increase movement speed and attack power, slow down the shooter, exchange blood, provide milk, and provide control. But she can't help the ADC push the lane. But the ability to push the line in the early stage is the most important. No matter how strong your blood exchange ability is, you can't force a large wave of troops to exchange blood. On the contrary, the combination of Easy and Zyra complement each other. Both have good lane clearing ability and naturally control the bottom lane. After the prince showed up in the middle, he went straight to the top lane, making it impossible to push the bottom lane. Psychological pressure. This pushes the bottom line of troops forward as a whole. And because the lines on the two side lanes are longer, the artillery soldiers arrive at the line later than the middle lane, which creates a perfect time difference. Then I'm coming! After the blind monk's quick 3, he went straight to the bottom lane, since he knew that the triangular grass in the opponent's bottom lane had eyes. The blind monk touched the eyes in the small dragon pit and came to the dragon pit, and Syndra in the spring also directly TP this eye position. Oh my god! This TP? Is Top going to launch an offensive against the bottom lane? Miller was a little surprised. Top's counterattack came so quickly. We obviously didn't expect it. The brother-in-law and the green-haired turtle huddled under the defense tower, and they were still discussing how to deal with it perfectly if the blind monk came. But when Syndra and the blind monk walked out of the grass next to the stone man camp behind the tower, the brother-in-law and Lu Mao were dumbfounded. Kendi is above and Xia is in the middle. At this time, I can only rely on Brother Leg. Can Brother Leg save me? The director immediately split the screen into two and showed the situation on the road. Due to the level 1 blood swap video on the top lane, Shin is still only level 2, while Kennen is already level 3. Even if Shin stands under the defense tower to hand over TP, level 3 Kennen can easily stun him and stop his TP. Noob pressed forward, and he didn't give the Leg brother any chance to teleport at all. Wow! The disadvantages of igniting the mid lane are revealed. Without TP, he can't support the side lane. The brother-in-law was still struggling. He quickly threw away his skills to clear the troops, thinking of quickly getting rid of the troops under the tower. But the artillery soldiers were very strong, and it was not something that he, a level 2 Virus, could handle. And this time, Ming took the lead in resisting the tower. He hung weakness on Virus first, and used weakness deceleration to reduce Virus's movement space. Then he and Q shot at the same time. Varus was forced to hand over Flash to avoid being stunned, while Zyra, who had attracted the hatred of the defense tower, stood at the edge of the defense tower at the extreme distance. Upon seeing this, Syndra immediately launched a QE second company, stunning Virus and Nami at the same time. The blind monk decisively connected with his Q, and kicked him with his second Q. Jackie Love's Easy also moves while connecting with Q skills to cause damage. There are no opponent's minions under the tower, and Easy's Q hit rate is extremely high. Nami will give weakness to the blind monk, so as to prevent the blind monk from causing excessive damage. After the dizziness is over, Nami first uses W, Tide of Impact, to give Varus a mouthful of milk. And Varus also gives it to herself plus therapy. Then Nami threw Q towards Varus, This skill increased Virus' movement speed and also prevented the blind monk from continuing to pursue. Level 2 Zyra can resist 2 damage from the defense tower and has to be replaced. As long as they can delay time, they can win. Whis Duo's under-tower handling was perfect. But there are so many people. After Syndra quickly followed up, she fired a plus Q, triggering thunder damage, and Virus' health was in danger. At this time, Easy also decisively added an AQ, and the Q skill accurately hit Virus and took away his last trace of health. At this time, Zyra had also reached the limit of resisting the tower, and left the defense tower early, and the hatred was transferred to on Easy. After Jackie Love withstood the most painful attack from the defense tower, he immediately healed himself to speed up and pull away the hatred of the defense tower. LV Mao can't escape. When top skill CD improves, he will still have to die. Miller sighed sadly. It's okay. If Xia sends troops in the middle, Wei Shen will still lose the troops. Wawa had a different view. Financially speaking, Wei doesn't suffer that much. But the next second, the defense tower in the middle lit up the TP light beam, and Kennen, who was far away in the top lane, actually TP'd directly to the middle to defend the line. Now the two commentators couldn't help but be stunned. Take another look at the road? Knowing that his teammates were going to attack the bottom lane, Li Hansheng did not deliberately control the line, but kept pushing the line. As soon as the two sides fought, they pushed the line into Shen's defense tower. This was why 957 failed to TP in the first time. Reason for support. And with his own midfielder appearing so swaggeringly in the bottom lane, and his troops in the top lane so far forward, the prince will definitely come to capture him in the top lane. Therefore, Li Hansheng directly TPs the middle to defend the line. Anyway, from the perspective of the military line, top does not suffer a loss as a whole. It is just a small personal loss for Gao Dui. In fact, during Li Hansheng's TP chanting, the prince had already appeared in his sight. But the prince who did not flash could not touch him at all, and could only watch helplessly as he TP'd to the middle to defend the line. And this side of the bottom lane? After the second set of skills improved, the green-haired Nami didn't stay strong for long. 4 against 1. He didn't even need control skills to hit in advance. He was killed under the defense tower by just using damage injection. The head was also given to Syndra, who made the sacrifice to supplement a certain amount of economy. I have every reason to believe that Top's attack was premeditated. Otherwise the military line would not have been handled so perfectly. Miller frowned and thought for a moment before coming to this conclusion. Aren't you talking nonsense? The doll rolled his eyes. It must have been premeditated. But if Kennen's TP is used like this, there will be a TP gap between the two sides on the road. Isn't Top afraid of using TP carefully to attack later? I'm really not afraid. Miller shook his head and explained. TP is generally used to attack the bottom lane to achieve the greatest benefits. But look at the situation of both sides in the bottom lane in this game. Whis bottom lane combination does not have the ability to push the lane. It is simply impossible to force the line of troops through. So there is no prerequisite for jumping over the tower. What's more, Shen's TP is usually used in conjunction with his ultimate move. Usually, his ultimate move supports him to other lanes to coordinate his teammates' attacks. And then he immediately uses TP to get back to the lane quickly. Miller's understanding of the game is pretty good, and his analysis is very different from Top's current thinking on the court. Li Hansheng dared to hand over this TP because he knew that even if Shen was ahead of him by 1 TP, it would be of little use and would not pose any threat to his teammates. So he decisively handed over the TP to make up the line. After enjoying the wave of soldiers in the middle, Li Hansheng immediately went home and took out the straw sandals plus the amplification code. He could have bought a ruby, but the extra health points would not bring much benefit. It was better to use straw sandals to strengthen his map running ability, which could be regarded as a change. To increase your own pulling ability, the 3 elements of pulling are range, attack speed, and movement speed. Now that he has an advantage in all 3, he can pull Shen to his heart's content. Head count 1 to 2. Top has a slight lead. We have to think of a way. Their lineup must be advantageous. 2 shooters can only play advantageous teams. Let's see how they arrange it next. The commentator was very anxious. But Whis players on the field maintained a relatively stable mentality and did not attack rashly. The main reason is that Kandi can't find the rhythm for the time being. Although Prince EQ is very useful in the second round, this skill is easy to be interrupted and easily twisted by movement. After all, this is not an instant control. Prince has a movement trajectory in the air, which is the movement of normal professional players. The ability can be easily twisted off, without the key flash and ultimate move. The success rate of Prince's gank is not that high. In addition, the top 3 lanes did not give much chance, and Kindy could only focus on farming and invasion. The main reason is that the middle lane has an advantage, and he doesn't dare to go anywhere else. But he can easily counterattack in F6, and he will also wander to the middle lane from time to time, just to deliberately discuss Gao Dui. Originally, the fight was very fierce at the beginning, but the subsequent rhythm did not speed up as expected, but instead continued to slow down, which was somewhat unexpected. However, the exchange of blood between the two sides online was very intense, especially in the middle. Shiya's Lucian has very good proficiency. He can always use Q from various angles to penetrate the minions and consume Gao Dui's health. He also seizes the opportunity to use E to hit a set of E points followed by W points, because he has the advantage of military lines. Gao Dui is overwhelmed and his health is always consumed in various ways. Gone! Shiya's B is a bit fierce today. Even Gao Dui had to admit that Shiya was indeed in good condition. Nonsense! Lucian is almost invincible in the lane. Li Hansheng rolled his eyes. In his impression, the only thing that could compete with Lucian in the lane was skateboard shoes. It is necessary that the S10 season has Cluster Blade, an adapted ultimate landing talent, and Blood Blade, a very suitable equipment. It's not like Li Hansheng never thought of taking out his single skateboard shoes in advance. But after trying it a few times in the passerby game, he gave up. He didn't have the right talent, the right equipment, or the tappy mechanism to quickly snowball for him. Therefore, not to mention skateboard shoes, even top laner Lucian Li Hansheng rarely uses them. Longhand top laners like this are actually a deformed product of the Tappy bounty mechanism. In this kind of situation, there is no Tappy mechanism for extra rolling. For the snowball version, $30 to $40 is simply not enough. 30 to 40 swords is nothing more than a small item. If you, Lucian, are ahead by just one small item in terms of combat power, can you be more useful than the top laners of Phantom Gods like Big Tree and Titan? How can it be? So, Lao Li, you are committing a heinous crime. Lucian is playing ADC well in the bottom lane, but you have to use it to play solo lane. I thought you were the only one who could disgust others, but now someone else has stolen it to disgust us. Gao Dui cursed. Complaining, Li Hansheng shrugged helplessly. It's my fault. He also observes the situation in the middle from time to time, and Li Hansheng must admit it. As the first player in history to take out the mid laner Lucian, Shiya's control of this hero is indeed very good. He is worthy of being the man who killed Faker alone. Faker can kill you alone, so it's not too much to kill you and Gao Dui alone. Right? With game time approaching 6 minutes, the middle lane of both sides was about to reach level 6. Gao Dui was prepared and immediately evacuated to the defense tower because he lost experience in supporting the bottom lane. Shiya gained experience by killing him alone. A rough estimate showed that Lucian was at least half ahead of him. Level of experience. But Shiya seems to have decided to kill. He kept himself within and outside the hatred range of the top middle tower, jumping horizontally repeatedly. Just wait until you reach level 6. Shiya has reached level 6. What is he going to do? Does he want to jump over the tower and kill by force? When Wawa discovered Shiya's true intention, he was so surprised that he lost his voice. I saw Lucian raise his hand and throw out a W, hitting Syndra in the face, and then shot out. Seeing this, Syndra's backhand was a second Q attempt to stun Lucian, giving herself a chance to distance herself. However, since Lucian started with W, subsequent draws with A would increase his movement speed. After hitting a draw with A, Lucian did not pursue in a straight line, but moved sideways, and then used E, Coal Pursuit, at an angle, which was just right, perfectly avoiding Syndra's weak retreat. Dodge! Shiya has a chance to kill alone. Click 2 shots and then follow up with Q, penetrating Holy Light. Syndra's health is greatly reduced. The doll continued to scream hard. Lucian's combos in the picture are very smooth. When broken down, they are actually W dots followed by E dots followed by Q dots. However, in the process of connection, there is a process of positioning. After a set, it explodes. Lucian activates his ultimate move, Baptism of the Holy Spear. The previous passive of W is still there. Every bullet can allow Lucian to trigger the movement speed bonus to adjust his position, ensuring that every bullet falls on Syndra. Syndra, who is still about half full of blood, ate a full meal from Lucian. Syndra itself does not move very fast, and she does not have the ability to accelerate herself. Instead, Lucian can continuously accelerate herself. According to Canyon theory of relativity, my acceleration is equivalent to your being decelerated. Is this Lucian's injury? Wei Shen has fallen. That's right. Lucian's ultimate move is considered to be at the top of the list of ultimate damage panels in the Canyon. If Baptism of the Holy Spear only looks at the damage panel, the level 1 ultimate move can produce almost thousands of panel damage. It's no exaggeration to say. A little squishy like Syndra would be crippled even if she didn't die even with Lucian's ultimate move. Not to mention that Lucian had already hit him first. Therefore, before the Baptism of the Holy Lance had cleared all the bullets, Syndra had already become a corpse under the tower. Solo kill! Another solo kill! Miller shouted excitedly. Xia lived up to the advantage his teammates helped him establish in the early stage. He perfectly seized this opportunity. Wei Shen feels a little uncomfortable now. It can be said that the line in the middle has been exploded. Lucian, a badass hero, is very capable of snowballing in a single lane once he has an advantage. When Xia returned home, she immediately bought the Bilgewater Scimitar. With the scimitar's deceleration effect, as long as Syndra makes a mistake, he will have a chance to kill Gao Dui alone. So strong! Su Hanwei. No wonder Lao Li liked playing top laner Lucian so much. This hero is indeed very powerful. Kendi immediately started to praise him. Hey, must this be your recommendation? Xia smiled. He played Lucian entirely on Kendi's recommendation. Mainly because when the previous version was ruined and the price dropped, Kendi immediately thought of Lucian as a hero. Because Li Hanshan often played, he also had an impression. For example, Ruin and Black Cut can be perfectly linked. After making Ruin, a flat A can be used to stack 2 layers of Black Cut's passive. A hero like Lucian can use his skills to quickly hit 2 flat A's and kill Black Cut's passive in just 1 second. Passive to stack up. Therefore, Lucian's appearance rate in the pub game is particularly high. But that is in the bottom lane. The solo line still hasn't become popular. After she had tried it a few times, he felt that he was very comfortable with it. So he used this hero as their secret weapon to win the game. Looking at it now, it has begun to bear fruit. If that's the case, then I'll see y'all way off for the last time. This is his chance. He patiently hid in the grass on the river on the left side of the center, waiting for the mid laners of both sides to come online. It was almost the first time Syndra appeared in his sight. Kendi took the initiative to walk out of the grass. The prince came to the middle again. His goal is very clear. He wants to kill Syndra. Wei Shen's flash has not escaped yet. Once he is framed by the prince's ultimate move, EQ? The prince once again sprinted over with EQ twice. And this time Syndra perfectly used E, the weak retreat, to knock the prince down from midair. Maybe run away? Lucian, who was already on the line, used E to slide forward and release Bilgewater Scimitar, causing deceleration. Since Syndra released her naked E, it did not cause dizziness, but only interrupted the prince's EQ to repel him. The prince soon followed again. The sky is falling apart. Carrying the halberd, he smashed at Syndra. Countless rocks were erected around the ground to trap the two of them. Syndra, who did not flash, could only be locked inside to fight with the prince. Lucian outside had also followed up with the output. For a hero like Prince of Despair Tinka, who has no movement, once you don't flash, the prince will use his ultimate move to close the door and beat the dog. Miller kept shaking his head. Wei Shen may really be offline this time. I died 3 times in just 6 minutes. No one can withstand this. Wawa couldn't help but praise. We single Lucian in hand really had the effect that black technology should have. Catching top off guard. Being framed by the prince's ultimate move, Gao Dui had no room for maneuver at all. As Lucian's output exploded again, the head was taken by Lucian again. 3-0. Xia has the most luxurious statistics in the game. At this time, Syndra's head is not even worth 300 yuan. Ouch. This Xiang Renjia is really annoying. He really wants to catch me to death. Gao Dui was also very depressed. He had already expected this when he was forced to flash by the prince at the beginning. Knowing that the opponent at level 6 would definitely seize the opportunity, that he did not flash to try again. But what he didn't expect was that Xia would be so fierce today. I was so stunned that I almost defeated him with Lucian. There is nothing he can do. This scene didn't make me laugh, but shocked me. Gao Dui sighed. His thoughts were a little confused, and he needed to calm down. After all, it had been a long time since he had been forced into such an embarrassing situation in a landing match. Even when he faced Faker in the Los Angeles finals last year, he had never been so embarrassed. We successfully completed the overtake in head count and gained a huge advantage in the middle. They will definitely attack again next. Shen has also reached level 6. Let's see how we attack. And we can also see how top will respond to Wee's ferocious offensive. Once we don't handle it well, and we take advantage of the situation, it will be a bit difficult for the top players in this game to come back. Chapter 322 What is Thunder? The middle road is definitely the most important of the three roads. And it is also the path that can most determine victory or defeat and affect the situation on the field. Now that the middle lane is bombed, both top side lanes will suffer. Gao Dui can no longer play. How else to play? The opponent is level 7. And he is only level 5. This is in the middle. Since the middle line is short, the effect of controlling the line is not as good as that of the side. So there is almost no such exaggerated level disadvantage in the middle. But there is no way. Killed 3 times in just 6 minutes. This disadvantage is almost irreversible. This means that for a long time to come, Wee's mid laner will easily gain line rights, and then follow the jungler to the side lanes to exert pressure. Gao Tianyang was also anxious, but Li Hansheng told him not to worry. Help the good but not the bad. This is a wise saying that all junglers believe in. Brother Hansheng, can you catch me on the road? Gao Tianyang is lucky. When the junglers of other teams are at a disadvantage, it is easy for them to lose their rhythm. On the court, they can only browse WeChat like a headless fly to keep from losing. The position of jungler itself is prone to being slow, step by step slowly. But in top, as a top jungler, no matter how disadvantaged you are, no matter how hard you can't find opportunities, you still have a way to rely on. That's time to hit the road. I can come, but you have to wait a moment while I take care of the military line. Li Hansheng thought for a moment and gave the answer immediately. Gao Tianyang seemed to be grasping at a life-saving straw. This is Li Hansheng's bonus to the jungle position. As long as Li Hansheng is on the road, he will always make adjustments based on some of his jungler's decisions on the court. If the jungler wants to go to other lanes at the beginning, then Li Hansheng will save his status and control the army line. And once the jungler decides to come to the top lane for surgery, then Li Hansheng will also operate a line of troops that can cooperate with the jungler in advance, and exchange blood with the opponent in advance, and try to reduce the opponent's health volume to a level that can be easily killed with the jungler. And he will not be afraid even if he is counter-crouched. Usually, when I chat with other junglers in private, the words of the other junglers are full of envy for me. Because other teams will find this situation when they review the game after the game and focus on the top lane. At first, Gao Tianyang didn't understand it so well. He was even disdainful of comments made by fans such as, "Top can hit even a dog in the jungle." He felt that fans looked down on Top's jungle position too much. But it wasn't until he took over from Kindi as the main jungler and actually played on the court as a main player, sitting next to Li Hansheng, that he understood such remarks more and more. In the top team, jungler is indeed a relatively easy position. Hit the road this way. Li Hansheng began to actively push the line. In order to resist the pressure, 957 did not rush to play Tiamat, which also allowed Li Hansheng to still control the lane rights on the top lane. Without Tiamat's caution, it would be impossible to clear the lane quickly. After he pushed the military line through, Gao Tianyang also moved forward little by little through the grass along the line at his signal. Xiaotian comes to the top. It looks like the chance is great. The damage done by the two of them should be enough to kill Brother Leg. Now it depends on whether Brother Leg gives him a chance. 957 is actually on guard. After all, when he was giving information feedback to his teammates, they didn't get the exact location of the blind monk at all. The reason why players in the professional arena play more cautiously than in rank. The ranking does not take too much into account the opponent's jungler. Even if he knows that the opponent's jungler is nearby, he will be a yuppie. Just treat it as training his 1v2 ability, and quickly use 3 layers of Storm Mark to stun Shen in place. Then, the skill, secret skill. 1 Lei Tian Laoyin. After the end of the E skill, he followed the trend with a flat A with W passive to create a thunder and lightning effect that matched the ultimate move. And once again sequentially released 3 layers of Storm Mark. 2 seamless stuns, allowing Shen to stay on the spot without even using his skills. Don't come out. The blind monk also took the opportunity to hit Tai Ningbo first. Without saying a word, he followed up with the second stage of Q Echo attack. He landed flat A and then E. Tian Lei break, and unleashed an explosion of thunder. Shen does have magic resistance, but the corresponding armor is insufficient. In particular, Shen suffered a wave of explosions from Kennen first, and his health was suppressed to a very low level, which made the killing damage of the blind monk's Q skill even more obvious. He was beaten to a pulp in an instant. The prince is rushing here. Can he be rescued in time? It seems too late. After returning to action, Shen immediately pulled Q to put a layer of shield on himself, and then immediately taunted the blind monk in place, triggering the power of the Colossus shield. The double shield temporarily restored him to safety, and turning on the W deployed sword formation allowed him to withstand all damage from basic attacks, making him safe for the time being. Is Shen such a meathead? It's normal. Noob still has a deposit that he hasn't spent yet. The prince has arrived. The belated prince EQ from the river direction poked at the two of them twice, but both Li Hansheng and Gao Tianyang used their dexterous movements to avoid it. But the effect was already achieved. The prince immediately used W, Golden Holy Shield, to slow down the two of them. Seeing this, Shen flashed and pulled away, trying to escape. However, the blind monk decisively followed, and used the red buff on his body to continuously slow down and pursue. Then, there was a funny scene on the field. The blind monk used the red buff to chase Shen Gao, while the prince not far behind him tried his best to stick to Kenan. After all, Shen's condition was severely disabled, and the delay until the prince's arrival was the limit. The only thing they could do was to prevent Li Hansheng from getting this head. Xiang Renjie, you can find a chance to leave, as long as the head is not given to Kenan. 957 has given up resistance. Let the blind monk's flat A take him away. But the prince? Can you leave? The skills of Kenan and Blind Sin have improved again. Kenan used the flat A with W passive, and directly AQW 3 times to stun the prince on the spot. The blind monk immediately turned around and hung the Q on the prince's body first, then flat A and then E, without worrying about the second Q. He just wanted to maximize the killing damage of the second stage Q. Candy seems a little unable to leave? If this is a buy one get one free deal, that would be too hurtful. Isn't that true? The prince still has flash, so he should be able to run away. Right. Can you run? The prince's body is not as solid as Shen's. Even if this hero is equipped with meat equipment, he is far inferior to these tank heroes. Under the fire of the two, Candy could only grit his teeth and flash back decisively, keeping a little distance first, waiting for the CD of his E skill. But the blind monk followed up with his second stage of Q at this time, and dealt a high amount of killing damage, reducing his health to the point where he was disabled. All we fans are on tenterhooks. At this time, the prince, who was clearly already out of health, suddenly turned around and walked around to the blind monk. Just when everyone was puzzled, only then did the prince surrender the second EQ company to the limit, knocking the blind monk into the air. Looking at the shield on the prince's body, everyone realized why Candy risked being killed and walked around to the blind monk. At first, his EQ second battery did not hit Kenan and the Lee Sin, so Power of the Colossus did not trigger the CD. The reason why he bypassed it was to be able to knock the Lee Sin away and exert a control effect to trigger the talent. Otherwise, even if he uses EQ twice to distance himself, the continuous damage of the blind monk's red buff will burn the last trace of his skin to zero. Now, with a thick shield, the prince is finally out of danger. Candy, who had survived the disaster, breathed a sigh of relief. Hack! I almost burped. But luckily I was lucky. Finally, there was no embarrassing situation like Winnows buy one get one free situation. However, 957's loss was unavoidable. The troops on the top lane were pushed into the defense tower, and the blind monk and Kenan were in good condition. They could take advantage of the situation to lower the health of the first tower on the top lane. The game time has already passed 5 minutes, and the top tower no longer has the additional damage reduction buff provided by the defense tower protection mechanism. We here are thinking of taking advantage of the trend and creating a wave of bot lane. Xiang Renjie, just go down. I'll give you the ultimate move, and then TP up. 957 decided to sacrifice his own development appropriately. Anyway, the losses on the road are already destined, so how to stop the losses in time is the top priority. Shen's first ultimate move is particularly important. To be precise, heroes whose ultimate move is a support skill often struggle with the rhythm of the first ultimate move, because after reaching level 6, this type of hero has a natural disadvantage in the lane. After all, he naturally lacks the damage of a big move compared to the opponent. He must make good use of the big move to gain a good team advantage to make up for his own disadvantage in the lane. Shen is not essentially a carry character, no matter how fat he is. He is just a moving sandbag in the eyes of the output. If he wants to win, he must develop his own core hero. The prince went home and went straight down. However, Top didn't see Shinjo TP online for a long time, so Li Hansheng sent a signal to his bot lane, telling his teammates to be careful. Jackie Love and Ming's timely back attack actually defused Wee's wave of attacks, completely ruining their plan. Seeing that another wave of troops on the top lane is about to enter the tower, 957 can only hand over TP and return to the top lane to supplement development. If he continues to lose money like this, he won't be able to withstand it. When Li Hansheng returned home, he upgraded his straw sandals to French-style shoes, and then bought rubies. He still wanted to make a fixed French-style collar set first. Magic shoes plus small mask. This is the most cost-effective equipment for Kennen in the early stage. After it is made, the damage will be greatly improved. The fixed armor penetration provided by the equipment combined with the rune talent. Hitting the squishy skin is almost like dealing real damage. As long as you give him a perfect entry time, he can completely make the opponent's entire back row lose their combat effectiveness. Hey, did you find that the offensive without we seems to have slowed down? Wawa looked very surprised. Obviously the middle has a great advantage, but we just can't organize an effective continuous attack. This is the biggest difference and gap between other LPL teams and top, Miller commented. In fact, if you carefully compare the rhythm after gaining an advantage, it will be clear. What will top do after gaining an advantage? More Points Blossom is a continuous attack that leaves the opponent with no chance to breathe, and can only watch the snowball getting bigger and bigger. What about other teams? They can gain certain advantages, but they still have trouble getting a greater advantage. The attack must be continuous. If it is just a single attack, it will easily lead to an embarrassing situation. You can get the kill, but there is no follow-up. The heads obtained were all dry, and there was no way to obtain more map resources later. We currently have an empty advantage, but don't know how to expand it. In the final analysis, his operational ability is average. Bayueya is not good at doing this. What he is better at is adjusting the atmosphere of the team and helping the team plan the early attack. But once it gets to the back, the players on the field can only rely on make decisions based on your own experience. Therefore, this season's Wii is very similar to S12's Talbot. They can often have a slight advantage in the early stage, but in the midterm, it's like they don't know how to play the game. They don't know how to operate, and they can only force people into team fights without thinking. But how can the S7 version have so many resources for you to force a group? The only valuable map resource will not be refreshed until 20 minutes. In the early stage, you can control the dragon if you want, and it doesn't matter if they give it to you. Xiangrangye, come with me to the lower lane. Xie didn't want to stay in the middle lane anymore. The main reason is that after Syndra has the ultimate move, her self-protection ability has improved a lot. If it doesn't work, she can RE the goddess's scattering flowers. This is the most unsolvable combo. No matter how Lucian uses it, he will be knocked back and stunned. Moreover, with the improvement of equipment and level, Syndra Tower's line clearing speed also becomes faster, and it is difficult for Xie to find opportunities to consume Syndra's last hits. There are not a few mid laners who can take advantage of each other, and even many passerby mid laners can do it. In addition to landing, the strength of a professional mid laner also depends on whether he has the ability to use his landing advantage to drive the rhythm of the whole team. In his early years, Xie was a pure passerby king. After so many years of training in the professional arena, he has undergone transformation since the S6 season. In the middle, Gao Dui still didn't dare to confront Xie head-on. So when Xie pushed the lane, he only dared to hide and watch from a distance. After clearing the military line, Xie immediately walked down the road and met the prince at Xiaolongking. Whi's midfielder and jungler finally linked up for the first time and started roaming. Their goal is the bottom lane. By walking down so blatantly, Jackie Love and Ming had already received the news and retreated in time. Xie and Kandi didn't care at all and still approached the bottom lane, which forced the top duo to give up the first tower in the bottom lane. There is nothing we can do about this. It seems to be 2 for 4, but it is actually 2 for 5. Even if Shen cannot come down, the shield provided by the ultimate move can increase the fault tolerance rate for Wii to cross the tower. Easy and Zyra were driven out of the defense tower. The prince took advantage of the situation and turned against the frog concubine in the lower half of the top, while Xie stood behind the prince and watched everything. The fat Lucian is the Wii team's biggest supporter at the moment. As long as Lucian is there, no matter how many times they fight, they will not give up. Watch as the health of the defense tower is consumed rapidly, and the soldiers under the tower are also killed one by the defense tower. The back molars of Jackie Love hiding in the autistic grass are almost broken. Those are all my bench yin! My heart is bleeding. For ADC players, there is nothing worse than watching a wave of minions, but being unable to repair them. Have no idea Li Hanxing has no TP and no ultimate move. If they fight, they will naturally be one top laner behind. Top can only avoid the battle at this time. After seeing that it was almost done, Xie signaled his teammates to retreat. This time he seemed to have done nothing. However, the jungler successfully countered a group of wild monsters, allowing the bottom lane to earn 1 to 2 waves of minions in vain, and push down the top bottom lane tower for nearly half of its health. If you really want to convert it into economic terms, this is a much higher economic benefit than a dry head. And this is just a situation caused by Lucian leaning down after pushing the line. Hey! Wei Shen's disadvantage is too big, and he can't restrict Xie's roaming at all. And Xie doesn't need to do anything at all. He only needs to go to the side to apply pressure. And his teammates will naturally benefit. This is the center. Importance. Miller's words were full of appreciation. Xie has really transformed this season. This is similar to Rukawa Keith's true awakening in Slam Dunk, which is not to indulge in singles use of personal abilities to solve all problems, but to learn to pass the ball. The essence of team competition is the same. An individual's win may not necessarily mean a team's profit. Sometimes a small personal loss is more beneficial to the team. In the field of League of Legends, when players no longer insist on having an advantage in the lane and start to use the characteristics of heroes and the subtle advantages brought by their own operations to cooperate with teammates, this is the most obvious sign of player growth and transformation. Xie continued to stay on the line. He could indeed rely on his own advantages to slowly make the snowball grow, and even win the first blood tower bounty. But is that really good for we as a whole? You must know that the two wings of we are currently at a loss. Lucian, who has short hands, must have his teammates create a good output environment for him to have the conditions to produce his terrifying output. Once all teammates explode, they will be severely restricted in team battles. Even if you have 6 divine equipment, if you can't deal damage, it's still in vain. Lucian is a shooter. Even if he goes to the solo line, his shortcomings as a shooter will not change. After returning to the line to deal with the troops, we planned to repeat the same trick again. And the goal was very clear, which was to go to the top bottom lane and the first tower. Xie and Kendi came to the bottom lane again. Wow! If I were Jack and Xiaoming, I would probably be depressed to death. Wawa tried to insert himself into top's bottom lane. The frustration can be felt even if he is not on the court. It was clear that his combination was an advantage, and he had a certain advantage in the early stage. But he was so frustrated. Wei Shen is walking up the road, and Xiaotian has already arrived. What is Top's plan? Do you want to operate on the top road? If we play head-on 5v5 with Wei now, Top has almost no chance of winning. After all, the strong period has not yet come, and it is easy for Top to collapse without winning a team battle. But if we change heads and resources, then you can accept it. Knowing that Shen didn't have any big moves, Li Hanxing simply took off his pants and hacked hard without any foreplay. He drove E to accelerate forward and activated his ultimate move, which immediately stunned Shen in place. But the damage was not that obvious. The little green armor on Shen was no joke. But the blind monk came out of the river. W touches the eye, and after Q hangs up, he draws A and then E, and cooperates with Kennen to continue drawing A. Just when the blind monk tried to kick him back, Shen's stun time ended, and he handed over his E skill, successfully taunting the blind monk. Also triggers the shield of Power of the Colossus. But Top's Winnow doesn't seem to be panicking at all. Even after the taunting time ended, the blind monk's decisive big move actually kicked Shen to the defense tower and escaped from danger. Even the second stage Q following him was just an act to vent his anger, because the damage was not enough to knock Shen out of danger. Kill. Mistake? 957 was a little confused. But when the troops were about to enter the tower, he still instinctively retreated back, and reported back to his teammates. The jungler on the other side is up, and you can demolish a tower on the bottom lane. Okay. By the way, brother Legs, Syndra seems to have disappeared across the way. Xie's words made 957's hair stand on end. The moment he just walked out of his defense tower. Sure enough, Syndra grabbed a dark magic ball and rushed out from the triangular grass behind the tower. After getting close to him, he first used W to smash the magic ball he was holding to slow him down, and then used Q, dark magic ball, to hit him again. Wei Shen did not lose any skills in the follow-up. Our skill, Energy Pour, is followed by E to create a wave of goddess scattering flowers. Although Syndra's explosion does not seem so exaggerated due to her stunted development, Shen himself has already been beaten by Kennen and the blind monk, and he is in great condition. Crippled, this head was easily taken by Syndra. and Wei Shen immediately turned back to join the two junglers, and began to demolish Wei's top tower. If there are still viewers who don't understand what operations are, then let me tell you. This wave of decisions by top is a very common method in operations, called resource replacement. Miller explained eloquently. At this point in time, top they will definitely not be able to beat Wei in a head-on 5v5. So they have to avoid Wei's strong period, and try not to have a head-on conflict with Wei at this point in time. But if you let Wei take the tower so easily, the economic snowball will suddenly grow bigger. Resource replacement is an act that effectively prevents the opponent from rolling the economic snowball. We did successfully win the first tower in the bottom lane, and also got the first blood tower bounty first. But do they make money? Top also knocked down the first tower in the top lane, and Shen's kill and assist bounties were basically equal to the first blood tower bounty. Not to mention that he could also counterattack two groups of wild monsters in the upper half of Wei. From an economic point of view, top even makes a small profit. Only, we can then go and win the first dragon in this game, which is an Earth Dragon. We're pretty lucky. The dual shooter system can beat the Baron very quickly. Now there's another Earth Dragon in the game. When the Baron refreshes, if we operate well and find a wave of opportunities, we can rush the Baron. There are 4 small dragons: wind, water, fire, and earth. The reason why the Earth Dragon can keep pace with the Fire Dragon is because of the attribute of improving the damage caused to wild monsters. The Baron is the most important map resource in the middle and late stages of League of Legends, and the buff provided by the Earth Dragon will make it impossible for your opponent to accurately predict the speed at which you will defeat the Baron. There are many examples of using the Earth Dragon buff to forcefully rush the Baron and eventually turn defeat into victory. As the situation of exchanging one tower emerged, the two sides began to enter the operation period. In fact, we had been looking for opportunities to fight top and force top to join the team with him. But top is just shrinking and doesn't give them any chance at all. Instead, the two sides are constantly exchanging defensive towers. At 13 minutes, the two sides once again exchanged top and bottom lanes for one tower. We still maintained a small economic advantage, with an economic lead of almost 2,000. But Xia still found an opportunity. After the defeat, Lucian's single on one ability and single kill ability were further improved. The unlucky person is still Gao Dui. Facing Lucian sliding forward with E to connect with W, Gao Dui instinctively wanted to evacuate backwards, but Lucian just used Ruin to steal his movement speed. Coupled with the passive acceleration effect of W, Gao Dui was unable to do anything. They distanced themselves from each other, but Lucian stuck to them, and Lucian even hung on him to ignite. His intention to kill alone was obvious. He was forced to turn around and use the most reliable Aritian Sanhua to repel Lucian's pursuit. But Xia's condition is really good. Lucian's ultimate move, Baptism of the Holy Spear, has a range of 1,000 yards. Lucian, who has an advantage in movement speed, is stuck at the most extreme distance and keeps firing bullets. The casting range of Syndra's ultimate move is not 1,000 yards, and even the QE Second Company may not be able to touch Lucian. Killing alone is reasonable, and judging from the replay footage, Gao Dui's operation was very funny. It looked like he was actively walking into Lucian's face to die, but in fact, he just wanted to throw out his ultimate move, but ended up not being able to throw it out until he died. Syndra's death left a defensive gap on top's wing. Lucian continued to press forward and immediately went to the center to join his teammates. We took advantage of the number of people on the field and instantly rallied in the middle, successfully taking out the top tower in the middle that was already in terrible condition. The economic gap between the two sides has also widened to more than 4,000. Xia. It's Xia again. This time his performance is perfect. Miller shouted excitedly. Top fans must be feeling very uncomfortable now. They are used to Noob using Lucian to kill everyone on the court. But now watching Top's opponent use this hero to punish Top, it must be hard to describe in words. And the second little dragon is about to be refreshed. It is still an Earth Dragon. We can't miss it. Their lineup has average team fighting ability in the mid to late stage, so they must use the little dragon buff to add more chips to themselves. We really want to control Xiaolong. Top also wants to control Xiaolong. After all, Li Hansheng had good equipment at this time. He had French shoes, a small mask, and a Hextech revolver. The first big item Li Hansheng chose was the high-quality and low-priced rocket belt. The rocket belt can help push the lane, and small-scale displacement is also very valuable in team battles. Maybe, just a small distance away, Kinan's ultimate move failed to hit the opponent's core C position, causing the team battle to collapse. Both sides began to arrange their vision in advance around Xiaolong. On top side, in order to give Kennen more options to bypass the back ward, Zyra even risked her own life and rushed into the lower half of Wei's jungle to enter a deep position to set up the ward. This is a high risk, high reward benefit. A hero like Kennen can turn the tide of the battle with just one perfect backup move. But since it is a high risk, you will naturally have to bear the corresponding consequences. If a soft assistant like Zyra with crispy skin and short legs gets into such a deep position and is caught, she will definitely die. It's over. Xiaoming was caught. If there are few people in top, this little dragon probably won't be able to join the group. Zyra's ultimate move can effectively restrain the rush of Prince and Shin, and can also use plants to effectively interfere with Lucian's output. Without Zyra, Top would really have trouble picking up the team. Sure enough, Top, who has a small number of people, did not come to pick up the group. It can be seen that Top is still very cool, Miller praised. We took advantage of the situation and won the second dragon, but their luck seemed to end there. The third one did not continue to brush the Earth Dragon or the Fire Dragon, but instead brushed the most useless Wind Dragon. The two sides are still competing against each other for development, and it is obvious that Top intends to slow down the pace of the game. Under this boring operating rhythm, the audience will post some barrages to complain, and Imp will immediately explain when they see it. The main thing is still one tower. Top has lost one tower. The field of vision in the jungle is under great pressure, and they cannot use their field of view. If they are deployed without enough map information, they will not be able to attack. The key point is indeed the first tower in the middle. In order to relieve the defensive pressure, Top places a lot of vision in its own jungle area, which can indeed defend effectively, but it doesn't work well when attacking. If you attack rashly without enough vision information, you will easily be backhanded by your opponent, in a situation where you are already at a disadvantage. This will give the other party an opportunity to expand its advantage. As the game time enters 20 minutes, we started to arrange vision in the big dragon area. If the third one is the Wind Dragon, the small dragon is no longer worth investing too much vision in. The dragon is king. Top also knows this very well. Double shooters are still 2 broken shooters plus 2 Earth Dragons. The speed of rushing the big dragon will be far beyond everyone's imagination. The vision cannot stop. At this time, everyone saw Zyra making a circle again and entering the upper half of Wei's jungle area. This made everyone feel nervous. I can understand that Xiaoming wants to arrange a deeper field of view so that Noob can get around. But isn't this behavior a bit too risky? Wawa frowned and asked. It's broken. Xiaoming has to leave quickly. Wei's vision has spotted him. Miller suddenly exclaimed. We began to frequently send signals to the mini-map, making it clear that we were going to capture Zyra. Fortunately, Ming had already begun to retreat at this time, but it was still a step too late. In other words, Wei's ability to retain people is a bit strong. Upon seeing this, the prince decisively used EQ to use his ultimate move to force him to stay. Ming, who was originally thinking about the other party, did not come to support him immediately to save his flash, but Wei's support was very fast. He immediately used his ultimate move and flashed back to distance himself. And Xia was also very decisive and directly engaged Flash. Broken Breath followed Zyra's footsteps and killed Zyra near the river grass on the road. This is really bad. Damn it. You are AB support and don't join the group. Why are you always thinking about doing such deep eye positions? I'm really convinced. Real J8 is the right nickname. The nickname Pluto matches Shersiming perfectly. Strict investigation. Be sure to check Shersiming's bank account carefully after the game. Isn't this a damn sure buy? Top fans are also anxious. When I was caught before, I only lost a small dragon. But now I lost the big dragon directly. Everyone's immediate reaction says it all. Big dragon. Big dragon. Just rush. If someone comes later, look for them first. Especially to find Kennen's location. I'm weak and leave it to him. With the blessing of 2 shooters and 2 Earth Dragon buffs, the dragon's blood volume dropped very quickly. And the rush speed was even faster than we imagined. They originally thought about pretending to fight against the gang, but they immediately changed it to pretending to do it for real. Nami began to insert eyes into the dragon pit through the wall, and even put down a real eye to ensure that she could get enough vision information. However, the current field of view is limited, and everyone can only insert one real eye on the map. Nami inserted a real eye into the wall, which meant that the last real eye he inserted before would automatically disappear from the map. And it just so happened that this view was arranged in the grass on the back of the wall facing the frog concubine. That is, the grass where the blue square blue buff enters the narrow mouth of the river. As the dragon's health continued to decrease, the blind monk's figure appeared on the back of the dragon's pit, while Top Syndra and Easy appeared on the front. Blind monk! Blind monk! Don't let the blind monk enter the dragon pit. His kill line is higher than mine. Kendi kept shouting. Known as the son of the dragon, he knows one thing. In this case, the side that grabs the dragon actually has a greater psychological advantage. It's not just because the blind monk Q has beheading damage that it has an advantage to grab the dragon. Psychological advantage is also an advantage itself. When there are no heroes like Skate Shoes in the lineup, fighting for punishment and dragon grabbing depends purely on the jungler's hand speed and luck, which is 50% versus 50%. Many times, some teams only dare to take a shot at Baron, but do not dare to fight to the end, and repeatedly torture Baron Nash and the audience. This is because of this. Unless the opponent's jungler dies. As long as the opponent's jungler is present. Under the premise that you can't restrict the opponent's entry into the field. The probability of both sides fighting for punishment is 50-50. Kendi's many attempts to grab the dragon have taken advantage of his opponent's tendency to become nervous under high pressure. So he knows better than anyone else that the best way to prevent a dragon grab is to prevent the opponent's jungler from entering the field. The attention of all Wii members is almost entirely on the blind monk on the dragon pit. When the dragon's health dropped to 2,000, Nami used her ultimate move first. With a wave of her Zen staff, a wave of waves rushed towards the top of the dragon pit. But before the blind monk was knocked away, he had already used Q first. And QED the big dragon in the gap between the people. Don't let him come down! Leg brother! Kendi shouted quickly. Shin, who was originally helping to resist damage, directly and decisively came to the edge of the wall, used E to come to the dragon pit, and taunted the blind monk. Brother Leg! Brother Leg is so taunting! No one can grab the Baron. The Baron belongs to we. Now we have to see how we will all evacuate. Easy's ultimate move has already come over. Huh? Wei Shen! Wei Shen actually chose Flash into the dragon pit? Syndra, who was originally standing outside the dragon pit with Easy, suddenly appeared like Shirliji and rushed into the dragon pit in a flash. Having already grabbed a magic ball with W, he took the damage from everyone and smashed it into the crowd. Then he QR, using his ultimate move to target Lucian, the fattest one in the crowd. And then E, the weak retreat. Since almost all the Wii people are crowded into the small Dlumking, the stations are very dense. Syndra's wave of Tiannu Sanhua directly stunned the prince, Lucian, Varus and Nami in place. Oh my god! 4 fainted. Noob! Noob is coming! Miller screamed in surprise, because he had already foreseen the horrific scene that was about to happen. Thunder! Thunder! The doll also roared excitedly. Keenan drove E and rushed out from behind Wii, which is Wii's blue buff area. At this time, the blind monk who had been disturbed directly touched his eyes and came to the dragon pit. Gao Tianliang didn't care about finding any target. He would kick whoever was closest to him. Nami became the unlucky guy. A big dragon kick. The dragon swung its tail. A library. The blind monk jumped up high and kicked Nami away, then used Flash to adjust his position. Nami, who was kicked out like a bowling ball, kicked Varus and Lucian into the air one after another. Only the prince survived. Shiba! Keenan! Keenan! Damn it! Xiang Renjie! Don't let Keenan come over! The prince, who was not kicked away, quickly EQ'd over. Just when Kendi was pressing the R key crazily, he remembered. When he was trying to capture Zyra, he had already used R. And there was no way he could stop Kenan from entering. Buzz. Stab. Passing by the prince, who came from the second company of EQ, Keenan flashed into the dragon pit and decisively activated his ultimate move, Secret Art. One Lei Tian Lao sighted. And then the rocket belt brought itself to the faces of the two. Lucian didn't flash. Kill Varus! Kill Varus first! Shi Seming, who had just been resurrected from the spring, kept reminding him. Li Hanqing immediately threw flat A and Q with W passive in Varus' face. Weak. But why does this weakness feel like it has no effect? Miller looked a little surprised. Lu Mao's hand speed was very fast, and he applied the weak trap to Keenan as soon as he entered the field, but found that the effect was not that obvious. It's equipment! Miller noticed something was wrong. The equipment in Li Hanqing's backpack at this time is magic shoes, a small mask, a rocket belt, and a magic stick. Li Hanqing barely got any kills this time. Everyone thought that his development would not be that good, but no one expected that he would still take out 2.5 pieces of output equipment. It's actually normal. Rocket belt? More than 2,000. The magic penetration rod is also an equipment worth more than 2,000. The actual price is not high at all. But the two pieces of fixed penetration combined with the percentage penetration of the magic penetration rod make Kinnon's damage very terrifying. To say that weakness is not obvious is actually nonsense. If this didn't weaken them, Virus and Lucian would have been killed immediately. How could they not be dead yet? Chapter 323 Top. Never work overtime. If Nami's weakness hadn't caught up with Kinnon in time, Kinnon's first wave of attacks would have killed the two dissatisfied shooters instantly. Virus's heal, and the shield provided by Shin's ultimate move kept Virus alive, while Lucian carried a small demon drinking knife on his back, which had magic resistance and a magic shield, which prevented him from being killed immediately. Die. But? Is that useful? Can it be killed? Jack took the initiative to enter the dragon pit with E. Xiaotian's Q also hit Virus. Can he kill Virus instantly? The situation on the field was still very anxious. Miller was like a barrage of bullets, moving his mouth quickly to convey to the audience everything that happened on the field. Virus seems to be dying. My brother-in-law has been killed. It's over. The leg brother is gone. Come down with the law. Shin almost immediately used his ultimate move on Virus, trying to protect him. But the problem was that Virus was killed instantly. Lucian has the magic resistance and shield provided by the demon drinking knife. And because he is a single player, he has a high level and a solid HP. Virus is a two-person line, and he has no magic resistance at all. Even the shield provided by Shin's 2-level ultimate move has no big effect at all. Not to mention that the dragon sprayed corrosive venom before dying, leaving all Wii members burdened with debuffs that reduce double resistance. 957's first response was very quick. Buzz. Shin immediately reappeared and entered the dragon pit, and kept shouting, Su Hanwei! Come to me! Come to me! Xia quickly used E to slide to Shin's side, and while keeping a certain distance, Shin immediately used Q to summon the soul blade to his feet, and used W to activate the sword array to help Lucian resist the damage from level A. Nami on the side understood it, and also came to Lucian. With Shin's sword array, all flat A damage will be confiscated. And now the only thing that can hurt Lucian is Easy's skill. The two of them formed a human wall to block the front, and used their bodies to help Lucian set up a gun mount. And Lucian only needed to activate his ultimate move, Baptism of the Holy Spear. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The two guns in his hand suddenly turned into Gatlings emitting blue fire, constantly spitting out silver-white bullets. The bullets fired by the S7 version of Lucian's ultimate move were also linked to the attack speed. The broken Lucian in his hands fired very quickly. There are also a lot of bullets, and they all hit Easy. Brother Leg and Lemao set up a human wall perfectly. Lucian's damage was terrifying. Easy's ice fist was a bit unbearable. And will Shinzi be ready soon? The anxious situation made the commentators dare not relax at all, and stared at the screen intently, for fear of missing a certain detail. After all, this crucial team battle that determines the outcome of the game still has not yet been decided. Easy in seconds. We win if Easy dies. Wee's goal is clear. AP Kinnon only has one set of bursts, so the follow-up damage will inevitably be insufficient. The blind monk has a semi-tank outfit, and the damage basically relies on skills. The skills of these two people are in the CD, so there is no need to worry about it. Only Easy, who already owns the magic cutter, Ice Fist, and small Bilgewater Scimitar, is the real thorn in his side, especially since Easy has already raised his War Zeal to the highest level during the long tug of war. My E is almost healed. Xiang Renjie, please help block Easy's skills. Don't let them touch Su Hanwei. We will win for sure. 957 is the backbone of the team at this time, and his thinking is also very clear. The prince who had left the dragon pit because of EQ had returned to the entrance of the dragon pit and pounced directly on Easy. At this time, Shinzi had improved again. Secret meaning, shadow binding. Shin sprinted towards the Easy in front, even leaving a purple stream of light in the air. The prince also came to Easy, and the two of them still blocked Lucian, who was outputting the big move behind. And Nami's W was about to change to CD. And the prince's EQ also entered the countdown and was about to change. However, just at this time, Jackie Love stood up again. Some people choose to be cowards in the future, just because of that sentence. I would rather do nothing than make a mistake. Some people choose to flash forward and become heroes. Even this one flash forward will face huge risks. In the professional arena, when making decisions, all players tend to deliberately seek stability and pursue a higher error tolerance rate. There is nothing wrong with this in itself. But excessive pursuit of stability can only get you mediocre results. If you want to get more results, you will inevitably have to take higher risks. What is a star player's flash of inspiration? What is the biggest difference between star players and ordinary players? Right now, those who do nothing are destined to not have a big heart to stand up and decide the outcome at critical moments. Buzz, Easy decisively handed over the flash to evade Shinzi's skill. And at the same time threw out the Q skill. Flash out! Jack! Jack showed no mercy at the critical moment. He still chose to flash forward, live towards death. Due to his excessive emotion, Miller almost always shouted at the last moment. Which was a bit like an oxygen bottle explained the inner taste of Bald Hawkeye. The dolls on the side were afraid that their good partner would faint without catching the breath. No way. This Q is so crucial. It was just Easy's Q that changed the outcome of the entire battlefield. Lucian, who already had little health, suffered from Easy's Q skill, and his health suddenly bottomed out. Moreover, Lucian's E and Flash are both on CD. He has no subsequent displacement skills to adjust the shooting angle of his ultimate move. EZ, which was shot out of half of its health by Lucian, finally no longer has to resist damage. Kinnan on the side once again shot with A. But Easy had already stacked up the passive, spell energy increase. Even though he did not have any equipment to increase the attack speed. Yuppie, who had a fast attack speed, immediately made up for it with a flat A. This shot level A also comes with a full stack of War Zeal for extra physical damage. Shut down. The final sound sounded, and Lucian's health bar was finally cleared. At this time, no one cared about who took the head, because this means extremely anxious. Moving the scene, and even watching the live broadcast with millions and tens of millions of viewers finally showing a turning point in the Baron team battle. And the scale of victory has begun to tilt toward the top. At this time, the director also cut to Nami's perspective in great detail. You can see that Nami's W skill, Tide of Impact, at this time only needs the last 1 second or even less than 1 second to turn around. Kill them! Kill Easy! Kendi was already red-eyed at this time. Kill them without any skills! Nami hung E, blessing of the blue tide, on the prince. And the prince used EQ twice straight into the face of Easy, who had no skills. EZ, who had no movement ability, was directly lifted into the air. And the prince's shot came with War Rhythm, and Nami's E blister flat A hit, directly reducing Easy's health to less than 1/3. Shin-Yi quickly followed up, and prepared to use the percentage damage after turning on the Q skill to take away Easy. At this time, when no one was paying attention, a vine spread from the dragon pit, imprisoning the prince and Shin in place. It turns out that Zyra, who was killed before, has been resurrected and supported above the dragon pit. She first used E to help control, and then used her ultimate move to connect with W. Xiao Ming! Xiao Ming is here! Originally the two sides were evenly matched in numbers. But with the appearance of Zyra, the balance in numbers between the two sides was instantly broken. Jackie loves Easy. After unhurriedly hitting the A level, hit the prince with a Q close to the face. After refreshing the CD of the skill, he still did not choose to escape from the battlefield and jump to the top of the dragon pit. Instead, he hit the E on Nami's face. Come to Kinnan and the Blind Monk. The skills of Kinnan and Blind Sin have already improved. Kinnan immediately hit Nami with AQW. Nami had also received a lot of AoE skills before. Although she was not killed directly, she was actually severely disabled. Hit by Kinnan's sudden burst, Nami instantly became a corpse on the ground. Triple kill. It wasn't until the 3-kill alert sounded that everyone realized that it turned out that Li Hansheng had gotten the first few heads. Holy shit! Can you kill 5? Jackie Love responded quickly. Brother Hansheng is chasing you. I'll help you save people. Kill them! Kill Brother Xiang! Ice Fist Easy's ability to retain people in pursuit battles is outstanding. Moreover, Shin and the prince's displacement skills were all used to try to attack. They are now in the vacuum period of their skills, and they have been knocked into the air by Zyra's ultimate move. It seems like he can kill 5 times. Miller also realized at this time that a 5-kill opportunity was in front of him. It's okay. Don't deliberately kill people for me. Try to kill them all without leaving any dragon seeds. Li Hansheng then added, if you really can't kill them all, then kill Renjia first. Blind Sin has already QED into Shin's face, and uses E to help set up the deceleration. Easy also uses Q to use Ice Fist to create a circular AoE speed bump. Li Hansheng drove E Astana. Thunder Armor, quickly catch up. AP Kinnan's average A output is still a bit painful, but fortunately his teammates deliberately help retain people. and he can slowly wait for his skills to improve again. Prince Shen is being chased to death one after another. In fact, Shen almost ran away. But fortunately when Shen handed Li Hanqing's Q skill changed to a good CD again. And a Q skill directly cleared Shen's health bar. Pentakill. Pentakill. Oh my god! This wave of team battles is so exciting! Miller is like a knight in a costume drama who always expresses his mood at the moment with a burst of exclamation after drinking a bowl of good wine. I can only say that both sides have reached their limit. But in the end Top was the winner. They completed a wave of 4v5 group destruction. Everyone has credit. Even if Ming is the first to die, he can support the battlefield at critical moments and provide key control to prevent the opponent from killing easy. Only then can Top have the capital to follow up. Moreover, Keenan's place has been able to bypass the enemy so perfectly. It's inseparable from Zyra's perfect back-eye position. As for the other four, Keenan hit the Sky Thunder. Although the blind monk failed to grab the Baron, he used his ultimate move Sugar Hall Lose to help his teammates provide perfect control connection. Wei Shen decisively sold himself to create opportunities for his teammates to enter the game. Jack was at the critical moment. Bo Q flashes the final word. This is Top. You want to ask me why Top can always play miracle groups? Why is Top so strong? This wave of team battles will give you the perfect answer. Because these are the right 5 people. They have no doubt about the personal abilities of their teammates. They never mince words when selling themselves. Everyone has a dedication. The baby was so full of praise that he almost praised Top to the sky. In the past, when he screamed like this, the audience would definitely criticize him. But this time, everyone agreed with his words. In Imp's live broadcast room, the barrage was scrolling crazily, and he kept yelling and screaming along with the progress of the team battle. Finally, he said, "Ah! This is Top! The place where the anchor once fought. Now I admit, Jiekui Yuo. 5 mistakes. Yuo is 80% of the peak strength. The anchor now officially recognizes him to replace the anchor in the top position. Cool. It's so cool. Comment on team fights that you don't know how to fight. And Top will teach you how to fight. Mom. The team battle is truly picturesque. Isn't the most outrageous thing not that Wei failed to win this team battle even though he didn't make any mistakes? This is the scariest thing. I declare. Top rebook all this year's champions. Who agrees? Who objects? I declare your declaration valid. I declare your declaration valid. Good guy. Human beings are all repeaters by nature. Right? And this time, Li Hanqing noticed that the officials were taking close-ups of himself. How did you notice it? The photographer is standing in front of you with a camera, almost pointing the lens at your face. It's very difficult for you to know. The corners of Li Hanqing's mouth raised slightly, almost like the arc of the Dragon King's mouth. And then he winked at the camera. This made the female fans at the scene and watching the live broadcast extremely excited. What was originally a barrage of excitement suddenly smelled like a women's restroom. Ah! My husband is so handsome. Wow. Wow. It's like being Xingbao's mouse. So that Xingbao can play with the pimples in the middle and the petals on both sides every day. It seems like I asked Xingbao to give me a supermarket set meal. It seems that Xingbao was asked to come to my elementary school to build a playground so that he could set it up in my elementary school. Xingbao is my husband. Jaimais. Draw your swords. Jimei ladies. Show Wei. Dude. I can smell it even if I put the screen on it. The director replayed the wonderful replays of the previous wave again and again. And the commentators once again sighed. Wow! Top really means that as long as one person makes a mistake or one person does not believe in his teammates, this wave cannot be so perfect. Especially Jack. The Q flashes. And we can see that Nami's W converted to CD in less than a second. This is level 5W. Once Nami regains a bite of blood, Lucian with this kind of equipment can immediately end the game. There's no way. Miller shook his head. The dual shooter system does have a high frontal output, but it's too short-handed. Keenan found the opportunity to make a perfect cut. Even if he's weak, he can't save them. What's more, Noob's ultimate output equipment. Some people are happy while others are sad. The morale of all we members has dropped to the bottom. At this time, everyone is autistic. Just 1 or 2 people's mistakes can be comforting. But this kind of situation where the whole team is being shown off, and it's better to be shown off without making any major mistakes, is what hurts morale the most. I obviously did nothing wrong, but I lost the team battle. Is everyone depressed because of this? At this time, the team members will even fall into an excessive self-regret. They will exaggerate some unnecessary details, thus feeling that it is their own mistakes that caused the team's collapse. Who was watching the battle backstage, saw this scene. He is extremely grateful for his decision in the offseason to join Top instead of going to E. This wave of team battles allowed him to clearly see the upper limit of Wii. It may become an excellent team. If the version is suitable, it may be able to get some honors. But it is almost impossible to win the highest honor, even if he goes to coach. It is just to make Wii's operations more detailed. But the operation level of the players on the field is purely based on talent. And he cannot teach it. Classic saying, as long as you know how to operate it, I can teach you everything else. Can operate. These 3 words speak volumes. Ideal team is actually like the NBA's Pistons 5. There is no absolute superstar. But the 5 people can cooperate with each other to play the role of 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 greater than 5. He doesn't like coaching teams with star players because he is afraid that the star players will have too much say and challenge his authority. But look at it now. As long as star players are willing to cooperate, a team like Top with visibly overflowing talent will be stronger. After going home to replenish supplies, and with 5 heads in hand, Li Hansheng took out a useless big stick, a bursting wand, and an amplification code. This is the crafting formula for the current version of the hat. Wow. Noob is going to take the extreme route of violent output. Miller couldn't help but exclaimed, you really don't even have any protective equipment. The doll was also a little surprised. Noob is really too confident in himself. Because Kennen has to enter the field. There is a process of entering the field. If he does not wear defensive equipment at all, he will easily be killed by the opponent's concentrated fire during the entry process or be reduced to residual health by concentrated fire, resulting in no subsequent damage. Full situation. A normal top laner would consider supplementing Central Asia in the 3rd game, and would not be as extreme as Li Hansheng. It's normal. Miller smiled and boasted. You can tell from the equipment that this is the difference between Noob and other top laners. Other top laners who play output-oriented roles may only produce 3 to 4 output items. Only Noob can produce pure output. Meat equipment, powerful movement, and perfect control of the timing of entry are Noob's 7th piece of equipment. A meat equipment exclusive to him. After experiencing such a wave of group destruction, the mentality of all Wii members has exploded. But compared to the initial blank mind, at least now they have started to think. The gap between the 2 sides is actually not as big as imagined. Wii has just changed from its original advantage to being evenly matched with Top. But as Top pushed away one of Wii's middle towers, Wii changed from a side with a field of vision advantage to a side with a field of vision disadvantage. Both sides' control over the rhythm of the game has also been reversed. 26 minutes. We pushed forward together as a team again. At this time, Virus finally made destruction. Sheep knife, Wisdom's end blade, and small demon drinking knife. And Lucian also made ruin. Black cut, big demon drinking knife, and artillery. They successfully pushed down Top's 2nd tower in the middle, just when they wanted to take advantage of the trend and continue to advance. Kennen came out from behind them again. Noob! Noob appears. How should we deal with it? Miller kept shouting. The moment Kennen appeared, everyone in Wii felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Especially the brother-in-law, who felt a dull pain in his forehead when he saw this Kennen. As if he had really been electrocuted. Fortunately, Wii's thinking is very clear. Nami's backhand big move was not thrown at Kennen, but at the 4 people in front of Top who were still on the high ground in the middle, to prevent the others from Top from following him immediately. The prince took the initiative to rush towards Kennen, trying to keep him behind. They all knew that Kennen didn't have any armor, so Lucian and Virus could easily kill him instantly. However, Li Hansheng's timing was just right. He chose the inside talent. In the last wave of Baron team battles, all 10 people on the field used Flash. But for Wii's key C positions, Flash was not good. Even if they took the lead, after using Lucian who flashed, there is still a little time left before flashing. Facing the menacing prince, Kennen directly fired E, and then used Flash plus Rocket Belt to rush into the crowd. Activate the ultimate move, Secret. One Lei Tian Lao leads. The terrain in the middle is not very wide, and the range of Kennen's ultimate move almost covers the entire terrain. Nami's weakness was still given immediately. Can. Facing Kennen with magic shoes, magic stick, hat, rocket belt, big mask, and a luxurious 4-piece output outfit. His penetration and AP are directly maxed out. The blood volume of Virus and Lucian dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. The low-level, more squishy Nami was almost killed instantly. and the easy ultimate move flying from the front took Nami's head away. "Oh my god!" the doll murmured to himself. "What kind of harm is this? Noob can't understand the harm at all." This is really how he single-handedly gave all we members an electric shock. Over here in the back, Nami's ultimate move is just a brief interruption. Top the others soon followed. The blind monk took advantage of the chaotic Q to find the prince in the crowd. Then flew over with his second Q, adjusted his position with W in the air, and kicked him out with a big move. Syndra is also used directly by RE. She doesn't even think about doing any extreme single-target bursts. She just wants to use AoE control to cooperate with her teammates in harvesting. Although the damage is high, this cannon is really fragile. Noob probably won't be able to escape. He successfully took down Noob's head, but that's it. There's no way, Wawa said in an exaggerated tone. It's no exaggeration to say that in this wave of team battles, the damage done by Noob alone is even higher than the damage done by we 5 people. Right. This wave of AoE is really full. If it weren't for this weakness, I even think Noob could directly electrocute we's bottom duo, and there would be no problem at all with 6000 to 7000 damage. Compared with the Dlongking team battle, this wave of team battles were less ups and downs. Even from the moment Kennen rushed into the crowd and fired an explosive AoE, the outcome was already decided. We were forced to swallow the bitter pill of losing the team battle. What's more terrible is, their advantage also ended. The hero Lucian could indeed easily gain a crushing advantage in the early stage. But the problem was, it's hard to turn an advantage into a win. At least it's difficult in the current version. Which is why S7's EDG had Lu San kneeling in the group stage. It was obvious that they had an advantage in the early stage. But in the middle and late stages, they were unable to win in various team battles, and were overturned. In the final analysis, it is still the limitation of the hero Lucian. This kind of hero is matched with the early lineup and no mistakes are allowed. You must ensure that you continue to attack without making mistakes in order to have a chance to win the game. The opponent only needs to catch a wave of your mistakes to reverse the occupation. That's it for top. The wave of team battles in Dalong Pit actually declared that we would eventually fail. 1 for 5. At the expense of Li Hanqing's death, all Whis members were wiped out. In this wave, top pushed directly all the way to Whis middle high ground. After that, top didn't waste any more time and went home for a round of supplies. After waiting for Kennen to be resurrected, he took the lead in coming to the dragon pit to rush the freshly baked dragon. Then he advanced forward in the middle, and we was unable to stop him at all. Although Kennen did not flash to cooperate with the team battle in this wave of team battles, he was no longer needed to enter the field. We rush over, and if he cooperates with his own back row to clear the opponent's front row, the task is completed. Finally, the game time is fixed at 29 minutes. Top directly pushed Whis base Crystal and won the game again. Rewrite the score of both sides to 2-0. 2-0! Wawa shouted at the top of his lungs, even suppressing the noisy noise of the audience at one point. Top won the game again! He has 3 match points, Miller echoed. It's only the last game. Top is only the last game away from winning his club's second Spring Split championship. It's only the last game away from winning the Spring Split completely. This is the art of language. Winning the league and winning the championship was actually accomplished by Top in last Summer Split. Aren't the Spring Split and Summer Split the same? Just another way of saying it. However, Top did lose to EDG in the Spring Split last year. At that time, lane switching was prevalent, and Top's overall lack of integration was not enough. And EDG gave them a lesson. After that, Top started to win all the way. And, even in this year's Spring Split, Top actually lost a few small games. But they didn't lose the overall game. This can indeed be regarded as a complete victory and championship. 5 words floated from the sky. Taba Championship. Don't you dare to be so proud. Aren't you afraid that 60 you will bring a card of Breadman to hack you? This RNG has so many skills to be beaten 3-1 by we? I think Top won easily. It can only be said that Top is indeed the only existence in the LPL. Maybe without Top, we will truly complete the renaissance and win the league honor that their club has never touched. Pity. Online accommodation of 60 heartbroken girls. Young 18 to 18 years old. Fair skin. Beautiful appearance and good temperament. Good guy. He is such a dedicated man. He only likes 18-year-olds forever. At this time, the MVP of the second game has also been selected. Not surprisingly, it was given to Li Hanqing. In fact, Li Hanqing's statistics are not luxurious. There are only 5 kills in total, And these 5 kills all come from the wave of 5 kills from the key dragon group. At other times, he had no kills at all. This is also in line with the characteristics of AP Kennen. Kennen takes the AP route, and his main focus is AoE damage plus control when entering the team battle. It doesn't have as strong a continuous combat capability as AD Kennen, and its single kill ability is not strong, especially when facing a tank hero like Shen. As long as the opponent doesn't have NT, it's almost impossible for AP Kennen to find a chance to kill the opponent alone. But he couldn't resist Li Hanqing's damage, which was so high. On the damage panel of 21,557, it is estimated that more than half of the damage is done in team battles. After all, Li Hanqing almost maxed out the damage of his ultimate in every team battle. Certainly. In fact, Jackie Love's performance is also quite perfect and can be given to him. Just 5 kills. Who cannot give face to the pinnacle in the professional arena? Looking at the fast-rolling barrage of the audience in the live broadcast room, Imp also smiled like a hamster. Oh! Why is Pinley so strong? I still want to beat him at MSI. This kid Jiaqua has also played well. It's getting better and better. Ah! The anchor's head hurts so much. The thought of being an opponent with top gives me a headache. The thought of also having to be sanctioned by Kennen like this makes my head hurt. Imp actually knows a lot about live broadcasts. He knows what the audience likes to hear and watch. Moreover, he is also quite open-minded and has a bit of a quirky personality. Feeling distressed, Hanqing is a strong brother for sure. But Jack loves this kid and will actually die suddenly at the critical moment. You have a chance. Puff, you are really strict. Oshue's performance still doesn't satisfy you? Just kidding. You can count the number of professional players recognized by Poo-Poo with just 1 slap. Right? Jack is indeed good. But let's win an S-Race championship first, and then try again. One thing to say. If Top continues this year's momentum, it is very likely that there will be another Grand Slam. Who knows? Don't speak too early now. If MSI still wins the championship, you can just wait for Riot to have all kinds of crazy weakening in the second half of the year. Everyone has become accustomed to Riot's weakening routine. Our room is eerily quiet. To be honest, they really tried their best. In the first 2 games, they brought out the best things in the box. And they were all secret weapons of their own preparation. They all have certain effects. But the result is still a loss. Especially in the second game. Xia's advantage accumulated in the early stage was definitely big enough. They also accumulated certain advantages around Xia in the early stage. But they just couldn't keep up that momentum. There is no way to turn the advantage into victory. No way to win this damn victory. Bai Yueyao didn't know what to say at this time. After 2 consecutive games like this, the self-confidence of the team members has actually reached the edge of collapse, and has even begun to collapse. In the regular season, they won the first place in the group and defeated the strong enemy RNG. The confidence they finally accumulated and the courage they finally had to compete with the top evaporated after losing 2 consecutive games. But the game must continue. We can't give up just like that. Third, let's fight with ease. White Crescent Moon encouraged. Since we can't defeat Top through some black technology, then we will have an upright duel with them and use our best confident hero. Have a good battle with them. At least, in order to bring our spring season to a successful conclusion, we must also leave no regrets. Right. Su Hanwei. Leg brother. Mystic. You don't want your first finals experience to end hastily. Bar? Lu Mao and Kendi are people who have tasted the peak taste. But their mentality is not so easily affected. Mainly the 3 original members of WE. Although they have been competing in the league for a long time, it is their first time to enter the finals. Encouragement and motivation are most effective for them. On the analysis table before the game, he smiled with a bitter look on his face. He must have feelings for WE. After all, it was the team he had been playing for and even retired from. He and WE complement each other. Therefore, publicly and privately, he very much hopes that his old club can win the honor of a league championship. As a well-known old and wealthy club in the domestic esports circle, it even has many loyal fans. We are a traditional and powerful club with serious fans. But they don't have any honors. Although IPL 5 is definitely not what the anti-fans disparaged. The champion of the water-friendly competition does not have enough gold content. But you can't mention honors. It turns out that the most outstanding honor is IPL 5 at the end of S2. Right? That would be too unattractive. What do you think? Teacher Xiao Xiao? Can you give some advice to young people like we? Wang Lauer asked. I think at times like this, stabilizing your mentality is the most important thing. Xiao Xiao said, as an experienced person. Actually, at this time, any tactical designs and tactical arrangements are all empty. The most important thing is just keep your mentality steady and ensure that your on-the-spot performance will not be affected in any way. As long as the mentality of the Wii players does not collapse, I think they still have hope. This is not to be harsh. After all, everyone saw in the second game that we had a good advantage in the early stage. But it was a pity that they could not continue to breathe. As a result, I regretted losing in the end. Indeed. Guanziyuan nodded. Since the establishment of LPL, there has never been a miracle of 2 people chasing 3. Who is sure that we are not the team that creates miracles? Before it happens, we can always have expectations. At this time, no one went back to care whether the commentator was talking to Wii. After all, what's wrong with saying a few nice words when people are dying? Even 60E himself knows that this comment is not just to comfort the fans. Players from both sides returned to the top of the stage again. When the top people appeared on the top of the stage, the fans at the scene burst into enthusiastic cheers. And correspondingly, the Wii fans obviously lacked confidence, falling behind 0-2. At this time, even if you bring over LZ, SKT, or KT, they won't dare to pat their chests and guarantee that they can beat 2-3. Right? The reason why a miracle is called a miracle is that there are very few samples. If it could happen easily, would it still be called a miracle? What's more, Wii's opponent is top. All Wii members came to their seats with heavy steps. Although they were hopeful, they could not change the huge pressure they were facing at this time. It was even as if a pair of invisible hands were pinching their necks and asking them to breathe. It's become a little difficult. Don't think so much at this time. Don't think about the fact that we have already lost 2 games. Let's just treat it as a BL1. If we win, we will continue. If we lose, we won't have any regrets. Bayuya still encouraged the players in the voice message Poison Chicken Soup. This one, it's Wii's turn to choose a side. This time they took the initiative to choose the red side, while Top continued to be on the blue side. Top still chose to target support and ban Lulu, while we banned Karma. It seems like we are already prepared for not being able to get good support in the bottom lane. The double ban continues. Top's second ban position was given to Shen. 957 Shen played really well, mainly because it also fit Wii's overall team style. In order to win more easily, we naturally couldn't let Wii get such a comfortable hero. We took the initiative to ban Galio. They don't have the confidence of Top to handle Galio's system. In the last ban, Top was given Ice, and Wii was given Virus. Immediately afterwards, Top immediately grabbed the Prince. Huh? Prince. Miller couldn't help but frown. In the current version, the probability of the Prince playing jungle is higher. But Noob can also play the top lane Prince. We need to worry about which position the Prince is. It's much simpler here. Excavator plus Lucian. This is a more offensive and oppressive midfield combination than Prince plus Lucian. There are not many choices for Top. BB. Just plus easy. Wow. Poke system? No wonder we want to grab the Prince. But this Jace must be on the road. After all, Noob has shown us that Lucian is Jace's natural enemy. And Top will not make such mistakes. We were weighing the last thing, whether they wanted to grab the bottom lane or go to the top lane. In the end, consider taking the road first. What they finally chose was Wine Barrel, which has great lane reliance ability. And Wine Barrel's strong team starting ability is also good. Both sides have entered the second round of BP. We took the lead in banning Zyra and Nami. These 2 heroes can be matched with easy. And these 2 heroes have extremely strong backhand abilities. Now that it is clear that Top will use Jace and Easy as the dual poke system, we naturally wants to do everything possible to start a team fight instead of being led by Top. Top's goal is also very clear. Jin, who has the ability to start a team, and Malzahar, who can flash and force open, are both banned. There are so few bottom lanes that we can choose. The only remaining one is the policewoman. But what kind of support does the policewoman have? Morgana? Result. We choose a hero that surprises everyone. A hero who hasn't appeared in a long time. Kalista. Skate shoes. I haven't seen this for a long time. Miller and Wawa were even stunned for a moment. But I soon figured it out. This is to choose a standard early snowball lineup. Or they will make a huge economic snowball in the landing period and crush them all the way to victory. Or he will fall down at the first touch of a team battle. Heroes such as Excavator, Lucian, and Skate Shoes are all notoriously weak in teamfighting abilities. But the ability in the landing phase is very powerful. That is to say, I have to compete with you in the landing phase to win or lose. And Top's response strategy is also very simple. He also took out a hero that everyone had not seen for a long time. Wrong. I see this hero quite often. Mainly because I don't often see this hero in the middle. I saw that the two heroes appearing in top 4 and 5L were Titan plus Tauren respectively. The two heroes come out. Everyone once again had a look of astonishment on their faces, knowing that Jace is bound to hit the road. Doesn't this Titan just have to hit the middle? Ah? The Titan in the middle? Chapter 324, Fight Against Top. I have to say that this midfielder, Titan, really pissed everyone off. Both Wawa and Miller were stunned for a long time before they remembered. Oh, I remember it was in the spring game last year. Wei Shen did play the mid laner Titan, and they won at that time. On the Wii player bench, Bai Yueya also thought of this past incident. Naturally, Top cannot come up with such a hero for no reason. So we have to look at the lineup that has appeared now. The overall framework of Top is to form a poke system around the Easy plus Jace dual core. What does the poke system need? There is no doubt that the output hero has poke attributes. At the same time, the lineup needs to have a strong ability to reverse attacks, and preferably also have a certain ability to start a group. After all, poke has the ability to consume the opponent in the process of repeated pulling. But it also lacks the final word. If your hands are too long, it will be difficult for you to start a team fight. Now, Titan plus Prince plus Bullhead. This combination of Nakano Sook can be used both offensively and defensively, and can be said to be both offensive and defensive. The output of Easy and Jace is definitely enough to meet the output gap of the top lineup. After all, Wii's overall openness is not high either, especially in the middle. We took out the Excavator plus Lucian's midfielder. Naturally, he wanted to open a gap in the middle again and replicate the successful experience of the previous game in gaining an advantage in the early stage. But how to fight now? It's really almost impossible to catch Titan to death in the early stage. And Titan's Q also has a similar effect to cheat Gang Shadow's E skill. As long as Q reaches the middle of the wall and is not blocked by anyone, even if it is controlled, and can also hook onto the wall to pull oneself over. The middle road itself is short. How can you catch it? In addition, Titan has a W shield and a Power of the Colossus double shield. What a yuppie. Similar to Galio. Switching to tank equipment after double Dolan Ring can guarantee your wave clearing ability. Yes, it is almost impossible for this hero to carry the team. But with control and the ability to push the lane, he can move up and down and set the pace. On the contrary, I am Lucian, facing the midfielder of Titan plus Prince. Not to mention taking the initiative to use E to exchange blood. Even if I have E in my hand, I have to be careful not to be caught. Right? It can only be said that this mid-range midfielder, Titan, really hit Wii's midfielder's Achilles heel. Lucian plus Excavator is not afraid that you will choose any strong combination to compete with him for operation and damage. What they are afraid of is that you will choose such a scumbag combination and drag him to mess around with you. In this case, there is only one support that we can choose. Thresh will see if the Shadow Island combination in the bottom lane can have an advantage in the matchup and become the team's breaking point. At present, it seems that it is a bit difficult to break the game in the middle lane. Looking at the landing of the Shadow Island combination, before Xiao Luo and some other monster combinations came out, it was indeed the best in the bottom lane in the current version. It can be said to be both offensive and defensive. Moreover, the Shadow Island combination is also one of the few bot lane combinations that can play an advantage and have rhythm. This is an ability that most bot lane combinations do not have. But the shortcomings are also obvious. Skateboard shoes have never been a core player in the later stage. The passive, martial arts stance, can only cause 90% of the basic attack damage. This hero is destined to be a little worse than other shooters in the later stage. It is even more extreme when facing tanks. The fatigue. But there is no choice anymore. You can't choose a female police officer. Right? As expected, we picked Thresh on the last floor. In this way, the lineups of both sides will be officially determined. Top is on the blue side, and Wii is on the red side. On the road, Jace versus Beryl. Jungler, Prince versus Excavator. Mid lane, Titan versus Lucian. Bottom lane, Easy plus Bullhead versus Skateboard Shoes plus Thresh. As for the lineup, I will be more optimistic about Top. They have a standard poke system, and it is also the top version. As for Wii, their lineup is a bit too hard in my opinion. Miller did not deliberately showing favoritism to someone. Wii's lineup is meant to compete with you. But they are facing Top. When has Top ever been afraid of others playing tricks on you? It's not like there are no lessons learned from the past. Those teams that play tricks with top, compete in lanes, and fight against each other will have only one ending. That's losing. And he lost completely. Therefore, many teams are very afraid of directly coming up with a purely landing lineup when facing top. We dare to choose such a lineup, which at least wins the favor of many viewers. At least they died standing up instead of kneeling down to survive. But being able to come up with such a lineup at least proves that we haven't given up yet. They are still trying to find a way to defeat top. I hope we can succeed in this game. Let both sides give us a wonderful game. After the coaches from both sides came to the center of the field to shake hands and greet each other, the director immediately arranged for a slowly zooming out camera to focus on the Silver Dragon Cup on the booth. With the rapid signal sounds, the third game of BO5 between the two sides is about to begin. It's been a long time since I've seen a game in which both sides have strong support in the bottom lane. Miller smiled. Could there be some first-level team plan on both sides in this game? I also think that both sides have a lot of control at level 1. So it's hard to say if it's going to be a real fight. Viewed from a god's perspective, you can see that both sides are frequently sending signals to each other's wild areas. From the perspective of the lineup, Top's Nyoto and Titan's first-level team abilities are very strong, but they are slightly inferior to Wii. Very simple. Among the three Hook brothers in the auxiliary position of the bottom lane, only Titan's hook will be interfered by the terrain. Thresh and Robot's hooks can directly cross the terrain. However, there are many winding terrain walls in the jungle, which causes Titan to not that useful. And do Titans still need to consider landing? If you learn Q at level 1, how will you fight Lucian? Moreover, Wii is a dual shooter lineup. Once the two sides engage in a 5v5 head-on battle, the dual shooter's output capability will definitely be stronger than that of Top. Therefore, Top's positioning is very conservative. They are stuck at almost every pass. They don't dare to stand there and hang up. Instead, they keep swinging back and forth, just for fear that Thresh will get stuck at an extreme distance. We hugged each other very tightly. Do they want to enter the wild area? They have crossed the river. Miller's voice suddenly increased. Since the change to the First Blood Tower bounty mechanism in last year's summer split, there has never been a hard assist fight in the bottom lane. And the subsequent changes have also seen the disappearance of first-level groups. Now that both sides have finally come up with the idea of a first-level team. Isn't Miller just getting excited? But Top doesn't seem to want to take over. So they retreated immediately after leaving a field of vision. Wawa added instantly. As 7 scanning has not been revised yet. Before level 9, scanning can only scan a fixed area. So no one will insert the ward at the beginning. So Top is not afraid of exposing his own ward position at the beginning. And you can't remove it anyway. Fortunately, we had no chance at first glance. We just left a field of vision in the area next to Top's F6 and evacuated from Top's jungle area. This ward position almost overlaps with the defensive ward position left by Top. Both sides know that the other side has arranged the ward position there. We do this ward position to actually protect the middle lane, facing a midfield combination like Titan plus Prince. Once the Prince comes to the middle to force a flash at level 2 at the beginning, Lucian without flash will be under huge pressure even in normal landing, let alone gain a landing advantage. The junglers on both sides have a pure mirror image start. Kendi seems to focus on the middle and bottom in this game, and completely abandon the top lane. Miller also saw the early layout of Kendi in this game. This arrangement is very reasonable. Wawa shrugged. After all, Thresh is in the bottom lane, which is very good for jungle ganking. In fact, it can also be caught on the top lane. But considering that the Prince is red, and the upper jungle is 2v2, it's a bit hard to beat. And besides, we can't expect a meat-filled wine barrel to lead the team to victory. The junglers on both sides still chose the normal solo start, and Kendi immediately communicated with his teammates in the bottom lane. LV Mao, you and Mystic push the lane at the beginning. The other side can't push you, so the second wave of troops can enter the tower. And then I can come to the bottom lane to help you capture it. Even passerby players of Silver and Gold know that the excavator must target the bottom lane in the early stage when they see Wii's lineup. Don't Jackie Love and Ming even understand the game of Silver and Gold? That's impossible. They will definitely be on guard against this, hiding behind and not giving Kendi any chance. So how do you make the opponent willingly put themselves in danger and stay away from the defense tower? The answer is military lines. As long as a wave of Wii's pushback line is formed in the bottom lane, the army line will automatically push forward at that time. In order to replenish troops and develop, the top-bottom lane will inevitably position itself higher. And that is the opportunity for Kendi. The push ability of Skateboard Shoes plus Thresh can be said to be better than that of Easy plus Bullhead. The level 1 bullhead is no different from the level 1 Japanese girl. They are both wastes that can only stand behind the ADC and gain experience. They don't have it at all. The ability to help shooters push the line. Moreover, the control chain of Thresh plus Excavator is very stable, and the skateboard shoes can also provide enough damage in the early stage. At least one is guaranteed to be killed. In this way, the bottom lane, which is already an advantageous combination, can snowball. And then the bottom lane can be used as a breakthrough to control the rhythm of the game. Gao Tianliang is actually communicating here. For him, he has two choices. First, Su San goes on the road and cooperates with Li Hansheng to complete the tower jump. But there is a certain risk in jumping the tower. The combat ability under the wine barrel tower is quite strong, and it will easily explode once it is counter-crouched. The second is to go down 2 levels. Do you know who placed the wards in our house opposite? Gao Tianliang asked proactively. It seems that Thresh said it. I remember Thresh was the last person to leave our jungle. Ming immediately fed back the information he had. Then Gao Tianliang took another look at the bottom lane. Skateboard shoes and Thresh were positioned very forward, obviously wanting to push past quickly. This seems like an opportunity. As a prince, when he goes to gank in the bottom lane, he has only one chance at level 2. They don't need to be too high level, as long as we Shadow Island combination can reach level 3. And both of them have all the skills. The 2v3 combination of Prince plus Bullhead plus Easy is really like playing. Please pay attention to whether the other side has gone to the river to lay out the view. Gao Tianliang simply ignored his skills, and quickly clicked the red buff with CJ to upgrade to level 2. He then came to the back of the small dragon pit, used EQ to enter the dragon pit, and then walked all the way down. Isn't it? If I read correctly, is Xiaopian planning to capture him in 2 levels this time? Miller's eyes widened. A little surprised, the prince carried the halberd all the way down to the grass in the river on the lower road, waiting for a wave of opportunities. It's broken! Because they were from God's perspective. The commentators could clearly see that we had no vision in the bottom lane, and did not notice the arrival of the prince at all. Skateboard shoes uses the characteristics of Tear to push the lane quickly. Although Thresh does not have the ability to consume remotely, he is a long-range hero at least, and can help push the lane. The two of them pushed the first wave of soldiers over easily. But instead of pressing forward with the soldiers, they walked together towards the river. The hanging hearts of 60 at the scene were finally relieved. But then, their hearts were hanging again. Some female fans even tried to make some noise to remind the players on the field. But it was of no use. Seeing the Wii duel leaning towards him, Gao Tianliang retreated back almost immediately, although the two opponents were moving towards his face. This was not an excellent opportunity, because the line of troops has been pushed past. Easy and Yoda retreated to a deep position. Even if his EQ picks them off for the second time, his teammates cannot keep up. Instead, he is easily counter-killed by the opponent. Gao Tianliang's action was to retreat all the way into the Xiaolong pit, using the feature of the wall's corner block to hide himself well. The skateboard shoes and Thresh took a few steps this way, and just took a cursory glance. Then the skateboard shoes moved closer to the triangular grass on the lower road. After inserting the precious jewelry eyes on themselves to ensure safety, they then returned to the line with Thresh to deal with the army line again. According to their preset plan, they planned to send the second line of soldiers completely into the defense tower. And then the third wave of artillery soldiers would form a pushback line. At that time, Kendi also happened to have Super 3 come to the bottom lane to cooperate with the gank. But little do they know that they are the piece of meat on the chopping board. Wow! Xiaotian is really working hard in this wave. If he is discovered, the rhythm of farming will be completely disrupted. Miller held his eyes. High risks have high rewards. And this wave he bets right. Well, let's see how much he can gain. Gao Tianliang's behavior was indeed a highly gambling move, because once the opponent noticed it, Kendi could immediately counter his upper half. But now, Skate Shoes and Thresh are still pushing the line. They are not aware of the danger at all. The only thing that can save them may be to upgrade to level 2 immediately. The time point for the 2-player line to level up to 2 is when 3 melee soldiers of the second wave of soldiers are killed, and the level can be leveled up to 2. There are still 2 melee soldiers on the field, but they are still in good condition. Top also knew this. So Gao Tianliang decided not to wait and chose to walk out of the grass. When the prince appeared behind them like a ghost, Mystic and Lu Mao were completely dumbfounded. Why? Who can tell them why this prince appears in the bottom lane at this time and completes the bypass of them? It was obvious that they had carefully detected the vision across the river, and even inserted islets in the triangular grass to protect themselves. Run? You must run. But how to run? The only chance may be to grab two. When the time comes, Thresh will flash back and throw the lantern. He will light the lantern on his skate shoes and move away for a certain distance, and then continue to flash back. And Thresh used E to interrupt the prince's second consecutive EQ. Grab two, Mystic said briefly. And Lu Mao immediately understood. The two of them did not run away immediately, or even panic, but thought about killing the melee soldiers quickly. Ming has already taken action. Buzz. Nyoto immediately launched a beautiful Q flash, successfully knocking the skateboard shoe Thresh into the air. Xiao Ming! What a beautiful first move! Miller shouted excitedly. This wave of attacks made the Wei Bottom duo unable to defend themselves. They could only watch as they were knocked away. They didn't have many BBs, so they lit them up and hung them directly on their skateboard shoes. The prince directly hit the second company of EQ and flew over again. Here, Gao Tianliang even deliberately threw the EQ into the pile of minions in great detail. The prince's E, German flag, and Q, Dragon Crash, are both AoE damage, and if thrown into the pile of minions, they will naturally also cause damage to the minions. And the prince immediately punished a minion, which was originally the red side's push line. As a result, the prince made such an operation, and the red side's minions were more than the blue side's minions on the field. But since there are 3 people sharing experience, Nyoto and Easy are still at level 1. But it doesn't matter. After the prince landed, he immediately turned around and hit a flat A with Rhythm of War, and used the red buff to slow down his skateboard shoes. Easy, who had already started moving forward in advance, was also standing on the side. He shot AQ to make up for the damage. The 3 of them worked together to pour all the damage into the skateboard shoes. Mystic is actually very tolerant. He just didn't turn in the treatment immediately, and wanted to overcome the serious injury buff. But he still underestimated the explosion of the top 3. In order to increase his early damage capability, Gao Tianliang's prince did not carry Power of the Colossus, but chose Thunder Lord's Decree. This made the damage to the prince, who was already exaggerated in the early stage, even more terrifying. He almost knocked out half of the skateboard's health by himself. Now, the skateboard shoes have to be treated in advance. The level 1 treatment can only add dozens of blood points, and the ignited serious injury buff is a waste of treatment. After the 2 landed, they wanted to kill the minion quickly. Thresh hit an E to interrupt the flat A between the prince and Nyoto. Skateboard shoes took advantage of the situation and quickly hit the minion with a flat A. And Thresh also hit a flat A, trying to use the extra damage passively accumulated by the E skill to quickly kill a minion. However, a little worse. The skateboard shoes flashed to distance him, and then he pulled out his spear, but failed to kill the soldier. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. Skateboard was the first to die, and Thresh's second flat A finally killed the melee soldier. But it was too late, and he was the only one to reach level 2. But as the skateboard shoes fell, the experience of Easy and the head-eating experience was also upgraded to level 2. Thresh couldn't run away now even if he wanted to. Thresh is a hero who is great at rescuing people, and his ability to escape in the jungle is okay, but only if there is a target behind him that he can move with his Q. If not, this hero is just like that. Although the blood volume was still okay, the prince was still stuck with the red buff. The bull's head suddenly circled behind him and pushed him back with a W bull charge. Jackie Love happily received a double kill with a smile. Strong! Gao Tianliang! Don't waste Dad's usual guidance on you. Remember to come to the bottom lane later. Jackie Love was so happy that he wished he could have a victory parade on the spot. No way. Top's bottom lane has always been the sacrificed lane, mainly because Top usually focuses on the top half. It's rare to have such a good game. How could Jackie Love be unhappy? We are a little autistic in the bottom lane. They still don't understand how the prince's vision is bypassed. Are they really open? The most uncomfortable thing is undoubtedly Kindy. He was almost ready to rush down the road, but he took off his pants, and this is what happened. What's even more depressing is, even if he now knows that the wild monsters in the upper half of the prince's area have not moved, it is too late to counterattack, because Top has lane rights in both the middle and top lanes. He won't be given a chance to enter the jungle at all. The careful planning was now completely ruined. On the top lane, after Li Hansheng pushed the line of troops, he immediately ran to his blue buff area and took a look. He found that the wild monsters were still there. So he fed back the news to his teammates. The wild monsters in the upper half of the area have not moved. I guess Xiang Renjiesbi was brushed from top to bottom. This wave is a hit and miss. He originally wanted to catch him, but you beat him to it. I guess he will be depressed to death. Gao Tianliang also smiled. And he could even imagine Kindy's depressed expression. The bottom lane starts with 2 heads. And both heads are assigned to Easy. Jackie Love can make Tears of the Goddess by returning to the city in just 3 minutes. This time, he only needs to follow this rhythm. The time it takes for his magic cut to take shape will be 2 to 3 minutes faster than normal. A conservative estimate is that he can knock out the magic cut in about 16 minutes. For the hero Easy, 16 minutes of magic cutting and 20 minutes of magic cutting are not the same concept. But as of now, we are not unacceptable in the bottom lane. Although Easy got 2 kills, what he came home with was Tear of the Goddess, a purely development item, which could not immediately improve Easy's combat effectiveness. Rounding it off, it's roughly equivalent to Easy not getting this double kill. The line power is still in the hands of their powerful Shadow Island combination. And on this side of the road, after Li Hansheng knew that Kindy was sending this exact news, he immediately became fierce. Originally, Gao Tianyang was about to capture Gao Tianyang at the beginning, but Li Hansheng deliberately restrained his urge to exchange blood. Are you still afraid of a hammer now? That is to say, the barrel can restore a certain amount of blood with the passive, Happy Hour, and W can also provide a percentage damage reduction. Otherwise, it would have been unable to withstand it long ago. But 957 is still difficult to play. He didn't even have the capital to exchange blood with Jace for a wine barrel. How to change? If wine barrel wants to exchange blood, he must at least be able to use meat, egg, onion, chicken, first to control the passive trigger of Power of the Colossus, and cooperate with W's percentage damage reduction to exchange blood with others. Right? But the line power is in the hands of Jace, and Jace will always stand behind the minion to consume him, which means that he can never reach Jace with E. And it is impossible to control the effect. Isn't this equivalent to him giving up an ultimate talent? How to spell? You can only get beaten in vain under the tower. If 957 knew Li Hansheng's inner thoughts at this moment, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. However, Li Hansheng felt that he was not pressing hard enough and hated that this version was not snowballing fast enough. As a reborn person who has experienced the Tappy Bounty version, this version's top lane is undoubtedly terrible. Not to mention the extra protection mechanism of the defense tower in the first 5 minutes. If you push the troops over and crush others under the tower, you might as well use TP to run to other roads to support and take a wave of kills to make money. This is why in this version, the benefits of lane control are greater than the benefits of mindlessly pushing the lane into the tower. In the Tappy version after S9, heroes with long hands will never consider controlling the line, but will only push the line into the tower without thinking. As long as you give me the opportunity to push the line into the tower, I can eat you happily. Tappy. The result of we letting Li Hansheng brainlessly suppress 957 on the top lane was that in less than 4 minutes, the wine barrel was knocked home, and 957 was forced to use TP to quickly recover. Did Brother Leg's first TP be played out so quickly? Miller looked surprised. 957 is the most stable player in the Wii lineup, and he has a strong ability to withstand pressure. He is considered by many to be the top domestic blue-collar player. As a result, in front of Li Hansheng, no matter how powerful the blue-collar player was, he couldn't withstand the pressure. We feel a little uncomfortable now. Can you not feel uncomfortable? The skate shoes in the bottom lane did not flash, and the troop line could not be dealt with immediately. Kindy was forced to keep his own bottom lane and handle the troop line in the bottom lane before leaving. Only he knows how much time this has wasted. Finally, I went home to replenish my supplies and came to the upper half, hoping to find some opportunities. Li Hansheng has finished pushing the line and goes home. Go to the middle lane? He had no chance. So he could only immerse himself in the jungle. The hero excavator was not a hero like the male gun or the leopard girl. Even if he didn't arrest people, it was not impossible to conquer the jungle. An excavator that can't catch anyone is a useless person when it enters the team battle stage. Just when Kindy was helpless and facing the situation on the court, Top's offense started again. This wave was initiated by the linkage between the middle and jungle. The Titans in the middle also went home to make up for the double Dolan rings in the 3-minute wave. With the AoE splash damage after E plus opening W, they were able to quickly push the lane, leaving Lucian with no choice. You know, Gao Tianyang brushes from bottom to top. His second round of wild monsters in the jungle is brushed first in the lower half. The timing of the middle and jungle coincides with each other, so the two of them go directly to the bottom row together. Originally, the Shadow Island combination was an absolute lane excellent duo, and it was absolutely impossible to be pushed back by a rubbish lane combination like Easy and Nyoto. But he couldn't resist sending out Titaness signals like crazy in his own lane. No matter how stubborn he was, he still had to retreat symbolically. Right? Easy and Yodo seized the opportunity and started pushing the line continuously. Lu Mao and Mystic knew Top's motive immediately, and they quickly tried to retreat to the autistic bush on their lower road. It turned out to be 1 second too late. The prince and Tai Tai are like two ancient bandits who robbed the Tao, just shouting, "I drove this road and planted this tree. If you want to go this way, leave the money to buy the road. Can't you run away?" These two heroes have too much control, and it seems like they really can't run away. The Leg Brothers' TP has been used up, so there is no way to save him. Miller found that if he was put into the perspective of Team Wii, at this moment, I can only be enveloped in despair. As Easy and Yodo advance their troops, it is still Yodo who takes the lead on Top's side. Yodo hit the skateboard with a W, and Thresh had to use E to interrupt. When Thresh used E, the prince rushed over with an EQ without saying a word, knocking the two of them away. Titan also used Q to clear his intestines and threw the anchor in his hand towards the skateboard shoes. Easy directly jumped E to face and connected with AQW to cooperate with the output. And the bullhead is still very detailed. It just uses W instead of WQ double line, because Ming knew very well that as long as he handed over control, Lu Mao had to use E to interrupt. If he didn't use E at first, once he was knocked away, he would have no chance to hand over E. Wow! Brother-in-law is so desperate! In the close-up shot, Mystic had a slumped face, with an unhappy expression on his face. Even his handsome appearance was affected, which made the female fans at the scene feel distressed. If this were the case before, the hot search on Weibo would immediately be #Kandi. After the control of Thresh's Q skill ended, Yodo, who had already arrived beside the two of them, used another Q skill to knock them away. The skateboard shoes didn't even have a chance to hit the ground, and they became a corpse in midair. Thresh isn't much better. He just dies a little later than his own ADC. Top's lineup's ability to jump over towers in the early stage is too unresolved. The main reason is that the control chain is too weak. I made a rough estimate. If the control chains of the three people of Prince, Titan, and Yodo are connected, at least one person can be punished on the spot, standing for 5 seconds. Who can survive being charged for 5 seconds? Unless you are the Barbarian King and use his ultimate move. The bottom duo died again. This caused we fans at the scene to immediately fall into silence. The game lasted even 5 minutes without last hit, and the head ratio was already 4-0. The only Shadow Island duo that had any hope of becoming Wii's breaking point was eliminated by Top in a targeted manner. Want food? Obviously they are not good at it. Even when they are behind 0-2. They are still actively thinking of countermeasures to defeat Top. But Gao Tianyong's unforeseen level 2 capture at the beginning completely destroyed Wii's carefully planned opening plan in an instant. As a result, we now have no rhythm at all. Instead, we are led by Top and can only passively defend behind Top. This is really not good news. If Wii's lineup can't get the starting advantage of 3,000 during the Lang phase, they won't have the capital to join Top in the midterm. It's better now, let alone being 3,000 ahead. The game only lasts for more than 4 minutes, and we are already almost behind the small 2,000 economy. The speed at which this economic snowball is rolling is really astonishing. Keep up this pace. It is really not an exaggeration to achieve an economic advantage of tens of thousands in 15 minutes. Although I am a Top fan, I feel sorry for Wii. I can understand the despair of never being able to defeat the opponent. It's true. My buddy used to think he was good at basketball when he was in school. But after entering college, he met a member of the school team who tortured his buddy to pieces. From that time on, I didn't even want to touch a basketball. It is still very difficult to beat Top. We have done a good job in doing so. We can only blame them for their bad luck. They did not rise early, and did not rise late. They just emerged when Top was at its strongest. Yes, this team of Wii might have been qualified to win the championship in any season in the past. But it is a pity that they met this invincible Top. Fans from both sides can also send barrage comments to each other in a friendly manner. The main reason is that we have been sinking for too long. And those who remain are either true Love Team fans. This type of fans are players from ancient times. They have been exposed to games as early as S2 and S3. They are not young at all, and have long since passed the time with others. Age of Debate Online. Or its Mystic's good-looking powder. In fact, this type of fans highly overlaps with Li Hanqing's female fan group. These girls in the fandom, who only care about good looks like two people at the same time. It doesn't matter to them who wins. And the most important point, we simply cannot pose a threat to Top's domestic dominance. so Top's fans will naturally not be hostile to we. On the field, we have a hard time playing here. The upper, middle and lower roads, including the Kindy in the wild area, are very uncomfortable. 957 is really serious about resisting pressure. Having a character like Wine Barrel with a strong ability to withstand pressure also makes him less likely to be out of line during the landing phase. But be clear, there is a threshold for stress resistance. Once this threshold is exceeded, the stress will be too great. In the process of resisting pressure and being beaten, you will always miss out on soldiers and experience. These small things accumulate little by little, then go through the superposition of extended timeline. In the future, it will evolve into a backward level and backward equipment. It lags behind in all aspects. No matter how strong the 957's ability to withstand pressure is, there will still be problems. The CS gap on the top lane has already climbed to 10 knives. Considering the current game time, this is already a quite outrageous number. If this continues, I am afraid that within 10 minutes, the difference in pure CS on top will be 30 to 40 knives. Just when 957 tried to call Kandi to help relieve the pressure, Li Hansheng, who originally controlled the lane development, suddenly chose to push the lane. Such abnormal behavior immediately aroused the alert of 957. Could it be that the prince was coming and the other party was coming to cross the tower to kill him? This is really possible. Xiang Renjie, come up and crouch down. The opponent may want to jump over the tower and kill me. 957 quickly called the jungler. But from God's perspective, his guess was completely wrong. After pushing the line, Jess immediately retreated, and this side of the bottom lane. As the Titan disappeared in the middle again, Mystic and Green Hair were forced to retreat to the tower again, giving Jackie Love and Ming a chance to push the lane into the tower. Lu Mao had actually built up his field of vision in the triangular grass behind the tower to prevent him from being jumped over. But Gao Tianliang couldn't stand it. At this time, Gao Tianliang had already penetrated deep into their blue buff camp. A vision was inserted, and the teleportation beam instantly lit up. Jess, who was far away on the top lane, handed over TP to the bottom lane without any hesitation. Top once again targeted Whi's bottom lane. Whoa! Top has gone too far. Are you here to catch us? This has almost never happened in the competition field. And it is rarely like this even in rank. Right. Miller's facial features were twisted and wrinkled together, still feeling sorry for Whi. In just 5 minutes. First, the level 2 jungler came to the bottom lane to catch a wave, and immediately the middle and jungle teamed up to kill a wave of tower jumps. Now that Winnow has another linkage, do you want people to play the game? Are we being too cruel? Jackie Love asked in a sinister and mean manner. If this were in the passerby bureau, everyone would have started criticizing you. Father? Li Hansheng frowned and immediately retorted. My son is on the bottom lane. The father must help his son build an advantage. That's right. Gao Tianliang agreed. We have to make our big-headed son happy. Right. Hack! Gao Tianliang, you have a big head. I hate it when people say I have a big head. Are you in a hurry? Are you in a hurry? Nah. I won't argue with you. Just wait until you get backstage and see how I deal with you. Afraid of you? The referee behind him listened to the content of the two men's bickering with a helpless expression on his face. Big brother, I know you have a great advantage. But can you respect your opponent and compete? Fortunately, the bickering ended with bickering. But the attention of everyone at top was still on the competition. After the troops entered the tower, Li Hansheng stood in the jungle and faced the two of us under the tower with a QE reinforcement cannon. Electric energy surge. The blue electromagnetic gun blasted towards the two people below the tower after crossing the acceleration gate. Then as soon as W, super load, was activated, he switched forms and rushed forward with a warhammer in hand. The prince naturally rushed forward with him. Even the routines are exactly the same. Nyoto W took the lead, forcing Thresh C's skill, and the prince took advantage of the situation to EQ for the second time. This time, the brother-in-law showed off a show, using Q to jump back to avoid the prince's extreme EQ. But Jace had already jumped directly into his face with Q Leap of the Sky, and swung it down in one burst. Due to the fact that he died in battle one after another, his level is low, and he is still at level 3 now. How could it be possible to withstand an explosion? After the death of Skateboard Shoes, Thresh was not much better. This kind of distribution of mortal heads can reflect the throne of the team. Li Hansheng, who handed over the precious teleportation, naturally accepted the 2 guaranteed heads without hesitation. It's just that after being killed 3 times in a row, the heads of these 2 people are not as high as before. but in total, I can make up about 500 yuan, which is quite good. Why do I feel like this game will end so quickly? Watanabe's tone was incomprehensible, mainly because he was afraid of offending Wi's fans. So he spoke so tactfully. The words just fell. We successfully launched a beautiful counterattack. This side of the middle road. Kendi finally found an opportunity to successfully knock Titan into the air. And Lucian immediately followed up with the output. The Titans followed the trend of the Q wall to move. But at this moment, the wine barrel that was supposed to be on the top lane also came to the middle lane at some point. And a beautiful E flashed to take over the control. The Titan was very fleshy. And it flashed to keep the distance. Excavator and Lucian had to flash together to take down the head. We finally saved some face. It's not profitable. Miller shook his head. It took 3 flashes to get this kill. Team Wi's current mentality seems to have been affected by the overly passive situation on the court. Miller didn't even manage to say what was really in his heart. This wave of we actually lost money. The handing over of 3 flashes means that Top's next attack will only be more convenient. And the Titans' kill is not enough for we to reverse their situation at the moment. It can only be said that we are indeed very courageous and chose to attack Top to the end. But as of now, their offense is far from enough compared to Top, let alone win the game. They can even maintain a balance with Top. It's all a little bit strenuous. Chapter 325. What is the core of the team? What is even more difficult for Mystic to accept is that Li Hanqing actually left after taking the heads? If you demolish the tower, won't you take the bounty from the First Blood Tower? This is not your character. Although it is still early in the game. For we, who is constantly being targeted in the bottom lane, they really want this bottom lane tower to be pushed down quickly, so that they can be relieved as soon as possible. Once they are pushed off the bottom tower, they can either retreat and huddle in front of their own second tower, which is safer, or just change the line directly. No matter what. As the team's continuous output, skateboard shoes can get the safest place to develop. But is it better now? Li Hanqing retreated directly, and the rest of Top didn't seem to want to push down the first tower on the bottom road now. This behavior of raising pigs was too obvious. Can Mystic not be depressed? And the head-to-head ratio is 6-1. From such a simple score, we can see the form of both sides on the court at this time. How hard it was for us to fight. Why is it difficult? Because they are already a lineup. Heroes such as Lucian and Shadow Island are mainly used for landing. There is only one way for these heroes and combinations to win the game. Accumulate a huge advantage during the landing phase, and then use the equipment advantage to directly destroy the opponent. According to Wi's most ideal state, push the lane at the beginning of the bottom lane, and then create a wave of pushback lanes, allowing the excavator to grab them 3 times quickly. In this way, the bottom lane can be used as a breakthrough point, breaking through and tearing apart Top's defense line bit by bit. However, due to the bottom lane being at a huge disadvantage at the start, Top took advantage of this loophole and kept attacking. Although League of Legends is a team game, its essence is somewhat similar to a fighting game. You catch the opponent's mistakes and counterattack. The start of Wii is like you have finally accumulated all the energy, and you use a naked amplification move against Top. As a result, Top blocks and successfully counterattacks. Not to mention, all the resources you have saved are used up, and you can only be defeated by Top. Top pressed in the corner and kept suppressing him, without even a chance to come out. A desperate attempt to seize the middle lane and use up 3 flashes will bring even greater risks. But we had to do this, even if it was just a dry head and could not bring them any subsequent resources. They had to do it. In many cases, resources are not necessarily required to get a kill. When morale is about to collapse, the gain of 1 head can often greatly boost morale, even if it is not a solo kill. As long as there is a kill, it will be fine. It's okay. Everyone, stay calm. Wait for me to help you gank. Don't give in so easily. Kendi worked very hard and kept boosting morale in his voice. Yes, even if we lose, we can't leave with regrets. Can we? Lu Mao also spoke together. As 6 experience of winning the top title for a whole year has brought them not only honors and financial gains, but also the valuable experience gained in the process of winning the championship is also very important, which makes them more stable than other teammates. Mentality. Brother Legs, let me tell you. Just stop being obsessed with landing and just wander around more. Kendi put forward his crazy idea. Development? Even if we continue to develop like this, we are just showing off to Lao Li and the others. It is better to completely disrupt the rhythm of the game. Make the development trajectory of this game uncontrollable. It will completely become a big brawl. Kendi's idea is simple. Once top gets the advantage, we have already experienced their sharp offense. If they continue to pursue the so-called replenishment and development online, it is nothing more than delaying their own failure. That is undoubtedly killing people with a dull knife. In this case, you might as well take a gamble. Just have a big brawl with top. Maybe in the chaotic situation, Whi's lineup can achieve good results. After all, heroes like we are not only strong in landing, but also very capable in small-scale team battles in the early stage. Strong.
Xiang Renjie.
Yes. Lu Mao immediately agreed with his point of view.
We will fight how rank fights.
No.
We are crazier than rank.
957. Xie and Mystic were also shocked by Nosuk's crazy proposal. This was definitely an unbelievable proposal. But it was so reasonable. You are destined to lose anyway, so you might as well have a good time. Otherwise, when your career is about to come to an end, you will start to look back on your career, and you will find that the experience of the first finals was so bad and so frustrating. Surrender? Isn't it a pity?
Then hack them.
Xie also licked his lips very excitedly. He obviously looked very childish, but he actually appeared crazy because his appearance and temperament did not match it. The successful transformation in the past 2 years has turned him into a more qualified professional mid-laner. But everyone has forgotten it. One of the bottom Wii members in S5 that overthrew the Tigers back then was Xie. As the leader of the road ahead, how could he not be an expert in chaos? Whi's crazy behavior quickly comes into action. Gao Dui looked at the empty middle road, still wondering, where did Xie go? Especially after he had completely sent his troops into the defense tower. Lucian still did not appear. At this time,
what the HL? When did Ba Su come to the bottom lane?
Jackie Love screamed in surprise, causing everyone's attention to focus on the bottom lane.
Did I read it correctly? Xie didn't even want to go to the middle lane, but came to the bottom lane? Kendi is also there. The most important thing is that the troops are about to enter the tower.
Miller also widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. According to everyone's common understanding, professional players must prioritize the troop line before considering ganking. How can anyone forcefully go gank regardless of the troop line? That's what the shameful people did. The main reason is that the clearing ability of Easy and Yoto is too weak. Switching to other normal combinations, teammates helped to catch the opponent's bottom lane 3 times in the early stage, and they were already suppressing the opponent. But the Shadow Island combination was still able to get the lane rights. At this time, Lu Mao had never had the opportunity to use Flash before, but instead gave him a perfect opportunity. The moment the troops entered the tower, as a member of the team that left the top, the decisiveness when jumping over the tower and starting a group was still deeply rooted in Lu Mao's bones, and it could even be said to have become an instinct. Buzz, Thresh flashed directly into the faces of Easy and Nyoto, and used a backhandy to pull them both at the same time. Although Nyoto used W to push him away immediately, but Thresh has successfully mounted E's deceleration. Then he used a precise Q to force out Easy's skill. Facing the excavators, Earth Break, Easy could only flash to distance itself. But all Wii members were determined to kill. The skateboard shoes jumped forward through the minion under Tower A. With a Q at the extreme distance, a spear was inserted into him. And then he used E tier to successfully put the deceleration effect on Easy again. Nyoto didn't care about so many QS and knocked the skateboard shoes off his face. But the Easy at the back is already being beaten by the excavator and Lucian. The shortcomings of the shooter are once again exposed. If a top lane hero has 2 to 3 heads and has a certain amount of meat equipment, the combat effectiveness under the tower will be very strong. Can be a shooter? Even Easy would not carry a little Bingshin so early. It is still very crispy. However, because Jackie Love's Flash flashed into the tower, Whi's entire formation was extended to the defense tower. After Thresh resisted the tower to its limit, Lucian resisted the tower again, and a lantern from Thresh rescued Lucian. Easy's head was removed by skateboard shoes. When killing the bull head, it was a bit difficult, so the excavator without any subsequent escape skills was replaced. But 1 for 2. We will definitely make a profit. Not to mention Easy is also a finishing bounty. This head also gave Mystic a lot of blood.
This wave of our attack is a bit unexpected. But is it really profitable? We may lose nearly 2 waves of minions in the middle.
Wawa still doesn't understand, but Miller seems to understand Whi's thoughts.
I guess we want to completely enter the chaos mode. After all, they continue to rely on online development and can only passively wait for top to attack. They might as well choose the time to attack by themselves. Don't even say it. We said really confused the top group, especially Xiao Tian, who seemed to have lost his rhythm all of a sudden.
6 minutes.
Gao Dui suffered another disaster. He never dreamed that two Shadow Island combinations that were not even level 5 would actually run into his middle to cooperate with Lucian in killing. When Titan Q tried to escape from the wall, Thresh also followed Q and hit him. Then the second stage of Q followed him and flew over while throwing a lantern behind him and used E to pull Titan back. The skateboard shoes lit up the lantern and followed, while Lucian stood in a safe position and shot his ultimate move directly. Titan is really tough, but it can't stand such a torment. With the cooperation of its teammates, Titan has taken full damage from Lucian's ultimate move. Only those who don't die will have trouble. But it's not like they didn't fully pay the price. There is no one to deal with the troops entering the tower in the bottom lane. Jackie Love and Ming successfully reduced the health of Whi's first tower in the bottom lane to less than 1/3. If they dare to run around casually again, Top can use the first health tower, the bounty, to punish them. But the rhythm has been completely messed up. Still ignoring the army line, Lucian went home to replenish a round, and then followed the prince to the bottom lane, planning to launch another wave before Easy and the others reached level 6. As expected this time, Top was still caught off guard. And here in the middle, there is no explosion in this version of the talent. Tank heroes like Titan hardly have the ability to demolish towers. Even if Lucian leaves the middle many times, his health on the first tower in the middle is still okay, and he has not entered a dangerous position. Red line. On the contrary, Top's bottom lane tower was demolished with about half of its health. Whi's already collapsed bottom lane has hope of a comeback? That's not right. Why do you feel that Whi's messing up has actually revitalized the situation on the court? Wawa was a little surprised. This was obviously beyond his knowledge and common sense. He had never seen such a game before. Just beat the master to death with random punches. Miller understood, and also gave an example. Think about the newly promoted teams that have just upgraded from LSPL. When facing LPL teams, can they occasionally play some bad games to win the game in a reasonable situation? In fact, it depends on disrupting the rhythm of the game. We also discovered that if they continue to operate with Top, they can only follow Top's rhythm. How can they make a comeback? They will just mess around. As for why Top was fooled, it's also very simple. And the mind can't turn around at once. Professional players judge whether the opponent will attack them, or they listen to the information fed back by their teammates in the voice, or they simply judge from the line of soldiers. And we always chooses it. It was a situation where it would be absolutely impossible to gank in a normal situation. So I was caught off guard. It's normal for Top to suffer disasters one after another. In addition, the three young people in the team are a bit impatient themselves. It is impossible for them to be able to deal with a sudden rhythm like Li Hansheng and Wei Shen. The chaotic formation will naturally make Wei more and more popular. Li Hansheng didn't speak for the time being. It wasn't that he couldn't see the problem, but that he was already thinking about solving it. Now the team needs to stabilize its position. So what better way to stabilize its position than to kill a wave of solo? 957 is also wary of this. And he also knows that Li Hansheng must be looking for an opportunity. But he took a look at Li Hansheng's mana and felt relieved again. Although he is not that good at it. As a top laner, Jace is also on 957's daily training list. He does not necessarily have to train to the point where he can confidently carry the team on the field. But you also need to understand some of the characteristics of this hero, so that you can respond more calmly when others choose top laner Jace. 957 was very keen to catch 1 point. Li Hansheng didn't have enough mana. In fact, the hero Jace was not very popular in the early days. The first time players saw the power of this hero was when we faced its bitter host, CLG and EU, which had the world's #1 Ice Bird in the quarterfinals of S2. At that time, they had Wicked, known as the world's best female blade, used Jace's hammer to instantly kill Smile, who was about half of her health, causing we to lose a key team fight and regrettably stop in the top 8. After that wave of operations, Riot directly cut off the basic damage of the E skill in Jace's Warhammer form with a knife. You must know that in the beginning, Jace's E in the Warhammer form had a high fixed damage in addition to percentage damage. After that, Jace went silent again until the S3 All-Star game, where he flourished in the hands of the All-Star team of the Ojian League, the predecessor of LCK. Shy's 4 famous PDD scenes in one shot. The poke system was also developed by Koreans at that All-Star game and then became popular. In fact, the styles of each competition area have never changed. LCK has always liked this system that can pull, so their shooters will all be proficient in Ezreal. The powerful Xiao Huangmao is a hero with extremely strong pull. The LPL likes to fight, like to operate, and likes to have an all-in team fight, and compete with one's ultimate operating ability. Why can't LPL beat LCK? In the final analysis, the game style is perfectly defeated. After that, the hero Jayce continued to suffer continuous weakening. The bonuses of the 3 skills of QW were all cut off. The cooldown time was fully increased, and the R skill form switch could no longer be used as Tears of the Goddess. Now, Jayce only has over 200 mana, which is definitely only enough to complete one set of output in Cannon form or Warhammer form, but not enough to complete the second set. And with his current blood volume, it would be unrealistic for Jayce to simply rely on a set of skills in one form to kill him. Therefore, he is safe. But little did they know that Li Hanqing had already regarded him as his prey. And he was the kind of prey that must be killed. This is like a cheetah that will not expose its murderous intention prematurely before killing its prey. Instead, it will creep closer slowly. In League of Legends, if you want to kill someone, you must not reveal your thoughts prematurely, or even give the other person the illusion that you can survive. 957 dishes? It's obvious that he's not good at it. Just look at his performance against the top laner quality Inspector Huni. With his level 2 Prince, he can suppress Huni's weapons. Huni B is a quality inspector who belongs to the top laners. Top laners who can beat him will definitely be excellent. But those who can't beat him are all colored pins. Considering 957's relatively conservative game style, if you want to kill such a player, it's almost impossible to kill him alone without some extreme operations, because they are very sensitive to blood volume and mana volume. Once they enter the killing line, they will be very vigilant. They will either go home immediately to replenish their supplies, or call the jungler to help push the line. This is also the reason why Li Hanqing is so popular. It is already very difficult to kill alone, but Li Hanqing can always perform single kill operations. How can the audience not love him? Not enough blue? A few more A's and you're done. Li Hanqing is a thief. He activated W, super load, in advance and then actively switched to Warhammer form and rushed forward. He did not Q the barrel directly, because Jayce's Q, Leap of the Sky, will be interrupted by Wine Barrel's E meat, egg, onion, chicken. If you go to Q so directly, the opponent will definitely be able to react and interrupt your skill. But EQ minions, using the AoE damage of skills to rub the barrel. The nature is different. Seeing Li Hanqing sudden face-to-face, 957's first reaction was to use W to drink alcohol to get a percentage damage reduction buff, and then turn to E meat, egg, onion and chicken, trying to knock Li Hanqing away to get the shield of Power of the Colossus. Complete this wave of blood exchange. However, the moment the wine barrel thrust its fat belly into Jess's face, Buzz, Jayce suddenly turned into a golden light and disappeared from the place, and reappeared behind the wine barrel the next second. Flash evasion? 957 was a little confused. Could it be that Li Hanqing was frightened by him? But soon he knew Li Hanqing's true thoughts. After evading the barrel's E, Jess quickly approached. Quaya. This set of burst was played, and then the last AE, Thunder Blow, hammered the barrel towards his own minion. Inside the pile. Let your own soldiers focus the fire. This set of damage is still not enough even though the wine barrel has a W percentage damage reduction. The most important thing is that the Power of the Colossus shield is not triggered. The blood volume suddenly dropped to less than 1/3. Hack! 957's eyelids were twitching wildly, although his blood volume had dropped seriously. When he saw that Jayce's blue bar had basically bottomed out, he felt a little relieved. However, for the sake of being conservative, he still decided to use his ultimate move to kill Jayce. Let's blow it up. Blast the barrel. I saw the wine barrel taking out a barrel like a giant bomb from his arms and throwing it into the air. But Li Hanqing had been wary of it for a long time. The talent he brought with him was Storm Knight's Surge, and the previous set of bursts had already caused him to trigger this talent. The moment he saw the wine barrel raising his hand, he immediately took a few steps back. At this moment, Li Hanqing perfectly controlled 957's psychological changes, because the positions of both sides at this time dictated that 957 could only choose this way. Li Hanqing evaded E by flashing, and came to the back of the wine barrel, and then used E to repel the wine barrel into the blue side's minions. This means that the wine barrel cannot run back to his defense tower in a straight line. He can only blow Jayce back with his ultimate move on the spot, and then escape towards the river. Isn't Noob a little anxious? The wine barrel has a big move, and he doesn't have enough mana. Miller was also surprised. This is completely unlike what Li Hanqing can usually do. Just one word stands out: impatient. Could it be that the team suddenly lost its rhythm? causing Li Hansheng to become impatient. No! Huawei exclaimed. Oh my god! Jiangzi moved? The landing point of 957's ultimate move was to throw it at his own feet. Because Jace was very close to him at first. But after Li Hansheng triggered Wind Rider, he immediately moved back and distanced himself. The result is, wood chips were flying, wine was splashing everywhere, and the barrel's ultimate move exploded on the spot. The shockwave caused by the explosion did not affect Jace, who had already evacuated several positions. The barrel once again failed to trigger the control power of the Colossus. Hack. 957's face changed drastically, and he quickly ran towards the river, and used Q, rolling barrel, on the way to Jace's pursuit to slow down Jace's pursuit. But there is another problem. No one in 957's mind can help him solve the problem. That is, Jace's full mana is only about 30 points. So he can't pursue him in the future. And he can't throw out any skills. Is it really a mistake? 957 was confused. Then, he saw that Jace did not chase him, but stood there as Soldier A, which made him react immediately. Jace's W, Lightning Field, in Warhammer form has a passive effect. That is, when switching to Warhammer form, a flat A can restore mana. Level 1 W can restore 6 mana points every time a flat A is made. But if Jace wants to fire a Q reinforced cannon, he still needs 100 mana points. Jace needs a 7-8 to hit the minions. Right? By the time Jace's Soldier A gives enough mana to A, the wine barrel will have at least reached the vicinity of the dragon pit. But the next moment, 957's expression suddenly changed. I saw Jace twice, and after killing a minion, a golden light flashed above his head, and he was upgraded. At this critical moment, Jace actually succeeded in reaching level 7. The increase in level brings a full range of attribute bonuses to Jace, including mana, the increase in mana brought by the upgrade, and the mana restored by the minion after 2 hits of A. Jace's blue bar, which had already bottomed out, suddenly changed. You have to be rich. Losing at least 2 skills is not a problem at all. The Q-enhanced cannon has enough mana. 957 seemed to have felt a scarlet word danger floating above his head. At this moment, he truly felt how perverted Li Hansheng was. Almost everything that could be calculated was taken into account. Operations, ideas, damage calculations, and even mana calculations were all impeccable. However, now is not the time to sigh. You have to run. Fortunately, he had already opened a certain distance, and saw that Jace used the acceleration of switching forms to escape from the pile of minions, and seemed to be targeting himself. 957 did not dare to continue to move in a silly straight line, but twisted left and right. The high end call it the snakeskin move, and the low end call it the blind beta move. As long as I don't know where I will be next second, you can't predict my trajectory. Brother Leg is moving like crazy. Can Noob's skill hit? Miller held his breath and didn't even dare to breathe, as if he was afraid of affecting Li Hansheng's prediction. Looking at the wine barrel twisting left and right, Li Hansheng took a deep breath. Now! Electric energy surges. The blue-colored electromagnetic gun is shot from the muzzle, and the acceleration gate is released directly on the face. The electromagnetic gun can enjoy the blessing of the acceleration gate immediately, under the gaze of 957's gradually enlarging pupils. This Yulan's electromagnetic gun exploded behind his butt with great accuracy. The horrific damage directly empties the remaining health bar of the wine barrel. Wine barrel's fat body could no longer move forward, and could only fall to the ground helplessly and become a corpse. Single kill. Oh my god! I'm going to ask you if you accept this wave of solo kills. Miller's emotions exploded at this moment, and he shouted excitedly, I think everyone is the same as me, thinking that he was a noob at the beginning. An operation error. Who would have thought that he would actually kill alone? Not to mention the commentators and the audience. Even 957 did not expect that Jace would recover enough mana to kill him in this way. It can only be said that the lack of mana at the beginning is an illusion. A paralysis barrel. An illusion that hides the real murderous intention. Joke. Do you still need to question my brother Hansheng's Jace? 60 you speak to me. Like to bark? Want to make a comeback? Have you asked me? Brother Hansheng? Grass. This TM is too scary. Everything is really calculated to the extreme. That ultimate move of moving around to avoid the wine barrel is so cool. Everyone, please calm down. Please be patient. Isn't this the normal operation of Brother Hansheng? Ah? Lychee? In this case, you want me to lychee? You fake fan. Don't say you are a fan of Shengbao. 957 had a bitter smile on his face. The team was clearly gaining momentum. But this wave of solo kills was like a fist that had forced Whis' momentum back.
Sorry. I made a mistake. It's okay. Brother Leg. The worst thing is that we can catch him. I'll help you hack loudly.
Kendi immediately comforted him. If he hadn't been teammates with Li Hansheng, Kendi might have complained about why his top laner wasn't more careful when encountering this situation. As Li Hansheng's former teammate, he is extremely aware of Li Hansheng's personal abilities. Sometimes there is really no way to blame my own top laner. I can only say that Li Hansheng is too perverted and buggy. Instead of complaining and passing on negative energy, it is better to comfort and encourage his teammates and restore their morale.
Xiang Renjie is right. Brother Leg, you don't need to blame yourself so much.
Lu Mao took the initiative to comfort him.
Just think of this boy Lao Li as a monster. You can't look at him with ordinary people's eyes. You can persist until now.
It's been done well.
Is this comforting? In normal times, when someone says this, 957 would even think that the other person is scolding him. But now, he didn't feel that Lu Mao was perfunctory, but actually comforting himself. This wave of solo kills really helped top stabilize the situation. Gao Tianliang no longer wandered around in confusion, but came to the bottom lane, cooperated with his teammates to force the ultimate move of skateboard shoes, and then killed Thresh, and immediately demolished Whis' bottom lane tower.
Speed up the game. Don't give them any chance to counterattack. End it quickly.
Li Hansheng spoke proactively, and the team members also nodded. They decided to press the accelerator button for the game. One tower in the bottom lane was pushed, and the bounty of the first blood tower was eaten by Jackie Love alone. Despite being targeted twice in succession, Jackie Love's development has not fallen behind at all, and is still at a level of development that transcends the timeline. You will definitely be able to have Ice Fist plus Demon Blade at 16 minutes, and at the latest at 17 minutes. Demon Cut can also be upgraded. And by then, Li Hansheng was initially able to make 2 penetration items, Black Cut and Yuming, around 18 to 19 minutes. The top lineup will usher in a period of overall strength for the poke system. The two sides only fought for the first dragon at 12 minutes. But it was this wave of team battles that made Whis' team members begin to feel desperate. Lucian and his skateboard shoes have short hands. When the two sides were at a stalemate at Lonkenko, Whis' lineup did not have any poke attributes, so it could only be wasted without thinking. EZ, which already has Ice Fist, slows them down in various ways. But Li Hansheng can always follow up with a Q-reinforced cannon just right. The damage of EZ is not that obvious. But now that Jace has Yuming, one shot will hit the crispy body with nearly 40% of his health. Xia was hit by the enhanced cannon, losing 40% of his health, and his expression suddenly changed. How to spell? Even before the fight started and he got poked twice, he already couldn't bear it. Forced open?
Nima.
The 3 gay guys, Taigan, Yodo and Prince, were blocking the front. Yodo in particular was moving in an extremely arrogant manner, as if to say, if you have the guts, come and drive me.
Wow. It feels so uncomfortable. Facing Top's ultimate poke system lineup. We really feel uncomfortable. It's really a bit like the LCK playing against the LPL.
The best poke system in the world is indeed the LCK division. After all, their division style is very good at pulling the poke system.
What will we choose? If they are poked again, they will definitely lose even if they can start a group.
Opened. We may have decided to fight to the death. Skateboard Shoes took the initiative to activate his ultimate move and threw Thresh directly into the crowd. Excavator and Barrel also followed immediately and tried to start the team battle. The thrown Thresh flashed past the 3 gay men in the front row of top, aiming directly at Jace. He really succeeded. But in the next scene, Lu Mao was somewhat ruined. I saw that Jace didn't panic at all. After turning on W, he first threw an ordinary Q on Thresh. After turning on Yomu to get a movement speed bonus, he moved around to twist Thresh C and broke away from Thresh, within the range of the ultimate move. Facing Thresh's hook, he turned around and dodged again. Huh? Miller's eyes widened.
I've seen this scene before. 3 consecutive yellow stars.
But at this time, no one cared about this mortal Thresh. Digger also tried to use E to get over the crowd, but was directly knocked into the air by Nyoto with Q. Then he blocked the front with his body, helping his teammates resist the damage from Lucian and Skate Shoes. Once the big move was activated, the damage was 50%, although the reduction effect is not as terrifying as it was at the peak of S6.
It is still sufficient now. 957's Barrel did not step forward recklessly. After all, the barrel's ultimate move has a casting distance of 1,150 yards. This distance is as far as Easy's Q. He threw his ultimate move towards the top crowd from a distance, trying to separate the top and front rows. Both Jace and Easy were on guard. Jace retreated in time, and Easy used E to jump away, but neither was blown away. On the contrary, Thresh, who had entered the crowd, was now on the verge of death. The Titans locked the ULT directly to the skateboard shoes, then ignored them and used Q to keep the excavator. The division of labor in the entire top is very clear. Don't rush to deal with your back row. Deal with your front row first. Titan's ultimate move can be said to be the top-ranked ultimate move in League of Legends in terms of its limiting effect on the C position in team battles. After being locked in the headlock, the skateboard shoes did not dare to rush forward at all, and could only stand where they were. The moment the prince saw his skateboard shoes being knocked away, he hit the ground level with EQ2 and connected R with A. This one Gao Tianyang brought was Thunderlord's Decree. And his outfit was not a scumbag giant, but a scumbag giant. Warrior enchantment follows a warrior output route, and the damage is very considerable. Whis Double C was already in poor condition. Even if his teammates had started the team, they didn't dare to go up and deal damage. Their hands were really too short. After Lucian finished shooting his ultimate move, he could only help the skateboard shoes to deal with the prince first. How to fight this? This side behind you. Jace and Easy have already dealt with Thresh and Excavator. Although Excavator used his ultimate move to delay for a while, he still couldn't escape the fate of being killed. Nosuk's fall caused Whis' formation to be scattered.
There is absolutely no way to fight.
Miller kept shaking his head.
We must start a team fight as soon as the two sides meet. Maybe there is a chance. After being poked for a while, there is really no chance to start a team fight again. Furthermore, the team fight between top's two heroes, Tao and Titan, is too buggy. They are too bulky and have too many controls. It's like two walls standing in front of everyone in Wii, making it difficult to overcome.
Finally, Lucian and skateboards both flashed away from the battlefield. But the wine barrel that later entered the scene as a stirrer was not so lucky, being controlled by the bullhead and Titan in top's side. No matter how meaty the wine barrel is, it can't withstand the concentrated fire of 5 people. Right? 0 for 3. Top easily won the team battle and captured a precious fire dragon. He immediately switched to the middle and demolished Whis' precious middle tower.
It's over. Without a tower, we will really suffer.
The fall of the first tower in the middle lane immediately opened the door to the entire Wii jungle area, and the first tower in the top lane soon followed suit. And at 15 minutes, top formed a group in the middle and approached the second tower, letting everyone see once again how disgusting the advantageous poke lineup is. Easy's damage is indeed average, but it can't withstand the high frequency. If Easy is a light weapon with low damage, then Jace has heavy firepower, and no one can bear it with one shot. Especially the hit rate of Li Hanqing's Q-enhanced cannon. To be honest, the poke system is nothing new. Everyone has seen it before. They all have turret attributes, long hands, and high damage. But on the other hand, long hands mean that the casting distance is very long, and the opponent actually has enough reaction time to adjust his position. Therefore, poke skills are very dependent on the player's anticipation ability. The positioning of professional players is no joke. Generally speaking, being able to maintain a hit rate of about 60% is pretty good. But Li Hanqing? The hit rate of this skill is at least 80%. There is nothing we can do about this, mainly because the Wii team members are under too much pressure. If they just need to avoid Jace's enhanced cannon, then they will definitely not take skills easily. After all, Jace's release frequency is not high. But the current situation is, not only do you have to dodge the powerful cannon, but you also have to dodge Easy's Q. Because once the Easy skill hits and is slowed down, guess who among the Titans, Princes, and Tauren in front of the crowd will rush over? The forced positioning of Prince, Bullhead, and Titan put a lot of pressure on them, which is also the reason why the Wii player's positioning ability has declined. When Lucian and skateboards received Jace's enhanced cannons one after another, we no longer dared to defend. So we could only retreat to our own Highland Tower and give up this second tower. This is the disgusting thing about the poke system. With just a simple throwing skill, the defender will have to give up some resources. And top did not take advantage of the victory to pursue the victory, but chose to change lanes and push the second tower on the road. Only 3 minutes before and after, Whis upper, middle and lower roads and 2 towers have been broken one after another, and the economic gap between the two sides has now reached the 10,000 mark. 18 minutes. when all we members only had one-piece suits. Li Hanxing and Jackie Love already had two-piece suits. And even Titan was a yuppie with Bing Xian plus Ri Yin. Why do I feel that if Top wanted to, he might not even be able to wait for 20 shots in this game? Wawa said this suddenly. Miller didn't know how to answer the question for a moment. According to this rhythm, Top now only needs to group together and push. And we, with such inferior equipment, has no way to stop them. How to spell? Force open? Now the economic gap between the two sides. The Titan stood there and let Lucian and Skateboard beat him. Both of them waited for a long time. It is no exaggeration to say that the time it took for the two of them to kill a Titan was enough for Jace and easy to kill the Excavator. Wine Barrel and Thresh. What about the Prince and the Bullhead? To put it simply, Top's current economic advantage has reached the point of crushing it. And this has nothing to do with how we play. They can't beat Top now. Under the command of Li Hanxing, Top did not continue to waste time and dilly-dally. Instead, just push forward in a group in the middle. The Prince, Nyoto, and Titan stood in front to clear the way and act as door gods. Protect the two turrets, Jace and Easy, and let the two unleash their terrifying firepower wantonly. The will to resist on our side is getting weaker and weaker. With a huge gap before our eyes, AQ can't really be mentally paralyzed. Right? This is a very strange scene. Top wanted to push, but we had no intention of defending. The high ground in the middle was quickly pushed away. Then came the barracks. When Top was about to push the incisor tower, we finally started the group. But by this time it was too late. With the help of two incisor towers, they barely managed to play a 4-for-2. But only Lucian managed to escape. But Lucian can't stop Top's subsequent advancement. The final game time was fixed at 19 minutes and 47 seconds. It's really not even 20 minutes. Chapter 326. I can't pretend too much. Right? We's team members watched helplessly as the base crystal was pushed flat. But they breathed a sigh of relief. A game with such a huge disadvantage, such an extremely unbalanced game, is simply a kind of psychological torture for the players. Because the whole audience is in a desperate state of mind. You can't see the turning point at all. People are most tired when there is no hope. As we space crystal burst out with a burst of brilliant fireworks. It became ruins on the ground. In an instant, the Olympic Sports Center turned into a sea of joy. Top fans waved their fluorescent sticks vigorously, screamed at the top of their lungs, and all of them were blushing. Even the girls did not have any thought of caring about their own image at this moment. Sound waves swept in from all directions, surrounding the main stage where the contestants were. The lighting engineer on site was also very sensible. Originally, the main stage did not have many lighting effects. After all, too strong lighting would affect the player's sight and thus affect their operations. But now, there is no such worry anymore. The ever-changing colorful light pillars are moving and flashing irregularly above the top player seats. Several photographers rush over from the side, striving to capture the top players in 360 degrees without any blind spots. Shooting is done in the player seats, and we strive to present every picture clearly in front of the audience. 3-0. Miller showed the strong energy of a middle-aged man, and his almost roaring shout was enhanced by sound effects and resounded throughout the venue. Congratulations to Top for sweeping Team Lee and winning the 2017 LPL Spring Finals Championship. Successfully defending the title again makes them the second team in the history of the LPL to win 3 consecutive championships after EDG. Since the establishment of LPL in S3, in the past 4.5 seasons, a total of 9 finals have been held. The only teams that have won the championship trophy are China.pe, OMG, EDG, LGD, and Top. Among the dozen or so teams in the league, only 5A team has truly won the championship trophy. There are 9 championships. EDG and Top each have 3. The team that completed 3 consecutive league championships before Top was the EDG team. They won the title from the 2014 Spring Split to the 2015 Spring Split, but lost to LGD in the 2015 Summer Finals. From this we can also see why EDG has so many fans, and the factory director has so many fans. Although their performance in the World Championships every year is mediocre, and can even be said to be eye-catching. EDG, who cannot stand up in China, is truly the team that deserves the title of king. Huawei used a little trick to give Top another layer of honor. At the same time, Top is the first team in our LPL division to win the championship with a complete victory record in both the spring and summer seasons. This is a very simple truth. As long as I have enough prerequisites, I can always be the first. In fact, Top's only true victory was last year's summer split, where they really went all the way without losing a single game. In this year's spring split, we actually lost several small games, which was not strictly a complete victory. However, the points in the league are now judged based on the overall BO3 victory or defeat. So although Wawa's words are a little flattering, they are not so rigorous. But you really can't deny it.
Top, like SKT, won the World Championship the previous year and then the League Championship the next year. This is a symbol of strength. After all, everyone knows that Riot likes to weaken the championship team in various ways. Winning the Spring Championship means that Top will then represent our LPL division in the upcoming MSI in Brazil. This is a huge test for Top. There are many strong opponents waiting for them there. If we can win the MSI again, then our LPL team will win all 3 MSI championships so far.
Right above the stage, colorful ribbons began to float all over the sky, and a golden rain began to fall. Various lighting effects emerge endlessly. Bursts of gorgeous fireworks will erupt from time to time on the edge of the stage. And the ground screen technology that has long been expertly operated by LPL officials has also appeared again. The word victory appeared on the circular stage floor. And there were also photos of all Top members in their makeup. On the player bench, Lee Hansheng, who has won the championship many times, has already learned how to face all this with a more stable mentality. This is not the first time he has won the championship, so naturally he has to behave more maturely. As for Gao Tianliang, who was sitting next to him, the garlic bastard was sitting there dumbly at the moment, his eyes a little dazed under the thick lenses, as if he still didn't understand what was going on. This boy, who is only 16 years old, seems not to be mentally prepared for such a grand occasion. A smile appeared at the corner of Lee Hansheng's mouth inadvertently. What a familiar scene. When he won the championship trophy for the first time last year, Lee Hansheng's reaction was actually very similar to Gao Tianliang's. His whole brain was in a state of confusion. A sentence kept echoing in my heart.
I won the championship. I am the champion?
Looking over to the other side, Jackie Love and Ming are actually in the same state, although they have experienced various championship scenes with Top. But it was always a bystander's perspective. After all, they didn't play in the game at the time and had no sense of participation at all. At this moment, this is their stage. They are players sitting on the field participating in the competition, not spectators who can only watch from the backstage.
Gao Tianliang? Gao Tianliang? The garlic bastard.
Lee Hansheng smiled and patted Gao Tianliang on the back, waking him up from his dazed state.
What? Are you dumbfounded? We have already won the championship. You win ball? Sure, Ming. It's understandable that Gao Tianliang hasn't experienced this before. Why are you two boys standing there in a daze?
Only then did the 3 newcomers react one by one. They jumped up from their seats as if they didn't realize it. With excited expressions on their faces, Jackie Love tried hard to restrain the joy in his heart and pretended to be calm.
How is it possible? My brother is a man who almost has the skin of a champion. A small scene like winning the league is so spicy. Next time Yuanba pretends to be cool, please put a little less smile on your face, so that what you say will be more convincing. Don't think I didn't see it. You got up in a hurry to celebrate and almost lost your footing.
Ming's eyed the person on the side exposed him mercilessly.
Also, it's not like I almost have it. Without you, what's the point of pretending? I can also say this. My brother is also a man who almost has the skin of a champion. Sure, Ming. Your mouth doesn't taste good when you're not talking.
Jackie Love jumped up and started fighting with Ming in a headlock and chokehold. Lee Hansheng shook his head dumbfounded. And without noticing, a hand was stretched out in front of him. Gao Tianliang looked excited.
Brother Hansheng, we are the champions.
Lee Hansheng smiled and held his hand and nodded.
Yes, we are the champions. Enjoy the moment of celebration. This is the stage for the winner. No matter how you celebrate, no one will blame you.
The behavior of the players on the court naturally caused a burst of laughter from the audience. Even the commentator couldn't help but joke.
The 3 newcomers still seem more lively. Noob and Wei Shen are much calmer. But I'm very curious. Jack, Xiao Ming, and Xiao Tian all played in various competitions with the top first team last year. Logically speaking, they are considered experienced players. So why are they still so excited? It's normal. Young people's mood swings are very big. And this also fully illustrates many problems. No matter how rich your theoretical knowledge is, it will only be useful when you are bragging. In real combat, no matter how much theoretical knowledge you have, it will only be useful. It's going to lie there like a log.
The two middle-aged men looked at each other and immediately burst into hearty laughter. Damn it. You drove openly when you won the championship. Right? Laughing. A friend of mine is like this. Before he went to check out the apartment, he boasted wildly that he had watched many educational videos by teachers and had rich theories. He made sure to ask his girlfriend to hold onto the wall when she walked out. As a result, this idiot came back in the middle of the night and said that he was a 3S. Shame on Dafa. Classic I have a friend. How can this be made out of nothing? At such a festive time, no one will laugh at you. Or else just admit it. Right? Everyone else at Top's backstage had also come to the stage. Guo Hao rushed over and gave Li Hansheng a bear hug, while stood aside with a relieved smile and a smile of relief like an old father. He is indeed under a lot of pressure. Coaching a focused team like Top makes a lot of money. But he also faces a lot of pressure. Although is not Chinese, he belongs to the East Asian cultural circle. And in many cases, the national conditions are similar. Don't look at the fans who keep saying, "Ah, the team has 3 newcomers." We can understand that it takes time for the team to adjust. But when the team really loses the game, the fans want to go to South Korea and dig up his family's graves. Win the championship without spraying? The right to be spray-free is only limited to the day you win the championship. Do you really think you will be spray-free for the rest of your life? I'm kidding. Bro. People in the East Asian cultural circle have grown up in that traditional environment and have an almost perverted pursuit of honor. No wonder some people ridicule that, whether it is in the field of esports or other competitive fields. The audience does not like that sport at all. Nor do they like XX players. They just like champions and gold medals. Now, Top successfully won the league championship, which allowed him to relax a little. But he also knew that greater pressure was yet to come. He has indeed studied MSI's opponents in advance, and they are not good candidates. Fortunately, there has been a successful start, so will not be as worried as he was at the beginning, because there is Li Hansheng in the team. It is no exaggeration to say that Li Hansheng is the glue of this Top team, the absolute backbone and soul, deeply influencing this team both on and off the court. The whole team takes him as the core and closely surrounds him. And Li Hansheng will never let down his teammates' expectations of him. Once the situation is at a disadvantage, and the situation cannot be opened, it is often Li Hansheng who steps up to stabilize the morale of the team. The final word. To make an inappropriate metaphor, this is like in the NBA. Any easy score such as air cuts and fast break dunks can be done by a qualified NBA player. And what is the difference between real superstars and ordinary players? Isn't it the ability to make the final decision at the critical moment? At the most critical moment of the game. When there is no easy score, you have to shoot against the defender. And you have to score a layup with 2 or 3 people hanging on your body like explosives. This difficult scoring model can reveal a person's true level. Compare this to the game League of Legends. It's like the entire team's resources are given to you. The jungle resources are given to you. The team's vision is arranged around you. And the jungle is always taken care of. In this case, it is normal for you to suppress the opponent and kill the opponent alone. Just like a beautiful fast break dunk on the basketball court. How can you show your value? Stand up when the odds are even. Or even when you are at a disadvantage. Just like the third game. It seemed that Top won easily and happily. The game time was not even 20 minutes before we was pushed flat. However, if you watch the whole process of the game, in the middle, we wanted to gain momentum. And at one point, we were about to lose momentum. The rhythm of the entire game was disrupted. And the rhythm was completely in his own hands. Just when we were about to succeed, who stood up to stabilize the morale of the army? It's Li Hansheng. A wave of single kills allowed the entire team to stabilize its position. This is Li Hansheng's greatest significance and value to this team. It's almost hard to find players like this on the market. After a short celebration, Li Hansheng did not forget to ask his teammates to go see his old friends. The frustration of the weak players is almost engraved on their faces. They are only one step away from the championship. When will the next time they reach the finals again? Moreover, considering Li Hansheng's age and his stable state that is almost as stable as an AI, players of his generation will have almost no hope of winning the championship for a long time to come. Unless, go to Top and be teammates with Li Hansheng? So the question is, the overall age of this Top team is so old. Gao Dui is clearly in his early 20s, and can be considered an older player. The team is almost full of talented teenagers. Can you get in? Brother Leg, you played well today. Li Hansheng was not mocking, but gave a serious evaluation. S7 is indeed the peak year of 957's career. In the original history, We lost to SSG in the semifinals. The person who performed the most brilliantly was 957. In the confrontation with QB on the top lane, he evenly matched and did not lose at all. It is a pity that Wee's entire team is still not as good as SSG.
Can I take it as a compliment?
957 naturally knew that Li Hansheng didn't need to deliberately mock himself like this.
If I can be recognized by Noob, I think I can go to Xiaoshu later and ask him to give me a salary increase. Ha ha ha! You definitely deserve a big contract.
Li Hansheng laughed. As for seeing their old teammates again, Li Hansheng and Kendi gave each other a hug. Although Kendi cursed and punched Li Hansheng, she still did not forget to wish him well in the end.
MSI. Fight well. You kid is smiling now.
Give me a face. If the boat capsizes in the gutter, think about what face Poo-Poo will face when he wins you.
Li Hansheng really imagined that scene seriously. Alright. If Imp really lets him talk to him, he would really be a bit embarrassed. In this case, let Imp lose the game.
Hey, Boss Su?
Li Hansheng joked with a smile.
Jiekwa is coming to take revenge on you.
As soon as he finished speaking, Jackie Love had a proud smile on his face, which made him feel proud.
Hey, isn't this Boss Su who rejected me? Get lost.
Xia rolled his eyes. Jackie Love actually had the idea of inviting Xia to join Seven Wolves of Ionia, but Xia refused directly at that time. This made Jackie Love think about it for a long time. This time he finally got the chance and couldn't take it seriously. Face?
Hee hee. Are you in a hurry? Are you in a hurry? Go away.
Xia punched him speechlessly.
Next time we meet, let's see how Dad deals with you.
As for shaking hands with Mystic, Li Hansheng didn't say much. The main reason was that the two of them had no personal relationship with each other. It was just that the scene of two handsome guys in the same frame was captured by the cameraman's close-up lens. It still attracted bursts of screams from the female fans at the scene.
One thing to say. A bird eats a cricket.
Miller, a middle-aged and married man, couldn't help but give such a comment.
But if I really have to choose, I still think Noob is more handsome. Maybe the aesthetics are a bit different from those of little girls. I prefer the Noob type with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Brother, you are a married person. You have to control yourself.
In the end, Li Hansheng also gave Lu Mao a hug before slowly walking back to the center of the stage. Next to the booth where the trophy was placed, Guihao took out the team flag prepared in advance from the backstage, and everyone lined up to present the team flag neatly in front of the audience. Then Li Hansheng draped the team flag on himself alone. The 5 people from top stood in front of the booth. They all put their hands on the trophy. A cold feeling came from their palms, but it was quickly covered by the heat in their hearts.
Brother is cute. GKD. GKD. This is my first time holding the cup.
Jackie Love was urging him, as if he was thinking of something.
Brother Hansheng, you are not allowed to cheat.
The next second, the 5 of them worked together to lift the heavy silver dragon cup high above their heads. The ribbons above the head are still falling, and the stage effect is also very suitable. Almost at the moment when the trophy is lifted above the head, the gorgeous fireworks erupt again, and the cameras and the mobile phone flashes in the hands of the audience continue to light up, bringing the scene of this moment to life. That's it. With smiles on their lips and high spirits, the 5 teenagers raised the trophies symbolizing honor high above their heads. However, the actual situation is...
Ouch.
Shit.
Brother Hansheng, please lower the trophy so I can't reach it. Ha ha ha. You win ba. Who made you so short? Nima. Gao Tianyang. You are no better than labor.
Hearing the noisy voices of 2 young people, Li Hansheng always wanted to laugh for some reason. Fortunately, he didn't tease them for too long. He quickly relocated the trophy above the stand. At the same time, Immortal Grip Rendong wore a slim suit, slicked back his hair, and came to the top of the stage with a smile on his face.
Dear audience friends, let us once again congratulate the top team for winning the LPL League Championship again. Why do I say again? Oh, so this is the 3rd time that Top has won the championship? It will not be on the stage of the summer split. I will still interview you. Right?
Not to mention Rendong's other aspects. His professional ability is absolutely impeccable. A small joke immediately aroused the atmosphere of the scene.
Come on. Everyone. Let us applaud and cheer for the champion again.
Okay. The tens of thousands of spectators at the scene were very cooperative. Even we fans chose to applaud at this time. Respecting your opponent is actually respecting yourself.
Let us invite you next.
A middle-aged man followed the etiquette lady to the top of the stage.
And the team members also took a huge bonus plaque from each other's hands, which read the 2017 LPL Spring Championship bonus of 1,500,000. 150W. This figure is nothing to Li Hansheng, but to the other three young people, it is a huge sum of money. As usual, Tubo will eventually distribute the championship bonus to the team members after paying taxes. A rough estimate is that each person can receive a bonus of hundreds of thousands, although they have all signed new contracts. The contract prices of Jackie Love, Ming and Gao Tianliang are not too high. They are not as high as Li Hansheng and Gao Dui. Hundreds of thousands are no longer enough to stimulate the two of them. Gao Dui may still be close, but Li Hansheng has already achieved financial freedom early on, and his income will continue to increase visibly for a long time to come. A large amount of hot money from capital has begun to pour into the LPL, and the market for League of Legends competitions is getting bigger and bigger. Li Hansheng is the iconic figure of the LPL, and is the #1 player, just like the crazy praise of Faker in the LCK. This is the golden sign of the competition. Can his income be less? So, for Li Hansheng, hundreds of thousands really couldn't give him much stimulation. It's just that the bonus share of hundreds of thousands belonging to the champion is different. And that's not even talking about the money that hasn't been received yet. Just talking about now. Li Hansheng is about to receive a huge sum of money. The sales date of the champion skin has been determined and will appear at the same time as Xia and Luo in the next version. Winning the spring split is just a warm-up for the sales of champion skins. Once MSI wins again, the sales of skins will only be even more explosive. Not only the national server, but also the foreign server is expected to sell out. For the national server, I conservatively estimate that with its current peak popularity, selling 5 million copies is not too much. Right. This sales volume is just a few small targets. Li Hansheng conservatively estimates that the share of the champion skin alone can reach tens of millions. What's more, top is the bonus for being the first domestic champion, and the sales volume will only be higher than this. The three team members were all planning how to use this huge bonus, while Rendon on the side spoke again. The next thing to do is the FMVP award in the spring finals. I believe everyone has a candidate they are satisfied with. Let us shout out the answer in your heart. Okay. With that said, Rendong stretched out the microphone in his hand. The audience's voices suddenly rang out at the scene. The shouts were not very neat, but the word noob was extremely clear, so that by the end, every audience member seemed to have a tacit understanding, as if they were chanting Li Hansheng's name in unison. Noob. 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 Rendong smiled brightly. It seems that everyone has the same answer. Let us reveal it, and see if the official selection results are consistent with everyone's answers. Taking the envelope from the staff on the side, Rendong opened the envelope and saw the answer inside, and smiled knowingly. It seems that the eyes of the public are indeed sharp. Let us congratulate Noob. He became the FMVP player in the spring competition. Under the coordination of the on-site lighting engineer, multiple light beams converged on Li Hansheng. At this time, he was the focus of the audience. The audience screamed endlessly. Li Hansheng took the FMVP trophy from Rendong. The trophy for the individual awards was not that big, but the shape of the trophy was a little weird. But, at this time, no one will care about such small details. On the large screen originally used to broadcast the game, various data from Li Hansheng's 3 games began to appear. All the data were luxurious. It's hard to describe it as unique. Imp, who was currently broadcasting, couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this data, and covered his head again. Ouch! What should Wiku do? Pinley is so strong. If Wa loses to him, how can he happily show off? Ha ha ha. You should be more worried about Odd Shui talking to you than this. Indeed, Brother Hansheng is on the road after all. Jiaqua is your opponent. The battle between the ex and the current one? I'm still optimistic about Poo Poo. Poo Poo should teach Jiaqua well, so that this kid won't be too arrogant after winning the championship. In the live broadcast, the post-game interview session that the audience loves to see is officially entered. Winning the league championship again, and for the 3rd time. Will you feel tired from winning too many times? How is that possible? Li Hansheng smiled and shook his head. Honor is something that you won't get tired of after receiving it many times. Who would dislike having too many honors? You think so? After all, my personal honor is worse than Faker's. It's a bit much. Let's set a small goal first to surpass Faker, and then it will give fans more confidence when they go out to speak. Do you know who my favorite player is? The #1 player in the League of Legends. Huh? The #1 player in the league is Faker? Sorry. That was the past tense. Now it should be new. Although it is a bit early to say this. But I will continue to work hard so that my fans can truly say this. Hearing Li Hanqing's ambitious speech, the audience could only respond with more intense cheers and applause. Actually, in addition to being behind in numbers in S games, Li Hanqing has already surrounded Faker in all directions. After all, Li Hanqing has already achieved the Grand Slam of honors, while Faker is still short of an MSI championship among his personal honors. There was no hope for him in a short time. After all, this year's LCK champion is Longzhu. Even if SKT has a chance to win the MSI championship, it will have to be next year. Once Li Hanqing can lead top to win the S7 World Championship this year, then he is indeed the well-deserved number 1 in the League of Legends. After all, there has never been a team that can win the World Championship again. So what does winning this championship mean to you? Rendong then asked. It means that we will have the confidence to compete for honors in all competitions this year. Everyone knows that the team has changed a bit this year. There are 3 newcomers joining. Fortunately, the 3 newcomers are quite good. They quickly found the feeling of the game. This is also the basis for us to win consecutively and then win the championship. Actually, in Li Hanqing's plan, it is possible not to win the spring split. But who knew that the growth rate of the 3 young people was far beyond his imagination? Instead of dragging down the team, they actually got better and better. Rendong also raised the last question. Everyone knows that the spring split champion is bound to the MSI quota. After top successfully wins the championship, it means getting the MSI quota. What are your expectations for this year's MSI target? Li Hanqing thought for a moment. I hope the 3 young people can accumulate some experience in playing in the World Championship through this MSI. Well, speaking like this seems a bit inconsistent with my personal style. The expected goal is simple. Win the championship. No matter what event it is. As long as we participate, our goal will always be the championship. When we were talking trash before the game, I said that we were studying MSI's opponents in advance. This was not a joke. After studying this year's MSI, my desire to win has become more intense. After all, many old friends have already greeted me in advance. Right. They all thought about defeating us and then trying to slap us in the face. What a coincidence. I thought so too. Since they choose to provoke me, they must be prepared to be defeated by me. I know you like to listen. And I'm willing to tell you what I want to hear. I'm sorry to the other MSI participating teams, but I have to ask you to travel thousands of miles to Brazil to accompany our top team for a show. It's a pity, but I still want to say, MSI champion, we have decided on top. Please go and compete for second place. Li Hanqing's domineering declaration naturally once again deeply stimulated the adrenaline glands of the audience to secrete. He waved the cheering stick in his hand harder and shouted louder, even if he risked his throat becoming hoarse. And at the end, the corners of Li Hanqing's mouth raised slightly, and everyone understood what he wanted to do. If I used such behavior at the beginning, I simply wanted to disgust RNG and Sanshao, and disgust Uzi and his fans. Now Li Hanqing purely uses this method to interact with fans, and also tries to make this kind of celebration into his own personal celebration. Li Hanqing quickly ran to the front of the stage, and then shouted loudly, "Come! Tell me! What kind of champion am I now?" As he spoke, he pointed the microphone at the audience and turned sideways as if listening. The audience also cheered loudly in cooperation. 2016 LPL Spring Champion. 2016 MSI Champion. 2016 LPL Summer Champion. 2016 Global Finals Champion. 2017 LPL Spring Champion. Li Hanqing has won more and more honors, and this title will continue to grow. On the analysis table, the smile that once briefly became the top player in the domestic League of Legends circle was full of envy. As far as his status as a professional player is concerned, Li Hanqing has done his best. Even if he retires now, I don't think he will have any regrets. What's more, he won't retire now, and he can continue to create and write his own stories. History. Guan Ziyuan and Wang Lauer also nodded in agreement. Li Hanqing's existence is to break everyone's perception. Everyone says that no one can win forever on the competition stage. But Li Hanqing wants to win for you. Where can you go to reason with this? Not to mention the honor of New. Half of his honors are already honors that 99% of professional players may not be able to achieve in their entire careers. There is only one champion, but there can be many contestants. If you want to win the championship, you are destined to be the only one and the strongest one every time. It's really, really hard. After the post-match interview, Li Hansheng followed his teammates back to the lounge backstage. As soon as he entered the lounge, Li Hansheng laid down directly on the sofa, assuming the posture of Guyu lying down without any image. I can't leave yet. The details will depend on what Guihao has planned in the future. But you can play with your mobile phone. He took out his mobile phone. And there were all kinds of congratulatory text messages on WeChat. Friends in the circle, and some fans, who had his private WeChat account all sent their blessings. Li Hansheng responded politely, and replied to the messages one by one. Li Hansheng will rarely copy and paste the same message to reply. He will respond appropriately based on the other party's congratulatory message, and make certain modifications depending on the situation. In short, it is to let the other party see your sincerity. Although there has been a change in his mentality, Li Hansheng is not arrogant. He will not look down on his friends. Even if he treats old fans, he will not treat them perfunctorily. After finally replying to the message, I saw that Guihao hadn't come back yet. I simply thought of browsing Tieba online to have some fun. Really? The finals have just ended. But the counter bar is as lively as the Chinese New Year. Everyone is expressing their opinions on today's finals. One thing to say. Top is too cool. Right? As a result of the team's establishment last year, it won all the honors it could get. What do you think of clubs like Wii and IG that claim to be esports giants, but don't have any honors? Please pay attention to the wording. What is a top Kazakh person? Noob is obviously awesome. Why don't you ask Noob to change teams, and see if the top team can get the honor? If top is allowed to have another Grand Slam this year, I don't know if other teams will go crazy. But Riot's designers will definitely go crazy. Hee hee. If we can really win another Grand Slam this year, Sheng Bao will definitely be the #1 player in the League of Legends. The position of Riot's biological father is probably going to slow down. And then those idiots like Riot won't lick Faker, but will crazily kneel down and lick my brother Hansheng. The 3 young people in top are so lucky. They won the championship right after their debut. This is exactly what Hansheng brother wrote last year. It's just that Hansheng brother is the only C player. And these 3 young people are the team. There are Tongqi and I inside. And there are big thick legs for them to hug. Fortunately, top won the championship today. If we won the championship, the maggot babies who are resisting must not be madly criticized by 6TE. The anti-stress bar started out as a hacker WeChat post. Mainly because we was so popular in China at that time. Many people who couldn't stand we stupid fan behavior spontaneously set up this post bar. Trivia, SMLZ, who debuted in the W Youth Training Team, was a barista in the Wii bar at the beginning. However, Li Hansheng felt that this situation was unlikely to occur. The group of people in ancient 6TE and ancient anti-stress bar are now quite old. Not to mention starting a family and starting a business. At least, they have left school and entered the society to start struggling and fighting against fate. Being able to continuously play games and follow events is already the limit. How can you still have so much time to compete with people online every day? People who like to compete online are basically from the student community. After all, they like to be good teachers and masters when they stand out for a long time. When I really entered society a little older, no matter how much I liked it, I would just follow it silently, and wouldn't even post a single post. Soon, Guihao also came back from outside, his face glowing red, and he brought good news as soon as he came in. The head office still has the old rules. All bonuses will be paid to you after paying taxes. This news was already expected. Then we won't go back tonight. I have contacted a nearby hotel. Let's go have a good meal. Then I can give you 5 days off. After 5 days, you must return to the team to cooperate with the visa application. Oh, by the way, Hansheng, away. You two can't take a vacation. There will be a championship skin event in the middle, and you two need to cooperate. For other teams, the end of the playoffs means entering the off-season. As a champion team, it is not easy for top to take a break. There is about a month of off-season between the spring split and the summer split, so it's okay if it's a break. But Riot forced an MSI into the game, which showed that there was a serious lack of rest time. But there is nothing we can do. You can't win the spring split, but not participate in MSI. Right? Wow! Champion skin! Jackie Love pouted sourly. Brother Hansheng, give your brother a set of his team's champion skin. Isn't that too much? Then he sighed. Why was I so proud back then? Why didn't I want to go on stage and show off my skin? Why was I so stupid? It's okay. You win, Ba. Your stupidity is recognized by everyone. There is no need to scold yourself here. Shi Siming teased with a smile. Naturally, the two of them started to fight again. Li Hansheng and Gao Dui nodded. This is a live broadcast worth tens of millions. So it needs to be taken seriously. To know, Li Hanqing's salary this year is only 1/500 W per year. And the sales share of the champion's skin is very likely. And it can even be said that it will definitely exceed this amount. How could he ignore it?
Oh, by the way,
Guihao did not forget to remind him at the end.
You all just pack up. We will have to accept a post-match group interview later. After the group interview, we will go back to the hotel to put our luggage and then set off. Let's go have a celebration banquet.
At this time, Li Hansheng did not bother to continue browsing the posts. Instead, he put away his mobile phone, stood up, straightened out the wrinkled clothes, and asked several young people to pay attention to their appearance. If you want the public to improve or change the perception that esports circles are all internet-addicted teenagers, you must first start with your appearance. Chapter 327 Li Hansheng was teased. Changing the stereotype of a group in society as a whole does not happen overnight, but requires a long process. Li Hansheng often doesn't understand that esports players only need to perform well. So why should they care about appearance? This is not a talent show where you choose sweets and salty foods. A whole bunch of sissies will go up and directly judge you as the winner. But he gradually understood later. The players who can participate in the LPL are all rare among esports players, and can even be said to be the top talents in the industry. Result: when you appear in the public eye with unkempt hair and unkempt appearance, don't people just regard you as a group with the internet-addicted teenagers who are addicted to games and internet cafes? Therefore, under Li Hanqing's strong request, all top members paid great attention to appearance anyway, in order to prevent the team members from being lazy and saying that they had to train and had no time to fix their hair. Li Hansheng and Guihao directly signed a cooperation agreement with teacher Tony from a high-end barber shop near the base. Every month they would send Tony, the top barber, to Top's team base to style the hairstyles of the team members one by one. Top has so many female fans. Not just because of Li Hansheng, but because the overall appearance and temperament are head and shoulders above other clubs. Just like in ancient times. Why is Wii's popularity so strong that it can dominate IG? Yes, we did win more. But this is not the fundamental reason. Isn't it still about image? Team Wii has Strawberry, a standard handsome guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Ruofeng and Smile cannot be said to be particularly handsome. But at least, he makes people feel comfortable and sunny. Do you watch IG again? The total weight of PDD, posture, and child wandering is estimated to be 1,000 kilograms. It can be seen that the Shadow has a purely killer look. And he also looks like a drug addict. On the contrary, only Sun Yelong has that kind of personality. Although Sun Yayo has become a bald old man now. He was really one of the few people in the IG team who could watch him back then. In this way, the overall image of the two teams is presented in front of you. Even if IG can beat Wii, its popularity may not be as high as that of Wii. Before going out, Li Hanqing even checked the clothes of the players one by one before taking the lead to go out, and came to the conference room for the post-game group interview. The players and coaches were lined up in a row, with a microphone placed in front of each person. There are various folding chairs, and esports-related media people are sitting here, ready for interviews at any time. It looks just like the post-game press conferences of football and basketball. As the most popular player in the team, Li Hanqing has just won the FMVP. Most of the reporters' questions were about Li Hanqing. Many of them are ordinary questions that can be answered using official templates. But there are always some people who don't follow the routines and ask more pointed questions.
In the previous post-match interview, player Noob said that he would book the MSI championship in advance. I can understand that this is an act to boost morale. But have you ever thought that this way will bring unnecessary pressure to other teammates?
What?
We know that new players have strong ability to withstand pressure. But not every player has strong ability to withstand pressure. Especially considering that there are so many young players in the top team. And their psychology may be relatively fragile.
This question is very pointed and even a little provocative. When you meet someone who likes to make a lot of money, you might really think, right, you're just pretending to be cool. But we're going to bear the pressure? But this is not difficult for Li Hanqing.
No. First I have to correct a problem.
Li Hanqing was not angry and just answered with a smile.
Pressure. Everyone in this world has pressure. Students have pressure to take exams and study. And employees have pressure to perform. Including you. You are also under pressure.
Right.
Who is not under pressure? Then let me tell you now. When the three of them chose to become professional players with the ID prefix top, they were destined to bear a lot of pressure. The competitive arena itself is cruel,
Because only the winner deserves to be fans. Remember us and be loved by the audience. As for me saying that I want to book the championship in advance, I only said it based on recognition of the team's own strength. Appropriate modesty can make people recognize it. But we obviously have the strength to win the championship. But I have to say in public that I can't win the championship. Even if you succeed in qualifying. Isn't this intentional to disgust the audience? Wouldn't it make you appear to be lacking in self-confidence? You can write this sentence of mine into the report as it is. I hope that young people who have entered the esports circle or have this idea will understand the truth. From the moment you enter this circle, there is only one goal. Champion. As soon as he finished saying this, the media person who asked the question felt slightly embarrassed. But the others couldn't help but applaud one after another. Of course, not everyone will ask Li Hansheng questions. Some people also asked about Jackie Love. After all, this kid is not low in popularity. Many viewers have known him since he first started live broadcasting. They have watched him grow up and watched him step into the professional door step by step and gain honors. It gives people the illusion of playing an esports development game. Today's success in winning the cup is undoubtedly a success for the top team. But the outside world's evaluation of you seems to be mixed. Some people say that you are the king of damage, and the ADC who is the best at dealing damage in LPL. Some people say that your operation is not meticulous enough, often using skills that shouldn't be used to cause sudden death, causing the team to lose the game. What is your personal opinion on the comments from the outside world? Jackie Love is not in a hurry to answer, but is organizing words. This kid has a high emotional intelligence and is mature beyond his years. This is why he has a big heart. Many young people don't understand. But people who are a little more mature understand that caring too much about other people's eyes and opinions will only become a shackles that imprison you. You must learn to ignore other people's eyes. Therefore, there are so many people criticizing Jackie Love. But he doesn't care at all. For the same thing, some people see side A, some people see side B, and some people can see both sides A and B at the same time. What I want to express is that everyone has their own opinion. Power. I don't want to change the fans' opinions. They can regard me as a damage king. Or they can regard me as a skill-loving successor to Clove. It doesn't matter. Everything I do on the field is based on what I know will best help the team. I just want to win the game. It's that simple. He was obviously a minor. But his words were so sophisticated, which surprised many media people at the scene. Only Li Hansheng on the side was teasing in a low voice. This guy Wenbo doesn't even use curse words when he curses. Right? Ah? Gao Tianyang asked curiously in a low voice. Who did he scold? High EQ. I respect that everyone has different opinions. I will always do what I think is most helpful to the team on the court. Low EQ. I don't blame you for you bronze and silver-colored pins who can't understand the game. You can do whatever you want. But I won't change it anyway. Puff. Hearing this, several people around him lowered their heads and suppressed their laughter. They didn't want to laugh out loud in this situation. Jackie Love seems to have heard it. The boy glared at Li Hansheng, but did not dare to say anything. The media asked again, what do the three newcomers think of the upcoming MSI? Will they feel pressure? Jackie Love directly learns and applies it now. As Brother Hansheng said, who doesn't have pressure? If you can't bear the pressure, go to the factory to drive screws and use the sewing machine. This way there is no pressure. If you think this thing is too stressful, then Bien suggested becoming the great god Asana. For this MSI, I just want to play against Imp. Let him feel my growth in the past 6 months. And also let the fans see that I am better than his predecessor. Ming also followed suit. My personal goal is the same as the team's goal. I want to win this MSI championship. As for the pressure, fortunately, the bottom lane combination that can make us feel the pressure can be counted in one slap. Come over. Gao Tianyang's answer was quite satisfactory. As long as I can do my job well, the team can win. As for pressure, I don't feel any pressure for the time being. Winning this time has given me a lot of confidence. I have confidence to face any opponent. As for he also showed strong confidence when answering questions. I have studied some strong teams in other divisions. They all have their own characteristics and are very strong. This MSI journey may not be so smooth, but I believe that Top will eventually become the champion of this MSI. Because I believe in me the players are better than the players of other teams. And as a coach, I will give my players more off-court support than the coaches of other teams. Top's overall self-confidence has been developed long ago. So everyone will not have so many worries when saying something in interviews. For example, if you show off too much, will you get backlash? In fact, Speaking flirtatiously doesn't require any talent at all. What you need is confidence. When you are confident in your own ability, you won't have so many worries when you speak, and your casual remarks will be golden words in the eyes of fans. It's like what Faker said. Balancing is a very simple matter. Dodge the opponent's skills, and then hit the opponent with your own skills. This simple and unpretentious sentence is said by Faker, a man known as the Devil in the Middle and the first person in the history of League of Legends. So it is regarded as the truth by countless fans. The group interview after the game ended quickly. Everyone first took the car back to the hotel to change out some of their luggage and put on casual clothes. Wearing Top's team uniform was too ostentatious to go out. Top's popularity is too high, although it is not polite to refuse some small requests from fans. When the whole team celebrates the championship together, I still prefer to celebrate with myself. The most important thing is for the team members to celebrate at 11 o'clock in the morning. Had something to eat. I have been relying on bananas and other things to cushion me in the middle. I am very hungry now. The current members of Top are not esports star players who are highly sought after by fans. They are just a few hungry jobbers who want to perform like a pig with 3 mouths. Gua Hao contacted the famous local Shangri-La Hotel Jiangnan Zhao restaurant. There were various awards and certifications hanging in the photo frame at the door. The decoration was also very high-end. At first glance, it looked like an expensive business restaurant. In fact, people like Li Hansheng don't really like the local cuisine of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, because they like salty and sweet dishes, or even just sweet ones. As an authentic Xingqing person, Li Hansheng has been eating chili peppers since he was a snack. He doesn't like spicy food. What he hates the most is salty and sweet dishes. He can't stand the mixture of sweet and salty taste in his mouth. That kind of taste would make Li Hansheng feel extremely uncomfortable. But, of course, he doesn't need to worry about this. Gua Hao has taken it into consideration. For example, if there are many players in the Lianghu area in the club, he will specifically ask the hotel to add a little chili pepper. Isn't that what the team leader does? To put it bluntly, he is the collective nanny of the team members. Generally speaking, this position is more suitable for women with delicate minds. Careless men rarely remember tastes, but Gua Hao remembers them. That's why Li Hansheng said that his personality is a bit like an old lady. It is his meticulous care that makes the team members recognize him. After the food was served, a group of hungry people immediately stuffed food into their mouths. Seeing that everyone had almost eaten, Gua Hao then stood up with a wine glass. There is nothing to say. Mainly what I can say. I have said everything that needs to be said. How about I tell you again on the spot? How I discovered Hansheng and came to the team to win. Shan story? It's crazy. Brother Hao. We've already got calluses on our ears. Why are you talking about it now? Jackie Love looked disgusted. You might as well show us biting a lighter in front of us. I think this is quite reliable. And then let me, Mrs. Wei, take a picture of it for you and post it online. Damn. The team's traffic is overwhelming. Everyone burst into laughter. And Gua Hao also laughed and cursed. Then tell me. Come on. Come on. It just so happened that everyone hadn't heard Yuanba say for a long time how he decided that Hansheng was his future life through a simple ranking. A thigh-high story. Brother Hao. Are you remembering it wrong? Didn't Yuanba mean that he has a sharp eye and recognize that Brother Hansheng is his influencer in his career through a simple ranking? How can he be the influencer in his life? That's why I asked Yuanba to review it for everyone. You see? I've already forgotten it. You are all dogs. Sure, Siming. Can you stop barking? Being squeezed back and forth by the two of them. Jackie Love was a little confused and immediately decided to have a battle with Sher Sining. After enjoying a delicious meal, everyone returned to the hotel. The team will still contract accommodation and food for the next few days, and the teammates can make appropriate arrangements freely. Several team members have chosen to go back to their hometowns to meet their parents. Their relationship with their families is pretty good, and even during their rebellious period, they will not behave like they don't want to have any contact with their families at all. On the contrary, I play games away from home all year round and rarely see my parents. So I cherish every vacation time even more. Li Hansheng and Wei Shen were not so lucky. After 2 days of playing, he immediately returned to the team base in Magic City. Especially Li Hansheng. Not to mention how busy he is. The various endorsement brands he accepts hope that they can continue to win the league and let him shoot a few new sets of advertisements for promotion. Even Tingjing officials are trying to get a piece of the pie. The esports fandom was originally created by Tingjing. Now that it has achieved initial results, it is natural to go back and harvest a wave of fan base. They are linked cultural shirts with top champion skins. To put it bluntly, it is a simple white short-sleeve t-shirt or a black short-sleeve t-shirt with a cartoon character image of Li Hansheng plus the image of his championship skin. Maybe the cost price is only 20 yuan? Li Hansheng didn't know much about the clothing industry, and he didn't know if his guess was right. But it's such a crude product that can't be more crude. Just because it's a harvest product for fans, you dare to price it at 129 yuan. 2. Only fans, and the kind of fans with a fandom mindset, will pay. Who the hell would a normal person spend more than 100 on such a thing? After a busy day of shooting, Li Hansheng was finally able to take a breath and rubbed his somewhat stiff chin. In order to cooperate with the photographer in various shootings, he really acted as a puppet for a day. The team members who returned to their hometowns also returned to the team base one after another. After all, it's already the end of April, and this year's MSI Mid-Season Invitational starts on May 10th. In Brazil, South America, it's a long journey of more than 15 hours for top. They must prepare information in advance to apply for a passport. And winning the MSI is definitely more difficult than the domestic league. The players also need to adjust their mentality and condition to face more difficult games. On April 28th, as early as noon, the UPL official Weibo, Top's official Weibo, and each team member's personal Weibo began to repost the news that the championship skin was officially on sale, which was considered to be a warm-up in advance. Douyu also launched a wave of preheating early, and the entire homepage was filled with promotional advertisements. After Douyu spent a sky-high price to sign an individual contract with Li Hansheng, they also packaged Top's team collective contract. Kendi and Lameo, who had already left the team, joined Wii. However, WE's team live broadcast contract was also bought by Douyu, so they collaborated to create a championship skin campaign. There is no problem. Imp, who is far away in North America, is still renewing its contract with Douyu. The main reason is that teams in North America, unlike those in China, do not ask for players' live broadcast contract rights, which is very convenient for players. Otherwise, domestic clubs like these should not separate player contracts too carefully. Professional contracts, economic contracts, and live broadcast contracts should all be separated. It seems to be helping you segment it so that you can play with peace of mind and make money with peace of mind. But when you want to move, you find yourself in all kinds of contract disputes. The matter between Uzi and RNG is in full swing. It was obvious that Uzi was still at his peak when he retired in S9. Is it because other teams didn't want him? Is it because Uzi doesn't want to transfer? Stop talking. It's just that RNG is reluctant to part with Uzi's huge traffic. Once Uzi transfers, both parties will have to cut off. Isn't it equivalent to making a wedding dress for others? Originally, the two sides could maintain superficial cooperation. The real trigger was that RNG sold Uzi's economic contract directly to Xiaoxiang Interactive Entertainment, which resulted in Uzi's economic contract and his professional contract being severed. Those teams can only get his professional contract, which means that he can play games on behalf of your team. But you can't use his huge traffic pool to conduct profit-making activities. To put it bluntly, this behavior will completely block Uzi's path to comeback in other teams. More seriously, it will directly end Uzi's career early, because the team is not engaged in charity. Buying you Uzi will definitely require a big contract. But everyone knows that the contract of a star player will come with a premium. Maybe your strength is only worth a 10 million contract in the world. But your ID is Uzi, and the team is willing to give you a contract. 2,000 W. Even 2,500 W. That part of the premium is your business value. RNG's behavior is equivalent to directly cutting off Uzi's commercial value. And those teams are naturally not happy to have him. Just fell into an embarrassing situation. Small teams don't care about his financial contract. But Uzi won't go to such a rubbish team to lower his commercial value, since there is no subsequent commercial value for the interested teams. It is impossible for them to have any ideas about him. It is not difficult to understand why RNG and Uzi obviously complemented each other. But in the end they broke up. Cut each other off. Broke up on bad terms. And even stopped talking to each other until they died. Li Hansheng naturally avoided these pitfalls early on. Douyu seems to be very busy today, especially the League of Legends section. Almost every anchor is more popular than usual. These anchors also know that they are just here to kill boring time and wait for the top people to start broadcasting. Certainly, some of them were even more fierce. And they rushed directly into Li Hansheng's live broadcast room, where the screen was still black. And the barrage had already started. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Hansheng started the live broadcast on time. Why? Brothers are cute. Brothers are cute. I'm going to be hot. In order to prepare for the finals, and after winning the championship, due to eating, drinking, having fun and participating in various shooting tasks, Lee Han-sheng, a famous model worker in Douyu, stopped broadcasting for a period of time. This is not. As soon as he started broadcasting, the barrage had already begun. Ouch! I've played so many high-intensity games. Can't I just relax and enjoy myself? Lee Han-sheng would not let the barrage get used to it, and immediately replied, Anyway, my live broadcast time this month has been enough. If you continue BB, Brother BB, please continue to be willful in the next few days at the end of the month. No, Brother Han-sheng. Brothers are all joking. How can I live without your live broadcast? That's right. I haven't seen Brother Han-sheng's live broadcast this week. And I feel like there are ants crawling all over my body. Inflated. I miss Brother Han-sheng who used to live broadcast for more than 10 hours despite barrages of unicycles. Hey, Brother Han-sheng's previous live broadcast was that he had a person growing on his liver. But now, he is transformed into a salted fish. Soon everyone came to the YY channel where they had met. Just as Lee Han-sheng was dealing with the audience, others also arrived. Yo ho! Isn't this our Spring Finals FMEP? Can be greeted with a smile. Xiang Renjie, you have changed. The transfer has become Lee. Right. On such a festive day, you are not even willing to call me father. Lee Han-sheng expressed his heartache. Get out! Kendi immediately broke through the defense. Ha! Lao Li still has such a poor mouth. Lu Mao smiled happily, as if he was reminded of the days of laughter in top last year. The first day you met him. Isn't this what Lao Li is like? Wei Shen also joked. Many top fans seem to have gone back to watching the top live broadcast in S6 last year. But they always feel that something is missing. No. As a deafening sound sounded. The audience explained. That's right. Lanzi! And Iming's father is back. Do you want to nest? Speaking of S6 top, how could there not be Gu Songbin's iconic Lanzi title? However, seeing that there was no response in the voice, Imp continued to shout. Why? That's not right. Mingming has adjusted it in advance. It's the voice. We have a disease where we will only respond to you if you call father. Lee Han-sheng's laughter rang out, and several others also followed suit. Only then did Imp realize that he had been swiped, and he complained unhappily. Pinley, get out of here. I will wait for you with a Lanzi. And MSI will see if I make arrangements for you, and you'll be done with it. Don't tell me. Puff. It's obvious that I can no longer use Chinese. But my Chinese level is still so good. Lee Han-sheng couldn't help but sigh. Because what wants to live broadcast? Imp explained. What tells you that the people in the North American region are too weak. What can win the game just by playing on the court? It's like making money while lying down. Imp's life in North America is indeed nourishing. The North American division is recognized as the division with the lowest training intensity. Not even comparable to the European division. After TSM introduced Imp, Looper and Bilson to form a luxury trident, 3C's strong strength directly contracted the fish ponds of the entire North American division. All kinds of crazy fried fish. In other words, Imp is still self-disciplined and has not been assimilated by the unorganized environment. He still maintains high-intensity rank training every day. But this high intensity is also compared to the European and American competitions. Compared with last year when he was trying to prove his high-intensity rehabilitation in China, it was still far behind. It was obviously just a group of old friends chatting. But the audience bought it very much. The female audience also understands once again that when boys get together, they do become more childish. And their minds are full of conspiracies and tricks. Thinking about how to take advantage of each other verbally. Just to compete with my good brother's biological father for custody of him. After chatting for a while, everyone turned their attention back to today's topic, holding an event to sell champion skins. However, as early as April Fool's Day, the preview of the champion skin had been released, and everyone already knew what it would look like. Now it's just a repeat. Lee Han-sheng and others first bought a full set of championship skins on their own account, and then opened a customization to look at some details of the skins in more detail. As the first championship skin in the LPL division, Riot maintains a high level of sophisticated production. It not only tries to perfectly restore some of the players' requirements, but also appropriately adds some Chinese cultural elements. Originally, Yasuo was similar to Neon culture. Swordsman, And Yasuo in this skin looks more like the image of a sword-wielding knight in traditional Chinese culture. After watching, Li Hansheng took the initiative and said,
Brother Ming, the event has started. Everyone directly send comments. At that time, Douyu staff will take screenshots and send private messages to you. A total of 500 sets of skins will be distributed. Everyone will be in the live broadcast room. There are 100 sets. Are you thinking, why is there such a deduction? Hey! Absolutely not. We will open a customized room later.
First come first served. Everyone can enter the room. And we will have a big fight. As long as everyone can win. Everyone will win. Give away a set of champion skins. And if you lose, one person will be randomly selected as the lucky winner. Of course, there is also our official Weibo. And finally, I will also spend my own money to give away 100 sets of championship skins in the live broadcast room. Forget it. The atmosphere is like this. And I don't want to search for it. Tell me a number. And I will personally use my own money to draw 1,000 sets of championship skins for you.
According to the pricing of more than 500 yuan for the championship skin after the discount. 1,000 sets of championship skins is a small 50W. Once this news was announced, it naturally attracted a large number of viewers. Really, many viewers want to have a set of champion skins to satisfy their love and support for League of Legends. But why not when there's a chance for a free draw? Wouldn't it be nice to have a nice meal with the money you save? Or if you really want to support the players, it would be nice to come and swipe a plane or a rocket to express your support. Soon, the 5 original top people had created a custom room for the Howling Abyss. As soon as the room password was announced, 5 people immediately showed up.
Okay. Then let's start.
Although the Super Smash Bros. Mode relies on a little bit of luck, it more tests the player's team fighting ability. Before time travel, Li Hansheng had an extremely disdainful attitude towards Super Smash Bros. He felt that only those who were afraid of the battle line would be addicted to this mode. A garbage model. However, as he grew older, his operational skills declined, and he could not support high-intensity ranking. He could not beat those young players. So he went to play Super Smash Bros. Again, and gained a new perspective on this mode. It really tests one's team fighting ability. And then it becomes really fun. And the chaos is so fun! Canyon dogs don't even play. With Top's professional level coordination and personal abilities, you can win in any game. But since it's an event, the team members will definitely mess around. Lost 4 to 5 games in a row.
Brother Ming, isn't it good for us to explode Douyu's gold coins like this?
Can be suddenly asked in a low voice.
MD, are you an idiot?
Li Hansheng cursed.
The people in Douyu are watching the live broadcast. If you say it so blatantly, won't they see through it?
Ha 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 ha. I'm so touched that I don't forget to benefit fans when doing activities. Laughing to death. You treat Douyu as an old man and try to get gold coins from him crazily. Right. Douyu, did you enjoy co-writing that I became an old man? It was also rare for Li Hansheng and others to play games together. And they continued to broadcast together until almost 12 o'clock before ending this activity. Li Hansheng also answered some of the questions that the audience was more concerned about at the end.
Will MSI use the champion skin lineup this time?
Li Hansheng thought for a while.
Use it if you have the chance. Anyway, I will try my best to choose Yasuo. I can't guarantee that other candidates will not choose it.
Ah?
Am I gay? No. What behavior of mine caused you to have this illusion? I am obviously a pure man. Okay. My sexual orientation is normal. You scheming sluts can forget about it. If I really want to be single, it won't be a problem if the woman who pursues me goes from Baichao Garden to Sanwei Bookstore. It's just that I don't want to be greedy.
But the audience refused to give in. Instead, they kept talking about the fact that Li Hansheng didn't have a girlfriend. People also have reasons. After other professional players became famous, they all thought about solving the problem of being single. All kinds of wife groups came out. Li Hansheng is so handsome and has such good resources. Apart from being gay, I can't think of any reason to explain why he doesn't have a girlfriend. Something very outrageous. That's right. Even as fans of Li Hansheng, they think it's outrageous.
Hack.
Li Hansheng cursed.
The labor and management gave me the affectionate nickname of Star City's #1. That means I don't have time now. So just wait. After my brother returns to China, I will start a class for you. And then I will let you know what I know about my brother. It's so awesome that you all can respectfully call me Patriarch.
Joke. If Li Hansheng really wants to be a scumbag, he can rely on his current conditions.
It would not be a problem for the women he scummed to move from Baichao Garden to Samway Bookstore.
Don't annoy me. TMD. Come on. Come on. I'm not convinced. Whenever you have any emotional problems, remember, it has to be an emotional problem between the sexes. Come and consult me. What do you mean I'm a shock wave? Come. Come to my voice and bring your story to Maiha.
Obviously, he just wanted to chat with the audience. But Li Hansheng found that he was attracted.
MD. Today I will let you take the palm of my hand and see what it means to be a true emotional master.
He has already grown up. And Li Hansheng is not the kind of person who takes off his pants and does nothing and then puts them on again. So he might as well give his friends a late-night emotional show. This is not. There are actually people getting on the mic. And they are still rushing to get on the mic.
Brother Hansheng, I really have an emotional problem that I need to consult with you. I'm really helpless right now. And I really want someone to show me the way.
This man seemed very anxious as soon as he came up. And his words, and with a little sense of helplessness.
Hey, brother. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. I will help anyone who can. Let's calm down first.
Li Hansheng guided the other party to tell his story.
Can you tell me roughly what the situation is? That's it.
On the other end of the voice, you can still vaguely hear the other party's nasal sounds and sobbing.
She is my girlfriend who I have been dating for 3 years. Didn't I meet my parents recently? But my parents didn't agree.
Huh?
If you can be in a relationship for 3 years, you should consider getting married. Is it for some practical reason?
Li Hansheng looked very curious.
I don't know if this is a real problem. It's just my girlfriend.
The other party seemed to have a hard time saying it. And he hesitated before saying,
My girlfriend is sick. She just can't hear other people talking. I can't speak either.
Li Hansheng was a little confused.
This?
All of a sudden, he really couldn't deal with it anymore. The other party was still very anxious and helpless. And his cry became more and more obvious.
I feel very sad and don't know what to do. Brother Hansheng, can you analyze it for me? This? Let's talk about it seriously.
Li Hansheng analyzed him in a very serious manner.
Marriage is a very realistic matter. That is, you have to consider many things realistically. Right? This is a major event in life. The decision you make is not only related to your personal life, but also to the life of your family. So you must be careful when making decisions, and don't think too simply. Well, Brother Hansheng, I understand. You mean to persuade me to break up, right?
The other party asked.
I can only say that marriage is not a child's play. And you really have to consider practical issues.
Li Hansheng did not answer directly.
The main reason is that you are a little emotional now. I'm afraid that you will make the wrong decision impulsively. You better calm down first.
Okay. Okay. The other party nodded, and his mood seemed to be much calmer. Although some sobbing could still be heard. At least it wouldn't be like before.
Brother Hansheng, after thinking about it, I decided to listen to the opinions of my parents and you. I'm going to go and vent my anger on my current girlfriend.
Li Hansheng didn't react at first, and his reflex arc seemed to be half a beat too slow. He was stunned for a moment. Let go of your anger.
Oh,
shit. Li Hansheng laughed and cursed.
Are you hacking kidding me? Damn it. Blacklist me. I must block you. I don't have fans like you. Ha ha ha.
The other party let out a burst of hearty laughter. How could he still look helpless and sobbing before?
Brother Hansheng is so cute. So simple. Let's not say that I am an emotional master. Ha ha ha. Goodbye.
Li Hansheng is so angry. He usually plays tricks on others. But today he let his fans play tricks on him.
He doesn't want to lose face. When he saw the barrage reaction, his face turned even darker. I just said something was wrong. And it turned out that I was being tricked. Sheng Bao. We are not angry about this. The cliff is going to be blacklisted. I laughed to death. It's okay to let go of my anger. It's rare to see Sheng Bao being teased sometimes. I see how stubborn Brother Hansheng is. Why don't you imitate others and be a master of emotional processing? I call you patriarch now. Do you dare to agree?
It's disgusting. Isn't it?
Li Hansheng cursed.
You perform your talents for me and appear on the show. So I can't treat you badly. Come on. Let me perform a magic trick for you. It's called
Lightspeed Downcast.
3, 2, 1.
As soon as he finished speaking, the entire live broadcast room screen turned black, indicating that the host had downloaded the broadcast. The audience was still a little bit unresponsive. But, at this time,
No one cared about this matter. Normally, they might have cursed a few words. But now they found something more interesting. They opened their browsers or took out their mobile phones one after another, intending to move the scene just now to post bars and forums, hoping to share it with others. After all, as a hexagonal idol, Li Hansheng has almost never been teased. When did you get teased so miserably? This means that good things don't go out, but bad things spread thousands of miles. That is to say, in less than half an hour after Li Hansheng was broadcast, this live broadcast clip completely went viral on the internet. Chapter 328: The MSI journey is about to begin. The main reason is that this live video is particularly interesting when it is sliced and edited. Other sketches always have a happy ending, but a happy ending. This guy directly gave Li Hansheng a sad ending. The last wave made him lose his temper and turn the tables. Some viewers who haven't watched the live broadcast may have thought it was a sad love story at first, and couldn't even understand the words. I'm already laughing. Start laughing in advance. High energy ahead. Written on the barrage. Warning. Be prepared to laugh. Thought it was a prank. Result? Netizens who were not aware of the scene laughed like pigs after seeing the last scene. It really made everyone laugh. No. I remember Brother Hansheng was not the kind of person who was very clever and good at playing tricks on others. Good guy. This guy is quite scheming. I seriously suspect that he is a scheming slut who deliberately wants to attract Brother Hansheng's attention. My Didi Shengbao. How can you be so cute? Do you really want to make me laugh to death? It was so obvious that he was teasing you. But you didn't even realize it until the end? Brother cute. Broken. Why do I inexplicably think Brother Hansheng is cute at first glance? Oops. This is the feeling of heartbeat. Jimei. I seem to have experienced the feeling of love. Not to mention it has caused discussions in major post bars, forums, and even on Weibo and other places. In this era when short videos are not so popular, this kind of funny short videos that are edited and sliced are particularly easy to go viral. Hashtag give a girlfriend a flate. Hashtag Nabrikanti Lightspeed Download. These keywords were immediately ranked at the top of Weibo's hot search list, and once again made people see the terrifying traffic of Li Hansheng, who is obviously just a popular esports player. Even though the esports circle is very popular recently, it is still a niche circle. Right? Result? Li Hansheng's popularity is even more exaggerated than that of many popular celebrities. After all, if they want to be trending on Weibo, the company behind them usually buys the data directly. Li Hansheng didn't spend any money to get on the hot search list. He just relied on the real number of followers and clicks to get there. No doubt. This will become an important promotional material for Tingjing to make PPT for those big capital investors who are still waiting to see how to enter the game. Guihao will also reveal some news to the team members from time to time. For example, Tingjing has now determined that the LPL will officially launch alliances in the S8 Spring Split, and will also introduce a home and away system in the future. Guihao has begun to publicly release some news in advance in an attempt to attract investment from local governments. Joke. Top is not a team of cats and dogs, but a serious and popular team. The kind that brings its own traffic. The continuous high attention can even become a symbol of the city. It has its own traffic in the esports circle. And the groups in the esports circle are all young people. For those cities in the central and western regions that are eager to build themselves into internet celebrity cities, and use this as a gimmick to push up housing prices, Top has a natural appeal. Xi'an already has Wii. But cities like Rongqing, Shancheng, Xingqing, and Hot Dry Noodles are all trying to become internet celebrity cities in the central and western regions to attract more young people. For them, Top is a place for young people. Golden sign. Moreover, esports is actually an emerging industry that young people love. Welcoming esports teams to stay is actually equivalent to promoting and advertising to young people in a different direction. We here strongly support you young people to engage in the internet. Come to us quickly. Settle here? Speaking of alliances, once it is really launched, investors will get a huge return every year. And as more and more capital joins, the plate will get bigger and bigger. And the cake they will get will only be small. There will be more and more. Esports itself is a very popular industry. And capital will naturally not miss the opportunity to get involved and make a fortune. So, that's why Tingjing spared no effort to promote Top and Li Hansheng, promoting him as an absolute C position. I won't say much about MVP selection. It even affects the MVP selection of other teams' top laners. For example, Flandra sometimes had C in EDG, but the official refused to give him the MVP, which even made many EDG fans feel that the official was being partial. That's right. It's just partiality. Tingjing's current requirement is that only one god is allowed on the top lane of the LPL. That is Li Hansheng. Besides Li Hansheng, there is no second awesome top laner allowed to take away Li Hansheng's attention and traffic. This is a bit similar to the LCK's personal image creation for Faker. All pawns, monkeys, crowns, etc. are all out of the way. Only one god, Faker, is allowed in the middle. The reason why the glory of these Korean mid laners will be overshadowed by Faker's personal performance is that in addition to Faker's impeccable performance at his peak, the LCK offsite also has a great contribution to the management of his personal image. And at the same time, there is another news. As early as last year, Riot announced in advance that the venue for S7 would be in China. And the finals were chosen to be at the Bird's Nest, a place of special significance to people across the country. By then, teams from all over the world will gather in China. However, domestic game servers are too scattered and have uneven levels. Tingjing specially designed a separate super server called Top of the Canyon. The purpose is also very clear. It wants to create a super server so that its players can return to the domestic server to train. Instead of going to the Korean server to train every day, the domestic territory is so vast. In order to allow players from all over the country to enjoy low-latency servers regardless of distance. At the beginning of the year, a new server was deliberately re-established, which is common to the entire network, called Barren Realm. This is obviously an experimental product, and although there are not many players in the Barren Realm, judging from the feedback collected, the delay is indeed not high. After the technical conditions matured, Tingjing began to arrange the establishment of the Top of the Canyon. It seems that you have to reach Diamond 1 in your own region to be eligible to apply for a spot at Top of the Canyon. Almost all professional players have received messages asking them to promote Top of the Canyon during live broadcasts. Actually, the establishment of the server Top of the Canyon had good intentions at the beginning. It wanted to allow domestic players to enjoy high-quality games without playing in the Korean server. But here is our own national condition. The first is the crew that can never be banned. Anyway, Li Hansheng has got some information, and someone is specifically watching his live broadcast to open a handicap. As long as the crew is around, it's impossible for professional players to train properly. At the same time, another reason is that there are too many anchors in China, and almost all of these anchors have unique skills. What is a unique skill? Play a hero well. Play it thoroughly. And play it until you can ignore any changes in the version. Then take it out without thinking. But that's not the case with professional players. Professional players must always observe the trend of the version and practice heroes according to the version. What is also needed is to accumulate experience against the heroes of the version. But national service? A guy with unique skills and high rankings. It doesn't matter if you are a sword woman with unique skills. At least the sword woman can still appear. But heroes such as top laner Doghead's unique skill, Barbarian King's unique skill, Big Head's unique skill, and Tentacle Mom's unique skill may not be able to appear once in 100 games. No, even in 1,000 games. What's the use of accumulating landing experience against such unpopular heroes? And there is another reason that no one wants to mention. That is, for the sake of gimmicks, these unique skills guys and anchors will take it very seriously as soon as they hear that they are playing against professional players. Once they win, they will brag wildly. And then, their fans will start talking about professional players online like that. No anchor can beat him. Maybe the anchor himself is just bragging. But his fans really believe it. Never overestimate the IQ of this group of people on the internet. Just like the outrageous statement that Riot deleted the Killing Sword because Vincent's Draven was too powerful. People on the internet believe it and say it everywhere. You know how outrageous it is. In the minds of some people, they really believe that those anchors with unique skills are better than those famous professional players. Once such public opinion spreads on the internet, because it is a match with the anchor, the attention is very high, and the gimmick that professional players cannot beat the anchor will become fermented. Everyone knows about the commotion. For professional players, it is not only the impact of public opinion, but also the direct economic impact. Some teams will even deliberately use this kind of public opinion to lower prices when negotiating with players. Who can stand this? Oh, I trained hard and got beaten up. Not only was I tortured, but my salary was also deducted. What about a hammer? Moreover, the pressure of public opinion from online fans is too great. Players just want to train quietly instead of being discussed by so many fans. But anyway, since Tingjing has made arrangements in this regard, Li Hansheng and other professional players must also cooperate. So during the next few days of live broadcast, Li Hansheng simply played the new account on the Top of the Canyon. The accounts of professional players are the same as the super accounts in the Korean server. The official has adjusted the hidden points. Winning one will increase the number of thieves, and losing one will basically not deduct points. This is to allow professional players to rush to a higher rank as soon as possible. Li Hanxing and Jackie Love played in double queue today to score points. At the end of the game, Jackie Love felt that playing ADC was not enjoyable enough. So he directly chose a jungle position to double queue with Li Hanxing in the jungle. Higher scores are more efficient. Jackie Love is a player who has a great perspective on the overall situation. He often loses points by playing ADC on live broadcasts, and relies on his support and jungler to get back the lost points.
Gui Gui! There is a saying that Brother Xiang's excavator skin actually feels better.
Jackie Love gave a fair evaluation.
And the excavator is also very good. And the thief is suitable for Turo.
What?
What are you implying? Are you implying that my Yasuo skin feels bad?
Li Hanxing raised his eyebrows and asked unhappily.
No way.
Jackie Love immediately panicked.
Brothers, let me tell you. Brother Hanxing's champion Yasuo's skin has given me a joy of operation that I had never experienced before. I guarantee that it will definitely be a new ship that you have never experienced. The version is spicy. Go buy it quickly and give it a try.
Li Hanxing just rolled his eyes.
Don't be. Come up quickly. You can jump over.
The two performed another unpretentious tower jump, killing the opponent's top laner 4 times in 5 minutes, and directly AFKing the opponent's top laner.
It's boring.
After easily winning, Jackie Love curled his lips.
I finally found out. How could Gao Tianyang go to the road for nothing? It turned out that he went to the road to take advantage of the situation. If I were jungler and there was a top laner like Hanxing, I wish I could just live on the road. You don't talk nonsense? Are you the one who wants to fight with Brother Hanxing?
Gao Tianyang curled his lips and complained.
So next time, don't tell me any nonsense about why you don't go to the bottom lane.
Everyone is accustomed to the daily bickering between the two, and they just watch the whole process as a joke. Li Hanxing also had this mentality. After all, his 2 underage brothers were really almost like children in front of him. In the next few days, Li Hanxing maintained his simple live broadcast routine. Anyway, he would live broadcast every day if he had nothing to do, either to tease the cat, or to lie in bed and go to sleep. Life is a bit boring, but he is used to it. After all, his life before time travel was nothing more than a life between 2 points and 1 line. Work and home. He occasionally played games in his spare time, but most of the time, he just wanted to simply lie down, empty yourself, think about nothing, and seek a moment of peace. Perhaps only at this time will you feel that you really belong to yourself. This is probably the tragedy of every social creature. Fortunately, after traveling through time, Li Hanxing obtained abundant material conditions, but people are sometimes cheap. When you are satisfied with material things, you always want to pursue that mysterious sense of spiritual satisfaction. But Li Hanxing feels more lonely and longs to find a soul mate. To put it more simply, I am in need of love and want to find a girlfriend. But no matter what you think, you have to deal with the upcoming MSI first. This year's MSI is scheduled to take place in Brazil, the football kingdom in South America, where the esports atmosphere is very fanatical. Although Brazil is known as the kingdom of football, the esports atmosphere here is also very hot, especially the shooting games that Europeans and Americans love. Even CF Crossfire, which is controlled by the Chinese, has professional teams, and even Crossfire won against domestic teams in the World Championship. Riot has never hidden its ambition to establish a complete professional system around the world, and over the years they have been sparing no effort to increase the attention of viewers in the wild card division to League of Legends events. Especially this year, MSI, which originally only allowed the spring champions of each major region to participate, ushered in its first expansion and added a play-in tournament. The S7 Global Finals will also do the same, expanding its ranks and having a play-in tournament before the start of the group stage, rather than letting spectators from the wild card division watch the games of teams from other divisions. It would be better to directly let their division have a team that can participate in the World Championship. Li Hanxing heard that the World Cup will also expand its teams. It is difficult to say whether this is preparation for the national football team. After all, this is a market with a population of more than 1 billion. The teams from last year's wild card round shined at Worlds. ANX broke into the quarterfinals, and the Brazilian Monk defeated EDG with a kick. These will help League of Legends gain higher popularity in the areas where these teams are located. There is nothing wrong with Riot's plan. A complete esports event system has indeed helped League of Legends gain a longer game lifecycle. As a time traveler, Li Hanxing knows very well. In fact, Many players no longer play League of Legends seriously. It is even difficult to open the client once a week. But they will watch the game. This is actually a subtle behavior. League of Legends is also on the verge of losing its spot. This slogan has been chanted for so many years. But it still stands on the throne of the #1 online game on the PC. There are many games that challenge the throne of League of Legends. For example, PUBG once threatened League of Legends, but practice has proved that League of Legends' kingship will not be challenged at all. The visa application went very smoothly. And with Tung Jing helping out, Top's visa application was destined not to encounter any trouble. On the day of departure, the team members all prepared their suitcases and came to the airport. Vincent, an old acquaintance, had been waiting here for a long time.
Hey, long time no see.
Vincent greeted the team members enthusiastically, and then explained the itinerary after arriving in Brazil.
None of my colleagues and I can speak Portuguese, so we will have some questions when we get there. Other staff will hand over to you.
This is actually not bad. Anyway, when playing abroad, the team members basically stay in the hotel every day and do not go out. The public security in America is already very chaotic, but Brazil is even more chaotic. It seems that there is no country in South America with reliable security. After all, too far from heaven, too close to America. A chaotic South America is the South America that America wants to see. There is even a legend on the Chinese internet that no matter how awesome you are, you would not dare to walk around the slums of Brazil. Li Hansheng seems to know that only NBA star Melo Anthony went to the slums during the Brazil Olympics and left after leaving a selfie that the boss scorned. But what Vincent said next was a bit difficult for the team members to accept.
Well, there are no direct domestic flights to Brazil, so we have to fly to Dubai first, and then transfer to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. So the entire journey is expected to take about 30 hours.
The team members were completely dumbfounded. At first, I thought it would be similar to going to America. Only 15 or 16 hours. But I didn't expect it would take 30 hours?
Brother, are you kidding me?
Jackie Love couldn't believe this was true.
There's nothing we can do about it.
Vincent shrugged.
The geographical conditions are like this. It's equivalent to spanning half of the world. So everyone should bear with it. Fists are really not human beings. Why the H? Oh, can't they find a place in the world to hold the competition? I'm really convinced.
The team members cursed and wanted to vent their grievances in this way. I have no choice but to participate in this competition. So I can only vent a little bit in this way. Li Hansheng also understood at this time that sometimes teams that compete abroad do not perform well. And the players say they are acclimated and have not adjusted well. I'm really not necessarily making excuses. If you go to Brazil to participate in MSI this time, just the journey back and forth is already so frustrating. Considering that the water, soil and food habits there are also very different from those at home. It is understandable that the players cannot adapt. No wonder Korean teams fly large amounts of kimchi to overseas competitions.
Okay, I've explained everything to you. Let's go board the plane and get ready to go.
Everyone took their boarding passes and prepared to go to security check. The air tickets provided by Riot Games to the team are all economy class by default. Isn't it embarrassing to ask people to fly in economy class during a 30-hour-long journey? Fortunately, Top was not short of money, and Guo Hao upgraded all members with a wave of his hand. This would at least allow the team members to be a little more comfortable and not have to be tortured by the narrow seats in economy class. When the plane just took off, everyone looked out the window happily. As the plane's flight altitude continued to rise, the buildings on the ground became smaller and smaller until they disappeared from sight, and the clouds outside the window were visible. But the novelty of this thing comes and goes quickly. The idle players choose to take out their masks, put on their headphones, and after completing all the preparations, go straight back and have a pleasant sleep, except for a short layover in Dubai where they could stretch their muscles a little while in transit. Most of the time, they were confined to a narrow seat unable to move. This trip was really taxing for the team members. It only takes 15 or 16 hours to go to America. Before departure, I stayed apart for 2 nights. Went to bed as soon as I got on the plane, and woke up pretty much the same. But these 30 hours, there are changes in the middle. Even if you want to sleep, you can't sleep for that long. Right? When the plane finally landed in Rio de Janeiro and felt the feeling of his feet on the ground again, Li Hansheng even had the urge to shout. It was so damn hard. And people like Gao Tianliang, who are relatively weak, can't even stand firmly when they land. They have to rely on the support of the team members on the side, and then keep rubbing their waists.
Garlic bastard. Are you too weak?
You can't bear it like this? Jackie Love is still teasing. He is not so weak that he needs help when walking. But he is only better than Gao Tianliang. Only a little bit. Li Hansheng slapped him on the back, causing him to stumble and almost fall to the ground. Ouch! Brother Hansheng. What are you doing? Jackie Love complained. Fortunately, my brother is stable enough. If he fell here, wouldn't it be embarrassing? I mainly saw you bragging like crazy here, and thought you were really fine. Isn't this just to test you? Li Hansheng smiled. After everyone comes down, grab your luggage and go outside. The staff arranged by Riot is already waiting here. He looks very Brazilian. He has curly hair and thick beard. He likes to use that kind of tongue picking when speaking. On the way to the hotel, he is giving top. Everyone told me some things to pay attention to. Don't leave the hotel if you have nothing to do. Even if you leave the hotel, try to find someone to accompany you. And don't show your personal finances outside. Put your phone in your pocket. Don't hold it directly in your hand. And check your suitcase when entering the hotel. What if it is lost? Even if you look for Sir, it will be difficult for them to help you find it. We all know this. After all, we have also seen the news about the Olympic Games. Li Hansheng shrugged. There have been reports in China about athletes being robbed of money and stolen during the Olympic Games in Brazil. This gave Li Hansheng a very deep and bad impression of this football kingdom. When Li Hansheng was a student, he always felt that the news network was fake, as if people abroad were living in dire straits every day. But when he had actual experience of going abroad, he realized that the news seemed outrageous. But it was really damn good. It is true. Just as Top and his group came to the hotel to check in, another group of people also opened the door and walked into the hotel lobby. Before Li Hansheng could turn around, Hansheng shouted loudly, "Damn it! Pinley, your Lanzi arrived earlier than the others." As soon as he turned around, he saw Imp walking quickly towards him, and he was greeted with a bear hug. Good guy. Li Hansheng took several steps back with great difficulty. It had only been half a year since he had been gone, and Imp had completely gone on his way to becoming Omp. In the past, my fatness may not be so obvious in front of the live broadcast camera due to the beauty effect, but after meeting him offline, Li Hansheng realized how wrong he was. He always thought that only the Annies from domestic esports clubs were good at raising pigs. But it turned out that the cooking Annies from North American clubs were better at raising pigs. Last year, when Imp was out of shape, he could barely withstand such a bear hug. Now it's like a 300-pound tank is rushing towards you. You can't hold it at all. Puff, did you eat Jean Kalaw? Li Hansheng's eyes widened, and he looked around him with a look of disbelief on his face. Oh my god! Is this too outrageous? Jackie Love was also shocked. He also gained weight during the Chinese New Year. But it was not so outrageous. Imp was very unhappy. He put his arm around Jackie Love's neck and educated him. If the ADC is not fat, how can he be C? You have to gain weight too. Yuanba is a kid who can only be happy. He still has a bit of idle baggage. Otherwise, he wouldn't lose weight immediately every time his figure is out of shape. He would not be happy if he was as fat as a fat balloon like Gu Shungbin. However, neither of them had much time to chat. After everyone at Top checked in, they all hurried up with their suitcases to find their own rooms. They didn't even bother to go to the training venue arranged by Riot Games. Lie down on the bed to relieve the accumulated fatigue in your body. You can sleep on an airplane, but sleeping in a sitting position is not as good as lying down. No one expected that on the first day after arriving in Brazil, they would lie in bed and fall asleep dreaming. The next day, all members of Top began to adjust to the difficult jet lag. However, after a good day's rest, their mental and physical conditions were fine, and no one was sick. This is the most important thing. The biggest fear when competing abroad is getting sick. It doesn't matter if you are just not used to eating, but you are afraid of having a headache and a fever. Arriving at the training room arranged by Riot Games, appeared in front of the players with a notebook in hand, preparing to conduct some pre-match review with the players. This MSI competition version will use the latest version 6.8, but Xia and Luo will be automatically banned and will not be allowed to choose. Since suffering a loss in the S5 World Championship, Riot will not make any big version changes when the World Championship comes. It is more based on the performance on the field and will tinker with the values of some heroes without any involvement. Large-scale changes such as gameplay changes. The most eye-catching change in version 7.8 is that, as the first new heroes in the canyon to appear as a couple, Xayah and Rakan. This is also the first time that two new heroes will be launched in League of Legends at the same time, since he had just logged into Summoner's Rift. Riot was not sure about the strength of this bottom lane combination, so he simply announced that it could not be used, which reduced MSI's big variables. As for other changes, you can no longer play as an auxiliary Malzahar in the future. The basic armor has been weakened, and the health of the bug summoned by Void Swarm has also dropped, although Top doesn't like to use this character very much. In fact, in the LPL Spring Split hero appearance statistics, Malzahar ranks 4th among bottom lane auxiliaries in appearance rate, second only to Karma, Lulu and Zyra in terms of number of appearances, even higher than Nami. The reason why Malzahar can become a popular support in the bottom lane is also very simple. You can use Void Swarm to help shooters clear the line. After reaching level 6, the ultimate move is very effective in both attacking and preventing the opponent from getting in the face. Riot's attack was on the auxiliary Malzahar. This change actually means that he doesn't want to see this hero appear in the bottom lane, so he should return to the middle lane. Then Titan has also been slightly weakened, which is news to us. Everyone knows that Top likes and is particularly good at the 4-1 split push system because of Li Hansheng. The best way to deal with this kind of unreasonable split push is to choose heroes like Titan who force team starts. The single ban system can sometimes be easily overwhelmed when faced with a strong team attack. Now that Titan has been weakened, it is undoubtedly a major benefit for Top's placement in BP. There are not many changes in other positions. I guess the choices in the midfield and jungle are still the same. As for the bottom lane, it should still be dominated by heroes such as Han Bing, Varus, and Policewoman. Since there are no major changes in the main version, and the heroes have not been significantly strengthened, these judgments made by are basically correct. You guys have a good rest. I will schedule training matches for you starting tomorrow. Originally, wanted to observe it through the finals to see if there were any new trends in the version. After thinking about it, I really can't tell anything about the strength of the teams in the wild card division. Their strength may not even be as strong as their own second team. This idea is correct. Every year during the World Championships, 1 or 2 heroes appear in the qualifying stage who are useful and seem to be the answer to the version. As a result, once it reaches the group stage or knockout stage, it will be discovered that it is actually a version trap. It seems to be effective, but in fact it is very poor when used. Naturally doesn't want to be led astray by the results of the play-in rounds. He still firmly believes that some of the things he summarized from the training matches with strong teams are more convincing than the low-level play-in rounds. The things you can learn from competing with strong people are more reliable than the things you can learn from being a tough guy. After a brief meeting, the entire top team was summoned by Riot people to shoot MSI promotional materials. The location where the material was taken is great. It is located under the huge statue of Jesus on the top of Corcovado Mountain in Rio de Janeiro National Forest Park. This huge statue, built in 1931 and with a total height of 38 meters, can be regarded as a landmark. When you stretch out under such a giant stone sculpture and look up, the impact it brings to you is truly beyond words. In addition to some shooting tasks arranged by the Outer City Riot, Li Hansheng and others couldn't help but take out their mobile phones to take a few selfies. After all, I have gone through a lot of hard work to get to Brazil. If I really just came here to play games, I would be wronging myself. No matter what, I have to check in the landmark buildings and reflect on them. But it's ironic to say that Jesus made a gesture of opening his arms to embrace the front, as if embracing the people of the city. But who could have known that this city is full of violence, blood and other elements? When I think about it, I still find it quite funny and outrageous. After the filming mission ended, the team members returned to the hotel again. When they came back, they happened to meet the G2 team, who had finished the filming mission. Perks and others have a good relationship with Li Hansheng. They greeted him from a distance. Everyone was still chatting for a while, and they only parted ways after the training match. Although the MSI play-in rounds are in progress these 2 days, no one among the spring champions of the 5 major leagues cares about the results of the play-in rounds. Everyone is more concerned about scheduling training matches, as the team recognized as the strongest in the world. Top naturally receives more invitations. Considering that both European and American teams are very good this year, is in a bit of a dilemma. Originally, he only wanted to schedule a training match with LZ, but he was afraid that too many training matches would expose his tactics. After all, no matter how other regions organized the Galaxy Battleship, everyone knew that the final contender for the championship would still be the one at the end of the game. There are 2 competition regions, China and South Korea, so it is necessary to save a hand. In order to be in good condition for the competition, the team members were active in the hotel every day. After waking up and eating, They went directly to the training room to train, and did not go back to the room to rest until evening. The overall pace of life is very compact, making time seem to pass faster. Top arrived in Brazil on the 7th. They only had one day off and spent another day filming with Riot, leaving them little time to play training matches, because the main game of MSI on the 10th will officially begin. Time flies by and May 10th comes soon. Since there was a brief opening ceremony, all top members got up early to pack up and prepare to go to the competition venue. The venue is the Olympic Stadium in Rio de Janeiro. Just by hearing the name, you know the purpose of this venue and how big it is. When they come to the backstage, in addition to putting on makeup, the team members also need to send their peripheral equipment to the on-site staff for inspection, mainly to prevent cheating. After a brief rehearsal before the game, the players return to the lounge backstage. The venue also has open channels so that the audience can visit for the first time. This is the first time that Lee Hansheng has seen how lively the esports atmosphere in Brazil is.
Do you think there will be a samba dance at the opening ceremony later?
Yuanba teased with a smile.
Who knows?
Lee Hansheng didn't care much about this. After all the audience entered the stadium, the team members backstage came to the edge of the stage to prepare to go on stage. The lights were not on, so the team members looked over and saw the stage was completely dark, regardless of the various support lights, fluorescent sticks, and mobile phone lights everywhere in the audience. Lee Hansheng conservatively estimated that at least tens of thousands of spectators came. As the lights flashed and the audience roared, the countdown ended. On the originally empty stage, actors preparing to perform appeared on the stage, and they worked hard to show the style of Brazil on the stage. After a great opening performance, on the large electronic screen used to broadcast the competition, pictures of the winning teams of each participating team began to appear. As the last clip ended, today's host finally came to the stage. He raised the microphone and shouted loudly,
"First of all, let us welcome Top Sports Gaming, the 2016 League of Legends Global Finals champion and 2017 LPL Spring Split champion." As all members of Top appeared on the stage, the audience burst into bursts of lively applause. Although the team has only been established for 1 year, in last year's S6 World Championship, the Top team with Lee Hansheng as the core, advocating offense and focusing on offense, left a deep impression on audiences around the world, especially after winning the trophy. The personalized speech also made them deeply engrave the ID noob in their minds. It is no exaggeration to say that Top is already the second team after SKT that can enjoy home court treatment without distinction on a global scale. Oh, uncertain. When SKT comes to the LPL division to participate in the game, the audience in the LPL division will definitely give them warm applause and cheers, allowing them to enjoy home court treatment. But if Top goes to South Korea to participate in a competition, he may not be able to enjoy this treatment. After all, Bangzi is famous for being petty, and his layout is as small as their Kunba. So it's no wonder he cares so much about the gestures of the fingertip universe. After the applause and cheers of the audience gradually subsided, the host continued to shout, "Let's welcome the 2017 LCK Spring Championship." The applause received by the Dragon Ball team was undoubtedly much smaller, and most of the applause was actually given to Peanut. He and Smeb were the two most dazzling players in the Tigers team last year. Xian Ming's playing style is more stable, and he won't have much popularity. Khan and BDD may have a certain reputation in South Korea, but they are unknown players in the world. The cheers that Dragon Ball team received were not even as good as TSM. After all 6 teams participating in the main match have made their collective appearance, it means that today's opening ceremony performance is about to end. At the end, the camera showed the trophy symbolizing the MSI Championship glory, which was quietly placed above the booth in the middle of the stage. "Welcome everyone to Brazil. Let's wait and see who of the 6 teams can finally win the trophy." Chapter 329. Those who charge head-on do whatever they want. After each team has been introduced, the main game is about to begin. MSI's schedule is actually very simple. There are only 6 teams in total, and they will play a double round-robin intergroup competition in the group stage. That is, each team needs to play 10 group stage games. Then, they will be ranked based on points. The top 4 teams will advance to the knockout stage, and the bottom 2 teams will have to go home directly. As for some of the rules for subsequent elimination, the team that wins the first place in the group can choose its opponent in the semifinals. Once the first place in the group picks the 4th-ranked team, then the 2nd and 3rd place can only fight to the death. Since the World Championship will also expand its quota this year, this year's MSI record ranking will affect the division's quota in this year's World Championship. Just like in the timeline before Lee Hansheng crossed over.
because we returned to China early in the S7 MSI and failed to achieve very good results, combined with the poor results and performance in the S6 World Championship. The 3 LPL divisions, the number 1 seed cannot directly advance to the main draw and needs to start from the play-in round. This can be regarded as a small adjustment made by Riot to make teams in each division pay more attention to the MSI competition. The schedule of the MSI main event has also been determined early. The opening match will be between the top team and the spring champion TSM team from the North American division. It can also be seen from this that even Riot himself is trying to create various topics and gimmicks. Audiences are tired of watching dramas like the China-South Korea war. And TSM, led by Imp, is invincible in the North American division this year, almost sweeping the entire North American division. The reunion of old friends from both sides is also a highlight. Top's players quickly returned to the player bench, still undergoing final adjustments, and then entered the custom game room created by the official referee. Since the referee has not officially announced the start, players from both sides also have an opportunity to chat and type on the public screen before the game. Jiekwa, please introduce Lanzi. Did you wash your neck last night? I'm going to kill you today. Imp started taunting him crazily as soon as he came on. After this guy got fat, did he become more evil? He actually started to use the art of war. Are you using this kind of off-field tactics to interfere with the mentality of the new guy Yuanbao? Siusi Bashin is very evil. However, Li Hansheng still believes in Yuanbao's mental endurance and his ability to withstand pressure. He will be able to handle the pressure on the field. If he doesn't have a big heart, is he still called Yuanbao? Didn't you wash your neck and wait for me to kill you? After this MSI, you will be forgotten by top fans, and I will become the best and perfect ADC in their minds. It's kind of interesting. Don't call anyone in the nest a jungler. Just fight in the lane and let the nests come and see who is more powerful. The two of them were arguing back and forth, with no one willing to admit defeat. At this time, the commentators in the commentary box were also ready to give up. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 2017 Mid-Season Invitational. Wang Lauer was very energetic. The two sides of the program battle are the top team from our division and the TSM team from the North American division. This is also the first time Imp has met since leaving top. Against my old club. The competition between the two sides must be exciting. The cast members also came to Brazil early. They had already adjusted the time difference, just to be able to welcome this MSI in a full mental state. This year's TSM is very strong. Let's put it this way. Although they did not complete a complete victory and win the championship, they only lost 2 games in the regular season, and they were crushed all the way in the playoffs. They cannot be regarded as the TSM of the past. Let's take a look. Isn't that right? It used to be Bilson and his 4 mobile relay teammates. But now with the addition of Imp and Looper, it can be regarded as a reduced version of the top configuration, relying on top 3C to drive the team. But their wild support ability is also better than Gao Tianliang and Sure Semming worse. If Nosuk had been stronger, they might not have lost in the regular season, but would have won the championship like top. TSM is a powerful team in North America, and many fans even came to the game to cheer them on. After the director cut to a long shot of the auditorium, he immediately switched to the contestants on the stage. He happened to see Gu Shungbin and Yuanbao typing frantically, while Li Hansheng smiled happily. Ha! Old friends are reunited. Are we chatting? Wang Lauer joked with a smile. The relationship between the top players has always been very good. After finally meeting each other, we will definitely talk more. After all, once the game starts, both parties everyone has to take charge and fight with real swords and guns. Some data from both sides in their respective leagues were also released, and the audience was immediately in an uproar. Since they are all champion teams in their respective divisions, the data will not be much different. But Top and TSM's respective statistics are luxurious. They are ranked first in their respective leagues. Although they are both spring champions, there will be differences, but you still have to be cautious before the actual competition begins. The top team has the right to choose sides, and they take the initiative to choose the blue side. The main stage of MSI is a double round-robin BO1 between 6 teams, so each team will have the right to choose a side once. This time it is top. The next time the two sides meet again, it will be TSM. When playing against TSM, I think we should pay attention to the bottom lane. Although TSM claims to rely on 3C to drive the game, I don't think there will be problems with Top's top lane and mid lane. The main thing is the bottom lane. When Jack faces the senior Imp, will you be eager to prove yourself and get ahead? And there is no doubt about Imp's strength. Right. After all, he is the only man in the current shooter position who has 2 champion skins. After giving the players a close-up shot, the director immediately switched the screen to the BP screen of both sides. Top chose to ban Han Bing as soon as he came up. This intention is obvious. Both sides had scheduled a training match before the game, so they knew some basic situations about both sides. In the training match, Top's bottom lane was indeed suppressed miserably. If the upper, middle and jungle were not strong enough, they would have been suppressed. Xungbin defeated him all by himself, so we must target the bottom lane. TSM's ban strategy is aimed at the mid lane. Now everyone knows that it is not cost-effective to ban Li Hansheng because Li Hansheng's hero pool is too deep, and you can't ban him. You might as well target other people. They probably did a lot of homework and chose to ban Galio. In the second ban position, Top gave the female police officer, still targeting the bottom lane, while TSM also sent the Enchantress to the ban position. In the last round of banning, Top banned Virus. Oh my god! It's rare for Top to directly give 3 ban positions to the bottom lane? Guan Ziyuan widened his eyes and said in disbelief. It can be seen that Top is really afraid of TSM's bottom lane. The director immediately showed a close-up shot of Zhu Xingbin. He was smiling so happily that people familiar with him could even tell from the shape of his mouth that he was saying the word Lanzi. He was probably saying, "Look, I said these Lanzi will definitely target me." TSM, on the other hand, backhandedly banned Jace. Although Jace was weakened in the hands of Li Hansheng, he still made people in other divisions extremely fearful. Top will grab Kalma directly. After Virus, Policewoman, and Han Bing were all banned, Easy plus Karma is currently the best choice for the bottom lane. Upon seeing this, TSM immediately targeted Easy plus Syndra. Oh! Is TSM going to forcefully demolish Top's bottom lane combination? But Top can bring Karma to the mid lane, so it doesn't necessarily have to be Easy plus Karma. Right. In fact, there is another reason not mentioned. Although Gu Xungbin is Korean, he has a clear difference from other Korean ADC players in the LCK region. It can even be said that his style is more biased towards the LPL region. That is because his Easy is really average compared to other shooter heroes. It doesn't have the elegance of Bang and Deft. Of course, it doesn't mean that his Easy is completely incompetent and that diode thinking is not advisable. It's just that his Easy is not as good as his other shooters. TSM does think a bit simple. Is it so simple to dismantle the combination? No wonder such a luxurious lineup still loses twice in the North American division. Muttered quietly. Take Lulu away. And then take Big Mouth too. If was the opponent's coach, he would definitely not be trying to find a way to deal with the situation, but would directly use another combination. Lulu plus Big Mouth are all placed in front of you. Why not choose? TSM's choice is to lock in Lee Sin and get a strong midfielder combination. A decent BP. Wang Lauer gave his own evaluation. You can't say that other people's BPs are bad, but they are just not good enough. There are obviously better choices, but they just choose the most middle-of-the-road choice. The two sides entered the second round of BP. TSM will naturally continue to target the top lane and jungle, banning both Qigong Shadow and Prince. Top side sent Shen and Likwang to the ban position with a backhand. It's clear that they won't give you the looper to get the gangster hero. But TSM has a surprise for everyone. Grab Kenan. Oh? Kenan? Wang Lauer was stunned for a moment, and then he realized. This is a grab instead of a ban. In the previous qualifying round, the top laner of the Vietnamese team GM took out AD Kenan. And then the team is studying it, and probably found it to be really useful. The rise of AD Kenan is mainly due to the fact that AP Kenan was slashed by Riot as a frequent visitor to the top lane of the S6 World Championship. AP Kenan has made famous performances. After entering S7, Riot only made one modification to make AP Kenan feel uncomfortable. In version 7.1, the designer directly modified Kenan's ultimate move to reduce the initial basic damage and increase the subsequent damage. In other words, Riot doesn't want to see Kenan find a perfect opportunity to enter the field and instantly electrocute the entire opponent's back row. The tone was set at the beginning of the season. This season, the outbreak will be delayed to give the back row players more room to operate and react. At first, it was thought that only assassins would suffer. But in the end, heroes like Kenan who entered the field to fight explosions also suffered a blow. This has caused AP Kenan to struggle. He has never shown that he can produce a perfect burst even when there is a push stick. If there is no flash in team battles now, it will be almost impossible for Kenan to do full damage with his ultimate move. If there is no light in the east, there will be light in the west. If AP is not good, then play AD, Ice Fist, Hurricane, and Destruction are both powerful, effective, and able to lead lanes, and their dual capabilities are quite strong. Hurricane's passive can not only be linked with the policewoman's passive Headshot, but Kinnen's W can also be linked with Hurricane. As long as there are minions, Kinnen can frequently trigger W's passive extra damage. Certainly, another reason that really made AD Kinnen return to the top lane is that almost all of the previously strong split-push top laners were cut off. Chi Gang Shadow and Jace were hit one after another, while Sword Queen was limited by numerical problems. There are big restrictions on playing all the time. Although the half-meat Murloc has become popular, its positioning is actually a troublemaker. Just like Echo before, his single band ability and tower pushing ability are not as good as Kinnen. Moreover, Kinnen has a 550-yard shooting range, which is farther than many shooter heroes. His extreme hand length allows him to play very comfortably on the opposite side. To put it bluntly, even if several big brothers have been stabbed, Kinnen, who has not been weakened, will naturally start to gain a higher appearance rate due to changes in the ecological environment. Has actually noticed this for a long time. He is actually not afraid of the rise of this type of single-lane hero. Who is the top laner? Li Hansheng, a ruthless person with super personal abilities and proficient in single belt. What's there to worry about?
Kennen?
Guanzi Yuan seemed to be thinking of something.
In last year's World Championship, in the quarterfinals, Top defeated 3 stars. At that time, Noob used Touch of Hellfire to defeat QB's Kai in the lane. Nan. Right. That's it. Top banned Kennen himself. It's useless.
Wang Lauer's rank is here, and his game understanding is much higher than Guanzi Yuan's. He explained.
AP Kennen is afraid of the prince because he has no additional recovery ability online. Once he is hit by the prince's skills, if so, it will easily lead to blood loss. AD Kennen's first item is to destroy. With the ability to recover online, he will naturally not be afraid of your prince's consumption. Once the equipment is completed, the prince will not be able to beat Kennen in a duel. And even in team battles, AD Kennen Nan's ultimate move is also used to control the opponent's aggressive heroes.
So they won't enter the field at all, and they won't be restricted by your prince.
Explain it this way. Guanzi Yuan can understand it even if his understanding of the game is low.
In this way, isn't this MSI just to see who can find a way to deal with Kennen first? And who can control the initiative of BP?
Guanzi Yuan thought of this and couldn't help laughing.
Then I think Noob can trust me. He should be able to figure out a way to deal with Kennen.
Don't even say it. Li Hansheng does have a lot of ideas. To play this kind of long hand, you have to use magic to fight magic. Lucian and Jace can both be used to deal with AD Kennen. And even Narc can be used to try it.
But
there is another simple and crude method.
Coach, I want to do an experiment. We happen to have 2 assistants. I have a combination that can punish Kennen.
Li Hansheng suddenly spoke to communicate with in the voice.
Oh.
Was stunned for a moment, then asked proactively,
what combination?
Yes. Li Hansheng told him about this combination. The latter frowned at first, and seemed to be thinking about the trade-off. But soon he had a clear answer. It seems feasible. If Karma and Lulu are mainly there, this combination can also be effective.
Then choose. Through an ordinary main match, we can accumulate valuable experience, which will be more beneficial to us in the subsequent knockout rounds.
Agreed immediately. Under everyone's gaze, 2 rare heroes instantly appeared on tops 4 and 5L. Kled and Olaf.
Huh?
Wang Lauer was stunned for a while.
Olaf is in the jungle, and Kled is in the lane. Top is the ultimate face-attacking lineup, and it focuses on the early and midterm, but it is not so powerful in the later stages.
Guanzi Yuan also expressed his own opinion. TSM obviously didn't think of this, but there is only one choice they can make in 5L. Over there is Zyra. This is the last hero on the field that can adapt to easy. If so, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. Top is on the blue side. TSM is on the red side. Top lane, Kled versus Kennen. Jungler, Olaf versus Blind Sin. Middle, Karma versus Syndra. Bottom lane, Big Mouth plus Lulu versus Zyra plus Xiao Huangmao. After a moment of thinking, Wang Lauer seemed to gradually find some ideas.
Actually, there seems to be nothing wrong with Top's lineup. There is nothing wrong with the lineup.
What a hero like Olaf needs is soft support to give him various accelerations. That's why in the S6 World Championship, Olaf basically appeared with Kalma or Lulu in the middle. Now there are both Lulu and Kalma in the top lineup. How great is this for Olaf? Moreover, neither Kled nor Olaf are afraid of Zyra and Kennen's backhand.
In the jungle, the blind monk couldn't beat Olaf in S6. And he can't beat him in the current jungle either. The reason why Olaf does not have such a high appearance rate this year is mainly due to the deletion of Power of Time. Olaf does not have hard control, so he cannot choose Power of Colossus, and his frankness decreases. Moreover, the refresh time of wild monsters in the wild area is extended, and the jungler Olaf himself cannot get much economy. Without Power of Time and unable to bring Power of Colossus, his tankiness will further decrease, and he will easily become useless. Let's see. This version of the jungle economy is definitely not developed enough for Olaf. I guess Top has found some way. Wang Lauer did not dare to draw a conclusion and raise the most critical point. What do Kled and Olaf have to say? Who knows? When the game officially starts, everyone will know it. Guan Ziyuan can see clearly. After finishing the BP, the coaches from both sides came to the center of the stage to shake hands and say hello. The opponent's coach was confused when he saw the confident Is Top's lineup really that good? The fans at the scene had already begun to shout in advance. It was not until frequent signals sounded that the audience's voices gradually stopped. The director also switched the camera to the game screen. Let us wait and see whether Top can get off to a perfect start at this MSI. Chapter 330. They are both top laners. So there is such a huge difference in treatment? Brother, cheer up. Sure, Saming. Gao Tianyang. You don't want to lose the game in despair in your first World Championship appearance. Jackie Love seemed extremely excited and proactive today. His speaking frequency has increased significantly. You can feel it. Although he talked a lot in the past and liked to be a cheerleader to encourage his teammates. This was only when his teammates had an advantage or the team was at a disadvantage. He didn't teach much when he was so proactive. I can understand that too. Many of the top fans in China still miss Gu Xingbin, saying that he was both steady and fierce, taking both attributes into account. Unlike Yuanba, who is just a reckless man with no brains. No matter how mature Jackie Love is, at this young and energetic age, he still has to compete with Gu Xingbin, especially in this kind of head-to-head confrontation with his ex. Some people may think this is comparable when you and your boyfriend or girlfriend are applauding for love, and he or she says something like, "I'm not as good as my ex." Look at your state at that time. Then stop barking first. As an ADC, what's your point of view? Make good use of your sword in the lane, and then wait for Dad to come to the bottom lane to help you. Gao Tianyang cursed. Gone! You, Jiangzi, are so cool. Ming also cursed. I'm yelling at you. We can handle it on our own in the bottom lane. Okay, then I won't go to the bottom lane. I'll be beaten later. But don't scream about why the jungler can't come to the bottom lane. This is what you asked for. MD, don't go jungle. I can do it myself. Here we go again. Here we go again. Li Hansheng listened to this childish conversation and shook his head dumbfounded. But this was also a manifestation of young people's high energy and vitality. Why do I lament that others are young even though I am less than 20 years old? After rushing out of the spring water for the first time, TSM's position was slightly stable. Their lineup did not support them to play a first-level team because the overall combat effectiveness was not particularly strong. Top doesn't care about that much. Wang Lauer shouted excitedly. Is Top going to launch a level 1 invasion? They are crossing the river in a group and heading towards the top half of TSM. The first-level team capability of Top's lineup is far better than that of TSM. An invasion is a normal behavior. The blind monk, who was originally squatting here, saw the top 5 men charging into his jungle area from a distance. He was immediately frightened and stepped back. He also inserted his very precious jewelry eye in the early stage on F6, used to detect Top's subsequent behavior. Result? The people from Top actually stayed here and refused to leave. It was obvious that they wanted to cooperate with Olaf to fight against the wild. Olaf even moved forward deliberately, and was so mean that he almost danced in the face of the blind monk. As if he's saying, "Hit me. Come and hit me." Because of Olaf's passive effect, he wished he could open the jungle with half health, which would make them more efficient in the jungle. Top's blatant invasion. Apparently they want to force a jungle change with TSM? Wang Lauer saw through Top's tactical intentions. After being defeated again and again, TSM's jungler Svenskering could only turn around and head to the lower half of his home zone after Top had already expressed its intention to invade. Starting from the blue buff, he gave up the top half of his home zone. When Top's bottom lane duo saw that the time was almost up, they retraced their steps and walked directly towards the bottom lane. Wei Shen also returned directly to the middle lane. while Li Hanxing walked towards the top lane, leaving Gao Tianyan alone. Stand here. If we swap the jungle areas, the top half of the top side will have an absolute advantage. Especially the top lane side. Guan Ziyuan made a normal inference. Is this a way to slow down Noob's early confrontation? Line pressure? Kennen is a hero with long hands. During the landing phase, heroes with long hands will definitely push the lane in order to suppress the opponent. After all, it is easiest to pin the opponent under the defense tower and consume them. The suppressed side can only lose blood for free in order to make up for the damage. Now the junglers of both sides made it clear at the beginning that they were going to swap jungle areas, and their own jungler was forcibly driven to the lower half. Meng, his brother in the bottom lane, was very happy, but as the top laner, he could only resist the urge to curse, resist the pressure silently, miss the most precious opportunity to press. As a long-handed hero, when you come to the top lane, you can use your long-hand advantage to bully these melee fighters. However, long-handed heroes are fragile, so you can't take advantage of them all? It's long, thick, and lasts a long time. Right? You have to pay something. Being fragile and having a bad face is what all long-handed heroes fear the most. And as the League of Legends, which pays special attention to countermeasures, it is impossible not to give these melee heroes a way to restrain their long hands. That is, most of the heroes in the top lane have control and displacement, and some even combine the two. Therefore, the best golden period for long-handed heroes is actually at level 1. Yes, you read that right. Level 1. Use the range advantage to steal the opponent's health and drive the opponent away from the military line. Then establish the advantage of the military line, and then cooperate with the military line to press forward. Completely suppress the melee hero under the defense tower, and then attack the opponent when replenishing troops. Use the advantage of long hands to lower the opponent's health line through various consumption, so that the opponent's health line is always maintained at half health. In this way, even if the opponent has the means to get close to you, he will not dare to get close to you, because you not only have a health advantage, but also a soldier line advantage. With the damage of the minions, you can defeat the opponent as long as you are not mentally retarded. This is why S9 introduced the Tappy bounty mechanism. After long-handed heroes became popular on the road, everyone will notice a strange phenomenon. At the beginning, everyone said that the Shy was the best top laner in the world, and if the enemy jungler dared to catch him, he would die, thereby making fun of Feshi's poor condition. Later, everyone discovered that it was not just the Shy, but also the top laner. If you take out the long-handed hero, you are in a state of daring to catch and die, because the top lane itself is easy to get caught. And if you play oppressive longhand laners like Kennen, Jayce, and Lucian, you have to push the lane. If you don't push the lane and let the opponent push the lane, the opponent can just shake the jungler and jump over the tower to kill you. Most of the heroes with long hands have no control and are very fragile. Even if they stand under the tower with full health, they can easily be killed by the 2 gay men in the upper and wild areas. As long as you are killed once or twice by crossing the tower, the opponent's top laner no longer needs to jungle, and he can kill you from the tower alone. When longhand heroes are used on the top lane, they can only accept advantages, disadvantages, and balance of power. Of course, the Shy Shi's capture has something to do with his long-handed skills, but the more reason is that his landing style is to suppress his opponents, regardless of whether he plays with long-handed or short-handed players. He likes to push the line to suppress. Now Li Hanxing was laughing so hard when he saw the opponent's behavior of accepting the jungle swap. He knew that the TSM team seemed to be driven by 3C, but in fact they still believed in Gu Shungbin more than the Looper on the top lane. But yes, Looper himself is not known for his carry ability. As a typical 3-system top laner, what stands out about him is that he is versatile, can withstand pressure, and can also carry. He is good at everything, but he is not the top one at anything. This kind of snake oil attribute the top laner is a good adjuster for the team. But it is a pity that he met Li Hanxing, selecting Kennen, but not giving Kennen the corresponding tactical status. Isn't this the same as selecting Sword Lady? Not letting the dominant Sword Lady go to the side lanes to split push, but letting Sword Lady use Bingxin Infinite to join the team in the middle? If this Kennen were Li Hanxing and his teammates dared to do this, he would start to curse. However, this assumption does not hold true, because this situation is unlikely to happen in top. Whenever Li Hanxing selects a hero who wants to snowball the advantage in the early stage, the team's tactical focus must be on the top lane. Even if the jungler cannot come, He will try to use some tricks to force the opponent's jungler not to interfere in the top lane. At least the top lane should be maintained in a 1v1 situation.
Gao Tianyang. You know, let the other side come and see it,
Li Hanqing hinted with a smile.
Well, brother Han Sheng, wait for me.
Gao Tianyang nodded. The director focused the camera on the top lane from the beginning. This is what Li Hanqing is famous for. And the hero Kled is not common in the competition. This is also the first time Li Hanqing has taken it out in the competition. Everyone is curious. As soon as I switched over, I saw Li Hanqing keeping a safe distance and putting on his crazy show of dog tags. For people who are accustomed to the mentality of being a bad boy to fight against opponents, Li Hanqing sometimes wants to go to riot people and suggest that they come up with the emoticon system first, so that they don't show a
weak and explosive
emoticon when playing games. What's the difference between salted fish? This expression is no less aggressive and taunting than if you hit your opponent and your opponent with a. When the army line came up, the Looper's Kennen still occupied the grass in the middle of the line for the first time. From this small behavior, it can be judged that he was still wary. Kennen's shooting range is 550 yards. And he can also learn Secret Essence, Thunder Armor, although this skill cannot be directly displaced. It can accelerate you and provide double resistance. And Kled must learn Q at level 1. And even if he learns E, he can't beat him. This means that at level 1, Kennen can move strongly and press closer to the opponent's grasp for crossline suppression. Doesn't Looper understand this? He understands. But he doesn't dare. Olaf is in the upper half of his jungle area. And he is still leading sprint. If Olaf really comes to the top lane at level 2 to hack him, and he is so far forward, he may not be able to run even if he has flash and E, gotta drop it. Sometimes, the jungler really doesn't need to go online to gank to help his teammates. You just need to show up near your teammates and put invisible pressure on the opponent. And the pressure on your teammates will be reduced a lot. However, Looper would never have imagined that Li Hanqing was so amazing. Kled immediately moved forward. And Kennen also took advantage of the range and fired an A-level shot. After attracting the hatred of the minions, he immediately turned back and tried to get into the grass to block his vision and draw away the aggro from the soldiers. Kled took a step forward and directly inserted his trinket eye into the grass on the line. This time, the vision block was unsuccessful, and the minions could still have Kennen's vision. The Looper was so forced that he could only continue walking backwards and stopped only when he entered another bush. Just as he was fighting wits with the minions, Kled had already approached the melee soldiers and started to draw A to replenish the troops and push the line.
Sheba,
Looper cursed secretly. It is an effective restriction method to make up the thread with the short hand and the long hand. But in most cases, the short-handed side does not dare to make up the thread. But why does Li Hanqing dare? Let's talk about the invasion at the beginning. I have already driven your blind monk to the lower half. It is absolutely impossible to hit the road for at least the first 3 minutes. The trinket eye does not need to be used to guard against the opponent's jungle. It only needs to be used to consider the lane. That's it. Only then will Looper realize how terrifying Top's protection of Li Hanqing is. This link is linked together. Li Hanqing should have been at an absolute disadvantage in the early stage. However, Top seemed to have done nothing, but helped Li Hanqing completely reverse the disadvantage in the line. Kled's level 1 can actually reverse Kennen's line. Anyone would be surprised to see it. Right?
Is Looper too conservative? If he doesn't suppress Kennen in the early stage,
he won't be easy to beat when Kled reaches the level. Right?
With Guan Ziyuan's current understanding of the game, he still doesn't understand what Top is doing. What kind of game did the game
go?
At the beginning? He just saw that the Looper was very timid. But I don't understand why Looper is so cowardly. Nonsense. Last year I couldn't beat my brother Han Sheng in RNG. This year I went to the North American fishing competition area and tortured several top laners. Do you really think of yourself as a person? Who gave him the courage to choose Kennen in front of brother Han Sheng? Liang Jingru? I already have a premonition that the situation on the road will be very bad. No. Is TSM really strong? Why does it feel like it has no effect at all? Is TSM strong? There is no doubt that it is definitely strong. If you just take out the IDs of the 3 players in the upper, middle and jungle, it will definitely not be a weak team. Although there are indeed many weak teams in the North American division. It is easy to improve the record. But they are all professional players after all. And not just any cat or dog can improve their performance in front of them. Even if this TSM team is moved to the LPL division, it is certain to enter the playoffs. And it will guarantee the strength of the semifinals. And Looper is not weak at all.
He did not leave RNG because of his strength. He simply wanted to change to a more relaxed environment. In addition, RNG deliberately wanted to market the All-China class as a gimmick. The two factors were superimposed. He just left the team. Looking purely at S6 game performance, RNG often wins games thanks to Looper's outstanding performance. It will lead to a blind situation where you are at a disadvantage online, which is nothing more than being calculated. League of Legends has passed the era of barbaric growth, and everyone's understanding of the professional game is very different. This is reflected in the continuous narrowing of players' personal abilities. In this case, lineup BP and opening routine have a great impact on the outcome of the game. Although some video analysis up hosts are suspected of being consequentialists and give some gimmick titles, such as one-eye position at the beginning can determine the outcome of the game. But indeed, sometimes just a small mistake at the beginning can become the bane of losing the game. On the top side of the road, after Li Han upgraded the melee soldiers to A, he immediately used Q to quickly kill all 3 melee soldiers, then press forward and continue to push the line. Of course, Looper can't let Li Hansheng push the lane so easily. You like pushing the lane, right? You want to jump over the tower, right? My brother made it impossible for you to maintain a good state. Kennen kept looking for opportunities to consume, but he still couldn't control the line of troops and was pushed over by Li Hansheng. However, Li Hansheng did pay the price, and the only blood medicine in his body was knocked out early. When the time was approaching 3 minutes, Kled, who had been promoted to level 3, only had about 60% of his health, and this was after all the blood medicine had been knocked out. Kled's 60% health volume is actually equivalent to the time when his Mount Scar's health volume has almost bottomed out and is about to enter the dismount phase. But the troop line is finally about to enter the tower. At this time, Gao Tianliang had just finished clearing TSM Stoneman, and his experience in the S7 wild area had not been weakened. He only needed to clear 3 groups of wild monsters quickly to reach level 3, instead of needing to clear 3 specific groups of wild monsters to reach level 3. Level 3. Originally, Looper was still weighing whether to retreat, but when he saw Olaf coming out from behind the tower with 2 axes, he completely gave up his thoughts. In this regard, the Looper can only choose to prepare in advance to deal with the tower being jumped. At this time, he did not dare to attack Li Hansheng. The troops had already entered the tower. If he attacked Li Hansheng, he would definitely attract the hatred of the small soldiers. The concentrated fire of artillery soldiers plus long-range soldiers is no joke. He chooses a minion to accumulate W's passive, and then holds the passive in his hand. Since sprinting has been weakened, it now takes 2 seconds to accelerate to the maximum value. Therefore, Gao Tianliang chose to start sprinting in advance instead of starting it after touching his face. "I'll fight the tower!" Li Hansheng shouted and took the lead. He directly E-joust and rode Scar to quickly rush towards Kennen, and at the same time hit Kennen with Q, Zipline Bear Trap. Kennen's reaction was also very quick, and he hit Olaf with a backhand A. Not Kled on the face. When Kled dismounts, he will enter a short, unselectable state. At that time, the defense tower will transfer the hatred. Looper knows this well, so he does not waste the output on Kled, who is resisting the tower. Then drive E and rush towards Olaf, and then W. 3 layers of storm marks were instantly stacked up, and Olaf was stunned directly under the defense tower. But it doesn't work at all. It's just delaying your own death. Kled immediately used his second E to quickly follow Kennen and come to his side to continue his output. At this time, the second attack from the defense tower had already been launched. After Kled took this wave of damage, Scar his health bar was instantly cleared, and he turned into a timid lizard and fled. Kled was thrown off his horse. The hatred was transferred to Olaf, who was aside. But here's the problem. Kennen is the one who is pushed to the line. Now Kennen is only level 2, and is facing the siege of Kled and Olaf. Flash it? Since he couldn't run away, he simply didn't show up. After Olaf resisted 2 attacks from the defense tower, and was reduced to residual health, Kled, who was dismounted, killed Kennen with a flat A shot. First blood obtained. The head belongs to Li Hansheng. The audience at the scene immediately burst into cheers and applause. However, no one noticed a single detail. This detail even laid the foundation for Kennen's second death in battle. Chapter 331: A relaxing and comfortable start. "Nice! Beautiful tower jump kill!" Wang Lauer shouted excitedly. "Is this Top's routine?" Due to Kled's unique mounting and dismounting mechanism, there will be a moment of unselectable when dismounting. Status: so that you can jump over the tower without risk. And it's terrifying to think about it. Let's think about everything from the start to the present. Top has been designing this set of tactics against Kennen since the BP stage, and then forced TSM to follow him at the start. Change the wild area yourself. Under the guidance of Wang Lauer, some people actually followed him to reminisce, such as Guan Ziyuan on the side. In many cases, consequential theory is not necessarily correct, but at least we can look back from the current tower jumping results, combined with Top's design at the beginning, and why the hero Kled was inexplicably taken out. Everything will be explained. Ghost, why do I feel that League of Legends is just like playing Go now? You calculate to the next 10 moves, and my friend calculates to the next 15 moves. This wave. Isn't this wave just Top's prediction of TSM's prediction? Let me just say it. This one is bound to suffer disaster on the road. Dare to take Kennen in front of my brother Han Sheng. Looper, do you know how to write the word death? Is it possible that Koreans really don't know how to write the word death? Hey, Koreans always use Chinese. If they don't use Chinese, they just have that crappy name. It's either Park or Kim. Can they tell who they are? After being killed in battle, Looper was helpless. He chose to push up his black-rimmed glasses to calm down his inner emotions. This kind of jumping over the tower has nothing to do with personal ability. People have made it clear that they want to kill you, so there is no point in resisting. Even if Li Hansheng is put in the same situation, there will be no change. The time of his death was a bit awkward, and he didn't do much to replenish his troops. He didn't have enough money to buy anything, so he simply bought a compound potion worth 150. Then choose to TP directly back online. It's not that Looper isn't cautious enough. The line of troops is still under the tower. It's hard to say whether Olaf has gone far, but Olaf is already at low health, and Kled is not in good condition. If the two of them want to kill themselves, even if they can kill themselves, Looper is confident that he can kill these two with low health. After all, his flashes still exist. But, when he was killed in battle before, he always felt something was wrong. But he couldn't pinpoint where. Looper selects fast TP to get back online. The director still fixed the camera on the top road, because the commentator and the audience from the god's perspective can still see that Olaf has indeed not gone far, and he is still squatting in the triangular grass next to the stone man with residual health. After watching the TP light beam for more than 2 seconds and confirming that TP could not be cancelled, Olaf walked out of the grass. Shout Yan is out again. Is Top going to do it again? But do the two of them have enough health? Guan Ziyuan frowned. Isn't this a bit risky? Although Kled can mount the horse, but judging from the anger situation, it's still far from enough. At least it requires Hero A to hit Q2 to 3 times before he can mount. Right. But Winnow, the top player on the field, seemed to ignore this kind of thing at all. He just wanted to kill Kennen. If you exchange 1 for 1 under the tower, you will still make money. But why do I feel that Kennen can exchange 1 for 2 under the tower? When Looper saw Olaf appear again, Kled and Olaf were even standing in a tower on their top lane waiting for their TP to land. But he was not deterred. Before dying for the first time, he hit A 3 times before dying, which means that after landing, he would hit W, Secret Truth, Electric Blade, S passive. He once again used AW to hit 3 layers of Storm Mark in 3 consecutive rounds to quickly stun someone. Kled and Olaf's explosions were not that high, and they had almost no control. He would definitely be able to hit 2 rounds to tie A. Looper has even planned that whoever dares to resist the tower will be stunned first. Kennen has landed. Kled immediately fired a flat A to attract the aggro of the defense tower. Isn't this too dangerous? Kled's HP is very weak. If he resists the tower, he will die easily. Kennen's second I activate E for a moment to add double resistance to myself, and then remove it in seconds. Do you want attack speed? Kennen cannot level A while using E, but he can actively turn off E in advance. Therefore, many times Kennen uses E just to increase his attack speed. The first shot from the defense tower was about to fall on Kled, and Kled's health would definitely not be able to withstand the second shot. Looper didn't understand. Did Li Hansheng really want to kill him? If 2 for 1 is exchanged, it is not a good deal for Top and Li Hansheng personally. Right. But soon, Looper's expression suddenly changed. Because on the field, the attack frequency of Kleppen A is wrong. Could it be? Looper's eyes widened. He seemed to have thought of something. That's right. Ha ha ha. Looper must be dumbfounded now. Li Hansheng showed a wicked smile that seemed to have succeeded. That's right. In the previous wave of jumping over the tower to kill Kennen, although Li Hansheng was at level 3, he only added 2 skill points. namely E and Q. And he had no points for the key W skill at all. This is why Looper finds it strange. The wave of damage caused by Kled's W attack is actually quite considerable. The Rapid 4 Blade A+ percentage damage. The amount of damage is quite astonishing. But Kennen had resisted for so long before. Kennen's body was weak, so there could only be some injury problem. Everything is clear now. Li Hanxing had discussed with Gao Tianliang from the beginning to use the mechanism of mounting and dismounting the horse to complete 2 consecutive tower crossing kills. So when Kennen's TP landed, he added skill points to W. Moreover, Kled's W can not only deal huge physical damage when the 4-shot draws A, but it can also gain a 150% attack speed bonus during the duration of Violent Temperament. This also means that Li Hanxing can quickly launch 4 basic attacks with A to successfully mount himself. Why did Looper always believe that he could kill 2 people? It was because he thought that Li Hanxing's W was on CD, so he couldn't hit so many A draws quickly to accumulate anger and mount. But now that he has W, Cliff can mount his horse quickly and hit Kennen's second draw with A, which is when he has just accumulated the W passive. Kled's 4th shot was already fired, causing huge damage and making Kled furious. Skarl, who had originally fled the battlefield, suddenly returned to the battlefield. Kled lightly jumped into the air and landed firmly on Skarl's back. The second attack from the defense tower had just landed on Kled. Returning to Skarl, Kled immediately rushed towards Kennen with E contest and used Q, Zipline Bear Repairer, to hang on Kennen's body during the sprint. At this time, Kennen backhanded a flat A and then a W. Finally, he hit 3 layers of Mark of the Storm to freeze Kled in place, and then directly flashed to distance him. This flash was used very cleverly, just to knock Olaf's Q away. Get away. But here's the problem. Kled's E skill is very buggy. As long as he one-locks the target, even if you flash to distance yourself, Kled's second E skill can follow immediately. Moreover, Kennen flashed back, and this displacement distance actually helped Kled get closer to the limit of the defense tower's attack range. And Olaf quickly followed after picking up the axe. After Li Hanxing resisted the damage from the defense tower again, Skar's health bar was emptied again and turned into a timid lizard. There was no other way. The damage buff of the defense tower has been fully stacked, and every attack has the highest damage. Now it is simply unstoppable. But it doesn't matter anymore. The level 2 Kennen can carry it to the limit now. After dismounting, Li Hanxing once again made up for it with a flat ace and took away the head. Kennen is killed again. Blau is the Brazilian division. Although the momentum of development in the past 2 years has been very hot, and INTZ's explosive victory over EDG in last year's World Championship also aroused the enthusiasm of fans in the division. After all, their League of Legends strength is not as strong as their football strength. INTZ defeated EDG last year. It's almost like the national football team has defeated traditional football powers such as Spain, France, and Germany. Although EDG is very awkward, they can steadily enter the top 8 every year. If they were to be ranked, they would still be among the top 8 in the world, which is pretty much it. But the overall strength of their division is very poor. When have they ever seen such sharp coordination and offense as top? Wow! Kennen is feeling a little uncomfortable now. Wang Lauer chuckled. He died twice in a row and fell behind in level. I believe domestic audiences are very familiar with this plot. Then we are very familiar with it. Guan Ziyuan answered appropriately from the side. After all, Top has shown us such a scene more than once in the LPL. Next, there is a high probability that Noob will complete the solo kill of the opponent. And then, there is no solution to the split push. But the main focus of Top's lineup is team fights and face rushing. Right. Kled leads his teammates to rush together. And Big Mouth is actually an ADC that is particularly suitable for rushing with his teammates. Looper's death once again made everyone in TSM on the field a little confused. Except for Gu Xingbin. After all, last year's Top had opened up situations like this on the top lane many times, and he had long been accustomed to it. However, he was Li Hanxing's teammate at the time. But now, he has become Li Hanxing's opponent. At this time, he also experienced what his previous opponents felt during the competition. I was doing well in the bottom lane, but the news of being killed kept coming from the top lane. Even if they know that this cannot be blamed on their teammates, and that this is not their problem, they are still helpless. But my mood will be affected inexplicably. This thing is just like when you are ranking. You are replenishing troops in the bottom lane, but you keep getting killed in the top lane. When you think about it, you may face a fat top laner in a team battle later. Let's meet. I'll hack you. Just imagining this scene can make ADC players' mentality explode and their blood pressure soar. In fact, it's not like TSM hasn't tried to counterattack. But what's the use? Even if the bottom lane troops enter the tower, TSM has no good solution. The ability of Lulu plus Big Mouth to counterattack under the tower is outstanding. The main thing is Lulu, which can provide shield, slow down, and turn into a sheep with the W key. Moreover, the output of TSM's bottom duo is not very stable, as 7's Easy has not been revised yet, and does not have explosive ability. So top is not afraid of you. The Blind Monk, coming to the bottom lane to catch you. The Blind Monk's visit only put some pressure, but he could only turn around and leave without seeing an opportunity, and hit the road this way. After Li Hansheng returned home, he directly took out Tiamat. Since Olaf helped him deal with the troop line on the road before returning home, he could save 1 TP and go directly to the line on foot. After seeing Kled make Tiamat, Looper's mood became bad again. Logically speaking, he is at a disadvantage. It is a good thing for him that Li Hansheng plays Tiamat and cannot control the lane. In an ideal mode, Li Hansheng would go to other lanes to do things after pushing the lane. He would hide under the tower to develop and let his teammates help him resist the pressure of hitting the road. But the problem is, what if instead of roaming around, they simply ask the jungler to hit the road and jump over the tower? This is also possible. If you remember correctly, the CD of Kled's passive, Cowardly Lizard, is only 30 seconds, which means that every 30 seconds, Kled can get a chance to trigger the passive. And Kennen, who had died twice in a row, was behind in level, and had no equipment to replenish. What else could he do once the army line was pushed towards him? But in this case, he can't call the jungler. The jungler will help the superiors, but not the inferiors. It's okay to come to the top lane to help you clear the line, but it's not allowed to come to the top lane to help you neck. Once you are counter-crouched, won't you die together? And when Looper is already at a disadvantage, he still asks someone to share his experience with him. Isn't there something wrong with that? 7 Skirin had no chance to go to the bottom lane, so he simply went to the middle lane to try. The midfielder combination of Blind Sin plus Syndra is relatively easy to coordinate, and a very strong midfielder. But Gao Dui's Karma made Bilson very uncomfortable. Push the line? Syndra really may not be able to push Karma in the early stage. Better than wandering? You don't even have the lane rights to roam around like you. And besides, even though you're stupider than Syndra, can you still outrun Karma on the map? Although TSM will not collapse across the board. They have no rhythm at all, and can only silently and passively defend and wait for top's attack. Zhu Shenbin, who was far away in the bottom lane, suddenly felt his eyelids twitching wildly, and an uneasy feeling arose in his heart. He always felt that something was going to happen to him. Mainly he has seen this situation many times. In the early stage of the top lane, he was hit by tower jumps one after another, resulting in a TP deficit. When Li Hansheng has absolute lane rights in the top lane and is 1 TP ahead, nothing may happen to the top lane. But the bottom lane is the most vulnerable. Kled is not the kind of hero who plays split push. In the midterm, he must focus on team fights. Then the benefits of continuing to roll personal snowballs online are not that great. He can help teammates build team advantages and keep the entire team in the lead. Then once the team fight starts, it will be very comfortable. It can only be said that Gu Shengmin has been teammates with Li Hansheng in top for a year after all. He does not know much about some of top's more conventional routines after gaining an advantage. He did accurately predict Li Hansheng's inner thoughts. But what's the use? The initiative lies with Li Hansheng. Right. Imp can indeed communicate with his jungler 7 Skirin in advance and ask him to come to the bottom lane to counter Squat. But the problem is, you blind monk always need to develop. Right? You always need to go farming. Right? Is it possible that he can still hang behind the bottom lane? The problem now is that Li Hansheng is the one who decides whether to attack or not. The defensive side is at a natural disadvantage, and Li Hansheng's attack came much faster than expected. Gao Tianliang is going to cause trouble in the bottom lane. It's time for us to say H, low to poo-poo. Li Hansheng showed a wicked smile. Let's see if his level has dropped after being in North America for half a year. Okay. Gao Tianliang agreed immediately, and he immediately moved down the road. And what about the bottom lane? Gu Shengmin has always been wary of Li Hansheng causing trouble in the bottom lane. The only solution he thought of was to prevent the troops from entering the tower. As long as the troops did not enter the tower, and did not give top a chance to escape the tower, their chances of survival would be increased. He did still have line rights at the beginning, but after both sides went home to resupply equipment for the first time, Easy's disadvantage became apparent. in order to improve his combat effectiveness. He did not even produce Tears of the Goddess right away, but instead prioritized Flaring Light. But Dazue directly produced a pair of attack speed shoes. The combat effectiveness brought by the two pieces of equipment, the benefits are simply not on the same level. Lulu set up W and E for Big Mouth, and Big Mouth opened W, Biochemical Barrage, to push forward. Easy and Zyra had to retreat and be driven away from the army line. Dazue and Lulu can take the opportunity to quickly push away the line of soldiers and lead the line of soldiers into the tower together. Around 5 minutes and 40 seconds. This is the time when the mid laners of both sides upgrade to level 6. And it is also the time when the third wave of troops with artillery troops comes online. Li Hansheng is aiming at this point in time. Jackie Love followed the same pattern, still asking Lulu to set E and W for him, while he pretended to press forward. This behavior is like the cry of wolf. The previous waves of pressure had left both Gu Shungbin and Biofrost numb. They didn't know whether Li Hansheng would come this time. He could only retreat and not give Big Mouth a chance to consume himself. At the same time, Olaf had invaded the lower half of TSM's jungle area and inserted his ward first. Li Hansheng, who had already dealt with the troops on the top lane, made a fake move to return to the city, hoping to deceive the opponent's Looper. There is no need to make Looper believe it, as long as it can delay him from feeding back the news of his disappearance to his teammates. When TP's light beam lit up, the audience even began to cheer in advance. The troops on the bottom lane had already entered the tower, and only then did the Looper, who was far away on the top lane, pass the news to the team members.
Kled has disappeared for a while. I don't know if he is going home or looking for opportunities to attack other routes. Please be careful.
Upon hearing this news, Gu Shungbin immediately realized that something was wrong, and he quickly said,
Back! Back! Back!
His English level is not good either, so he can only use simple vocabulary like this. Fortunately, half a year of running and has allowed Biofrost to understand what this teammate means. The two of them immediately wanted to retreat back, but Olaf and Kled had already fought their way out from behind the tower, completely blocking their retreat.
Ha ha ha! Here it comes! Top signature 4 for 2 package!
Guanzi Yuan shouted excitedly. His voice scared the domestic audience, who stayed up late to watch the game. CNM. It's okay for dogs to be criticized. Right? You hacking commentate. Just comment. Why are you yelling so loudly? Tube dog. NMCell. W send E. However, the originally drowsy audience was now completely awake. As soon as they woke up, they saw a wave of fierce attacks about to begin.
The troops entered the tower, and Kled rushed to the front. It seems that Noob is planning to resist the tower on his own, but it is indeed the most reasonable choice. After all, Kled has a short, unselectable state when dismounting, and can perfectly evade it. The hatred of the defense tower.
Wang Lauer quickly explained the situation on the field.
Kled's E goes up, and Easy uses E to dodge. But what about Kled's subsequent Q?
In fact, Li Hansheng has not yet reached level 6 and still has a little experience. So Imp wants to do it. So he directly uses Flash to avoid Li Hansheng's Q. And Zyra immediately chose to sacrifice herself to create escape conditions for her own shooters. The problem was that Top wanted to kill both of them. Lulu said W to Olaf, and Olaf himself started sprinting, rushing towards Easy at a very fast speed. As for Li Hansheng and Jackie Love, they beat up Zyra under the tower. The weak, pitiful and helpless Zyra had no ability to resist at all. Over here in the back, the Easy with all E plus Flash turned over was not much better. Lulu's W plus sprint made Olaf keep approaching him like a mad dog. Once being approached, a shooter like Xiao Huangmao with extremely poor one-on-one ability would have no room to operate against mad dog Olaf. Among the current version of shooters, there is a high probability that only VN can compete with Olaf in a duel. Other regular shooters have no temper at all when facing Olaf, considering that Olaf also needs to rush into the battle with him. Easy's head was not deliberately given to Li Hansheng, and was taken away by Gao Tianliang. Li Hansheng didn't even get an assist. But Jackie Love had better luck. When the troops were about to enter the tower, he hit Easy, causing damage to Easy. When Easy died, it was actually determined that he had an assist. Winnow and Winnow each gained 1 kill. And both of them are the most important front row heroes in the top rush system. On top side, the development of the Big Mouth can be average. After all, with Lulu's assistance, the Big Mouth does not even need to develop forward. As long as it develops normally and follows the timeline, it can already create a lot of damage in team battles. Output: Lulu and Karma are purely auxiliary roles. Although Karma is the mid laner, he will mainly use team auxiliary equipment. Karma is not expected to do any damage. This means that Karma does not need to eat too much. Economically, normal development is okay. The ones most in need of head eating are Kled and Olaf, because these two heroes are not like Qin Gang Ying, who can rush directly into the crowd with an E-flash. Nor are they like Galio, who can fall from the sky and rush directly into the crowd. Not even as good as the Prince. Although the Prince was beaten like an idiot during the battle, at least the displacement speed of EQ followed by R was very fast. Olaf has no displacement skills at all. And although Kled has an E1 must be placed close to the face to hit someone. It cannot be hit from a slightly further distance, which is no different from hitting the face on foot. You need to charge in the face on foot, which means that you will suffer damage from the opponent during the charge. If you are not developed well enough, you may be killed by the opponent's concentrated fire during the charge. Or even if you don't die, you will be beaten by the opponent's concentrated fire. Residual blood will also lose subsequent combat effectiveness. You must be fat enough to be able to resist the opponent's damage to maintain your own condition, and ensure that you still have enough fighting power when you rush into the crowd. This requires a lot of accumulation of resources to allow them to develop beyond the timeline. Are top planning to demolish the bottom tower in one go? Guan Ziyuan was surprised, because Li Hanxing and Gao Tianliang did not leave the bottom lane immediately, but cooperated with their own bottom lane to demolish the tower. Judging from the situation on the field, top can actually keep one tower in the bottom lane, or even keep raising pigs around the one tower in the bottom lane. But the reality is the opposite. Top is forcibly dismantling the towers, and the towers are being dismantled quite quickly. And just then, TSM finally ushered in its first wave of attacks. The blind monk who reached level 6 immediately aimed at the middle. At first, the damage was not enough and it was difficult to catch. But now, Syndra has reached level 6. And the blind monk has also reached level 6. A set of bursts from the two of them can easily take away Karma. The director also sensed that something was going to happen in the middle, and switched the camera in advance.
Is Bjergsen going to attack? How will TSM's midfielder take the lead? Bjergsen pulls first. Will he directly enlarge his move?
Syndra used W to grab a dark ball in advance and threw it at Karma. Although the damage was not high, it could create a deceleration effect, allowing Syndra to quickly follow up and directly release her ultimate move. The 3 dark orbs surrounding Syndra, together with the one that was thrown, all hit Karma. Street E skill, the weak retreat. Syndra's combo of scattering flowers is disgusting. Even if you cross-flash, you may not be able to get out of the dizzy range. Gao Dui simply didn't even hand over the flash. At this time, the blind monk came out from the grass in the river on the side. W touched his eyes and came to his side, and then an R flash kicked him into Syndra's face. It may be that all professional junglers have learned the lessons from the factory director at last year's World Championship. Blind said RQQ is so stable and ruthless. Seven Skirin's hands did not shake, and he did not miss his skills. After the Tianyin wave flew a certain distance in the air, it accurately hit Karma. And then the second echo hit him and kicked him. After the two of them fought in a set, Karma's blood volume was indeed reduced a lot. However, there is no instant kill. As long as you are not killed instantly, there is still hope. Gao Di quickly turned around and chained the blind monk with RW. Neither the blind monk nor Syndra was seriously injured. His RW regained a large amount of blood, allowing his blood volume to temporarily return to a safe bloodline. Encourage to set up a shield for yourself. Even if the shield was just put on, it was broken by Syndra's Q. But the acceleration effect was enough. When the W's imprisonment effect was activated, Karma flashed and pulled away. Distance. And at the same time, war drums thundered and rumbled in the canyon. It turned out to be the bottom lane. After the first blood tower was demolished, Li Hanxing felt that Gao Dui in the middle lane could be saved.
Away! Away! Hold on! Hold on! Dad and the brothers are here to save you! Get lost!
Gao Dui rolled his eyes fiercely, wishing he could jump up and hit Li Hanxing with a backhand. Labor and capital are about to die. At this time, you still have to take advantage of labor and capital. Right? Kled activates his ultimate move, charge. Took the lead and rushed to the front, while Olaf, Lulu and Dazue behind him also sprinted over quickly. Syndra and Blindson seemed to not want to let go of this person with residual health, and they wanted to fight. As a result, things came out after just one try.
Aren't you going? Bilson seems to have a headache. Kled is already rushing over. The blind monk has already taken action. Can you make it in time?
At the moment when the blind monk's Q skill was about to hit Karma, Kled directly passed over Karma's body and fired this heavenly sound wave.
Gift crab!
Fake! Seven Skirin couldn't help but curse in a low voice. But Kled has already rushed over with his brothers. Without skills, Syndra and the blind monk even have trouble escaping. In line with the principle that a dead Taoist friend should not die a poor Taoist, Bilson immediately thought of flashing to distance himself and running away. But how could Li Hansheng let him go? Same as Flash. And after hitting him with E1, he also hit him with Q. And Olaf followed him immediately.
Fake!
Bilson was completely dumbfounded. How could he still play like this? Why are you so greedy that you want to kill yourself if you don't kill a blind monk on your face? But after thinking about it, he realized that he really didn't have any room to resist. He could only watch as the two warriors rushed to his face and ravaged him. TSM's midfielder tried to kill but failed. And both of them were sent back.
Nice!
Wang Lauer shouted excitedly.
Now TSM has completely collapsed. Noob's TP is worth $1,000. Not only does it help the bottom lane gain an advantage, it even helps the middle lane gain an advantage. Ha ha ha! Karma is so hard to catch. This hero's ability to protect himself is ridiculously strong.
Guan Ziyuan was gloating. No way. The mid laner Karma is not the auxiliary Karma. He has a higher level and higher AP. If it is not ignited, let his RW suck a mouthful of blood. Combined with the shield of E's skill, it is equivalent to Karma actually having a tube and a half of health bar. Just a life and a half. The combination of Lee Sin plus Syndra is obviously not enough. And Kled's ultimate support is too fast. TSM's middle and junglers, who are not in a hurry to evacuate, have no room to struggle. The game was only a little over 6 minutes old. But the head-to-head ratio had already reached 6-0. All TSM players on the field were killed once. And Kinnan was killed twice. The Brazilian audience at the scene went completely crazy. When have they ever seen such a devastating offensive rhythm? The overall strength of the teams in the CBLOL League is weak. Almost at the bottom of the LSPL. Such teams seem to be playing lively. But even people with low rankings can see that their level is actually very average. The offensive rhythm shown by Top is an offensive rhythm that can only be played by a world-class team. It is no less than a visual feast for them.
I think TSM may be a little difficult to deal with next. Originally, if Syndra developed well, they might still have a chance. After all, Syndra's burst is terrifying. If the development is slightly better, when the opponent rushes towards her face, you can force Olaf or Kled back with one backhand, making them lose their combat effectiveness. But if Syndra's development is also affected now, then once a team battle breaks out, TSM will lack enough damage, and the formation will naturally be easily overwhelmed by Top.
Wang Lauer has already discussed what may happen in subsequent team battles. Speak up in advance. In fact, when the game reached this moment, everyone in TSM knew that they were doomed. If it's just top laner Keenan who blows up the lane, they can try their best to hold him back and let Keenan continue to develop on the wing. But now if everyone explodes together, how can we delay it? And since Looper's talent selection is War Zeal, he has locked himself into the AD route. If you ask him to switch to AP Kinnan at this time, wouldn't it be equivalent to playing the game without talent? AP Kinnan's burst was cut off. And now he has a talent that is not well developed. What's the difference between it and AD Kinnan? What? AD Kinnan. You are a piece of shit without equipment. It purely relies on its moderate and high attack speed to frequently trigger W's passive damage. There is no special effect equipment. And even it hits people without any pain or itching. Next is Top's offensive show. However, Li Hansheng and others still saved face for their old teammates. He didn't play with the intention of causing a tragedy. Otherwise, how could he meet with Gu Shungbin after the game? It was clear that the game already had an economic advantage of tens of thousands in 18 minutes. But Top did not choose to pursue the victory, but began to play split push slowly. Wait until the game time reaches 21 minutes before fighting the Baron. TSM was forced to come over and pick up the team. Li Hansheng didn't have many BBs, so he directly activated his ultimate move and led his teammates into the crowd. Karma started RE, and the huge shield helped the two front rows offset most of the damage. When Olaf and Kled rushed into the crowd, Lulu decisively followed up and used her ultimate move, knocking up plus AoE slowdown. TSM, there is no room for maneuver at all. Especially Gu Shungbin. His easy has no way to deal with two gay guys who are close to each other. 0 for 5. Top didn't even use their full strength. And TSM, which was at a huge disadvantage, was overwhelmed. The final game time was fixed at 22 minutes and 35 seconds. Let us congratulate Top. They defeated the powerful enemy TSM without any blood. We had a great start and took the lead in winning the first victory of this MSI. Judging from the process of the game, the top players are in very good condition, and there is no situation where they are not adapting to the environment and affecting their competitive state on the field. This is also good news for us. As long as there are no physical problems with the players, then Top is definitely the biggest favorite to win this MSI. When Li Hansheng and others took off their headphones, they could feel the enthusiasm of the fans. Applause and cheers came from all directions. Some fans even started spontaneously shouting Top. Top! Top! This is a way to express your support for Top. I can vaguely hear a lot of people shouting Noobs ID. The viewers in the CBLOL division may be influenced by their football style. Brazil, the kingdom of football, is known as the Samba Army. They have always worshipped the personal heroism of the mechanism. Brazilian players are known for their dazzling embroidery on the court. And their ball philosophy is also offensive. And the team style that Top presents in the game. He is also known for his gorgeous offense. And Li Hansheng is the top star in the top team. Just like Neymar, he often performs rainbow dribbles on the wing and rushes into the penalty area, either assisting his teammates to score goals, or making a beautiful arc by himself. The goal is blind. In the eyes of the Brazilian audience, Li Hansheng's solo kills and various actions to support his teammates are no different from Neymar's outstanding performance on the court. All members of Top came to TSM's player bench. Everyone shook hands one by one. And when they came to Imp, Li Hansheng took the initiative and enthusiastically gave him a bear hug, but received a blank look from the latter. When Yuanba shook hands with him, before Ashue could taunt him, Gu Shengmin taunted him harshly. Jiaqua, can you do it? We are going to have a 1v1 real man battle in the bottom lane. You actually call me a helper? That's not fair. Hee. JackieLove smiled brightly, even showing his big white teeth, to the extent that he could endorse black toothpaste. I have thighs to hug you. The joy you had in the competition last year, buddy, can now experience it. As long as I am thick-skinned, you will never be able to attack me. JackieLove doesn't care what Zhu Xingbin does. He is the winner anyway. He, the current one, defeated Gu Xingmin, the predecessor. In response to this, Gu Xingmin could only feel so angry that he punched Yuanba's chest with a small fist to vent his anger. Of course, he did not forget to continue to speak harshly in the end. Just wait. We haven't adjusted well this time. When we meet in the next round, let's see how we deal with you. Yuanba. You kid. Just wash your neck and wait for death. Come on. Who is afraid of who? JackieLove even imitated Bruce Lee in a very provocative manner, making a recruiting gesture towards him, and then licking his nose with his thumb. After the handshake is completed, Li Hansheng was retained by Vincent as a super traffic player who can compete with Faker in popularity around the world. How could you not accept a post-match interview? But, in addition to Vincent, we also have the Brazilian guy who picked us up at the airport before. Since Vincent does not speak Portuguese, during the interview, he needed to first translate what Li Hansheng said into Chinese, and then the Brazilian guy translated it into Portuguese based on Vincent's English meaning. In short, it hurts if you don't master a word of translation well. The meaning of the original words may be misinterpreted in an instant. Vincent also knew that Li Hansheng liked to say some naughty things during interviews. But this time, he couldn't translate directly. So he could only communicate with Li Hansheng in advance and ask him to answer questions in an official and polite manner to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Amid the cheers of the entire audience, Li Hansheng returned to the stage again. Today's host also came to the stage. He is also a Brazilian guy. But this host has a very explosive figure. At first glance, he seems to be a very self-disciplined person. The suit on his body is bulging with muscles. It seems like a wave of clothes explosions can happen at any time. We are very honored to invite Noob, the top laner of the top team, to be interviewed by us. The host's voice was also quite loud. Li Hansheng even wondered if this brother had been a football commentator before. He has heard of foreign football commentators. Each one has a loud voice, is very emotional, and has excellent lung capacity. Seeing is better than hearing 100 times. Looking at it now, it seems to be true. Chapter 332. Welcome to the era ruled by Top. Player Noob, how do you feel now that you won the first battle of the mid-season tournament? Fortunately, the Brazilian guy didn't seem to deliberately embarrass Li Hansheng, and the questions he asked didn't dig him into trouble. Such relatively polite questions can be answered with ordinary polite dialogue. Of course I am very happy, although I have won countless times. Every time I win, It makes me feel extremely happy. Winning the game is also my biggest responsibility as a professional player. And from the game judging from the process, we dealt with it very easily, which means that the overall condition of our team is maintained well, which is also something that makes me happy. The translation process was a bit long. Vincent had to translate it into English first, and then let another Brazilian guy in charge of translation in the CBLOL competition translate what he said from English into Portuguese. When the audience heard this slightly domineering answer, the Brazilian audience cheered again. They also liked Li Hansheng more and more. Let's put it that way. Perhaps in the eyes of CBLOL viewers, Li Hansheng is similar to the way Chinese football fans see top stars, like Ronaldinho, and Ronaldinho leading the Brazilian national team to play friendly matches with the national football team. It is inevitable to abuse the opponent. It is nothing more than how to abuse. And in what way to abuse? And Li Hansheng's super personal ability displayed on the road is just like the Chinese football fans seeing top Brazilian stars showing off their skills in front of them. This is the worship of the strong. In places like foreign countries that are deeply influenced by Western universal values, they generally advocate personal heroism and emphasize individuality, freedom, and publicity. And Li Hansheng is a player who has strong abilities and a very flamboyant personality. He is very open on the stage and knows how to show off himself. He is really suitable for them. On the contrary, like Faker, although he occasionally makes some risque remarks, in most interviews he is quite a well-behaved person. After all, Faker also grew up in East Asian cultural circles, so he appears to be more restrained. In comparison, in the eyes of foreign fans, Li Hansheng's image instantly suppressed Faker. Faker? Who do you send beta to? In our understanding, Noob is the only true god. The host then asked the second question. As we all know, Noob players have maintained super strong personal abilities since their debut. I just want to ask, how do you train yourself to reach your level? Well, Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment, then smiled. To reach my level, you need both talent and hard work. Besides, I'm a noob. If someone can just copy my success like that, how else can I show that I am unique? Don't try to imitate me, because no one can follow my path. Nonsense. Not everyone can time travel, and also comes with a plugin. The plugin solves the problems of operation and consciousness. Time travel allows Li Hansheng to be ahead of the opponent's version in the first place, no matter what version he faces. The combination of the two is to highlight the two words. Invincible. When this answer was relayed to the audience again, this humorous answer and blatant bragging made the audience's love for Li Hansheng soar to a new level again. In the past, we only had a general understanding of the World Championship through live broadcasts. Now Top came to Brazil to participate in the competition, and Li Hansheng was interviewed in front of them. This feeling is not something you can feel by watching the live broadcast. The host asked again. It's your first time coming to Brazil. What's your impression of the new players here? This is not a problem for Li Hansheng. When I was in China, my impression of Brazil was that there are a lot of football talents here, and every year they continue to send top talents to major leagues around the world. But what I didn't expect was that the esports atmosphere here is so strong. At the same time, I also heard that the beach scenery in Brazil is also good. And I also heard that Brazilian girls are warm and hospitable. If I have the chance, I must go to the beach. Let's take a sunbath. When you went to the beach, did you go to sunbathe? Brother Hansheng. Just admit it. I won't even dare to point you out. Hee hee. Only at this time did I realize that Brother Hansheng is indeed a person with normal sexual orientation. Is there a possibility that men on the beach leak more? Basically just a pair of beach shorts. You scheming bastards. Stop thinking about being disgusting. I, Brother Hansheng, have already said it. People like women, but they don't like women. Li Hansheng always spoke well, but there was really no need for him to lie about this kind of thing. He could only say this. After all, he had never experienced the so-called local delicacies, scenery, etc. He still wanted to go back alive. What if he met a local gang member while walking on the road? Manage? You can't put your life in the hands of others and just be honest abroad. After returning to China and wandering around, the food is not as delicious as the food in China. Time is limited, and there are other games later. The host also hurriedly asked the last question. Are there any expectations for the results of this MSI? Of course it's the championship, Li Hansheng said categorically. This is the promise made by me and the viewers in the LPL region. I promise them that I will bring this MSI championship trophy home to them. And I will definitely do it. Besides, I don't think any of the teams participating in MSI this time can pose a threat to us. I think the current top team is invincible. No matter who the opponent is, we will be the winner in the end. And we will be the one to win the championship trophy. I remember last year at the end of the S6 Global Finals. I said something in an interview. From now on, welcome to the era of being dominated by the top. What kind of dominance is just a world championship? At least you have to establish a dynasty to be considered a dominance. Right. My teammates and I are working hard towards this goal. So this one we are bound to win the MSI championship. The scene once again erupted into a burst of warm applause and cheers. Esports players are often young in their careers and are deeply influenced by game versions. Li Hansheng said such a terrifying ideal. How could this make the audience unmoved? Bowing slightly toward the audience, Li Hansheng handed the microphone back to the host, then turned and walked backstage. Top has 2 games to play today, and 1 more later. He has to go back and wait for the next game with his teammates. Chapter 333. Your name is Khan. Right. Returning to the backstage, Guo Hao was still waiting for him at the door. He also met the teams preparing to go on stage for the second game, which were the G2 and FW teams. Having hosted so many world championships, Riot has become experienced in hosting events, and there are no problems in arranging the schedule. In the first opening game, 2 recognized strong teams, Top and TSM, were arranged to stage a strong dialogue. The follow-up was for G2 to compete with FW and LZ against the Vietnamese GM team that broke through from the breakout round and entered the main draw. By staggering the duels between strong teams, we can ensure that there are exciting matches between strong teams every day and attract the maximum number of viewers to watch the games. G2 are all old acquaintances. Although G2's boss Carlos and mid laner Perks performed well during the transfer period, G2 introduced Winnow and Li Hansheng, Wunder from the European Snake Spy, and jungler Yankos who transferred from H2K. There are only 2 Koreans in the bottom lane who are not familiar with Li Hansheng. They are the former support god Madlife and the newcomer Teddy. Hey, Luca! Li Hansheng took the initiative to say H, low to Perks, and then smiled at Yankos and Wunder and also said H, low. Hey, noob! Perks was also very enthusiastic. He laughed and said, you guys played really well just now. This is the best. Only by defeating such a powerful you can we prove the power of our G2. Wait. Watch the next game carefully and let you see our transformation in the past 6 months. You will definitely be surprised. Okay. Come on. I look forward to your outstanding performance. Li Hansheng smiled. He is really curious. How far can such a G2 team grow? After all, in his memory, the reason why S7's G2 played so well was because the bottom lane duo was holding them back. But now in this time and space, they have introduced 2 Koreans to form the bottom lane duo. And one of them is the former the auxiliary god of Madlife. Madlife's age is indeed a problem. But the support position does not have high operational requirements. Maybe it had an impact when soft assists were popular in the bottom lane. But now there is room for hard assists to play. Hard support does not require such high landing ability. What matters more is awareness, roaming, and group initiating. These are exactly what Madlife is good at. What veterans are most indispensable for his experience and awareness. As for Teddy, Teddy actually has a certain level of strength. Before joining SKT, he was the serious director of the Jets. He is the absolute core who carries the team forward alone. Even when he first joined SKT, he often performed well. But the turning point was the MSI that year. First 1557, and then that TP mid lane tower. This person seemed to have been completely beaten and couldn't play the game anymore. And the initiator of all this is Jackie Love, who is now on the same team as him. Thinking of this, Li Hansheng raised his head and glanced at Yuanba, only to find that this boy had his head lowered, holding a mobile phone, and his fingers were clicking on the screen of the mobile phone dexterously, as if he was typing frantically. Yuanba, are you kidding against the maggot baby from Kangba again? No. The main reason is that these bees are too irritating. I'm the one who obviously won the game. But these bees insist on saying that they are letting off steam. Jackie Love was so angry that he was holding back his energy to fight with Ju Shinbin. He wants to compete head-to-head and win the game, so as to silence those who have been doubting him. But it was clear that he had won. But these people still did not change their words. Oh, let me take a look. Li Hansheng smiled and sat next to him. And Yuanba also handed him the phone. The title of the post is, how do you evaluate the performance comparison between Imp and Jackie Love? Who performed better today? Is there anything comparable? I don't understand why it's okay to use Big Mouth plus Lulu in the lane without pressing easy. I should wait for my teammates to help before I can gain a certain advantage. All I can say is, AD swap? The result will not change. Maybe Top will win more easily. Let me put it this way. Jack wants to completely replace Puff. But it's still early for him. Sometimes I don't understand why Jack's fans always want to get into trouble. Poo-Poo is the strongest ADC in the world. Is there any doubt? How about getting rid of your habit of dying suddenly, and winning a few more championships before trying again? Trivia. The lowest point of Poo-Poo's career was when he was beaten to pieces by TSM's Metal Master in the S5 World Championship. I seriously doubt that Poo-Poo joined TSM just to take revenge on the curve. First, they performed well to give TSM fans the illusion that they could win the championship. And then, they started to mess up and fail to work hard. Yes, people who are familiar with Poo-Poo know that he is letting off steam. And he is not serious at all. The funny scene is that Li Hansheng actually saw Jackie Love using his own trumpet to speak inside. Yes. I am a passerby on the beach in Brazil. At that time, I put my arms around Jackie Love's shoulders and pointed at the Atlantic Ocean in front of me and said, "If you see the sea, it's all the water that my brother released for you." Li Hansheng simply didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
You obviously care about it. But you still have to let go of this weird anger. Don't you deserve it? I just can't get angry. Is there something wrong with these people's brains? Why can't I have an advantage in the lane? It's obvious that the jungler is going up at the beginning. And the opponent's jungler is going down at the beginning. Is there something wrong with my brain when I forcefully suppress people? Hey.
Gao Tianliang laughed playfully.
Don't you usually say that people who compete with the audience are also sand sculptures? What? Xiao Haizi finally can't hide his identity as a sand sculpture. Go!
Jackie Love waved his hand impatiently.
Are you in a hurry? The defense has been broken? Get out of here!
Exchanging the phone to Jackie Love. Li Hansheng just smiled. Then got up and came to his side, watching the second game in progress with him. FW can be considered a strong team. No matter how League of Legends changes, it is still a game for the midfielder and jungler. But for any team with a strong midfielder and jungler, the lower limit will not be too low. Please refer to the IG of S5 for details. The coal mining duo Broiler plus Kakao entered the World Championship with a combination of attitude. Child Wandering Spirit plus Shooting Coco. 999 Pai Yinping in the bottom lane. You can see how much bonus the strong midfielder can bring to the team. However, the current version is both good and bad for FW. The good thing is that jungle core heroes don't have much room to play. The jungle is mainly dominated by rhythm junglers. The early rhythm driving is the biggest advantage of Wolf King Kasa. The disadvantage of Kasa is that it is easy to get lost in team battles in the middle and late stages. And he's not good at starting a group. The downside is that the mid laner's carry ability has declined. And Maple's rhythm driving ability is far less powerful than his ability to play damage. The advantages and disadvantages of these two people are obvious. As for the upper and lower paths, it's just a normal professional player level. And the gap between him and the midfielder is a little big.
G2's overall strength is indeed strong,
said after observing for a long time.
Their three lanes are relatively strong in the lane. And Yanko's jungle style itself is particularly aggressive.
Yanko's was the famous
First Blood King
in the S6 World Championship. After joining G2, his style has not changed at all. On the contrary, after having a more powerful group of teammates, he has further demonstrated his
First Blood King
style.
Gao Tianyang. You should learn more about Kasa's early jungle planning. This guy's jungle planning is really bad. If you don't know better, you might think he is playing the game with the whole map open.
This time Yanko's got the male gun, and Kasa played the prince. So the jungle was an absolute disadvantage. Yanko started to invade the jungle very early to try to catch the prince and counter the jungle. But Kasa's response was textbook level, not to mention being caught. Even the wild monsters were not countered by Yanko's too much. The reason why Gao Tianyang was asked to learn Kasa was because their playing styles were very similar. Xiao Tian is not good at wild core either, and is better at driving the rhythm in the early stage. The biggest difference between him and Kasa is that Xiao Tian can operate in team battles and has good damage ability. But his ability to start a team is actually average. Fortunately, he is young enough now, like a piece of jade that has not yet been carved. Li Hansheng has been deliberately training his shortcomings. Just like Li Hansheng would deliberately ask Shi Siming to become a soft assistant. The benefits of being a time traveler are not only that you can gain an advanced understanding of the version, but you are also familiar with the strengths and weaknesses of every professional player. If it is his opponent, then he can attack the opponent's shortcomings unlimitedly. If it is his own teammate, then he can help his teammate improve some of his shortcomings as much as possible while he is still young and has plasticity. This also brings the pleasure of developing a system. Watching the professional players he knows well in his memory get better little by little under his training is also a satisfying point for Li Hansheng personally. Gao Tianyang said nothing, just nodded and stared at the broadcast screen. Relying on the strong midfielder, FW did not fall into a disadvantage in the early stage. After all, the hero Yanko's got was a male gun. His gank ability was not very good, and the rhythm was bound to not be too fast. But the strength gap between the two players is still reflected, especially in the middle and lower lanes. If the lane changes cannot be slowed down and the lane power cannot be controlled, Yanko's will naturally break through. He first ran to the top lane and cooperated with Wunder to complete a wave of tower jumps. After returning home to replenish supplies, I asked AP to go to the bottom lane together and get a wave of 4 packs of 2. The middle and lower lanes suffered one after another, and FW couldn't hold it back for a moment. When the team battle entered, G2 didn't give the opponent any chance. In 26 minutes, he easily defeated FW and won his first game of this MSI. And in the interview after the game, AP made even more bold remarks.
We have only one goal in this MSI, and that is to defeat top.
And when the host asked, is the goal just to defeat the top, not to win the championship? AP replied with a smile.
Isn't defeating top a lock for the championship?
This rhetorical question made the host speechless. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. How can you win the championship without defeating top? Then came the game between LZ and GM. In this game, the strength gap between the two sides was actually even greater. But when selecting players, there were other points that attracted everyone's attention.
Holy shit! Did you see that? If I read correctly, GM uses a membrane keyboard? This mouse is so similar to the Shuangfian used in the internet cafe I went to before.
Jackie Love was a little dumbfounded.
It's true.
After hearing this, everyone looked carefully and were very sure.
It's normal. Do you think all clubs are backed by big capital like us?
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes.
That's right. Didn't Soft reach the top of the Korean server with more than 100 pings back then?
Will peripherals affect a player's performance? That's inevitable. The gap between membrane keyboards and mechanical keyboards is quite obvious. After all, the feedback of membrane keyboards is far less comfortable than that of mechanical keyboards. And it is also prone to conflicting commands. Like the Prince's EQ early in. You can press almost simultaneously on a mechanical keyboard, but you can press on a membrane keyboard at the same time. If it's too fast, it's easy to make command errors and become a QE second chain. Of course, even if you want to say it has a big impact, it doesn't mean it is nothing more than an operating experience and the quality of the operating feel. LZ's overall strength is indeed strong. This is also a change from Li Hansheng's memory. Originally, LZ's jungler was supposed to be Cuz. But in this time and space, Xiaowawa did not go to SKT at Li Hansheng's suggestion, but came to the LZ team. Peanut is better at playing in the field, and he also advocates offense. He was not forced to play the midfielder by Keikoma, but played the control map. His spirituality is still there, and his cooperation with Khan is becoming increasingly mature. Netizens say that this LZ is actually the luxurious upgraded version of last year's Rockstager. It is equivalent to the mid laner's upgrade from Kuro to the Genius Boy BDD. And Khan on the road is currently not inferior to Smeb. On the contrary, Smeb, who went to KT to form Galaxy Battleship, did not perform as well as in S6 without the help of Peanut. It's also normal. The top lane is an orphan path. With Jungle Care and without Jungle Care, there are two completely different game experiences. KT is a galactic battleship, and the jungle score must be taken care of in every lane. Naturally, the support given to Smeb cannot be as strong as the Tigers in S6. The Tigers in S6 mainly focus on the top lane, and Little Peanut will almost never go to the middle and bottom to help. GM tried very hard to resist, but the huge disparity in strength between the two sides still made their resistance seem like paper. In front of LZ, he only lasted 23 minutes, and was pushed all the way by the opponent with a huge advantage. In the post-game interview, Khan, the most popular player in this year's LCK, also mentioned Top.
Top is a strong team. If you want to win the championship, you must defeat them first. I am different from other LCK top laners because I have played in the LPL before. So I understand the LPL style better than other LCK top laners. And I also understand Noob style better. I am confident that I can defeat Noob with the team. After all,
Individual abilities are limited. And I firmly believe that LZ is the stronger overall team. It's not just me, but my teammates also think the same way.
It's really like what Yuanbo said. Almost as a team. They want to defeat themselves. In the eyes of everyone, Top is a villain and the ultimate boss in the game. Are you waiting to fight the boss and get gold coins? But everyone is already used to it. According to the arrangement of the competition format, there will be 2 games in one day, and the second game of Top is scheduled to be the last game of the first day. The opponent is the LZ team. Chapter 334. Just hack his little peanut.
Wow! Finally, the last game of today's MSI is here.
The commentary booth has been changed from Wang Lauer and Guan Ziyuan to the higher brothers, Wawa and Miller. It's normal. Top's game against LZ is the highlight today. The reason why Riot placed this game at the last game of the first game day was to create suspense and keep the audience watching the game, and deliberately placed the strong showdown at the back. Secondly, considering the time difference, when the last game started, it was almost around 7 o'clock in the morning in China. Many people couldn't stay up late to watch the opening game, but they were able to get up early to watch the most critical LPL versus LCK. It can be regarded as taking care of the domestic audience and maximizing the ratings of this game.
We all know that this LZ team is jokingly called by many viewers to be the upgraded version of last year's Tigers.
Miller smiled and gave a detailed introduction to the domestic audience.
Bot lane and jungler are still old acquaintances. And Peanut, what we want to focus on are the top 2 players of the LZ team. The mid laner BDD. Maybe everyone is not familiar with this ID, but I think everyone should be familiar with his other nickname, which is Hanijia. BDD is recognized as the strongest AI user in the high-end game of the Korean server. At that time, Faker's rise to prominence on a global scale relied on using Tribulation to complete a wave of unparalleled operations. This similarity also led to BDD being dubbed the Little Faker and the successor of Faker. Just this name alone, everyone you should know how powerful he is. And what about Khan? The top laner? He has played for We.A for many years and competed in LSBL. Don't underestimate him just because of this. We have an old saying that goes, if you move the tree, you will move the dead. Khan, who returned to the LCK,
seems to have opened up. Rendurmai. He is the most outstanding top laner in the LCK this season, and he could almost be said to have destroyed the entire LCK top lane.
There is no need to make it too obvious. Although Top successfully defeated SKT and won the region's first S championship last year, it is undeniable that in terms of overall strength, LCK is still the well-deserved first division, and LZ can stand out from the LCK, and Khan can even carve a bloody path in the fiercely competitive LCK top lane, which must have his uniqueness.
This is a big test for Top.
Wawa expressed his opinion.
Although the 3 newcomers have grown very quickly, we have to admit an objective fact. That is, the strength of this top team is lower than last year. There is a certain degree of decline. After all, the 3 newcomers have not reached their peak, and LZ is an upgraded version of last year's Tigers. It's hard to say if the 2 teams will really compete. But that's it if you believe in Top. Especially if you believe in Noob.
Miller smiled.
Since LZ has become an upgraded version of the Tigers, it is still similar to the Tigers. It relies heavily on the upper jungle to play an advantage. Last year, Smeb was not able to break through Noob. This year's Khan can't do it either.
Laughing to death. A person who can't even understand the LSBL came back to the LCK and suddenly became stronger. Isn't it true that the LCK has become a loser? That's what I'm saying here. All the teams that focus on the top lane have to take a break when they encounter my brother Han Sheng. That Khan seems very cool. Wait until brother Han Sheng educates him. Okay. Go. 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 I went to bed early and got up early just to watch brother Han Sheng brutally torture the stick. Riot's schedule is indeed good, and the barrage in the official live broadcast room has become lively, with all the viewers getting up early to watch this game. On the court, players from both sides were making final adjustments to their equipment. Lil Peanut also took the initiative to greet Li Han Sheng in a public screen chat. He knew a little bit of simple Chinese pinyin. And Khan, who was sitting next to him, spoke Chinese well.
Wang Hao, you have such a good relationship with Noob?
Khan was a little surprised. Although he only became the main player in the LCK this year. He debuted in 2013 and is older than Peanut.
That's right. Brother Dongha, you must be careful today. Brother Han Sheng is really strong.
Little Peanut reminded.
Don't worry.
Khan waved his hand. Li Han Sheng has been recognized as the world's strongest top laner in the past year. How could Khan not study him? For him, just defeating the domestic top laners is not enough. Just like every mid laner hopes to improve his global reputation by defeating Faker, Khan is also eager to improve again by defeating Li Hansheng. Of your own popularity. Following the reminder from the referee behind them, the two sides started the game and stopped chatting before the game. The director also took advantage of the situation and switched the screen to the BP screen of both parties. The right to choose this side is in the hands of LZ. They have given priority to the blue side, and top will appear on the red side. LZ sent Galio, Karma, and Rise to the ban position. On top side, they took the initiative to recruit Jace, Enchantress, and Lulu. I didn't expect top to take the initiative to ban Jess. This doesn't look like a noob. Miller looked a little surprised. You know, the hero Jace is the hero that other teams have the most trouble with top, because you have no way to limit it at all. Li Hansheng can really carry when he gets Jace. Use robbery instead of ban? Li Hansheng's backhand was Lucian, who was chosen to counter. So this hero was really not easy for other teams to deal with. But now top actually takes the initiative to ban him? Did top receive some gossip that Khan can also play Lucian? Wawa made a guess. He lowered his head and glanced at the data he collected before the game. But judging from the recent ranking records, Khan has not used Lucian at all. Could it be that, just like Xia, he secretly used a trumpet to contact you? So we don't know about it. During the domestic spring finals, Xia also took out Lucian without warning, catching top off guard. But in this case, Kennen will be released. This hero has been banned in the previous few games. As soon as Miller finished speaking, LZ immediately picked Kennen instantly. The current version of Kennen will only appear on the top lane and take the AD route, which is directly locked. Does top have a strategy against Kennen? Or has Noob found a way to restrict Kennen? Top has taken the lead in locking in the combination of Male Gun plus Syndra. After mid laners like Rise and Enchantress were banned, Syndra's priority in the mid lane was infinitely higher. Naturally, top didn't want to give such a character to BDD. It is said that this LZ team is an upgraded version of last year's Tigers team. In the bottom lane, and the jungler has not changed. Where is the upgrade? Can Khan on the road really be much better than Smeb, the peak player in S6? No. In fact, in the eyes of the outside world, the biggest upgrade of this Dragon Ball team is actually in the middle. Kuro is the kind of mid laner who sacrifices himself to protect the development of his teammates. His own carrying ability is not that strong, and his landing suppression power is not enough. BDD is different. How can a person who is not good at operations get Hanijia's name? What makes him better than Kuro is his ability to suppress the line and take over the game in the later stage. As for this Male Gun, he uses grabs instead of bans. Zaiwawa has already proven his carry ability in S6. He cannot choose a hero like the Male Gun who can dominate in the jungle. On the LZ side, they simply play the bottom lane combination first. The two major supports in the bottom lane have been banned, so the ones that can be released are almost the same. Moreover, Dragon Ball does not rely on the bottom lane to carry. So in BPs, the bot lane will not be given priority in the priority list. Their choice is Clockwork plus Blind Sin, which can be regarded as a classic combination of dribbling the ball into the field. However, top side grabbed the ice first on the third floor. Noob's sacrifice is a bit big. Miller frowned. It seems that the precious counter position of the red side is left to Li Hansheng. But Long Zhu has actually already released a top laner. If it just makes Li Hansheng comfortable in the lane, the first round is the best. You are now grabbing the ADC first, which means that his ban position in the second round can continue to be used to block the top laner, which is actually a sacrifice for Li Hansheng. But such sacrifice can be exchanged for the advantage of the bottom lane. No! Top immediately banned both Jin and Virus in the second round. This left Dragon Ball with almost no options in the bottom lane. The only bottom lanes that can be played in the current version are Policewoman and Xiao Huamao. But for Long Zhu, their bottom lane does not have the option of Policewoman. Again, when you choose a Policewoman as a hero, you can't regard her as an ordinary hero. Instead, we need to build a set of female police officers and a system suitable for the rapid promotion of female police officers. The entire team needs to serve as tool men for female police officers. For a team like Long Zhu, this is obviously impossible. Their requirements for Xianming and Xianning are nothing more than to stabilize the bottom lane and add a certain amount of output in the later stage. In carry games, they still have to rely on the midfielder. That is to say, for Long Zhu, their only option left in the bottom lane is Xiao Huamao. As for Long Zhu's two bans, Lucian and Kinggengi respectively. They have only one way to die. They must let Kennen have an absolute advantage, and start the rhythm of split pushing from the side, so that the whole team can enter in a comfortable rhythm. However, Top's choice in 4L is a bit unpredictable. They actually chose the Prince.
Oh?
Dub was a little surprised.
Prince? Is Noob planning to use Darkfire Touch Prince to punish Kennen again? But this is AD Kennen. I don't understand. Could it be the top laner?
Miller had a bolder guess. After all, Li Hansheng also showed off a single-handed Blood Demon male gun in the S6 spring game. At that time, the male gun had high physical damage output, and he could stand at the front and carry the damage output of 5 people without any pressure. But that was just after the male gun was redesigned, when all the values were the most abnormal. The current male gun has already had its values reduced. Especially, Pure Man no longer adds dual resistance, but only adds armor, which is a huge weakening. There are no surprises in Longju's choice. Easy plus Zyra. This is the only combination currently available in the bottom lane. As a result, Top took out a female gun with his backhand.
Ice plus female gun? Ha 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 ha. Isn't this too bad? Using the black technology developed by the Tigers to deal with Xianing and Ming?
Miller laughed. Thus, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. LZ is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Kennen versus Prince. Jungler, Blindson versus Male Gun. Mid lane, Clockwork versus Syndra. Bottom lane, Easy plus Zyra versus Ice plus Female Spear. When the camera panned to the player seats of both teams, Hongmi could be seen standing behind Gao Tianliang, squeezing his shoulders and seeming to be constantly giving instructions.
Gao Tianliang, don't be stressed. Don't be scared by Little Peanut.
After Hongmi left the contestants' bench, Li Hansheng continued to cheer Gao Tianliang. It can be seen from the lineup that this is a lineup with 3 lanes surrounding the jungle, and Gao Tianliang is their real core. Chapter 335. First Blood is so simple. Commentators also mentioned this when analyzing the lineup.
I took a closer look, and Top seems to be making a fuss around the jungle.
Miller was stunned and said,
the whole team is serving the male gun. It seems true. All 3 of Top's roots have access rights.
Wawa looked at it and couldn't help but nodded. On the top lane, although Kennen is long range, Prince's skills all carry AoE damage, and he is also afraid of being consumed by his health. So Kennen has no line rights. And once a small-scale battle breaks out in the jungle, Prince's early stage his combat power is even more powerful than that of Kennen. Not to mention the middle lane. Syndra is the lane dominator in the middle lane, so it is natural to seize the lane rights and so on. The early effect of small-scale team battles is also stronger than Clockwork. As for the bottom lane, is also like this. Easy's own ability to push the line is not as good as Ice, and Zyra will be severely restrained by the female gun. When all 3 lanes have absolute line rights, it is easy for the male gunner to invade the jungle.
Isn't this a bit risky?
Wawa looked a little hesitant.
Is Xiaojun really mentally prepared to carry the team? This should be the first time that Top has come up with such a lineup. Right. It's not bad.
Miller shook his head and explained.
Top's lineup is particularly strong in team fighting in the early and midterm. If they can roll the economic snowball smoothly, they may be able to win the game easily.
Along with the cheers from the scene, the game screen was presented in front of everyone, and the commentators also turned their attention to the ongoing game content. Both sides rushed out of the spring immediately, and neither side had any intention of invading the wild area. Only, Gao Tianliang chose the red opener this time, and his purpose was clearly to go against the jungle. After Li Hansheng helped defend in the jungle position at the beginning, he returned to the line early. The reason why I chose the Prince is mainly because the Prince is really easy to beat Kennen, and is an absolute counter choice. Yes, if the opponent brings War Zeal, they will follow the route of AD Kennen. But in the early landing stage, there is not much difference between AD Kennen and AP Kennen. They are both fragile. Even if Kennen returns home to replenish the Vampire Scepter, it won't be enough to offset the Prince's consumption during the landing phase. AD Kennen is better than AP Kennen. After AP Kennen is equipped in the mid to late stage, he cannot defeat the Prince in a normal warrior outfit in a duel, while AD Kennen has a strong duel ability, and can exert pressure by split pushing from the side. It can be seen from the choice of talents that Li Hansheng chose to carry Thunder Lord's Edict in order to pursue the ultimate explosion in the early stage to ensure the team's advantage in small-scale team battles. As the soldiers came to the line, the 2 sides met. Logically speaking, if Kennen fights the Prince and melee from a distance, he should occupy the grass on the line from the start. But Khan didn't do this. Reason none. It's all about the range. Kennen has a 550-yard range, which is longer than the hands of many shooter heroes. But the Prince's Q, Dragon Crash, has a 770-yard range. This means that as long as Kennen dares to draw A and consume it, the Prince can immediately stab it with Q with his backhand. How does the damage of a flat A shot compare with the damage of the opponent's Q skill? It is obviously not wise to play with the Prince in landing and consume. Khan knows this very well. He has an AD Kennen and has stable development in the landing. After almost ruining the plus Big Ice Hammer 2-piece set, he can overpower Li Hansheng. There is no need to fight in the landing. During the landing phase, when he was most vulnerable, Tu Tai went to compete with Li Hansheng. But just because you don't suppress it doesn't mean that Li Hansheng won't suppress you. Li Hansheng immediately moved forward arrogantly. But Kennen took the initiative and backed away. This scene happened to be seen by the audience and commentators. And everyone was stunned. Huh? Miller trailed off with an expression of disbelief. Are you so cowardly that Kennen beats the Prince? You have long hands, so you have a range advantage? And if I remember correctly, can't the Prince's Q be avoided by moving? Is Khan so unsure of his own position? Watanago sneered secretly. Result: the moment Kennen stepped forward to replenish his troops, the Prince directly launched a Q, Dragon Crash. The halberd in his hand was thrust forward, instantly taking the 3 melee soldiers with residual health in front of him, and stabbing Kennen along the way, consuming his health. Highlight a sure and ruthless one. Not just on the road. In the middle, Syndra also frequently used skills, trying to push the line of troops. But Clockwork couldn't stop it at all. Although both of them were characters who could move and cast spells, Syndra's early skills hurt Gogon. The CD is also a bit shorter. On the bottom lane, Han Bing's W, and the female guns E can easily push Easy and Zyra back, causing them to lose the right to compete for the army line. At the same time, the male gun who had received the red buff reached level 2 and came to the top of the Dragon Pit. He slid into the Dragon Pit with an E and then swaggered into the upper half of the Dragon Ball team's wild area. Invasion! Huh? Did Little Peanut realize that his wild area was invaded? Did he come so early? From a god's perspective, after the blind monk finished using his own red buff, Tomlin also went straight to get the blue buff. If nothing else, the two sides will meet at the blue buff camp in the jungle. We met! Will we start a fight? Miller looked nervous. After all, Gao Tianliang was the first to arrive at the blue buff, and he chose to start counterattack without any worries. When the blind monk gained vision of this area, the male gun had already knocked out nearly 1/3 of the blue buff's health. Gao Tianliang was a thief. He pulled the blue buff towards the river and tried his best to avoid the grass next to it. This would ensure that he would not be sneak attacked by the blind monk and give himself enough time to react. Shiba, Xiao Peanut was a little angry when he saw this scene. He could only ask his teammates, "Can you come to support? This male gun is too much. I want to educate him." However, but both the middle and upper groups answered him at the same time, saying they couldn't come. Wang Hao, why don't you retreat? Khan gave a very pertinent suggestion. The military line was pushed, and he really had no chance to help. When he was distracted, Li Hansheng suddenly poked him with Q again. You don't have to come. Just keep an eye on them, and I'll grab it myself. Little Peanut gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. He is a blind monk. Q brings beheading damage, and he chose W. Flash plus W touch the eye and have 2 stages of displacement. Once he successfully grabs this blue buff and has the advantage in blood volume, he may not be able to beat the male gun. You can even look for opportunities to kill the male gun alone. After all, the male gun can resist the damage from wild monsters, and his health is not as healthy as his. Even if he fails to grab the wild monster, the male gun who lacks the ability to retain people will have no way to get him. He can easily use W to touch the eyes to open the distance between them. If the man's gun flashes, it won't be too late for him to flash again. Other Korean junglers might not think so. After all, they focus on stability and will not take risks. But Little Peanut is different. As a jungler who likes to attack, his game style has never been related to stable operations. Throughout his career, when he performs well, he always encourages offense. Little Peanut hasn't left yet. Does he seem to want to grab this blue buff? So fierce. Little Peanut. Miller felt a little outrageous, seeing that the blue buff's health continued to drop, when it was almost 1/3 of its health. The blind monk directly used Q, Tian Bow, to hit the blue buff accurately. Want to go up? Up. The blind monk didn't hesitate at all and chose to directly kick him with his second Q. And Little Peanut is playing a trick here. Blind Sin currently has two operations. One is QQ punishment, and the other is Q punishment Q. The difference between these two operations is that in the former, after taking damage from the Q skill, you can look at the remaining health of the wild monster before deciding whether to hand over punishment. The latter is to maximize the beheading damage of the Q skill and deal punishing damage first while flying. The advantage of this is that it can catch the male gunner off guard, because of 1/3 of his health. The blind monk's damage is definitely enough to kill the big monster with blue buff in an instant. So Little Peanut chose the latter and handed over Flash in midair. However, almost at the same time, the male gun directly handed Q end of the road. Bullets were ejected from the shotgun, and he also handed over punishment at the same time. Although the Q of the male gun has no killing damage, during the process of pulling the wild monster, Gao Tianyang has already adjusted his position so that the monster's back is facing the wall. In other words, the male gun only needs to Q to take action, and the bullet will immediately hit the wall and bounce back to deal secondary damage, which is equivalent to a set of small bursts, and then use the punishment damage to take down this wild monster. The two of them decided to go together. But the problem is that the damage judgment of the second stage of the blind monk's Q skill will not take effect until he kicks a wild monster. The blind monk's punishment is handed over first, and the male gun's punishment is handed over later. The consequence of this is that the blue buff is directly taken away by the male gun's punishment.
Who is the wild monster? The male gunman. Xiaofian got it.
Now it's Little Peanut's turn to be dumbfounded. The buff you got is gone? What's even worse is that when he flew over, he happened to be hit by the second stage Q bounce of the male gun.
Shiba!
Little Peanut was shocked. He was slapped in the face by the man's gun again, and his health bar dropped instantly. He quickly inserted an eye into the wall, and then W, Golden Bell, to distance himself, allowing himself to temporarily return to a safe situation.
Wang Hao! Hurry up! Syndra on the other side has already passed.
The reminder from BDD in the middle made Little Peanut break out in a cold sweat, and he quickly fled towards the second tower in the middle. This is no joke. If the CD of the male gun's E skill improves, it will directly move across the wall to find him. He has no room for escape at all. But what he didn't expect was that the male gunman didn't even think about chasing him at this time, but went straight to the road. Let's take another look at the situation of the troops on the top road.
Huh?
Miller couldn't help but widen his eyes.
This is the biggest opportunity.
It turned out that it was on the top side. Li Hansheng had actually pushed his troops into the first tower of Longju's top side, and Keenan's condition was not very good, with only about 60% of his health. The male gunman had now arrived in the grass behind the first tower on the opponent's road.
Brother Hansheng, do you want to come? Go. But you wait until I make the first move.
A simple exchange has already sentenced Khan to death. Khan has actually sensed a crisis. He knows that the male gun is in the upper half of his home. His current state and the situation of the army line will definitely attract the male gun to him. But he has no way out. At this time, you can only choose a hard operation. The male gunman has come out from behind the tower. He stared at the prince in front of him, not daring to relax at all. Sudden, the prince made a move, and this was not a raise of his hand for a basic attack. When he saw the Demacia flag falling from the sky, Khan handed it over almost instinctively. There is really no way, because Li Hansheng was too close to him. Once he was picked up by Prince EQ and used a set of mail spears to explode. His health would definitely kill him. The only hope of survival is to avoid the prince's explosion. So just relying on the damage of the male gun alone is not enough to kill him. He literally flashed out. But Khan couldn't be happy at this time, because the prince just handed over E, and there was no subsequent use of the skill at all. Instead, after he flashed to the ground, the prince immediately followed the flash and hit the Q, Dragon Crash, accurately, followed by the flat A shot with War Rhythm. The male gun slides sideways with an E, just using the defense tower as an obstacle, and uses the Q skill. The bullet bounces back immediately after hitting the defense tower. The two people's thunder were triggered almost at the same time, and Kenan, who had nearly 60% of his health, instantly performed a wave of health bar disappearing techniques. The prince's second flat A shot took away the head. First blood. A blood.
Oh my god! Is first blood so easy?
Miller was stunned for a while.
Noob is too calm. It looked quite difficult to climb the tower, but it turned out to be so easy to win.
That's right. This wave was completely caused by Li Hansheng plotting against Khan. If you want to kill Kenan, it means that both the prince and the male spear will be damaged, with Kenan pinching and flashing. It is impossible to hit the EQ head-on. Based on Li Hanqing's reaction, after Kenan flashed, there was no problem with the control effect of flying immediately with a dodge. But the damage would be gone. The prince's EQ flash will not continue to take damage. So, the only way to break the game is to use the E skill to trick Kenan into flashing. Anyway, the damage of E is an AoE. And as long as it is thrown at Kenan, it will definitely deal damage. Wait until Kenan flashes. Then follow up with the flash Q. Be sure to Q first. After all, the prince's Q at level 1 can cause a 15% armor-piercing buff, which will allow the prince's subsequent passive level A and Mail Gun's burst to become even higher. Killed Kenan easily. Chapter 336. Look at my power. Indestructible. Is this how you get first blood? It even looks a little bit simple, giving the audience the illusion that I can do it. 2. It's so easy that it's a bit unbelievable. Before the game started, Khan wasn't praised to the sky, saying that he was the strongest top laner in the LCK since the new season. Even better than people like Smeb? Is this the result? Of course. Some people may think, Li Hanqing, you still rely on jungle? This is actually a misunderstanding of the professional arena. It is always felt that a solo kill is needed to reflect a player's awesomeness. Right. Single kills are indeed awesome. But we have to consider that in the professional arena, especially in high-level games, top players have very good control over their blood volume and their own status. And under the premise that blood exchanges tend to be more stable, it is actually very difficult to kill alone. In most cases, a single kill is only completed after the opponent has already reached a level and the equipment is ahead. Therefore, many times, one party's health is severely suppressed, and the commentator will say something like, "It makes no difference if this person is killed alone." In the game League of Legends, what is the biggest loss after being single killed? It's not the dry 300 heads, but the experience and economy lost during the period of death. Not to mention the temporary lack of people on the field, which will cause the jungle area in the half area to also be under huge pressure. Li Hanqing reduced Khan's health to residual health and sent his troops into the defense tower. At this time, the jungler came to the road to pick up heads. This is not because Li Hanqing relies on the jungle, but because the jungler comes on the road to take advantage of the situation.
Kenan feels a little uncomfortable now,
Miller said after hesitating for a moment.
Unfortunately, the prince is in a serious condition, and Xiaotian has to go home quickly to clear the wild monsters in the lower half of the area. That's enough.
The doll smiled.
Isn't it enough to get first blood? What kind of bicycle do you want?
That's right. After getting this first blood, Top has already made a profit. Especially since Gao Tianliang can immediately go back and deal with the frog concubines in the first half of Dragon Ball. Then go back and wipe out the river crabs in the upper half. And then rush to the second half, the river crab that controls the bottom lane. Since neither the mid lane nor the bottom lane has lane rights, Little Peanut doesn't dare to enter the bottom half of Top to counter jungle. What's more, there is Han Bing in Top's bottom lane. Once Han Bing uses E, Eagle strikes the sky to detect him. Vision. At that time, Top's middle and lower lanes, together with the Mail Guns, will come to the jungle to surround him. And he himself will become extremely dangerous. Whether the jungler invades or not must be decided based on the situation of the troops on the line.
In this case, doesn't it mean that Little Peanut only cleared half of the jungle area at the beginning?
Wawa was stunned at first, and then looked a little surprised.
Xiaotian's start is too perfect. It seems that this Mail Gun is meant to be carried. Ah, that's not true.
Miller followed up and said,
After all, this top lineup was selected to cooperate with the men's guns in invading the jungle. It is inevitable that the men's guns will be comfortable when playing.
On the roadside, Li Hanqing was able to pick up 2 long swords for the first time when he returned home. And his first piece of equipment was still Tiamat. After the prince comes out of Tiamat, he can easily push the lane quickly and become the second jungler on the field. As for Kenan, he had very little money when he returned home. Even when TP came back for the first time, he didn't have any equipment added to his body. Being poked by the prince with Q was extremely painful. This is because the prince has not chosen the armor-piercing armor. Once the prince chooses the armor-piercing armor, this Q will probably be able to poke Kenan's aorta. Just being poked twice by the prince with Q, Kenan lost nearly half of his blood. And Khan was helpless about this. Although he would not underestimate Li Hanqing, he would not mythologize Li Hanqing. He always felt that those Korean top laners forced Li Hanqing to the sky just for their own face. After all, only in this way can I not look so embarrassed after being defeated by Li Hanqing. In Khan's mind, He felt that Li Hansheng was at the same level as him at best. They also defeated top Korean top laners such as Smeb. Is there any gap in strength? Can. Now, after just a few minutes of landing, he really felt the terrifying landing pressure. Against other people's princes, he is confident that he can get a 50% probability of avoiding the consumption of the opponent's Q skill by moving. But facing Li Hansheng, he really couldn't do it. The main thing is that Li Hansheng controlled the timing of each consumption very well, and did not give him a chance to move at all. Even if he used fake moves to try to trick Li Hansheng's Q skill, it didn't work. Li Hansheng seemed to be able to fully understand his inner thoughts, see through his fake actions, and predict his predictions. This couldn't help but make him feel helpless in his heart, as if he was facing an enemy that he could never defeat. No matter what tricks he used, they would not work. Call it jungle? Khan was very strong in saying this, but when he casually cut the screen and took a look, he found that little Peanut was even worse than him. Since there is ice on Top's side, Peanut's whereabouts are almost entirely controlled by Top's side. This is very embarrassing. Go wild. The male gunner is like a bandit in the jungle, and Gao Tianliang has a good control over the spawn time of wild monsters. He calculates the spawn time of wild monsters in advance for each wave, so that he can invade in advance and not give the blind monk a chance to steal the chicken, then force a gank online. Please! With Top controlling his whereabouts, what good gank opportunities can the blind Sin have? Moreover, when the blind monk goes to gank online, he relies heavily on his teammates online to provide stable control first, allowing him to follow up with skills to pursue. But Longju's lineup lacked control in all three lines. The only control Clockwork has is that after level 6, the ultimate move can suck people back. On the bottom lane, it is almost impossible for Zyra to hit people with her front E. If you really want to compare it, on the contrary, Kennen in the top lane uses passive to create 3 layers of storm. Seal is going to be reliable. But here's the problem. Facing Li Hansheng's precise skill consumption, Kennen's state has always been dissatisfied. If the blind monk comes to gank, it means that Kennen will have to move forward and lose his skills. If this goes wrong, Kennen may be killed by the prince before the blind monk gets close. Little Peanut had no chance at all, being chased all over the map by Gao Tianliang's male gun. It can only be said that in the current version, BP has an increasingly important impact on victory and defeat. Miller couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene on the court. Indeed, if I have to force a comparison, Top's lineup is more like a whole, cooperating with each other, and linking with each other, while Longju's lineup is fighting on its own, and there is no effective linkage at all, and naturally it cannot form any combat effectiveness. The real key lies in grabbing the ice. Redmi played a trick on Longju's coach by disrupting the order of BP. Since Longju's first round selection focused on the midfield, they placed the bottom lane in the second round of BP. Their selection was already limited, and with Redmi's design, they only had 2 choices for the bottom lane, Easy and Policewoman. However, Longzhu is a team that mainly focuses on the upper half of the area. Their tactical reserves do not have a female police speed push system at all. They can only use Easy, and once the Easy is released, there will be no hard support in the bottom lane. Easy is equipped with a hard assistant, and it is pure jail time to fight in the lane. Even if the assistant launches a good group, it will not be able to fight due to insufficient follow-up damage. What's more, Easy plus hard support means no lane rights, and you can only go to jail in the bottom lane. In order to avoid this situation, Zyra was selected, but Chinka was assisted by a female gun. One link after another. Although the advantage is not that big right now, I feel that Top's offensive rhythm is coming soon. This is not. The words just fell. Li Hansheng, who was on the road, had already gone home and made Tiamat. After returning to the line, he only needed 1 Q plus Tiamat to clear out the ranged soldiers, and the melee soldiers would be destroyed with just 2 hits of A. It only takes 3 to 4 seconds to clear a wave of soldiers. After gaining absolute lane rights, Li Hansheng will be freed from the top lane in advance and get the opportunity to travel elsewhere. Gao Tianyang, stop playing hide-and-seek with Little Peanut in the jungle. Let's go to the bottom lane. Li Hansheng took the initiative. Gao Tianyang immediately went straight to the bottom road. No way. In his eyes, the bottom lane of Longzhu is simply a moving 300 yuan. And going to the bottom lane is a withdrawal, because Easy plus Zyra have no line rights at all. Han Bing and the female gun can easily send a line of troops into the defense tower. However, Easy and Zyra's ability to counter-attack under the tower is average, especially Easy's early stage almost no damage ability. Killing them by climbing over the tower is almost zero risk. Ice says he can detect the location of the blind monk, which adds a layer of insurance for Top's every tower hopping behavior.
It's coming! It's coming!
Miller's mood started to rise.
Top is going to start attacking. The iconic 4-pack and 2-2 in the bottom lane.
Even the audience can see Top's offensive routine. Basically, Li Hansheng used his personal ability to either cooperate with the jungler in the landing period to cross the tower and kill to force out the opponent's TP, or to force the opponent's blood volume to force out the TP. In short, it is to create a TP difference on the top lane, and then use the TP to cause trouble. The first choice is naturally the bottom lane. The bottom lane has the greatest benefits. Not only being able to kill 2 people at once, but also taking advantage of the situation to manage the bounties and dragons from the First Blood Tower. Certainly, sometimes Li Hansheng will also consider playing in the middle, but the specific situation will depend on the situation on the court. The male gunman crossed directly from Xiaolong Pit and slid into the lower half of Dragon Ball, and then detoured all the way to the Stone Man. After laying down his vision, Li Hansheng went up the road and cleared the line of troops. Retreating to a deep position, Khan was actually helpless in this situation. He knew that Li Hansheng was most likely going to kill his teammates when he retreated. But with his troops trapped under the tower, he had no choice at all. What can he do? To catch up by force? Good. This may indeed interfere with Li Hansheng's use of TP to do other things. But the price is that he will lose the experience and economy of the next wave of soldiers in the tower. He is already at a disadvantage. And now he loses another wave of soldiers. What is the difference between this and being killed once? Moreover, without knowing the specific location of the male gunner, what if Li Hansheng's retracement was a pretense? But he actually planned to cooperate with the male gunner in another wave of ganks on the top lane? The uncertainty factor was too great. All he could do was to repair each tower sword steadily, and then lightly say to his teammates,
"The prince has disappeared. You guys, be careful."
As soon as the words came out, the middle and lower lanes of Dragon Ball suddenly became unstable. None of them have lane rights, and they all run the risk of being forcibly killed by jumping over the tower. When the male spear appeared behind the first tower in the bottom lane, and the prince followed closely behind, the 2 elders, Xian Ming, were completely in despair. Using the TP difference to attack the bottom lane on the field is almost an unsolvable conspiracy. Even if you know it in advance, you can't prevent it. How to guard against it? Your own jungler doesn't farm and develop, nor does he go ganking. He just hangs up and waits behind the bottom lane tower. Isn't there something wrong with the pure brain?
Let's see how Long Zhu will deal with this wave of tower overcomings. The 2 elders Xinming are rich in experience.
Maybe Wawa hasn't finished his words yet. Top has chosen to take the lead. The female spearman takes the lead and uses Rain of Bullets to trigger Thunder, while also creating AoE slowdown. Han Bing also shoots thousands of arrows, to also create a wave of AoE damage. And while moving forward with the A soldier, she can continue her queue of layers. Both of them were slowed down at the same time. Fortunately, Easy had an E. Without the displacement skill, he could only stand in place. After the male gun approached, he threw smoke bomb at the 2 of them, instantly losing all vision. Xian Ming and the 2 elders couldn't see anything, giving them almost no time to think. The 2 could only rely on instinct to exchange skills. Zyra and Easy. One flashes backward and the other turns E. Upon seeing this, Li Hansheng immediately launched his EQ twice, knocking Easy and Zyra into the air at the same time. The male gun followed the trend and moved E to keep up, since Easy and Zyra were close to the edge wall at the bottom of the map. Q's skills were quickly released. Deals 2 bursts of damage. The female spear has A Thunder. The prince has A Thunder. And the male spear has another Thunder. All 3 of them brought Thunder, which was 3 small bursts. Zyra, who was knocked into the air by the prince, didn't even have time to land. After being killed instantly, even Easy's handover for treatment failed to protect it. Easy isn't much better. The prince's A-level shot with Rhythm of War, combined with Tiamat's rapid 2-hit combo, and the male gun almost slammed the barrel into Easy's face to output. Ice activates Q Marksman Focus to keep up with the output, and the continuous deceleration prevents Easy from escaping. It doesn't even bother to turn in this flash. If it turns in, it will still die. So if it doesn't turn in, maybe it can escape next time. Dragon Ball's bottom lane duo fell directly under the tower, and became 2 corpses.
Nice! Nice attacking rhythm! The First Blood Tower may be choked, but Xiaolong should consider it.
Miller shouted excitedly. It is indeed a bit difficult, mainly because the army line cannot be maintained. and Top is not so anxious to win the first blood tower. Isn't it good to keep one tower in the bottom lane to continue raising pigs? Then go directly to Xylonking. And what about Dragon Ball? The blind monk couldn't find any chance after spinning for a long time. So he ran to the middle. Clockwork didn't have the ability to strike first. And he wasn't at level 6 either. He couldn't roundhouse kick. So there was no chance at all.
If we continue at this pace, Top's next attacks will become more and more fierce.
This is not. After taking down the dragon, Li Hanxing did not rush home. Instead, he cooperated with Gao Tianyang to invade the wild area and forcibly counterattack the opponent's group of F6. The experience of this group of wild monsters allowed him to just reach level 6. He didn't hide his whereabouts. And swaggered to the middle. And EQ closed the distance for the second time to receive the big move. The sky is falling apart. Frame Clockwork in the obstacle terrain formed by the ultimate move. BDD had no choice but to see the male gunman and Syndra approaching him quickly. So he could only hand over his precious flash and escape. When Li Hanxing saw this, he immediately released his ultimate move and headed straight for the top lane. He wasted so much time on the bottom lane and the middle lane. And on the top lane, Kenan had just struggled to move his troops back. It is equivalent to Li Hanxing having almost no big losses. No way. AD Kenan doesn't have any clearing ability in the early stage. Because he uses AD equipment and the damage of his skills is minimal. He can only rely on level 8 to push the line. If AD Kenan wants to push the line quickly, he still has to use Hurricane. But that has to be the second one. AD Kenan's first core item is the one-on-one artifact Destruction. The panel attack power increased by Destruction is not high, and it cannot improve the ability to push the line. This is also the reason why Li Hanxing chose the Prince. Yes, when you have Kenan's 2-piece or 3-piece suit, it will be a bit difficult for the Prince to defeat Kenan in a one-on-one match. But if you want a 2-piece suit, a 3-piece suit should start in at least 20 minutes. Right? Then wouldn't it be okay if I hacked you and your teammates to death 20 minutes ago? Soon, another wave of attacks from Top strikes again. Their target was Clockwork, who didn't flash in the middle. The cooperation between the two is also very simple and unpretentious. Syndra directly made a big move and connected with E, and came up with a wave of combos that caused the goddess to scatter flowers. Clockwork, which did not flash, had no room to dodge at all, and was stunned in place. The male gunner only needs E to come over, and AQ to follow R. The damage burst of the two of them purely relying on their skills is enough to take down this Clockwork. This is also the strength of the midfielder combination of male gun plus Syndra. Syndra itself is a hero with high skill damage. At level 6, a normal burst of hits on the opponent can easily knock out about 2/3 of the opponent's health. The male gun is also for a hero with a high burst. 1Q plus R damage is enough to easily take away 1/3 of the remaining HP of the opponent's mid laner. Certainly, the premise is that your hands are not shaking and your skills are not empty. As soon as Clockwork died, the male gunman immediately rushed into Longzhu's wild area again to look for the blind monk. Little Peanut is really helpless. How else can he fight? The reason why the blind monk fights a male gunman is because the other party has the existence of a pure man. So it is difficult to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. It can even be said that both parties have no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight with the blind monk, if they are not flexible enough to protect themselves. Maybe the number of deaths of the blind monk will increase. Not to mention that there are teammates standing behind the male gunner. And what's behind him? Empty. No one can save him in this situation. Soon. Bad news also came from the bottom lane. This wave of single kills is very simple and unpretentious. And it can even be said that there is no difficulty at all. After reaching level 6, Han Bing directly hit Zyra, who was not flashing, with a big move. The female gun didn't even need to use any other skills. After taking 2 steps forward, she started to laugh and fire bullets. The squishy Zyra couldn't bear it at all, and was taken away after almost all the damage from the female gun's ultimate move. What about Easy? Easy could only watch his teammates die, but could not provide any help. Even after the troops entered the tower, Easy didn't even dare to stay under the tower. He could only hide far away and watch the female gun and Han Bing consume the HP of the defense tower with flat A. But he could only use Q from a distance, rubbing the soldiers.
Don't think that Dragon Ball is weak. The one-sided situation is mainly because the jungle area is restricted.
Miller pointed out the key points on the field.
Dragon Ball's lineup particularly relies on the rhythm of Little Peanut in the early stage. After all, they themselves all 3 lines are at a disadvantage in the landing, and the jungler must step up to help stabilize the landing situation. As long as they stabilize the landing period,
Once their lineup starts to exert force in the mid to late stage, top will actually not be easy to handle. But Xiaotian's direct invasion completely disrupted the rhythm of the Blind Monk. And the top lane combined with Noob's wave of tower jumping to get first blood directly made Dragon Ball's early game completely unstoppable. All subsequent attacks were actually from the top lane. That wave of jumping over the tower begins. Although the game version of S7 is not as outrageous as later. Starting from S10. Especially after S11 enters the mythical version. It is almost obvious that whoever has the advantage in the early stage will win. Because the improvement and attribute crushing brought by a mythical equipment are too outrageous. The game of S11 is almost about which team takes down the Rift Herald to help the top lane, and gets Tappy Economy to be the first to make the first mythical equipment. Which team can continuously snowball around the top lane point to accumulate advantages, and finally win the game. The S7 is not deformed to this extent. But after falling into a disadvantage in the early stage, it will definitely not get much better. The most important point is that top's offense will not stop. It will not be like other LPL teams. The team facing the LCK clearly gained a huge advantage in the early stage. But they did not dare to force a team fight. And were dragged through the weak period by the opponent to successfully come back. Li Hanqing's Prince has become the second jungler on the field. Because the lane clearing speed is so fast. He doesn't even appear on the top lane as much as he does on other lanes. At 16 minutes. Top has already accumulated an economic advantage of 8,000. This Li Hanqing is even more violent. I chose a set of pure armor-piercing equipment, such as Yumeng and Murin. The damage is an explosion. 21 minutes. Top decisively used the dragon to force the team. But Li Hanqing was not among them. He was obviously a prince who started the team. But he was played like an assassin by Li Hanqing. When all members of Longzhu were forced over, Li Hanqing, who was hiding in the corner, found the right opportunity. Directly hit the clockwork in the crowd with 2 consecutive EQs. Knock it away, and then immediately follow up with R, Heaven and Earth Shatter. After landing, it was a level A. And Greedy Hydra once again refreshed a level A. This set of terrifying bursts combined with the damage of Thunder will kill the full-blooded clockwork in an instant. There was an uproar at the scene.
Oh my god!
Miller and Wawa exclaimed in disbelief with their eyes widened.
Why is Noob's Prince different from the princes we have met? Is the prince's harm so outrageous?
There really is. The hero prince has a Q that has a percentage of armor sundering and a passive that also has a percentage of physical damage. A set of damage is actually very scary. It's just that this hero's target is too obvious in team battles. And the second company of EQ is easily dodged. And the Q skill does the bulk of the damage, which can easily lead to insufficient damage, failing to kill people instantly, and thus being killed by the opponent instantly. After all, if he were to wear armor alone, the prince's body would be very fragile. But once you give the prince an equipment advantage, and he successfully attacks you, any prince in the back row will be able to show you in seconds. As soon as the clockwork fell down, the entire Dragon Ball formation was instantly dispersed. And the formation could only be sadly defeated. In this much anticipated war between China and South Korea, everyone thought it would be a close and fierce battle. No one thought that Top would push Longzhu's base in 24 minutes and stage a bloody massacre.
Let us congratulate Top for winning this game. A hearty offensive feast. Without any mistakes. Without giving any chance to Longzhu.
Miller shouted excitedly.
This is Top. Who can perform like this?
Can we take away this MSI championship from Top?
During the post-game interview, Li Hanqing faced the host's questions and even teased Khan for his bold words in public.
To be honest, I am deeply worried about the decline in LCK's top lane level. A player who couldn't survive in the LSBL League can actually become the LCK's top laner after returning to LCK. Isn't this part of the LCK's top lane strength? Is this a step backwards?
The on-site host then asked.
With such a wonderful performance, has Top strength surpassed other teams competing this time? I like your word very much. Crushing. That's right. It's crushing. Next, we will use beautiful attacks one after another to win the MSI championship. We have to prove to the audience around the world. The so-called defense wins the championship is bullshit. The method of choosing late game lineups without thinking and delaying the late game to win the game simply doesn't work in front of our Top. Choosing an early game offensive lineup can also win the game. And it can also win the game. World champion.
Such a declaration naturally once again attracted cheers from the Brazilian audience. Samba football is synonymous with gorgeous offense. And they also advocate gorgeous offense. Naturally, they fully agree with what Li Hanqing said. At the same time, it also caused a heated discussion on European and American game forums and social media such as Twitter and Facebook. Oh my god!
Why do I feel that this year's noob is even scarier than last year's World Championship? I have never seen any player be as dominant as noob. Faker at the peak is not convinced. Hey, brothers, have you forgotten Faker's incredible performance in the middle of S3? Hey, bro, Faker are already a thing of the past. Are you sure he can still be as dominant as noob in the second year after winning the World Championship? Perks directly posted. At Winder, brother, are you mentally prepared to face the strongest top laner in the world? Promise me, don't lose too badly in the lane, so that we can have a chance to defeat top. Winder's response was very interesting. At Perks, Luca, you know, as long as you beat the opponent's mid laner and roam the top lane, then why should I not beat noob? The funny conversation between the two people once again allowed everyone to see what the European branch of the optimistic family is. They seem to always be so optimistic. Chapter 337: How Lonely It Is to Be Invincible. MSI won both games on the first day. For top, this result was both expected and reasonable. It is also a welcome achievement for fans. Both teams TSM and Longzhu were considered to be relatively strong opponents before the game. This year's TSM lineup is really not weak at all based on the paper strength of the lineup. And Longzhu is an upgraded version of the Tigers. You must know that in both games, top won very easily. And even the tricks to win the game were similar. After gaining first blood or forcing out the opponent's TP, Li Hanxing used the TP difference to move around and roll the team snowball. And then kept rolling like this, without giving his opponent any chance to resist. Whether it's split pushing from the wing or pulling in frontal battles, top is proficient in everything, which leads to a perfect way to deal with whatever type of opponent he faces. So after returning to the hotel, originally wanted to ask the team members to review it carefully, but he watched the video for a long time and couldn't find any major problems. They are all trivial things that can basically be ignored. Hey, coach, are you dumbfounded? Said Jackie Love. He is usually the one who gets the most training after a game. Who told this kid to stick out his head and make him die suddenly? I guess Hongmi never dreamed that one day he would not need to be BU. Li Hanxing joked with a smile. Not bad. Yuanba seems to have really grown up. Yuanba, this kid, has absolutely no problem with his ability. His biggest problem is that he is a lazy dog. Many times, once he loses his goal or does not have such a strong sense of urgency, it will cause him to become tired. The number of ranks dropped, and low-level mistakes on the field increased. But this time at MSI, he was holding back his energy and wanted to prove himself in the World Championship and prove to domestic fans that he was no worse than his predecessor, Zhu Xiaomin. He kept holding this energy in his heart. Naturally, there will be no slacking off. TSK, Brother Han Chung. Just tell me if Yuanba is a dog? Look at his snarling look. It's exactly the same as the Shiba Inu laughing emoticon sent by fans. Shi Siming came over and started teasing. Hey! Yuanba was immediately dissatisfied. Li Hanxing just said a few words to him. Why did Shi Siming say that to him? Shi Siming, have you been itchy lately? What? Are you not convinced? Then let's have a fight. Don't think that because you have a big head, I will be afraid of you. Dad, I specialize in educating big-headed sons. CNM, come on. Whoever is the coward later will be the son. Seeing that these two boys were about to start a fight again, Li Hanxing immediately left to make room for them, and then stood aside and watched the show happily. This is youth. The overall schedule of MSI is relatively compact. After all, the rest period between the spring and summer splits is not very long. In order not to delay the subsequent summer split performance of participating teams, Riot must suppress the overall game length. The next day, Top will face two other opponents. The Vietnamese Team GM from the Southeast Asian region and the powerful European Team G2. There is basically no pressure when playing GM. The core of this team is jungler Levi, who is nicknamed Soldier Commander by fans. He is famous for his body and appearance that resemble the Soldier Commander in Attack on Titan. His style of play is very similar to that of Sofim, who has come to the LPL and has made a splash. They are both pure jungle bandit play styles. He likes to play jungle offense and counter jungle. Top is very good at dealing with players like this, using the player's hero pool to select a superior lineup with lane rights in all three lanes, and then selecting strong heroes in the jungle for Gao Tianliang. It is a clear invite you to the urn attitude. Levi's game style is just like this. Even though he knew that he would be hit hard, he still chose to invade. The result is, he was caught by Top in turns in the jungle, since the online heroes all have lane rights. When Gao Tianliang met Levi in his own jungle, He was not afraid at all. He didn't need to beat the opponent in a one-on-one. He only needed to beat the opponent. Just stay and wait for the support of your teammates. GM actually really wants to go to the jungle to help. And sometimes would rather go to the jungle to support the troops that are losing a certain amount of money online. But the problem came again. The conflict between the two parties took place in Top's jungle area. Because Levi was the invading party. Top can walk a shorter distance to support. And the support will definitely arrive earlier than the other party. As a result, Levi's invasion not only failed to develop himself, but actually messed up his rhythm and even dragged down his teammates. And GM is a team that uses the jungle as the starting point for offense. Once there is no rhythm in the jungle, their entire team will be confused. Top defeated the opponent very easily. At the end of the game, Levi's data was an embarrassing 073, and he died 7 times without a single kill. When the absolute core of the team produces such data, it is impossible to win. Just like if Li Hansheng was beaten with such statistics, it would be almost impossible for Top to win. After playing GM, Top waited at the scene for a while, and soon faced the duel with the G2 team. For Li Hansheng, it was a reunion with old friends. He also wanted to know how G2 would be different from before after the world line was changed. However, the result left him a bit disappointed. This G2 team, just like TSM, failed to pose much of a threat to Top. Is it really that Top's current lineup is a bit too strong, so that it can easily crush other strong teams? Li Hansheng felt that it was not so crushing. They were just 3 young people who were supposed to be the breakthrough point for the team. Since it was their first time to play in the World Championship, they were generally very excited. They gritted their teeth and held back their energy to prove that they were worthy of being the main force of the Top team. The identity of a team member. They all performed impeccably, which can be seen from the fact that Redmi rarely pointed out the mistakes they made on the field in their post-game reviews. The overall strength of Top itself is strong. But now the mistakes are still under control, with almost no mistakes, and it is reasonable to win the game by crushing them all the way. It was also the exaggerated performance 2 days before the start of the game that once again made Top the subject of heated discussion among European and American players. I have never seen such a dominant team. Do they really want to completely dominate the League of Legends game? Brother. Not even the Dragon Ball team from the LCK can stop Top from moving forward. Who else can you count on? Maybe we can look forward to SKT led by Faker? Come on. What kind of international joke are you making? SKT didn't even qualify for this year's MSI. You expect a team that can't even beat Dragon Ball to beat Top? Riot! Let's do something. Did you agree to target the championship team? Is there a possibility? Because S7 will be held in China. In order to cater to the audience in the LPL region, Riot did not deliberately target Top. They hope that Top will win the championship locally, or even become the first team to win back-to-back world championships? Forcibly create a god. There are all kinds of opinions. And some people even use conspiracy theories to explain it. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why Top can maintain such a strong performance if Riot has been targeting Top in the version. Everyone knows that the strongest weapon is the patch. Version changes have a great impact on the professional arena, and also have a great impact on players. Are there really players who can maintain their strong performance regardless of version changes? Riot designers are also quite innocent. Version changes must also be based on the general environment. The obvious supermodel position in the S6 World Championship is actually the jungler. Carnivorous junglers are domineering in the jungle. But the top team in S6, Jungler Candy, is a typical herbivorous jungler. It is no exaggeration to say that the top of S6 can be said to be the reverse version to win the championship. How do you limit this? They must first weaken the jungle area based on the general environment of the version. And the heroes who Li Hansheng performed strongly have also been weakened one after another. Such as AP Kinnan and Jace were weakened. You can't force all the top lane heroes to be weakened one by one just for Li Hansheng. Right? On the third match day, Top faced their last opponent in the first round. Flash Wolf FW from the LMS Bin 1 division. Just as easy to handle against Flash Wolves. As long as they can withstand the early pressure from their midfielder, the opponent will basically lose half of the game. Amendi on the top lane couldn't handle the pressure at all when facing Li Hansheng. And Betty on the bottom lane also performed mediocrely when facing Jackie Love. The gap between the two sides is reflected in the overall strength. And defeat is a natural thing. 5 consecutive wins. After the first round of the group stage, Top dominated the standings and maintained an unbeatable record at MSI. Their strong performance made viewers in all major regions believe that they were the only contenders for this MSI championship. There was only one game on the last day, So all top members had half a day off. After applying with Riot people, Riot specially arranged for 2 Brazilian guys to serve as guides and take the team members to the beach to experience the daily life of the South American people. Beach, sunshine, beautiful women. Foreign people are really bold and enthusiastic in this regard. The men all wear no shirts, just a pair of loose beach shorts, while most of the women wear normal bikinis. And it can be seen that they save fabrics. Some of the younger guys in the team would even blush when someone with a hotter figure walks past them. After enjoying a half-day vacation, the entire top team is preparing for battle again. The second round of the group stage is about to officially begin. They need to have another fierce competition with 5 other opponents. MSI will be linked to this year's S competition quota. Although there is no expansion, there will not be a 4th quota, but it will affect whether the 3rd seed in the division can directly enter the main draw. In the original history, the 3 teams C9, We and Fnatic were all due to the poor performance of their respective regions at MSI. As the 3rd seeds, they needed to start from the play-in stage in the World Championship. Even if you don't think about others, the MSI Championship is an honor in an official event. Although it is not as valuable as the S competition, it is at least much better than the League Championship. After all, the basic ticket to enter this event is the League Championship. You have to defeat the spring champions from various leagues to win the championship. And the gold content will naturally not be much worse. It's not even an exaggeration to say the gold content is almost at the same level as the S game. The most embarrassing thing about MSI is that his level is not high enough. If Riot Games is willing to design a set of exclusive championship skins for the MSI champions, then the MSI tournament's gold content and recognition among the player community may truly be on an equal footing with the S tournament, rather than being in that lukewarm state. I'm not sure about other regions. Anyway, in the LPL region, generally people don't recognize the gold content of the MSI championship. After entering the second round of confrontation, Top can clearly feel the pressure from their opponents. Perhaps other teams are gradually finding their own game form. Yuanba, Shursiming, and Gao Tianliang have also passed the initial excitement state, and their performance on the court has begun to decline, and the number of mistakes has increased sharply. But, generally speaking, Top still maintains a record of unbeatable wins. But the process of winning the game will be much more bumpy. It can be seen from the length of the end game. In the first round, the average time for Top to end the game was between 24 to 25 minutes. In the second round, this time was increased by a full 4 minutes, and the average length of each game was extended to nearly 30 minutes. Although this data is still the best among all teams, but for Top itself, it is an obvious step back. However, after 2 rounds of competition, the situation in the standings is also clear. Top undoubtedly took the first place with 10 wins, while the LZ team followed closely and became second with a score of 7-3. In addition to losing to Top in 2 rounds, they also had an unexpected surprise in the second round. Lost 1 game to FW and won all other games. The 3rd place is the G2 team. Their record is 6-4. The 4th place team is TSM, and their score is 5-5. As for the FW team, their results are only slightly better than GM in the wild card division, which also allows everyone to see the decline of the LMS division. With a small number of players, they haven't received any powerful new blood for a long time. MSI's rules are not troublesome. As the top team has the qualifications to choose their semi-final opponents. You can choose any opponent among the 2 to 4 players as your opponent in the knockout round. The choice for Top is naturally Dragon Ball Sentai. During the interview, Li Hanqing's meaning was also very clear. Selecting the Dragon Ball team has nothing to do with whether they belong to the LCK. The main thing is that I want to see the European and American battles in the semifinals. Is it G2 who will defend European glory? TSM defends the glory of North America? Of course. In terms of personal feelings, I support TSM more. After all, Poo isn't a TSM team. But who can say for sure the final result? I believe everyone is also looking forward to it. Right. Can only say, Li Hanqing understands Europe and America, because the 2 major competition areas of LPL and LCK are too strong. Audiences in the European and American major competitions basically have no expectations for winning the championship. But there is one thing that must be done. That is to defeat the rival division. A rule for both parties. No one can lose to North America, Europe. Chapter 338 Little Peanut. Are you Jiangxi playing games? European and American audiences didn't think anything of Li Hanqing's behavior, but the LCK audience was a little unhappy. Some domestic viewers copied some comments from Korean websites and almost made them laugh to death. Is Top so afraid that Longzhu will get better and better, and defeat them in the finals? Mean! This is not fair. Everyone knows that the teams in our LCK division are relatively slow to get started. They are hateful and despicable noobs. Is this enough to compete with Faker? The layout is not on the same level. Unfair. Unfair. Why can the number 1 player pick his opponent at will? There are endless comments like this. What they said seems to make sense. After all, during the previous S Championship, most of the LCK teams' overturns were concentrated in the group stage. Once they enter the subsequent knockout stage, they will start to exert their strength. And the further they go, the better. But this does not apply to MSI. The S game requires an adaptation period, because the World Championship will adopt a brand new version. It is a version that no one has experienced, and has not officially played in the game. So everything needs to be explored slowly by oneself. But MSI is different. MSI adopts the same version as the playoffs of each major region, which is version 7.8. Everyone has played many games with this version during the domestic playoffs. The ecological chain of each version of this version, some version traps, and the popular versions are all clear to everyone. There is no question of version adaptation at all. The only problem with MSI is that there may be a certain degree of acclimatization due to competing abroad. As long as the player's personal health does not have any problems, there will be no impact. But what's the use of saying this? The structure of a small country is only a little bit small. And the structure of the entire nation is also just a little bit. Otherwise, there would not be such a big reaction to the gesture of Fingertip Universe. After a short rest of the day, the MSI semifinals officially kicked off. Welcome to the 2017 Mid-Season Invitational live broadcast. The two people sitting in the commentary box today are still Wang Lauer and Guan Ziyuan. These two people are almost the official successors of the next generation of commentary box. Perfect benchmarks for Wawa and Miller. The main reason is that these two people are also very competitive. And there are no big problems in their various business abilities. Wang Lauer is more professional, and has a deeper understanding of the game, while Guan Ziyuan is a bit like a doll. He can talk to you about everything and can serve as a good field control commentator. The two of them complement each other perfectly. And they feel a bit like the new Hire brothers. Today's game is regarded by many viewers as this year's MSI Finals, which is actually not unreasonable, Wang Lauer said eloquently. With the continuous development of League of Legends, between the European and American divisions and China and South Korea, the strength between them has gradually been stretched apart. And now the two sides are not on the same level at all. The personnel composition of G2 and TSM is very good. They can indeed pose a certain threat to the teams in China and South Korea. However, in terms of overall strength, Top and Longzhu are obviously the stronger ones. They may overturn in BO1. Possibility. But in the BO5 matchup in the knockout stage, the stronger side has the advantage. Because if you want to win the game if you are weaker, you need to explode on the spot to have a chance to defeat the strong. It's not unusual for you to suddenly break out and overturn a strong team in a BO1. But in BO5, it is a long-term competition. You cannot expect the weak team to explode 3 times in a row. The reason why the strong team is a strong team is because their strength can defeat the weak team by just performing normally. Or do you expect a strong team to perform poorly in 3 consecutive games? Indeed. But Longzhu is a team that cannot be underestimated. In the first round, they were almost swept by Top. In the second round, they already had a back and forth with Top. They are constantly evolving. Top needs to take it seriously and cannot take it lightly, Wawa reminded her kindly. It's okay. When I met the Top players and talked to them in the hotel yesterday, I felt that the players' mentality was quite good and they would not underestimate the enemy, Wang Lauer explained with a smile. Although Top successfully won the championship last year, but that doesn't mean that the viewers in the competition area will just forget the painful lessons of S5. The word, expansion, has almost become a serious matter in the entire LPL region. The audience definitely does not want the situation of the LGD team in S5 to happen again. It's enough to experience the despair of being full of hope, but finally hitting rock bottom once. The first BP match between the two sides is about to begin. Let's look forward to this strong dialogue. Let's see what surprises both sides will bring us. The director switched the camera to the players' bench. The 3 young people in the Top team all had serious expressions. Even Yuanba, who is usually the most carefree, looked extremely serious at this time. This is their first serious trip to the World Championship. Defeating Longzhu means that they have a high probability of winning the championship. Naturally, there is no room for any mistakes. On the contrary, Li Hansheng and Gao Dui, Two old fritters looked very relaxed and contented. There was no nervous expression on their faces, and they looked very relaxed. In particular, Li Hanqing had a smile on his face, and his fingers could be seen tapping on the keyboard, obviously chatting with the other team members. On Longzhu's side, BDD and Khan looked more solemn, as it was their first time, while Xian Ming and Xiao Huan looked very relaxed. Can you beat top? They don't have an answer to this question in their minds. Before this kind of competition comes, the more you care about the gains and losses in this area, the more it will be bad for you. Only by temporarily putting aside some unnecessary thoughts can you maintain a good competitive state. This is the biggest difference between veterans and newcomers. Veterans are more observant, while newcomers have a stronger desire to win. This does not mean that they cannot have the desire to win, but that the desire to win should not be too strong. If it is too strong, it will be counterproductive and add a layer of unnecessary pressure to oneself. The right to choose sides in the semifinals is purely based on results. The top group ranks first and naturally has the priority to choose sides. Top takes the initiative to choose the red side, and Longzhu is on the blue side. From the side selection, we can see that Top has an obvious advantage in strength. Wang Lauer smiled. MSI's version has Kennen on the top lane, so the blue side has an advantage, because AD Kennen is a supermodel on the top lane in the current version. Even if both top laners know how to play, the blue side will still have an advantage. The red side must lose a banned position to deal with it. Top was different. When they met Dragon Ball for the first time in the group stage, Top took the initiative to give up Kennen to the opponent. As a result, Li Hanqing took out the prince. Just take advantage of Kennen's weak early landing, lack of suppression, and inability to push the line. If you keep pushing the line to cause trouble, you will directly destroy Longzhu. It won't give you the chance to wait until Kennen's equipment is ready, and you won't be able to solve it with just one belt. Therefore, in this MSI, Top has the biggest advantage at the BP level, because only Top can handle Kennen on the road. As soon as Longzhu came up, they took the initiative to ban the prince and get rid of the swing position in the upper jungle. This is also Li Hanqing's favorite choice to deal with top lane Kennen. Is this move of Prince's to prepare for the selection of top laner Kennen? Or is it to force Top to take the initiative to ban Kennen? And then Longzhu set King Gengying and Jianji to the ban position. Is this an attempt to completely block Li Hanqing's top lane casting? Top is also very simple. It directly blocks the selection of BDD in the middle and Sin Syndra, Rise and Enchantress to the ban position. Galio has been released, but Kennen is also outside. What choices and trade-offs will Longzhu make? The choice of Dragon Ball is neither Galio nor Kennen is needed. Just grab Jace on the first floor in seconds. Wow! The two commentators were stunned for a while, and the audience was also stunned. Jess? This is Khan's signature hero in the LCK division. Did he choose him to have another head-on confrontation with Noob? Top's response was very simple. Galio locked in, and then used the ban to lock in ice. There's something special about Rat King's ice, mainly because he uses E and are very well. If the hero's E skill, ice, is used well, it is equivalent to opening a full map for the whole team. The strategic value is too high, so naturally it cannot be given to the opponent. Dragon Ball will choose Blind Monk plus Fox instantly. Huh? Wang Lauer was stunned at first, and then exclaimed, BD is worthy of being called a little faker. His hero pool is indeed very similar to the early fakers. Back in S3, Faker was proficient in all the assassins in the middle, and his Fox was even known as an auxiliary killer. The main reason was that there was Embrace of Hellfire back then, and the support in that version was generally poor. Assassin killing support was really accurate. As for Benji and Faker's Fox plus Wei, this signature fixed point instant kill midfield combination can be considered a system. Now that BDD brings out the Fox, it is hard not to be understood as a tribute to his idol. Sure enough, it has to be the knockout round to be interesting. The first three picks of Longzhu clearly want to compete with Top for Operation and early stage. Guan Ziyuan joked with a smile. And Top is targeting Lucian. I'm coming! The audience once again exclaimed. And the commentators kept shouting. Top's Lucian is usually played in the top lane, and is always used to play top laner Jace. This is Li Hanqing's unique casting choice. Originally, Homie wanted to pick the support first, but considering that Li Hanqing's top laner Lucian was too famous, he was afraid of being banned by Longzhu, so he had no choice but to grab it first. The two sides entered the second round of BP. Top will naturally ban all the ADCs they can choose, and Virus and Jin will be banned one by one. Now Longzhu is in the same embarrassing situation as when both parties first met. since they don't have the option of a female police system. Especially when they choose heroes like Jess plus Fox in the middle and top lanes. The jungler Peanut's focus cannot be focused on the bottom lane to launch attacks. They can only choose easy, or the reverse version, and choose other heroes. Long Zhu finally chose the ban jungle position, and set both Spider and Male Spear to the ban position, counting the Prince. Gao Tianliang did not have too many jungle choices left. And the big deal is that Lulu and Karma each choose one. And everyone will be worthy of it. No. After top picked Karma instantly in the second round, Longzhu immediately picked Big Mouth plus Lulu. This is obviously also a change after their post-game review. Easy's landing is really too weak. Once you can't grab Kalma to cooperate, the bottom lane will basically be for nothing. And you must not lose lane rights against top. And in the final hand, top is to choose the Nightmare. The selection of this hand is also to cooperate with Galio's entry. Otherwise, Galio can only play a pure backhand and cannot threaten the opponent's back row. The lineups of both sides have been officially determined. Dragon Ball is on the blue side, and top is on the red side. Top lane, Jace vs Lucian. Jungler, Blindson vs Nightmare. Middle, Fox vs Galio. Bottom lane, Big Mouth plus Lulu vs Ice plus Karma.
Longzhu is a purely landing lineup, as long as they are comfortable in landing. Their mid-term team-fighting effectiveness will be particularly powerful. Top is also a strong mid-term team-fighting lineup. The difference lies in the strength of both sides. In the middle, Galio has the ability to support the whole map, while Fox has a stronger map running ability. In the early small-scale team battles, Longzhu has an advantage because they both run very fast. When both sides have full personnel, top will be better. There are advantages. It's very simple. If the two sides can take advantage in the early landing phase, whoever can take the initiative will take the initiative.
With bursts of cheers from the audience, the scene of Summoner's Rift soon appeared in front of everyone.
The focus of this game is destined to be on the top lane. But for Noob, he may need to weigh it carefully, because Nightmare is a jungle hero who needs speed 6. His early ganking ability is not strong, and he can only use anti-crouching as a jungle hero. Lord.
Wan Lauer briefly analyzed the early situation. If the long-handed heroes fight each other on the road, basically, whoever has the advantage in the early stage can crush the opponent to death. In a purely 1v1 situation, Lucian can indeed suppress and counter Jace. But the problem is that this is not a solo game, and the jungler has a huge impact on the top lane.
We can see that Xiao Tian will most likely brush from bottom to top. When he wants to reach level 3, he will go to the top and perform anti-crouching. That's not right. What is Little Peanut doing? Is he trying to get blue?
Guanzi Yuan suddenly exclaimed, making everyone stunned. I saw. The blind monk on the blue side did not go to the lower half, but stood at his own blue buff in the upper half. He did not call his teammates to help, and just stood here alone. You know, the blind monk has almost no dependence on the blue buff. If it were not for experience, he would even give up the blue buff to the middle in the early stage. What is a blue blind monk doing?
Could it be that Little Peanut wants to catch the bottom lane by surprise?
Wang Lauer boldly guessed.
Or does he want to catch the upper lane at level 2?
Catch the blind monk at 2 levels of blue? Is this a bit too much? Chapter 339 Huh? Is this the strength of the signature Jace? Jace is not a hero that works well with junglers. Especially junglers like Lee Sin who require online teammates to provide initial control. There is almost no coordination between the two. If you want to say that the top lane is a big tree or a titan, you can still understand it. But Jess? Catching up at 2 levels is indeed a bit too much.
Perhaps you want to capture him?
Wang Lauer also felt that the second idea was too outrageous and quickly changed his mind.
It's a bit similar to Top's favorite move in the past. When Noob picked Jace, all the opponents everyone thought that Candy would go to the top lane to cooperate with the tower gank. But Candy caught the opponent's mentality and went to other lanes to attack, which often achieved good results.
The director followed the usual practice of focusing the camera on the road. Isn't the matchup between Jace and Lucian better than other lane matchups? What's more, this is a showdown between the two top laners recognized as the strongest in this MSI. Lucian has not seen any changes in many versions, but Jace has been weakened in the past 6 months. The ecological chain of League of Legends often does not change, which is an alternative kind of enhancement. When everyone else is weakened, doesn't it mean that you, the one who has not been weakened, are being strengthened in a different direction? The reason why AD Kennen emerged in the top lane is because of this. All the previous big brothers were weakened, and Kennen had a chance to make his mark. This also means that Lucian, who was already easy to beat Jace, is now even easier to beat. As for what makes Lucian better at beating Jace, it's nothing more than that Lucian, who has the displacement skill, can avoid Jace's bursts. And Lucian's instant burst ability is not inferior to Jace in the slightest. The more important point, Lucian's Q, Transparent Holy Light, can penetrate soldiers and be consumed, while Jace's Q, Electric Shock, will be blocked by minions. When Jace fights other melee heroes, he can use his long hand advantage in the early stage to consume them. When facing heroes like Kennen, he can rely on the fact that his level 1 burst is higher than the opponent's to forcefully suppress him. Only facing Lucian, he doesn't have the advantage of long hands, and his burst cannot form an absolute crushing force. On the contrary, it consumes more blood than he can defeat. This is why Jace can't beat Lucian in a lineup. But what about jungle? If we really want to compare, Jace still has Q, Sky Leap, that can slow down and save people. Unless Lucian has Bilgewater Scimitar or Destruction, he does not have the ability to save people first. If he is in the jungle, he has to counter crouch, or you can only jump over the tower and kill by force. Bile. Lucian, who was holding 2 guns, targeted the long-range soldiers and used Transparent Holy Light at a tricky angle to consume Jace behind him. However, Jace did not retreat at all, but took the initiative to draw a +Q to lower the overall health of the soldiers. The overall gap is reflected. When Jace clears troops, he can only clear troops, but Lucian can clear troops, push lanes, and consume all at once. Shiba, Khan was also helpless. It is difficult for people who have never played against Li Hansheng to understand how much pressure Li Hansheng puts on the line. A slight inattentiveness, or even small mistakes that may not be immediately noticed in the review after the game, may be caused by Li Hansheng. Get caught. You can't relax at all in front of Li Hansheng. This is exactly the source of the high pressure. Who can guarantee that he can concentrate 100%? Fortunately, Long Yu had long expected that Li Hansheng would fight so fiercely when he selected Lucian. So he designed a small starting routine. The blind monk who reached level 2 after taking the blue buff did not go towards the bottom road, as the commentator said, but went straight to the top road. Although the level 2 blind monk is not as threatening to online heroes as the prince, it does not mean that it cannot be caught. Occasionally, it may be able to achieve a surprise effect. Little Peanut has never thought of using red to catch him at level 2. But this Dragon Ball is on the blue side, and the red buff is in the lower half. After brushing the red buff, go up the road. The journey is too far, and if Li Hansheng makes a ward in advance, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Besides, everyone knows that the blind monk's gank relies heavily on online control, and the red buff to provide a steady stream of slowing effects. Who would have thought that the blind monk would be able to catch the blue opener? To this end, Longju's bottom lane is very cooperative. Dazue plus Lulu both have their skills fully activated, forcing Han Bing and Karma to retreat, and they have a posture of forcing the bottom lane to cooperate with tower jumping. Come here to confuse the top people. Little Peanut came to the road, and he stared at Noob. Noob didn't notice at all. Can they succeed? Wang Lauer's heart was in his throat. Judging from the current position, Li Hansheng will fall into a dangerous situation, since both sides chose to take the initiative to clear the lane at the beginning. Both sides reached level 2 at about the same time. However, when Jess, who had just reached level 2, suddenly flashed Q and E in his face, even Li Hansheng couldn't help being startled and looked confused. What was he doing? It wasn't until the blind monk came out from behind that Li Hansheng finally understood. Hey, is it necessary to target like this? Li Hansheng was speechless. He hadn't been targeted at level 2 for a long time. But judging from the current situation, Longju's surprise attack was effective. There was a scarlet bullet on his head. The word danger. Jess immediately switched to the Warhammer form and hit another AQ in the face, and then directly used E Thunder Blow to knock Li Hansheng away. Seeing this, the blind monk fired his Q, Tian wave, from a very long distance and hit it accurately. Just this wave of cooperation is enough to prove that Dragon Ball has definitely practiced beforehand. Jace's E will have a knockback effect, and knockback is also regarded as a type of control. Just like being kicked away by the blind monks are. You will be stunned for a moment during the flight. Status. One of Uzi's more classic scenes is being dodged by Lee Sin's R. In midair, he instantly unlocks Lee Sin's ultimate move and then flashes out to avoid being focused. In fact, Mercury does not relieve the knockback effect of the blind monk's ultimate move, but relieves the stun state. You will still be knocked back, but you can use displacement skills in the air. A similar principle is like Yasuo's A exploding the Mercury fruit and then taking the ultimate move. Just directly hit E. And the blind monk sees this fleeting moment to connect to Q. The two cooperated seamlessly and decisively kicked the second Q to fly over, landing flat on the ground and connecting to E. Jace's two sets of skills exploded plus thunder, and the blind monk QQAA also brought thunder. Lucian, who was focused on the fire by the two, suddenly dropped from full health to 1/3 of his health in an instant. After regaining control, Li Hanqing immediately used E, Coal Pursuit, to distance himself, and began to escape in the direction of his own defense tower behind him. Peanut, on the other hand, was very detailed in leaving the second stage E deceleration until now, so that Lucian could not escape quickly. The blind monk caught up again, and made up for a flat A, and then followed Lucian all the time without giving up. Skills: no basic attacks to continue to compensate for damage. Just follow. Obviously, he is waiting for the CD of his next Q skill. As long as the CD of the blind monk's next Q skill improves and hits, then Lucian will definitely die with his current blood volume, because both sides are in a face-to-face state, and there is no shoes to provide movement speed in the early stage, so there is almost no dodge space. This is a psychological game between both sides. Li Hanqing is Flash, and so does Little Peanut. The weak blind monk can flash Q first, and Lucian can use Flash to dodge. The weak Lucian flashes first, and the blind monk can decisively follow the dodge and then receive Q. The bet is on which of the two parties can be more calm, and it is also a competition on the reactions of both parties. Lucian fled all the way and entered his own defense tower. At this time, the CD of the blind monk's Q skill had improved. Jace, who was chasing him all the way, also switched to the cannon form again. He became a long range again and increased his movement speed to move closer distance from each other. But it's just one more flat A shot. The damage of one flat A shot is not enough to be fatal. If you want to complete the killing blow, you still have to look at Little Peanut. Although Noob ran back to the defense tower, he is still not out of danger. The blind monk's Q skill has improved, and he must avoid this Q. Guanzi Yuan did not dare to breathe, and stared at the screen cautiously. Calculating the blind monk's skill CD is not difficult. Little Peanut believes that Li Hanqing must know that his skill CD has improved, and with Li Hanqing's reaction speed, after seeing him raise his hand, he will definitely have time to hand over the flash. So, the blind monk raised his leg and kicked out, which was very confusing. Not Tianyin wave, but basic attack. Lucian's blood volume dropped further, but he still did not hand over the flash. Instead, he took advantage of the moment when the blind monk's basic attack came to a standstill to pull away a short distance and completely walked into the attack range of the defense tower. Shiba, Brother Hanqing, why can you always be so calm? Little Peanut was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect Li Hanqing to be so calm. Normal people will panic when being chased with residual health, which will lead to deformed operations. Right? It seemed that there was no hope of killing him, so he could only force a flash. Ziawawa quickly exchanged Q before the distance between the two sides was further widened. This is equivalent to an exchange of flashes on the top lane between the two sides. But Lucian's state is disabled, and he must go home and TP out. This is also good news for Longzhu, so that they can copy the rhythm of top's previous offense and use the TP on the top lane will organize the next wave of attacks. However, something unexpected happened once again. His Tianyin wave actually hit the target accurately. Oh my god! Noob didn't dodge this fatal Q. Was it a mistake? Noob is in danger now. Wang Lao's tone suddenly became anxious. Little Peanut was very surprised, with an unbelievable expression on his face. Li Hanqing's reaction speed is famous in the entire professional circle. With his reaction speed, it is absolutely impossible to avoid this Q skill. Mistake? This idea inevitably arises in Little Peanut's mind. After all, Li Hanqing is a human being, and everyone will make mistakes. Is this reasonable? But he also vaguely remembered that Li Hanqing seemed to have demonstrated how to use Flash to avoid the damage of the blind monk's second Q in the professional arena. Is it seduction? Impossible. The second stage damage of dodge and dodge blinds in Q is not a rare operation in the professional player circle. Everyone has done it more or less in daily operations. But everyone agrees that this is a flashy operation. You can just show it off in the ranking. There is no need for this in the competition. It's very simple. You have Flash. So why not just flash a Q to avoid the blind monk from the beginning? The damage of the blind monk's second stage Q is not something that can be avoided by hiding. Normal professional players can successfully perform the same operation 1 to 2 times out of 10 times. In the blink of an eye, Little Peanut makes his own decision. Without hesitation, he chose the second stage Q to fly over and rush directly into Top's top tower.
Little Peanut's Q hit. Is he going to follow? Follow! Double Q. Kick him over. Oh my god!
Wang Lauer suddenly exclaimed. And the next second the audience also exclaimed. Stand up. Once again, a surprising scene appeared on the field. The moment the blind monk approached Lucian. Buzz! Lucian suddenly turned into a golden light and disappeared directly, the female voice prompting the kill in Little Peanut's imagination. And the sound of first blood did not sound. The next second, Lucian appeared not far from the blind monk, still looking like he had residual health. It was obvious that the damage from the blind monk's second stage Q had been confiscated.
Oh my god! Noob! Noob is showing off again!
Guan Ziyuan shouted excitedly.
Dodge to avoid the damage from the blind monk's second stage Q. He is still fighting back. Do you want to fight back? I just say Noob, how could he fail to react? Noob can't make a mistake. We have every reason to believe that this is a wave of residual blood seduction. This is the charm of Noob. While others are thinking about surviving safely, Noob is thinking about how to physically seduce him to fight back. How could you not love such a player?
On the field, Lucian used his flash to distance himself, then turned around and fired a Q, transparent holy light, followed by 2 flat A rounds. In conjunction with the output of the defense tower, he instantly suppressed the blind monk's health. This time, he was originally the pursuer. The blind monk was now in danger and became prey in the eyes of others. You know, in order to increase damage and retain people's ability, Little Peanut learned E instead of W at level 2. Which means he can't touch his eyes with W to escape. And this time, Little Peanut has completely taken over. Since he can't kill him with Q, he has to forcefully replace Li Hansheng. 1 for 1. On the road, Jace can earn troops in TP, which is not too bad for Dragon Ball. If he left in such a dejected manner at this moment, Longvu would be in trouble at his grandma's house. Buzz!
E-Flash! Blind Monk E-Flash follows. Can you kill him?
Once. Twice. The blind monk's 2 shots hit a draw. And Lucian's blood volume bottomed out again, but he was not killed. Because during the escape process, Li Hansheng had been taking drugs, which meant that his blood volume was always rising. On the contrary, the third attack of the defense tower has already been launched. It is impossible for a level 2 blind monk to resist the 3 attacks of the defense tower. What's more, Lucian also attacked the blind monk before the blind monk's fatal flat A shot. The magical light wave damage of the defense tower was finally determined first, and the blind monk's health bar was cleared. First blood. A blood.
Oh my god!
Wang Lauer kept sighing after being lost for a moment, with a look of shock on his face.
This is Noob! He is so confident! No player would dare to use dodge in this situation. Blind Monk's second stage Q. Right. Noob is the only one in the world who would have such an idea in this situation. And only Noob can complete the counterattack in such a desperate situation.
Laughing so hard. You're the only one called Little Peanut? 2 of them hit one, and 1 of them was counterkilled. Do you know how to play games? 10% off water bottles for the strongest team in LCK? Woo 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 woo. Sheng Bao will always be a god. I am Superman and will never let our fans down. Who gave you the courage? Dare you show off your skills with me? Brother Hansheng? Are you worthy? This is even a wave of operations that can be selected as the best anti-kill shot in this MSI. Flashing the second stage of Q to dodge the blind monk. This requires not only extremely strong and calm psychological quality, but also the ability to react and the timing. The control requirements are also very perverted. After all, during the judgment process, maybe only 1 to 2 frames of screen time will be flashed to you. If there is even the slightest deviation, the operation displayed on the field will become Q that fails to avoid the blind monk, but will become a flash to the grave. Now, Li Hansheng was caught at level 2. Not only did he not die in battle, but he single-handedly replaced the opponent's 2 flashes in the upper and jungle areas, and also killed the blind monk. More importantly, the blue buff on the blind monk was transferred to Li Hansheng. After going home and buying extraction, he used it to supplement and speed up his development rhythm. Li Hansheng immediately TP'd back online. At this time, the TP difference doesn't matter at all. Lucian with the blue buff can constantly use skills to consume and push lanes. Will you, Jace, had the opportunity to use TP to support other lanes? Moreover, The blind monk died on the top lane and his development rhythm was completely ruined. Gao Tianliang walked directly to the opponent's lower half of the jungle as soon as the blind monk appeared. And now he can play with peace of mind. This means that Little Peanut can only accept a bad start in a single jungle area, while Gao Tianliang can enjoy 3 jungle areas. Longzhu carefully planned a wave of attacks, for which Little Peanut even sacrificed the economy of the jungle area, but was forced to show off by Li Hansheng using operations, while Gao Tianliang was obviously just brushing the jungle normally, but ended up brushing himself. The jungle area inexplicably becomes an advantage.
Strong! Brother Hansheng!
Gao Tianliang shouted happily. With such a top laner, what jungler would be unhappy? This is not only the jungle area, but also other lanes. I am still replenishing troops, and I already have a huge advantage in the top lane. If nothing else, I am already ahead of the opponent at least psychologically. Even if we develop peacefully, I still have a daddy on the road to lead me to victory. Do you have such a big daddy?
Don't worry.
Go to the bottom lane. Aren't we going home soon to resupply? You can just grab a wave of bottom lane. Just can't TP. And the blind monk won't go to the bottom half after resurrecting.
Li Hansheng gave decisive instructions in his voice. From Little Peanut's perspective, Gao Tianliang would definitely counterattack his lower half if he so blatantly caught up with 2 levels of blue. Naturally, Little Peanut wouldn't waste time going to his own lower half. The fox in the middle chose Ignite in order to increase the early landing pressure and the ability to cooperate with the jungle. That is to say, at this time, go to the bottom lane for 4 packs of 2. And only Jace on the top lane can provide TP support. But after Li Hansheng reached the top lane and pushed the army line, how could Jace forcefully hand over TP in front of him? Even if Li Hansheng can't kill him, he can still beat him to half death. If the TP is in residual health, he will sell 2 and get 1 free. Unless Khan will not replenish his troops from now on and withdraw directly to the autistic grass on the road. But this isn't possible? And there's one more thing. Since the Little Peanut showed up in the top lane, Xianming and Xianming in the bottom lane were forced to lot back. Top's bottom lane naturally gained lane rights, and was able to push the lane into the defense tower. It just so happens that Galio in the middle will go home immediately after finishing the 3rd wave of soldiers to replenish the 2nd Dolan ring. And the army line with artillery soldiers in the bottom lane will go online later. Jackie Love and Ming will control it a little, and wait until Galio after returning to the city. Push the line back. The time is just right.
Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan didn't go to counter F6. He went straight to the bottom lane after brushing the red buff. Is he going to capture it? Wei Shen in the middle lane has already cleared the lane and gone home. This is Galio as the routine starts. That's not right. Top is going to attack the bottom lane?
Guan Ziyuan didn't understand it at first, but he finally realized it later. After Galio in the spring bought the Dolan ring, he didn't even bother to replenish the status and just handed over the TP. The position happened to be the jewelry I inserted by Nightmare in the opponent's stone camp in the bottom lane. And the bottom lane had a cannon truck. He was also sent into the defense tower at this moment. The word danger floated above both Lulu and Dazue's heads. The 2 elders Xianming actually felt threatened. But when they were about to run away, Nightmare and Galio had already burst out of the grass to block their retreat. Galio starts W, Duran Shield, and starts charging it in advance. When it reaches full value, buzz! A beautiful wave of W flashes successfully taunted the 2 of them. In this version that has not been weakened, Galio's W flash is a 100% unbreakable skill. Karma directly RQ blasted at the 2 of them. After the Ice W, thousands of arrows shot out. He opened Q, Archer's focus, to cooperate with his teammates to focus the fire. Nightmare also used Q to penetrate the 2 of them first so that he could enjoy the bonus of attack power, and then used E to open the fearful mouth. Galio first leveled A with a passive punch, and then E knocked Lulu flying again, and then connected with Q. With the cooperation of his teammates, Lulu was almost instantly beaten. This set a perfect control combo, and tower jumping coordination is not dangerous at all. What Galio carries is Power of the Colossus, to obtain a layer of shield to offset the damage and attacks of the defense tower, which can ensure that his blood volume is always in a safe position. Karma can accelerate the E, Inspire, shield at any time. What's more, Han Bing also has one hand of healing that can help lift the other. Jace, who is on the road, is being guarded by Li Hansheng, and Longzhu's bottom road is simply unable to fly. It is impossible for anyone to save them.
Nice.
Wang Lao roared excitedly.
Top's offensive rhythm is still so perfect. Xiaoyan still has time to return to the defensive zone now. and Xiao Peanut has no time to counterattack. Gao Tianyang appears in the bottom lane, and Little Peanut can logically counter the wild monsters in the top half. But he didn't know that Gao Tianyang was going to capture him at first. After his resurrection, he went directly to deal with the frog concubine and the 3 wolves in the upper half of his area. After he finished dealing with these 2 groups of wild monsters, he wanted to enter the top half of top. It's too late. There is no line right in the top lane, and there is no lane right in the middle lane. What's more, in a duel in the jungle, Nightmare is not afraid of the blind monk. You can't beat the Nightmare. Dragon Ball once again fell into a huge disadvantage. Top's offensive rhythm is too good, isn't it? Guanzi Yuan couldn't help but marveled. Obviously, it was just Noob showing off in the top lane. But in the end, it affected the whole body and defeated Long Zhu with a direct attack rhythm. Senseless. How to fight now? Less than 4 minutes into the game, Long Zhu was already 3 heads behind. The upper and lower lanes plus the jungle were at an absolute disadvantage. The fox in the middle is not much better. The damage of the fox alone is not enough to kill Galio online. The blind monk must make up for the damage. The collapse of the blind monk in the jungle is actually equivalent to his loss in the middle. Collapse. Nakano. Nakano. No one can live without the other and cannot be discussed separately. The headcount economy alone is already over 1,000. And the overall team economy has fallen behind to over 1,500 and is heading toward 2,000. What makes everyone in Longu even more desperate is this. Their lineup doesn't have much linkage. It's just a pure landing lineup. And it will collapse once the landing phase occurs. They simply can't compete with top and frontal 5v5 team fighting capabilities. Moreover, after the top midfielder reaches level 6, there will be a wave of perfect linkage. This is not. At 5 minutes and 49 seconds, after Galio in the middle reached level 6, Gao Dui did not bother to clean up the remaining troops and walked directly towards the bottom lane. Gao Tianyang's Nightmare has developed particularly well because he gained experience from having kills at the start and gained half of the jungle's economy. Not only is his equipment better than that of the blind monk, but his level is also the same as that of the mid laner, and even better than Galio in his own mid lane. Reach level 6 early. Their target is still the 2 elder Xian Ning who are aiming at the bottom lane. The coordination is very simple. Han Bing started with W and put on the slowdown. Kalma set E for himself, and then used W to chain the Big Mouth to prevent the opponent from having a chance to escape. At the moment when Big Mouth and Lulu used their skills to try to fight back, Nightmare turned off the lights with a big move, flying out from behind the 2 of them. Gao Tianyang used W to block Lulu's sheep-changing effect perfectly, rushed to Dazue's face, hung E on Dazue's body, and flashed in advance to avoid Dazue breaking away from the chain. Galio also uses his ultimate move. A huge magic circle appears on the ground. All enemies within the magic circle will be knocked into the air, and the Nightmare in the center of the magic circle can enjoy a percentage damage reduction effect. Big Mouth and Lulu were both there, but they had no way to deal with the sudden attack from the top midfielder, and were killed under the tower again. Long Zhu tried to come to the top lane to counterattack, hoping to cause trouble for Li Hansheng. But Li Hansheng had already retreated to the closed grass on his own road, and hung up at the moment the fox disappeared in the middle, without giving the opponent a chance at all. Top took advantage of the situation to win the first blood tower, and the first dragon to further expand his advantage. And his economic advantage suddenly increased to more than 3,000. Next, we enter the operational rhythm of top. And Li Hansheng also found a chance to kill Khan alone at 22 minutes. He goes first with E. E dot. W dot. Then Q dot. Because the active E phase happened to catch Jace's QE booster cannon. But Li Hansheng didn't follow. His set of combos was released very quickly. That is, just a short time after Jace threw QE and switched forms, and used E to push him away. Li Hansheng had already completed the combo of E, W, and Q. He already had Black Cut, and received a 20% cooldown reduction, combined with 10% of the talent runes and 30% of the talent. Lucian E's skill has an additional effect. That is, the passive, Holy Light Silver Bullet, can reduce the cooldown time of E's skill. Hitting a minion will reduce the effect by 1 second, while hitting a hero will double the effect, which is 2 seconds. E.W.Q. There are a total of 6 shots here, which is 12 seconds. It only takes 14 seconds for Lucian to reach full E level. Moreover, Li Hansheng also has a 30% cooldown reduction attribute. In fact, he didn't even need to finish 6 shots before his E skill was on CD again, when Jace flashed to distance himself and wanted to escape. Lucian immediately handed over the second E and slid forward to activate the ultimate move, Baptism of the Holy Spear. Lucian raised his two guns and started. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Gatling, who transformed into blue fire, began spraying bullets forward, easily taking off Jace's head.
Nice!
Wang Lauer shouted with a smile.
Khan hesitated for a round, but he finally couldn't run away this time. Noob succeeded in a solo kill. Ha ha! They say Khan's Jace is the best in the LCK. Many LCK teams even take the initiative to ban him Jace. But judging from the current situation, it's nothing more than that. At least our top team won't be afraid at all. His Jace. This is the change brought about by Noob. Before Noob appeared, our LPL team might have a headache facing a carry-type top laner like Khan. But now, the one we are least afraid of is this carry-type top laner. Because no matter how much you carry, it won't work in front of Noob.
The collapse of the Wings put Longzhu into a complete stalemate. Their lineup lacked breaking points. And after Galio made the adaptive helmet, the damage of Big Mouth was simply not enough. As this season's new equipment, Adaptive Helmet is the biological father of heroes such as Big Mouth and Snake Girl. After making this equipment, their damage capabilities will be greatly reduced. Top didn't waste any time. As soon as Jace died, they immediately gathered in the Baron area. The dual shooter system is faster than expected in the process of rushing the Baron. Lucian and Han Bing will be defeated. To beat the Baron, it is a little faster than other shooters. After taking down the Baron buff, Top began to push back. Although there is no Prince plus Qin Gang, it is also true that there are nightmares. After arriving at the middle ground of the high ground, Nightmare turned on R and turned off the lights directly towards the Big Mouth in the crowd. And Galio immediately used his ultimate move. All members of Top rushed to the high ground in a swarm. All members of Longzhu, whose equipment and levels were lagging behind, were simply unable to form effective resistance. In the end, they could only be staged a one-sided massacre by Top. 0 for 5. Top easily destroys the opponent. And in the early 25 minutes, Dragon Ball's base crystal was directly pushed flat. Chapter 340. Sweet Dragon Ball, and advance to the finals.
Congratulations, Top!
Seeing the crystal of Dragon Ball's base exploded and turned into a pile of ruins on the ground, which also declared Top as the winner of this game. Wang Lauer couldn't help but smile.
I didn't disappoint the audience. A standard Top-style victory. Slightly. Defeat powerful enemies easily. Indeed.
Guan Ziyuan also smiled.
Some people took 25 minutes to bury. But in fact they were dead in the first 2 minutes. Dragon Ball tried to use a routine to catch 2 levels at the beginning, but failed to catch him. Instead, Noob Tianxio killed Peanut's blind monk. Then he took advantage of this, and immediately launched an attack on Longzhu's bottom lane. It was just a little bit. No way of survival is left for Longzhu. Although Noob did not use the TP difference to organize the team's offensive rhythm in this game. The reason why the top team was able to get the opportunity to attack the bottom lane was still inseparable from his advantage in the top lane. If the blind monk hadn't been caught at level 2, he wouldn't have died under the first tower in Top's top lane. If the blind monk's position hadn't been exposed, Nightmare wouldn't have been able to go to the lower half of Dragon Ball's wild area. And Dragon Ball's bottom lane wouldn't have been so easy. If you give up the lane rights to Top's bottom lane and push the lane into the tower, there will be no conditions for easy tower jumping in the future. Link by link. If you really want to boil it down to the final analysis, it actually stems from Li Hanqing's brilliant moves on the road. Flashing to dodge the blind monk's second stage Q damage to complete the counterkill. This kind of operation will never become outdated no matter how long it is used. It is not as fancy as the 2 robbers' counterkills show of flying around with various dodging skills. But it can well reflect the extremely strong psychological quality and terrifying reaction ability of the players. It seems simple, but it can reflect a lot of things. I haven't even exerted my strength yet. And the opponent fell down.
After Jackie Love took off his earphones, he curled his lips in disdain and spoke like an old cup player.
Dragon Ball is not good enough. It is not as good as last year's SKT. How on earth did they beat SKT? TSK. TSK. Those who don't know think it's the advantage of your Tianxio operation.
Gao Tianyang curled his lips and complained.
Do you think anyone can be a teammate with Brother Han Sheng? Why did you win? I really don't have any B in my heart. Just count. Can you beat AD? Go away.
Yuinbo immediately cursed and counterattacked.
I win AD by lying down. So you can beat the jungle by lying down? Hee hee hee. I have a big head like Brother Han Sheng. And I have the capital to win. What's wrong?
But Gao Tianliang was not angry at all. Instead, he was smiling all over his face. At an age when he should be arrogant. He has the face of a seasoned veteran and an old bastard. It can only be said that Li Hanqing's powerful carry ability completely impressed this kid. When Jackie Love saw his reaction, he instinctively wanted to continue talking. But then he thought about it. Yes, he is also Li Hanqing's teammate. Li Hanqing is not only Gao Tianyang's top daddy, but also his top daddy. Your eldest daddy is also my eldest daddy. So why should we fight over whose eldest daddy is it? In this dispute, who is the eldest prince and who is the second prince? He simply stopped arguing with Gao Tianyang on this issue. Everyone in Dragon Ball couldn't hide the disappointed look on their faces. In fact, they only lost one game in BO5. Although it was a certain disadvantage and loss of opportunities, it couldn't be the expression of the end of the world. In the final analysis, there is something wrong with the mentality of the people in Longzhou. Can there be no problems? You have to say that you were stolen by some black technology tactic, or that you failed to perform well in a key team battle in the middle and late stages, which led to your regretful defeat. Everyone has ups and downs, but they lost on the point where they were most confident. Operate. What is the foundation for this Dragon Ball top, mid and jungler to gain a foothold in the LCK? Operation. They claim to be an upgraded version of the S6 Tigers. Isn't it because of their improved operational capabilities in the middle? Throughout the LCK division, they relied on their excellent operations to defeat many powerful enemies. Whether it was the KT team known as the Galaxy Battleship or the King of Kings SKT led by Faker, they all used their operations to defeat them. However, facing top, their operations didn't work. To be precise, when facing Li Hanqing, this man used more powerful operations to make them all unable to hold their heads up. If the operation show is not good enough for the opponent, the negative impact will be that their self-confidence will also be affected. Self-confidence is the seventh piece of equipment for professional players. Full confidence is the starting point for players to defeat all enemies on the field. Without confidence, operations, consciousness, etc. will be like castles in the air. Confidence is the foundation of a player. Once self-confidence collapses and shakes, it is equivalent to the player's foundation being shaken. This is a big deal. When Longzhou's coach came to the stage and saw the expressions of the players, his heart skipped a beat, and he realized the seriousness of the problem. The problem in the last round was mine. I shouldn't have arranged such a radical opening routine. In fact, we should play more steadily, and use our excellent teamwork to determine the winner in the team battle with top. Even if the problem in the previous game was caused by the players. In this case, all the coach can do is to take the blame and put the players in a relaxed state of mind as much as possible. Otherwise, the only hope of a comeback will be lost. The East Asian Cultural Circle, no matter what industry it is called the Monster Circle, because in such an involutionary environment, those who can stand out are definitely not ordinary leaders, but the true pride of heaven. With the piss-poor nature of the audience in the LCK division, if Longzhou returns home in such a dejected state, they will not treat Longzhou well. You must know that Longzhou eliminated SKT, which itself has offended Faker's fans. Now if they are humiliated and eliminated in the semifinals, what are the consequences? Sending a few dead rat carcasses to your club is considered minor. The team members will definitely suffer all kinds of physical attacks and abuses in the next 6 months. If it is more serious, it may affect the results of the subsequent summer split and thus affect the quota for the World Championship. Longzhou team, which has won the spring split itself, is in a leading position in the competition for the World Championship spots. If the collapse of self-confidence leads to an all-round collapse in the summer split, it will be a bit more gain than loss. In the second game, we strive to play steadily and fight as a team with the opponent. Longzhou's coach could only comfort him in this way. The short break passed quickly, and Wang Lao and Guan Ziyuan in the commentary box were also analyzing the situation between the two sides. Longzhou must think clearly. If they want to win top the way they win games in the LCK, it will never work. That's right. No one can defeat the noobs in the top lane. And no team can defeat the top with the top lane as their core. The implication of Wang Lao and Guan Ziyuan is that if you want to win, you should find ways to engage in other lanes atop. Especially the 3 young men in the jungle and bottom lane. They are the biggest hidden danger of top. If you insist on challenging Li Hanqing with a bang, you won't win even if your head bleeds. Khan's strength is indeed good, but it's best not to have the idea of competing with Noob in the landing phase. Otherwise he will be very injured. Guan Ziyuan was somewhat gloating. If he loses this time, Noob may want to say again, "Please invite the next talented top laner to challenge me." Ha ha ha. Although it is cruel, as long as Noob is still playing the game. It will pose a difficult problem to every top laner. Or every top laner who aspires to win the championship. If you want to win the championship, top is you. The biggest stumbling block is just like in the past few years. Teams that want to win the championship have to face Faker in the middle to not fall behind. Now if you want to win the championship, you must not show any timidity when facing Noob on the road. And do not fall behind. Only in this way can you have hope of winning. The BP of both sides started again. Longzhu still took the initiative to choose the blue side. This time they seemed to have suddenly awakened, and no longer targeted the top lane. They sent Sword Queen, Jace and Galio to the ban position, while top side was still the same. Enchantress, Spider and Male Spear. They still ignore the popular version of Kennen. And if you have the guts, you can play Kennen in the top lane. But this Dragon Ball was uncharacteristically. They snatched the ice first, which was obviously a positive sign. The vision advantage that ice brings to the team in the early stage will definitely create huge pressure on the jungle. So it is conceivable that they will most likely start from the jungle in this game. As soon as thought of this, he immediately grabbed Kalma plus Syndra with a backhand. Syndra ensured the lane rights in the middle, and Kalma was a jack of all trades who could match any shooter and could secure the lane rights in the bottom lane. Seizing line rights is the best option to deal with the opponent's jungle attack. Dragon Ball then locked on Lee Sin, the most popular hero among the remaining junglers, and the most confident hero for Xiao Peanut, and then locked on Ryze. Blind Sin plus Ryze can be regarded as a very classic mid-jungle combination, and it is an extremely strong mid-jungle combination in the early stage. Don't you Syndra want to seize the line? Blind Sin plus Ryze are in front of you. Do you dare to push the line? But in this way, Longzhu is sacrificing the strength of the bottom lane to forcibly increase the strength of the midfielder. After careful consideration, top chose Varus, and then banned Lulu and Tam. Longzhu took the opportunity to target the jungle and ban the remaining excavators and princes. In this way, the only choices left for Gao Tianliang were Poodle and Mantis, who had been weakened several times. However, Top took out the chicken with his backhand. You are so beautiful. Kunkin Suation loves to play basketball. Although Suation has not yet released his skin for playing basketball. This is really beyond everyone's expectation. But there are indeed no good choices in the jungle. Then Dragon Ball can only choose Zyra plus Shen. Wow! Ryze plus Blind Sin. Shen plus Blind Sin. Peanut has a lot of room to play in the first half of this game. Wang Lauer couldn't help but frown. This lineup is indeed comfortable for the Blind Monk. And it once again shows that Dragon Ball really wants to play around the jungle. And Top's final choice is Kennen. Since you don't dare to choose, then I'll teach you how to play. Ha! Here we come! Guanziyuan grinned. Noob, are you going to have another classic teaching game? But if you choose Kennen, it will be very dangerous in the early stage. Right. Wang Lauer was vaguely worried. It's really not too easy for Blind Sin plus Shen to kill Kennen in the early stage. Kennen has no movement and can't escape as easily as Lucian. But after Li Hansheng decided on this choice, everyone had nothing to say. In the end, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. On the road, Shen versus Kennen. Jungler, Blind Monk versus Emerald God. Mid lane, Ryze versus Syndra. Bottom lane, Ice plus Zyra versus Virus plus Karma. I think the focus is on the top half. Noob and Wei Shen need to deal with the opponent's early offense. As long as they don't give the opponent a chance. Top will develop steadily, and Keenan's split push from the wing in the middle and late stages will be unstoppable. Block. Dragon Ball's BP can't be said to be poor. It can only be said to be BP that fits their playstyle and their ideas. Since you can't beat the opponent head-on the top lane, then choose this kind of relatively stubborn hero. However, 3 minutes into the game, something happened again. Li Hansheng was very restrained in the beginning and did not push the line. He even took the initiative to ask Shen to push the line forward a little while he stood at the back. But Shen can dodge E, which is why Shen can cooperate well with the Blind Monk. The super long distance taunted him. But because of the long distance, the Blind Monk couldn't catch up immediately. He could only take 2 steps. Then W touched his eyes, and then Q quickly followed up. The two of them reasonably reduced Keenan's health. The power is low, but it is unrealistic to kill Kennen with full health instantly. It's almost the same script. Kennen, who is still alive, runs back to the defense tower, with the Blind Monk chasing after him and patiently waiting for the CD of his Q skill. After the Q skill hits, Little Peanut once again confidently pursues the defense tower. Little Peanut Q entered the tower again. Isn't he really afraid of being shown off? Flash? Oh my god! Noob! Noob! He used Flash to show off Little Peanut again. Obviously Little Peanut is not a saint, because the move still works the second time you use it on him. Wong Lauer in the commentary box roared to his heart's content. Everyone on the scene watched as the embarrassing scene reappeared on the field. The Blind Monk's second stage Q damage was once again avoided by Li Hansheng with Flash. And after Keenan distanced himself, he used his backhand to stun him under the tower with an AQW 3-hit combo. It was also good luck that when the opponent took action, Li Hansheng was just in time. By leveling A, the passive of W skill is brought out, so he also has the opportunity to quickly stun the opponent under the tower. Just when the Blind Monk tried to use W to touch his eyes plus Flash to escape, Ivern has already come to support, first shielding Kennen, and then using Q to continue to add control. The Blind Monk died directly under the tower, and the double buffs were transferred to Kennen. First blood. A close-up shot was taken of the contestants, and it could be seen that the handsome Little Peanut, who had come to show off his handsome face, was now completely lost in his previous handsome appearance. And he was a little lost. It looks very much like Ryu after he was shown off by Faker. If someone uses the same move twice in a row, who can withstand it? The collapse on the top road begins again, and the script is exactly the same. It's just that this time, Top didn't push quickly, but waited until Li Hansheng's Keenan developed, and then pushed forward little by little from the side. The victory was finally established in the final 34 minutes. Li Hansheng created space on the wing, and Top rushed the Baron. After handling the line of troops, he immediately rushed the Ancient Dragon. Then in the 36th minute, Shuanglonghui's wave was used to force the game to an end. In the third set, Longzhu had completely lost his fighting spirit. On the contrary, Top became more and more courageous as he fought. He was obviously trying to have a good time and regarded Longzhu as a good sparring bag. Li Hansheng once again selected top laner Lucian. The appearance of this hero means that the top lane of this game will no longer be peaceful. Really? At 3 minutes, Gao Tianliang came to the top lane and cooperated with Li Hansheng to complete the first wave of tower crossing, although the timely support of Little Peanut killed Gao Tianliang. But the snowball is already rolling. This game has become Li Hansheng's personal show. Although the gap is only one head, he has already overwhelmed the opponent on the road. Khan can't breathe, and Gao Tianliang also risked his life to catch him on the road. The result was that Li Hansheng took out his core equipment and failed in the early 11th minute. As soon as Ruin comes out, the top lane matchup is completely over. Ruin not only improves Lucian's lane reliance ability, but also greatly improves Lucian's dueling ability. Due to his passive nature, Lucian is particularly suitable for this type of special effects outfit. With the key movement speed steal of Ruin, he can even play 1v2 in the top lane, playing tricks on Dragon Ball's Winnow and Jungle. And the gap on the top lane quickly spread to the entire team. When the game time was only 19 minutes, the economic gap between the two sides had already widened to more than 10,000. Li Hansheng even made Ruin, Black Cut, and Yellow Cross in 19 minutes. He had a luxurious 2.5-piece output equipment, and he spent his savings with a wave of solo kills. He even took out his artillery in 20 minutes, and had a luxurious 3-piece suit. By contrast, the C position in Longzhu generally only has 1 or 1.5 pieces of equipment, which is completely incomparable with Li Hansheng. The two sides faced 5v5 around the dragon. It was simply a massacre. Li Hansheng directly wiped out the two Longhus with one big move, which directly caused Xiaohua and Khan to lose their combat effectiveness. Before the team battle started, the opponent had to retreat. In the subsequent push in the middle, Li Hansheng seized the opportunity of the Rat King to move too far forward in order to clear the line. Active E forward. A wave of E dots. W dots. Then Q dots. And E moves forward again. A wave of perfect seamless W. Alone, the Rat King was instantly trapped under the Highland Tower. After this wave of operations, everyone at the scene was stunned. The fall of the Rat King also caused the entire Longzhu team to completely lose resistance, and could only watch as Top pushed all the way. It's over! Wang Lauer's voice sounded a bit sissy because he was overly excited. 3-0. Top didn't give Longzhu any chance. They neatly turned this into a powerful dialogue that was considered by the outside world. The confrontation between Han and Han turned into a one-sided massacre. Top proved it with practical actions. They are the champions of this MSI. This time, they can really kill the suspense of the championship in advance. TSM and G2 in the other half of the district. Are you ready to compete for second place?